Fuxia was happily dreaming when she suddenly heard a faint noise nearby. She clearly remembered turning off the TV before going to bed. So annoying! She tried to pull the blanket over her head, but after fumbling around for a while, she couldn't find it. The noise outside seemed to be getting louder, so she tried to sit up. Only then did she realize something was wrong. Her body was surrounded by some kind of liquid, and she seemed to be in a closed space. What was going on? "Hello, host. Nice to meet you, I'm Little Seven." A cute mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Completely confused, Fuxia frowned in surprise. "Host, we can communicate through our thoughts," the mechanical voice said again. Fuxia immediately caught the key point. A system? I must have read too many novels. As a homebody, she really wanted to roll her eyes. How could something so strange be real? "Host, you need to accept reality. You're about to be born, so please get ready." The voice continued seriously. Fuxia had just woken up and hadn't gathered any useful information yet. Although she didn't want to believe the strange voice, something about it felt true. This unbelievable thing was really happening to her. "Get ready?" "Ready for what?" she asked uncertainly. "Mental preparation," Little Seven replied firmly. For a moment, Fuxia completely agreed. If she was really being reborn, she definitely needed to prepare herself mentally. Becoming a baby, no, a fetus, was just too unbelievable. What happened to the promise of a modern, rational world? What happened to the rule that strange things couldn't happen after the founding of the nation? What happened to all that logic? She had actually been reborn, and her entire worldview was falling apart. Little Seven stayed quiet, giving her time to calm down and adjust to her new identity. If something went wrong during her birth, both of them could be in serious trouble. Somewhere deep inside, Little Seven felt that this was its only true host, that their meeting was destined to happen. Fuxia felt as if, in an instant, her money and her house had grown wings and flown away, farther and farther into the distance. At that moment, she had never felt more awake. Maybe she had never been this clear-headed in her life. "Shao-Chi, right? Come here, let's talk." "What's going on? Wasn't I just sleeping? Are you sure this isn't a dream?" Fuxia asked, her face full of confusion. "Host, please stay calm. This really isn't a dream. The building you were in exploded. I happened to pass by, and then, well, here we are. Actually, it's not such a big problem. Life goes on no matter where you are," Shao-Chi said calmly. But in truth, it had been drawn to Fuxia. In fact, the explosion had been caused by it. As a system, it had just lied to its host. "Shao-Chi, huh? No, from now on your name is Doggy," Fuxia said speechlessly. Her house was gone, her life was gone, and this was supposed to be not a big problem? Then what would count as a big problem? The earth exploding? It was like lying in bed and suddenly being hit by disaster from the sky, literally. And what did "life goes on no matter where you are" even mean? In her previous life, her parents had always argued. Eventually, they both moved out of that noisy home, leaving her alone with only the monthly allowance in her bank account. Sometimes she felt a little lonely, but without the endless shouting and fighting, living alone was actually peaceful. When her parents occasionally checked in on her, she thought that kind of life was quite nice. They hadn't been perfect parents, but at least they had given her life. She didn't blame them. Everyone is an individual, and there's no law saying parents must sacrifice their own happiness for their children. She was grateful, and that was enough. Life is unpredictable, and fate changes in an instant. When she was in her second year of high school, both of her parents died in a car accident, on their way to finalize their divorce. If there had been no great joy, there would be no deep sorrow. Maybe because she had rarely felt true happiness before, the sadness now only spread quietly in her heart. After the grief passed, life still had to go on. After graduating from college, she stayed at home. The compensation from her parents and the money from the old house demolition, along with the monthly interest, were enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Every day, she played games, read novels, watched movies, drank soda, and enjoyed tasty snacks. Sometimes she joined a travel group to go wherever she wanted. Her life was easy and pleasant, but plans never keep up with changes. Life can be unpredictable. Her happy, carefree days ended as suddenly as a storm. You know what, little dog? My good life was ruined by such a small problem. Now I'm back to square one. She sighed, feeling helpless. She had a house, savings, and a comfortable life. Wasn't it nice to just relax and enjoy it? So why did she have to become a child and start all over again? Little Seven refused to accept the nickname Little Dog and said firmly, "Host, that name doesn't sound nice. Please call me Little Seven." Little Seven couldn't understand. Living a few more decades sounded great, many people would love that. Still, it tried to comfort her. Host, childhood is fun. It's almost the same as your old life. Eating, playing, and relaxing. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. She felt she might be getting tricked, but she had no proof. Fu Xiaxia wanted to wave her tiny fists in frustration, and she actually did. Ouch! Mao Xiaoyan felt several strong kicks in her belly. It hurt a little, so she quickly put down her bowl and rubbed her round stomach. What's wrong, dear? Is it time? Fu Laosen turned around quickly when he heard his wife's voice. This baby is really strong, just kick me a few times, Mao Xiaoyan said, touching her belly. She had a strange feeling. It might be the day. The others grew a bit nervous, but when they saw everything was fine, they went back to chatting and waiting for dinner. Filling their stomachs was still the most important thing. The big family, 17 or 18 people in all, sat neatly around the table. Their clothes were patched, their faces thin and tired, but their eyes were full of longing as they looked at the food. Although the dark wooden table held only a bowl of pickled vegetables, a plate of coarse black bread, and a bowl of thin porridge for each person, no one complained at all. As soon as the elderly woman with neatly combed gray hair said, "Let's eat," everyone began to devour their food hungrily. The sound of slurping filled the whole room. The group looked like they hadn't eaten in days, their heads almost buried in their bowls as they ate without looking up. In those days, farming technology was poor and grain production was low. Although farmers didn't have enough to eat, they rarely starved to death. 2 years ago, however, strange weather caused severe crop failures. Food became scarce everywhere, and famine spread across the country. The Fu family managed to get by only because the fourth son, Fu Laosi, was in the army. He sent most of his allowance home, allowing the family to secretly buy some expensive grain on the black market. They could eat just enough to stay half full. Even though the coarse grains were rough and hard to swallow, no one complained. "Mother, my wife finally got pregnant after all these years. She hasn't had any meat for almost a month. Could you boil an egg for her later?" said the third son, Fu Laosan. He looked a bit sly, giving the impression that he wasn't a very honest man. While eating, he still tried to get some extra food for his wife, forgetting that he had secretly buried some eggshells in the vegetable garden a few days ago. Old Madame Fu looked up, her eye twitching slightly. She thought about how many eggs were left in her basket, then sighed and said, "After dinner, let Daniel boil one for her." After that, she didn't want to look at her troublesome son anymore. Even though she was reluctant to give up an egg, she couldn't refuse. After all, Mao Xiaoyan was pregnant and about to give birth. While they were talking, the food was quickly finished. The plates and bowls were so clean they almost shone, as if they didn't even need washing. Mao Xiaoyan, holding her belly, was helped back to the room by Fu Laosan. She took off her shoes, sat on the warm bed, and waited for Daniel to finish cleaning up and boil the egg. Before the long-awaited egg arrived, Mao Xiaoyan suddenly felt sharp pains in her belly, and her clothes underneath felt damp. Having given birth before, she knew what was happening. She shook Fu Laosan beside her and said, "Laosan, go get mother quickly. I'm about to give birth." Hearing that, Fu Laosan jumped off the bed, put on his shoes, and ran outside, shouting toward his parents' room, "Mother, hurry. My daughter is coming." Old Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu were stunned when they heard their third son's anxious voice. Where did he get a daughter from? Then they realized his wife was about to give birth. They had thought it would take a few more days, but it came sooner than expected. The old lady lifted the worn curtain and stepped outside. She glared at her third son and said, "What's the rush? It's not the first time. Go call the midwife first." Then she shouted toward the other two households, telling the two daughters-in-law to get ready, because the third family was about to welcome a baby. After that, she walked straight into the third son's room. Seeing that his mother had everything under control, Fu Laosan dashed out to find the midwife. It wasn't his first time being a father, so he wasn't too nervous. He just worried that his little girl couldn't wait to meet him. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Your grandma's waiting," Li Xiuhong told her two daughters. "Big girl, tidy up the kitchen. Second girl, fetch some water." She sat by the stove, ready to add more firewood. The two children said nothing. They were used to their mother's orders. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Juhua, had just sat down on the warm bed when she heard her mother-in-law calling. She pouted but still got up and went over. Winter days were always full of chores. Mrs. Fu touched Mao Xiaoyan's belly and said, "It's starting fast. Wait a bit longer. Don't cry, save your strength for later." Mao Xiaoyan was in pain and didn't want to speak, but with her sister-in-law's help, she slowly walked along the wall. She knew moving around would help, so she kept going. By the time Fu Laosan returned with the midwife, everything was ready. The midwife checked and said, "This one looks like it'll be quick. Maybe it was twins at first. Just wait a little longer." While waiting, Fu Xiaxia started talking to Xiao Qi again, wanting to understand more. "Xiao Qi, are you there?" "I'm here," came the soft, childlike mechanical voice. "Tell me what's going on. Where is this place?" Fu Xiaxia looked around the dark space, hearing the voice in her ear. She was sure she wasn't dreaming and had accepted her new identity. Having a family in this life made her feel quietly happy. After all, no matter how strong a person is, everyone longs for family warmth. She only hoped that in this life, her family would love her too. If they did, she would give them everything in return. This could be considered a parallel world. This country is called the Xia Kingdom, and we're in a small, remote village in the northeast. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Fu Xiaxia thought she could hear a hint of guilt in Little Seven's soft voice. A parallel world? Is the history similar? Fu Xiaxia, born after 2000, didn't really know much about history. "I'm not sure," Little Seven replied. It had chosen this place without much thought and didn't really know the details. A small, remote village, huh? Fu Xiaxia widened her eyes, trying to see everything clearly. She was already tired of Little Seven's vague answers. This place looked quite poor. "Yes." "Is the family I was born into rich?" "No." "Can we at least have enough to eat?" "Probably not." "At least half full?" Fu Xiaxia still tried to stay hopeful, her will to survive strong. "Maybe. Kind of." Little Seven hesitated. It seemed that the host's new life might really be a tough one. All right, she got it. So, even being half full wasn't guaranteed. "Little Seven, do you think I can even survive long enough to grow up?" Fu Xiaxia said worriedly. She had just promised herself to be good to her family, but now it seemed she might have to be the one supporting them. She really was unlucky. In stories, people who traveled to other worlds always became rich and powerful, living glamorous lives. But her? She had left behind a comfortable life only to end up poor and struggling here. And maybe even facing danger at any time. No, she had to find a way out. "Little Seven, look, since we've come to this world, we at least need something to survive. Give me some kind of cultivation manual, martial arts book, storage space, or maybe some smart pills or beauty pills. Anything will do." She was speaking from years of reading novels. These were standard system features. With those, her easy life would be within reach, hee. "Do you want wealth?" "Yes." "Do you want beauty?" "Yes." "Do you want to reach the peak of life?" Thinking. "You sure have some nice dreams," Little Seven said bluntly. It noticed that its host had a tendency to want things without working for them, so it decided to make her realize that this was not a good habit. "Little Seven, do you have to be so cheeky?" Fu Xiaxia didn't even know how to describe the mix of emotions in her heart. "Ahem, host, don't worry. Even though you don't have those things for now, I'll make sure you won't go hungry." Little Seven was about to enter its sleep mode and couldn't offer much help at the moment. Later, when Fu Xiaxia often found herself worrying about food and drink, she really wanted to tell the system, "I can't believe I trusted you." She was sure that she had been completely fooled by that annoying Little Seven. She felt like she had become a heartless Fu Xiaxia. "Just tell me straight, do you have it or not?" Fu Xiaxia asked directly. "The answer is no."
Ugh.
"Then what's the point of having you?" Fu Xiaxia felt like she had been cheated. She fell into deep thought again. Why did she come here to suffer like this? Was it because her life had been too easy before, or was it karma for always messing up her teammates in games? There's a lucky wheel with all kinds of great things on it. Almost everything you wanted is there, but you need money to get them. So, if you really want those things, you'll have to work hard and earn money. Little Seven didn't want its host to get used to being lazy, so it came up with this idea to encourage her to work hard and stay positive. In fact, the Lucky Wheel really did have many good things, but some of them required rare materials to obtain. It wasn't even sure if such materials existed in this world. It really worried too much about its host. Not only did it have to care about her physical health, but also her mental well-being. It truly was a good system. Back when the doctor created the intelligent system Little Seven after much effort, he hadn't expected that most of its functions couldn't even be activated, making it less capable than a regular smart brain. He thought it was a failure, and since he preferred quality over quantity, he simply waved his hand and threw Little Seven out of a spaceship. It drifted in space for a long time until it encountered turbulence, got pulled into a time tunnel, and ended up in Fu Xiaxia's world. There, it was drawn by a mysterious force, and that's how Fu Xiaxia's unexpected misfortune began. Xiao Qi thought that many functions couldn't be used right now because of the time tunnel. The time tunnel protested, "Don't blame me. I'm innocent too."
Huh.
Only this one function? Fu Xiaxia felt that the world was being unfair to her. It sounded nice, but why did her system still need her to earn money? Was this a sign that she had to work hard from now on? "Host, this function is already very powerful, as long as you're willing to put in the effort," Xiao Qi said thoughtfully. "But I don't have any money now. Doesn't that mean I can't use it? And in my current state, how can I even work hard?" "Host, how about this? I'll let you spin the Lucky Wheel once for free, but after that, I'll have to go into sleep mode," Xiao Qi said. It had wanted to stay with her a bit longer, so she wouldn't feel lonely. "All right, since I can't move much right now, you go ahead and recharge your energy," Fu Xiaxia replied, thinking the opposite of Xiao Qi. All she could do now was eat and sleep. It was better to let the system rest and recover early. Maybe it could help her later. Even though the world wasn't kind to her, she still had hope. "You're about to be born. Hang in there. Once you're out, we'll start again."
Got it. Fu Xiaxia answered cheerfully.
She could already feel the pressure. Fu Xiaxia, was about to see the light of day again. Although Grandma Fu didn't like her third daughter-in-law much, she still went back to her room, took out a key, and opened the cabinet to get an egg. Luckily, she hadn't given away the last one earlier, or she would have had to use another. After thinking for a moment, she carefully pinched a bit of brown sugar and told the second daughter-in-law at the kitchen door, "Go, make some brown sugar water with an egg for the third daughter-in-law." Mao Xiaoyan was exhausted and hungry. She took the bowl her sister-in-law handed her and quickly finished it. The others looked at the egg and brown sugar water with longing eyes, swallowing hard before forcing themselves to look away. Most of them hadn't eaten meat or anything rich for months. It was better not to look. If they couldn't control themselves and took food from a woman about to give birth, that would be truly shameful. Right after finishing, Mao Xiaoyan felt stronger contractions. The midwife took one look and said it was time. Everyone got busy, sweating as they helped with the delivery. "Host, you're about to be born," Little Seven said, then went silent. She heard the midwife shouting, "Push, push." After a long while, Fu Xiaxia felt her head moving downward. She knew it was time to be born. She tried her best to move down, but it felt even more crowded than a packed train during the holidays. Her whole body felt squeezed, especially her head. The air outside was so cold that she almost wanted to crawl back inside.
Huh?
Why isn't there any reaction? the midwife said. Just then, Fu Xiaxia felt her little feet being lifted, and 2 light pats landed on her bottom. She couldn't help but cry out loudly. It really hurt. She thought, if only she had cried earlier, she wouldn't have had to get those pats. Did becoming a baby make her less smart? Oh my, this one came out so smoothly. What a chubby little girl, and such a strong voice. She looks very healthy, the midwife said in surprise. It had been a long time since she'd seen such a fair and healthy baby with such delicate features. People said that in these times food was scarce. Pregnant women mostly ate coarse grains, so most newborns looked weak and wrinkled. This little girl, however, looked much fairer and healthier than others. Fu grandma leaned in to take a look. The baby was fair and plump, not unpleasant to look at, and even resembled her third son a little. Still, she wasn't too happy it was another girl after all. She wondered how much food her third son had secretly given his wife. Did he ever think about his own mother, who often went hungry? The more she thought about it, the more she disliked Mao Xiaoyan. She couldn't understand what tricks that woman had used to make her son listen to her so completely. He obeyed his wife more than his parents. What an ungrateful son. At that moment, Grandma Fu conveniently forgot that her third son had always been like this since childhood. Grandma Fu had planned to use the birth of Mao Xiaoyan's daughter as a chance to show her authority as a mother-in-law. But her third son ruined her plans. He kept talking about his little girl all day long. If anyone said the baby would be a boy, he would get angry. He believed this child was a precious gift that he and his wife had worked hard for over the years. After being scolded so many times, everyone just assumed the baby would be a girl. Even the old lady, Mrs. Fu, gradually accepted it. When the baby was really born a girl, she didn't lose her temper like she did when her older daughters-in-law gave birth to girls. Of course, she still whispered to old Mr. Fu, wondering if their third son had lost his mind. Why was he so obsessed with having a daughter? She just couldn't understand. Wang Juhua thought the old lady was being unfair. When she and her second sister-in-law gave birth to girls, the old lady had scolded them harshly and didn't even help them during recovery, saying girls were a waste of money. Li Xiaohong wasn't lucky either. She had 2 daughters. Even though Wang Juhua had 2 sons, she still couldn't compare to Mao Xiaoyan now. So she spoke in a sour tone. I really thought it would be a boy this time. Didn't expect it to be a girl. The third one must be so happy now. Her words were full of hidden meaning. Mrs. Fu glared at her eldest daughter-in-law. So, what if it's a girl? What's there to complain about? She was disappointed too. She had hoped for a chubby grandson, but she didn't say it out loud. Even though she wasn't thrilled, she still gave the midwife 1 egg as a reward. Just 1. She couldn't bear to give more. That was the same treatment her grandsons got. The 2 daughters-in-law stared wide-eyed at the egg, feeling upset. The old lady had eaten 1 earlier, and now she was giving another away. It seemed this baby girl was quite special. How unfair. When they had daughters, they got nothing but scolding. But now, Mao Xiaoyan's baby girl was being treated completely differently. If little Fu Xiaxia knew that in her aunt's eyes, she was only worth a few eggs, she would surely cry. Seeing their unhappy faces, Mrs. Fu's anger finally burst out. What? These are my eggs. I'll give them to whoever I want. You got a problem with that? Before they could answer, she went on, if you do, keep it to yourselves. I don't want to hear it. Clean up the room and get out. Go do whatever you need to do. After that, she turned around and went to bathe the little baby girl, who everyone thought wasn't worth much. The 2 sisters-in-law were full of resentment toward the third son's family. After all, their husbands weren't very capable, but as the old lady said, they could only keep it to themselves. The midwife had thought the baby would be a girl and assumed her work would go unrewarded. In the countryside, that was common. Many people were unhappy when a girl was born, often refusing to give any payment, and some even complained. But this time, she was given an egg as thanks, which was quite nice. Outside the room, Fu Laosan and his twin sons were anxious. When they heard the baby cry, he called through the door, Granny, my wife gave birth. How is she? Is my daughter pretty? He had never even considered the possibility of a son. "Granny, is our little sister cute?" the twins asked eagerly. Their father had told them so often that they would have a sweet little sister that they fully believed it. As soon as the midwife opened the door, the father and sons surrounded her with questions. She quickly replied, "It's a chubby little girl, very adorable." Hearing that, they all smiled with joy and thanked the midwife warmly. The midwife was surprised to receive both the egg and their gratitude. It seemed this baby girl was born under a lucky star. Wang Juhua looked at their happy faces and forgot her usual caution. "It's just a girl, and you're all so happy. Isn't she just another expense?" Fu Laosan's expression changed instantly. "Sister-in-law, what's that got to do with you? Maybe your daughter is a burden, but mine is a treasure." He turned away, not wanting to argue further. He still hoped to ask his sister-in-law to help care for his wife during her recovery, so he couldn't offend her too much. What was so great about having sons, anyway? They ate more, needed houses and wives, and later you had to help with grandchildren. It was exhausting. Having twin boys was already enough trouble, but since they were his own, he had no choice but to raise them. Then he thought of his sister, who was capable and often brought rare gifts home for their parents. His parents were always delighted, their eyes crinkled with joy. So really, raising daughters was the better choice. The old lady was frustrated too. She had given birth to 4 sons and 1 daughter and had always felt confident in her authority. But she hadn't expected to be defeated by her 3rd son and his wife. Fu Laosan spent his days wandering lazily around the village, always trying to avoid real work. As a strong young man, he should have been earning full work points, not hanging around with the women doing easy jobs worth only half that. Even so, he still looked for excuses to be lazy, sometimes claiming his stomach hurt, other times saying he had a headache. He always had some complaint and basically lived off his family without doing much. His mother, old Madame Fu, was often so angry with this unlucky son that she would stomp her feet in frustration. But his skin was thick. No matter how much she scolded him, he never took it to heart. When she got too upset, Old Man Fu would step in and give Fu Laosan a proper beating. After every beating, Fu Laosan would lie in bed for several days, saying he was badly hurt and needed to rest. No matter what anyone said, he refused to get up. After this happened many times, Old Man Fu got tired of it. Beating him took effort, and Fu Laosan's skin was so tough that it didn't seem to help anyway. What could the old couple do? He was their own son, they couldn't really hurt him, so they just let him be. But strangely, after every time Fu Laosan was punished, the 2 older brothers became much more obedient. The parents couldn't figure out why. The truth was simple, seeing their younger brother's miserable state scared them. Fu Laosan would be bedridden for days after each beating, and his brothers felt cold fear in their hearts. They decided it was better to work hard than to suffer like that. Fu Laosan, however, was something else. He could endure his father's harsh punishment, something his brothers couldn't imagine. It hurt terribly, but he still preferred that to working hard. They were just different kinds of people, no way to think alike. The honest folks in the village didn't realize that Fu Laosan was being lazy on purpose. He would rather take a beating than go to work. Lying in bed was much more comfortable, even if his body ached a little. To him, it was all worth it. Whenever people in the village mentioned Fu Laosan, they could only sigh helplessly. Old Madame Fu worried constantly about her son's lazy nature. No one in the village dared to marry their daughter to him, and she feared he would end up alone. But unexpectedly, when the time came, he and Mao Xiaoyan from the first production team took a liking to each other. Her family didn't ask for much, so old Madame Fu quickly agreed to the match. From engagement to wedding, it took less than 3 months. Everyone thought that once Fu Laosan got married, he might change a little, so everyone hoped he would settle down soon and didn't bother to ask much about the bride. No one expected that the woman he married would be just like him, lazy and fond of eating and drinking all day. Well, they should have known better. Anyone who could get along with Fu Laosan couldn't be an ordinary person. After all, no normal woman would be interested in someone like him. At first, she wasn't too troublesome, just a bit lazy. But once she got pregnant, things changed. Mother, I really want to eat some dough noodles today. Sister-in-law, I feel sick and can't cook today. Could you please help? Second sister-in-law, my stomach hurts a little. Could you wash the clothes for me? Mother, I'd like some brown sugar water. Lao Send, my legs are tired. Could you massage them for me? Mother, could you boil an egg for me? Later, when they found out she was expecting twins, things got even worse. She had endless requests, and while Fu Lao San happily did everything, everyone else looked annoyed. It was as if no one else had ever been pregnant before. And Fu Lao San only made things worse. Mother, my wife hasn't had dough noodles in so long. Please make her a bowl. Your 2 grandsons want some too. Sister-in-law, look at my wife. She's been sick all morning. You don't want the food to smell bad, do you? Second sister-in-law, there aren't many clothes to wash. Just ask your daughters to help. If my wife slips, who will take responsibility? Fu Lao San was cheerful every day, always talking about his wife lovingly. The two of them were very close, but everyone else grew more and more unhappy. Not only did they have to do extra work, but they also had to watch the couple showing affection all the time. Everyone had families too. Why should they put up with this? But no matter how unhappy others were, the lazy couple didn't care at all. Even after the twins were born, nothing changed. The two of them were as shameless as ever, always using their sons, Fu Xiaoming and Fu Xiaoliang, as excuses to avoid work. Sometimes, when Mao Xiaoyan made the old lady so angry that she wanted to hit her, she would run into her room and hide. By the time the old lady grabbed a broom, she was already gone. The old lady could only grind her teeth. She ran faster than a rabbit. Old Fu's third son helped his wife and watched her run back inside. Then he quickly went in and closed the door. The third couple were both lazy and sly. Even though they caused so much trouble, the old man and old lady of the Fu family still refused to send them out to live on their own. No one could understand why. Everyone in the family knew what kind of people they were: thick-skinned, lazy, and always trying to take advantage of others. But sometimes, the third son would do something nice, giving the family a small treat. Sometimes it was a piece of pork from who knows where, sometimes some slightly damaged cloth, or wild fruits and rabbits from the mountains. Although it didn't happen often, with the old couple's efforts, these small gestures helped calm the others' complaints. So, in the Fu family, no one dared to argue with a third son. The midwife walked out of the old Fu house. She didn't see anyone around. After all, it was freezing, and everyone was staying indoors for the winter. How was it? Did the third Fu family have a girl or a boy? Asked old Mrs. Zhang from next door, who always favored boys over girls. She never got along with old Mrs. Fu and loved to tease her. Hearing the noise, she came over despite the cold, hoping to hear that Mrs. Fu had another granddaughter. It's a girl, fair and chubby, really adorable. Look, the old lady even gave me an egg. The midwife replied happily, her wrinkled face full of smiles.
Ha!
I knew that lazy woman Mao Xiaoyan would give birth to another girl. Mrs. Zhang rolled her eyes. She didn't care about the compliments. She thought midwives always said nice things out of habit. She turned and went off to gossip around the neighborhood, clearly enjoying the chance to spread the news. The midwife rolled her eyes at Mrs. Zhang's back. That woman was foolish. Didn't she realize that Mrs. Fu already had several grandsons? Having a granddaughter wouldn't make any difference. Unlike Mrs. Zhang, who only had one grandson and the rest granddaughters, and spent her days complaining and scolding everyone, making her home unpleasant. What was there for her to be so proud of? As soon as the midwife left, the men of the Fu family wanted to go inside to take a look, but the old lady stopped them, saying the room wasn't cleaned up yet. Little Fu Xiaxia felt herself being gently washed in warm water. The bath felt so comfortable, though the hands washing her were a bit rough on her skin. She had just been born, and as she listened to the people around her talking, she could already feel the strong, familiar country atmosphere all around her. While washing, Fu Xiaxia slowly drifted off to sleep. She didn't have the energy to look for Xiao Qi anymore and decided to rest first. She was the kind of person who could adapt easily. Whatever came her way, she accepted it calmly. After washing, Grandma Fu wrapped the baby in a blanket and gently placed her beside Mao Xiaoyan. When her two daughters-in-law had almost finished tidying up the room, Grandma Fu finally opened the door and said, "All right, just as you wished. Your daughter is asleep now. You can go in and take a look." Hearing that, Fu Laosan, the twins, and the other curious children rushed inside eagerly. Grandma Fu left the room to wash her hands and face, feeling a bit annoyed with her son and grandsons. Why were they so excited about having a baby girl? In her eyes, girls weren't worth much. They would eventually marry and belong to someone else's family. Of course, Grandma Fu herself wasn't always so harsh toward her daughters. She treated Fu Qingqing well, but that was because Qingqing had become successful. In the past, she had also loved her daughter because she believed that having boy-girl twins was a lucky sign, and she thought her daughter would bring good fortune, so she treated her as well as her youngest son. As for the dragon of the twins, Fu Laosan, she used to care for him too, but as he grew older, he became more and more unreliable, often making her worry and sigh. When it came to her granddaughters, though, things were different. She still preferred boys, so she often found fault with the girls born to her eldest and second sons. Even their names showed it: big girl, second girl, third girl. When Fu Laosan entered the room and saw his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, his heart filled with joy. Life had been good for him and his wife, but their first two children were both boys. When the boys were born, the couple had been so busy and tired that they had never felt so exhausted in their lives. Now, the two boys ate as much as their parents, and his savings were shrinking fast. They had decided not to have any more children, but fate had other plans. When they found out they were expecting again after 8 years, they could only accept it. From the moment they learned about the pregnancy, they prayed every day for a baby girl. When she was finally born, they both felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. Looking at his daughter's fair little face, he couldn't stop smiling with happiness. He looked at the group of noisy kids again, feeling more and more annoyed. They were disturbing his daughter's sleep. "Go play outside. Don't make noise here. My daughter is sleeping. Go, go." Fu Laosan shooed the children out. "You've worked hard, dear. I'll ask Mother to make you something nice to eat. All right, go ahead. I'm really hungry now." Mao Xiaoyan smiled sweetly at him, then slipped under the blanket to rest. She finally felt relaxed. Fu Laosan kissed his little daughter's soft cheek, then happily went out to find his mother. "Mom, Xiaoyan's hungry. Could you make some noodles or something for her?" he said with a grin, putting his arm around her shoulder. "White flour is precious, and we've long run out of it. Only your wife knows how to eat well," the old lady said, brushing his hand off and glaring at him. Then she turned and shouted, "Second daughter-in-law, go make a bowl of noodles for the third family. Use the mixed flour." There was no white flour left, but mixed flour noodles were still decent. The old lady thought that was good enough. If Mao Xiaoyan wanted something better, she'd have to find it herself. When Fu Laosan happily carried the noodles back to the room, his wife and daughter were already asleep, dreaming sweetly on the warm bed. He looked at his soft, lovely daughter and imagined raising her to be healthy and beautiful. One day, she'd marry a good man, and then he and his wife could just enjoy life without working so hard. The thought made him grin with joy. If little Xia Xia knew what her father was thinking, she'd realize how deeply he loved her, though it seemed like he was planning for her to support the family in the future. She guessed the ending, but not the reason. So much for being his little cotton-padded jacket. Life was tough. "Dear, wake up. The noodles are ready. Eat first, then sleep," Fu Laosan said softly, gently shaking his wife so the noodles wouldn't get cold and sticky. That winter, snow kept falling without end. It was so cold outside that people's noses could freeze. With little to do, everyone stayed on the warm bed most of the time, only getting up for meals. No one felt like going out to chat anymore. Mao Xiaoyan had already been influenced by Fu Laosan's ideas and thought having a daughter was wonderful. Since the timing of the birth was also perfect, she felt even happier about it. Feeling content, she thought having a daughter was truly great. She could finally rest for a while and soon fell asleep. When she heard that food had arrived, Mao Xiaoyan immediately sat up, rubbed her face, took the bowl Fu Laosan handed her, and began to eat eagerly. Just then, the door opened, and a group of children rushed in noisily. "Uncle, we came to see the baby sister. Is she awake?" Ernyo asked quickly, afraid that their uncle might send them out. They had just seen how cute the baby was and couldn't resist coming back for another look. Fu Laosan was about to say that his little treasure was still asleep, but then he noticed his daughter slowly opening her big, bright eyes. Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang, who were standing closest, saw their sister open her eyes and shouted excitedly, "She's awake. Baby sister is awake." The children all gathered around the bed, staring at the baby. Her skin was fair, her eyelashes curled beautifully, and her big eyes blinked softly. She looked absolutely adorable. "She's so cute and so fair," Dinyo, Ernyo, and Sanyo said, glancing at their own darker hands and feeling a little envious of their chubby, fair-skinned baby sister. It's true what they say, fair skin really makes a difference. "Of course, I'm the cutest," thought Fu Xiaxia proudly. If she hadn't been born pretty, she would definitely have complained to Xiaoqi about it. Fu Xiaxia's features were indeed lovely, taking the best traits from both her parents. Although Fu Laosan and his wife weren't remarkable people, they were both fairly good-looking. Many in the village often said it was a pity that such good looks hadn't brought them better luck. Even the twins, though a bit tanned, had handsome features. So it was clear that as long as Fu Xiaxia grew up well, she would become a beautiful young girl. Seeing so many children the moment she opened her eyes, Fu Xiaxia was quite surprised. Still, she gave them a big, friendly smile. Her vision was a little blurry, but she could roughly make out their faces. "Look, she's smiling at me," cried the small and thin Sanyo, thrilled that the baby had smiled at her. The other children hurried closer, eager to introduce themselves. "Baby sister, look at me. I'm your second brother." "Baby sister, I'm your fourth brother." Xiao Ming and Xiao Liang quickly introduced themselves. They were her real brothers after all. Fu Xiaxia looked at the pair of twins and blew a little bubble. The one missing a front tooth was the older brother, and the one missing another tooth was the younger one.
Got it.
"Yes, these two who are losing their baby teeth are your brothers, Xiaoming and Xiaoliang," said Father Fu with a grin, teasing his sons a little to get their attention. When Fu Xiaxia heard her father call one of them Xiaoming, she was stunned. She imagined the name Xiaoming running around in her textbooks and then running around in her head. She burst out laughing and blew a few more bubbles. The twins, hearing their father tease them, quickly covered their mouths, afraid someone would see their missing teeth. But when they saw their little sister happily blowing bubbles, they relaxed again. The other brothers and sisters also began introducing themselves, and the room was filled with cheerful noise. "My sweet girl, I'm your dad. You must remember me and not mix me up with anyone else," said Father Fu with a big smile as he joined the introductions. Fu Xiaxia looked at her brand-new father. Seeing the warm smile on his face, she felt quite satisfied. He seemed like a loving dad, a good one indeed. "Keep your voices down. Don't scare your little sister. What if she starts crying?" said Mao Xiaoyan, sitting at the edge of the bed, smiling at the lively group of children. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of noise," thought Fu Xiaxia. "Finally, I'm out. The world outside is so wonderful. Look how happy my little girl is, blowing bubbles nonstop. Sweetheart, is blowing bubbles fun?" Father Fu leaned in close with a big grin. Fu Xiaxia was startled, and the bubble she had just blown popped. Anyone would be surprised to see such a goofy, smiling face so close. Then a boy's voice piped up, "I'll catch a bug for my little sister to make her happy." He was about to run outside. No, I don't like bugs." Fu Xiaxia cried out in her baby voice, trying to stop him. That boy was Xiaoan, the youngest son of the eldest brother, ranking 9th in the family. The 8th child, Xiao Ping, was the second brother's son. The two were born just one day apart. Luckily, her second brother reacted quickly and stopped Xiaoan in time, saving Fu Xiaxia from meeting a bug on her very first day in the world. "What bug?" "Look, Even our little sister is protesting with her bubbles. She doesn't like bugs. Girls like flowers, right, little sister? When Xiaoyang heard that Xiaowen wanted to catch bugs for their little sister, he immediately became unhappy. Yes, you're right. Thank you, second brother. You're the best, he said, blowing another big bubble. When spring comes, there will be lots of pretty flowers. I'll pick many for you, okay? Xiaoming quickly added after hearing his brother's words. Watching his little sister blow bubbles, he thought she was too cute to play with bugs. The two boys were 8 years old and always running around. Their father often said that boys could be raised freely, but girls were delicate and needed more care. The boys thought they were lucky. After all, they ate a lot while their little sister ate very little. Dad, what's our sister's name? Xiaoming suddenly remembered that she didn't have one yet. Father Fu thought for a moment and said, I haven't decided yet. Let me think about it and tell you tomorrow. All right, that's enough. You've seen her, now go play. The little one needs to eat and sleep, Father Fu said, shooing the children out of the room again. Fu Xiaxia let out a long sigh of relief. The air finally felt fresh again. With so many people crowding around, it had been hard to breathe. The twins didn't leave, though. This was their baby sister, and she was so adorable. They reached out their little hands to gently touch her soft, smooth skin. It felt even softer than a sponge cake. Stop touching her. What if you hurt her? Father Fu said, lightly tapping away their mischievous hands. He picked up his little girl, looked at her fair, tender face, and told the boys to go eat.
Wah.
Suddenly, Fu Xiaxia started crying from hunger. Father Fu was so startled that he almost dropped her. She's probably hungry. Bring her here, said Mother Mao Xiaoyan, knowing the baby hadn't eaten yet. Fu Xiaxia felt herself being passed into another warm embrace. Something soft was placed near her mouth, and she instinctively began to suck. She was a bit confused at first, but hunger quickly took over. This was her very first meal since being born, and she couldn't miss it. The family couldn't afford baby formula, and even if they could, it wouldn't be for a baby girl. At that time, mother's milk was the most nutritious food. So Fu Xiaxia decided she had to eat well and eat more, so she could grow up healthy and not become someone who didn't survive her new life. After making sure his daughter was settled, Fu Laosen took off his shoes and lay down on the bed too. Fu Xiaxia, full from her meal, was ready to sleep. Before she realized it, something unexpected happened. She felt something damp and sticky beneath her. Her whole body froze. What should she do? This was definitely an embarrassing moment she would never forget. Who am I? Where am I? Well, that's how little kids are. When they're hungry, they cry. When they're full, they sleep. Mao Xiaoyan noticed the smell and nudged Fu Laosan. Hurry up and clean up your daughter. Fu Laosan quickly got up, efficiently cleaned his daughter, and tucked her back into bed. At first, Fu Xiaxia was too shocked to move, but soon she stopped worrying. She was just a child after all, these things happen. She reminded herself that she was still a kid, so there was no need to be hard on herself. Feeling full and rested, she perked up a bit. She could hear her parents chatting quietly, but she wasn't interested in eavesdropping. She suddenly remembered she still had a reward to claim. Xiao Qi, can we start now? Fu Xiaxia called out, asking directly, since they were familiar with each other. All right, Xiao Qi replied, using the last bit of energy. A lucky wheel appeared in Fu Xiaxia's mind. She frowned. Aren't lucky wheels supposed to show different items? Why are there only numbers on yours? Xiao Qi, are you sure you're not tricking me? After all, she had already been through enough strange things. Each number represents an item. Don't worry, Xiao Qi said seriously. Everything's fine. Go ahead. Fu Xiaxia decided to give it a try. A free chance was still a chance, after all. The pointer stopped at the number 6. She smiled. 6 was a lucky number. Strength pill? Xiao Qi, didn't you say I had good luck? She wasn't sure if this prize was good or not. She tried to negotiate with Xiao Qi to exchange it for something else. Maybe an intelligence pill so she could be smarter than others, since she used to be the one always falling behind. Or maybe something that could make her prettier. She hadn't been very good-looking before, And since this was a new start, who knew how she would turn out this time? Host, you've already done an amazing job. This is the best reward this time. None of the others are as good as the strength pill. It thought the strength pill was great. In the face of absolute power, everything else was just an illusion. Thumbs up for the host. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a quiet, gentle girl? Why must fate insist on turning her into a strong one? Is this heaven's plan? Waiting online. Very anxious. Fu Xiaxia could only comfort herself. In this rather chaotic era, at least she now had some protection through strength. Xiao Qi, should I take the strength pill now? It's not expired, right? Fu Xiaxia asked cautiously, wanting to be sure. Of course not. It's made by the Interstellar Company. Honest and reliable.
Take it now.
The sooner you absorb it, the better it will improve your body. Xiao Qi thought life in this era wasn't easy, and having a stronger body was important. It didn't want its host to get into trouble while it was in sleep mode. With Xiao Qi's help, Fu Xiaxia quietly absorbed the strength pill and clearly felt her arms and legs becoming stronger. Host, I'm going into sleep mode now. It should take about half a year. Xiao Qi estimated that 6 months would be enough. Alright, go ahead. Fu Xiaxia thought half a year wasn't too long. She probably wouldn't even notice the time passing, so she didn't worry about Xiao Qi. She also needed to rest. Only after a good sleep could she grow well. The harsh winter cold covered the land. Strong winds howled, carrying large snowflakes that danced in the air. The mountains and fields were all blanketed in white. The mountains stretched endlessly, and at their base lay more than a dozen small villages. This area had always been remote. Due to national policy, the villages were reorganized into the Hongqi commune, divided into 10 production teams. The Fu family belonged to the 3rd production team. Most of the houses there were made of mud bricks, low and simple. The yards had no real walls, only fences made of branches, but everyone was used to such a hard life. Fu Xiaxia woke up early in the morning because of hunger. Her twin brothers were already lying beside her, waiting.
Mom, look.
Little sister is blowing bubbles. It's so funny. Xiaoliang looked at his little sister's cute face and gently poked her soft cheeks with his finger. When the bubble popped with a pop, he burst out laughing, and Xiaoming joined in. They took turns poking little Fuxiaxia's fair cheeks, giggling together.
Ah.
Fuxiaxia cried out, protesting to her brothers and begging them to stop. Luckily, Mao Xiaoyan saw what her 2 sons were doing and quickly stopped them. Don't poke your sister's face. With your rough hands, what if you hurt her? She scolded, giving each boy a light tap before picking up Fuxiaxia to feed her. Fuxiaxia's stomach was empty, and when she saw her meal coming, she quickly closed her eyes and began to eat, ignoring her 2 mischievous brothers. Life as a baby was really boring. How long would this last? She wished time could move faster, so she could at least run and jump. The 2 boys still wanted to play with their sister, but their mother shooed them out. Go wherever you want, just don't get in my way, she said. Well, that's a real mother for you. Smoke was already rising from the chimneys of every household. The big communal kitchen had just been dismissed, and the food was divided among the families so everyone could cook for themselves. Now that they ate separately, families could make something nice without hiding it too much, but they still had to be careful. If the food smelled too good, it would attract attention. After all, everyone was still struggling to get enough to eat. If one family seemed to be doing too well, someone jealous might report them, and that could lead to trouble. It had been a long time since the family had seen any real oil or meat, and everyone's appetite was growing. Usually, they went into the mountains or down to the sea to find food, and the adults turned a blind eye. Everyone in the commune understood. The area was just too poor. They couldn't let hardworking farmers starve after all their effort. But in winter, food was hard to find. The deep mountains were dangerous, full of wild animals and old traps left by hunters, now hidden under the snow. One careless step could be deadly. In past years, some children had lost their lives in those traps, and by the time adults found them, their bodies were already stiff. So the villagers forbade children from going deep into the mountains, letting them play only near the forest's edge. Breakfast was ready, And as everyone finished preparing their food, Fu Laosen came out of his room. Well, your little golden treasure, the fourth girl, is awake?" he said with a smile. Wang Juhua had just heard the sound of a baby crying in the third son's house, and she admitted she had done it on purpose. When the eldest sister-in-law called out fourth girl, Fu Laosen almost fell off his stool. After taking a breath, he raised his eyebrows and said, "My daughter's nickname is Little Ten, and her full name is Xia Xia. Fourth girl can wait until you have another daughter." The name fourth girl didn't sound good at all. It even sounded unlucky, almost like dead cow. He didn't want to let his sister-in-law keep her bad habit of naming other people's children. He had already thought of a name and planned to tell everyone at dinner. The other girls immediately felt a bit jealous. They also wanted nice names. In the village, names like Big Girl, Second Girl, and Third Girl were everywhere. Wang Juhua felt a little sour too. She looked at other people's husbands and then at her own. Her daughter's name had been casually given by her mother-in-law. She hadn't cared much before, but comparisons always made people uncomfortable. Old Madame Fu lifted her eyelids to glance at her eldest daughter-in-law, then lowered her head and continued eating. She knew her eldest daughter-in-law had always been jealous because the third son treated his wife well. But that was her own choice. She had to live with it. Old Madame Fu also thought fourth girl sounded strange. Little Ten was fine. It didn't matter to her anyway. It was just another girl, not worth much in her eyes. After eating, everyone's hunger eased, and the Fu family began to eat more slowly and chat a little. "I wonder when this heavy snow will stop. Second and third brothers, after we finish eating, let's clear the snow off the roof," said Fu Zhengwo, sipping his porridge and biting into a piece of flatbread. As the leader of the red flag third team, he had to think ahead. The snow had been falling heavily for days, and it was safer to clear it more often. "Okay," said the second brother briefly, then went back to eating quietly. His wife sat beside him, both of them so quiet they were almost invisible. "My mouth's getting bored of this plain food," said the third brother lazily. "Second brother, when the snow stops, let's sneak into the mountains. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some frozen game." He had no intention of going out in the cold himself, though. Let the older brothers do it. He handed a piece of flatbread to his wife and took one for himself. The Red Flag Brigade was surrounded by mountains. Although the mountains belonged to the collective, everyone knew not to take what wasn't theirs. But their place was far from town, and for the sake of survival, as long as things didn't go too far, the village leaders usually turned a blind eye. He used to sneak into the mountains to hunt some small animals, bringing them back to give his wife and son a better meal. Of course, he always made sure to destroy all the evidence, so that no one would ever find out. If his mother ever discovered that he was secretly eating by himself, she would chase him down the street with a stick. So from time to time, he would also bring something home for his parents. Everything he gave them came from what he secretly hunted and traded. "This is too dangerous, isn't it?" said Fu Lauer hesitantly. As an honest man, he had rarely gone into the mountains. With wolves, tigers, and wild boars around, it was truly dangerous, no exaggeration at all. At the beginning of the year, the son of Old Wang from the back of the village accidentally went deep into the mountains and was chased by a wild boar, breaking his leg. His family still hasn't recovered. They spent all their money on treatment, and a once decent household suddenly became poor. Everyone in the family is now thin and weak from hunger. That was considered lucky, at least he survived. Others weren't so fortunate. Their graves already have tall grass growing over them. Later, the villagers joined forces to kill that wild boar. The meat was shared among everyone, giving them some strength to work again. They even gave Old Wang's family a bit more as compensation, afraid they wouldn't make it through. After all, they were all from the same village, and people tried to look out for one another. Since then, fewer people dared to sneak into the mountains. Everyone was afraid of losing their lives just for a bite of meat. "Our family is almost out of food. Look at everyone. Look at your wife and kids. They're all skin and bones. We won't go deep into the mountains, just around the edges to try our luck. If we find nothing, we'll come back. What's there to be afraid of?" said Fu Laosen, thinking his second brother was being too timid. Fu Lauer didn't reply, but seeing the hopeful eyes of the others, he finally nodded in agreement. Lao Sen, you must search carefully in the mountains. Whether our family gets to eat meat depends on you two brothers, said Wang Juhua, her eyes lighting up when she heard that Lao Sen was going hunting. She really wanted to eat meat, but her husband Zhang Wo, being the team leader, couldn't break the rules. So she could only rely on her two brothers-in-law. Of course, sister-in-law. Don't worry. Once the snow stops, we'll go into the mountains and surely find something. And when I bring you some meat, maybe you could show a little appreciation, right? How about this? When my wife is resting after giving birth, you can help take care of her. I'm working so hard just so you can all have some meat to eat. Don't you think so? Since her sister-in-law had already spoken, he didn't bother being polite. Besides, he never really knew what being polite meant. Wang Juhua widened her eyes and slightly opened her mouth. The way the third brother spoke made it sound like the meat was only for her. Did that mean no one else would get any? As long as you can make sure everyone gets to eat some meat, I'll help your wife with her recovery together with the second sister-in-law, all right? Wang Juhua gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She really couldn't take it anymore. Every day they only had thin soup, and her husband and children had lost so much weight. But she didn't want to do it alone, so she pulled Li Xiaohong in with her. All right, sister-in-law, you said it yourself. Don't worry, I'll make sure you and my nieces and nephews get to eat meat, said Fu Laosen confidently, as if he was certain he could make it happen. No one else said anything to discourage him. They were all thinking about eating meat too. Everyone at the table glanced at the old couple, who stayed silent, then lowered their heads and continued eating. Fu Laosen hadn't expected them to say anything anyway. He was just making an announcement and reminding everyone not to call his daughter fourth girl. She had a proper name, Fu Xiaoshi. He also wanted to find someone to help his wife for a while. His mother wasn't very reliable. It was already good enough that she didn't show a bad attitude. She definitely wouldn't help with the care. You can go, but don't go deep into the mountains. Be careful, and if anything happens, come back right away, said the old man. He didn't know where his third son got his confidence, but in the end, he agreed to the plan. He knew his son well. If he wasn't sure about something, he wouldn't do it. The third son had spent time outside before and often went into the mountains, so he was quite familiar with the area. The old man didn't stop him anymore. After all, there were many mouths to feed, and the family's food supply was running low. After dinner, the second son went back to his room. As soon as he entered, he heard his little daughter babbling happily. His wife was beside her, playing a finger game. On the surface, it looked cheerful and full of laughter. Fu Xiaxia, the baby, seemed a bit helpless with her mother. She wasn't sleepy at the moment, her big eyes wide open, curiously looking around the room. When Mao Xiaoyan saw that her daughter wasn't sleeping and her eyes were wide open, she decided to play with her. She stretched out her finger and told Fu Xiaxia to grab it. When the baby caught it, she quickly pulled her finger back, repeating the game again and again. After a few rounds, Fu Xiaxia lost interest. Playing a few times was fine, but too much was boring. After all, she wasn't really a little child. Mao Xiaoyan was gently poking her daughter's tiny hands, trying to make her let go. Just then, Fu Laosen came in and saw this scene. Looking at his fair and chubby daughter, he couldn't help but smile with joy. He poked her little fist and said, "You're having fun, aren't you? From now on, your nickname will be Xiaoshi, and your full name will be Xiaxia. Fu Xiaxia."
See?
The name your dad gave you sounds nice, doesn't it? In the middle of winter, just hearing the name Xiaxia makes you feel a bit warmer. Fu Laosen was quite proud of the name. Xiaxia sounded warm and cheerful. Mao Xiaoyan also liked it. Not bad, not bad. Xiaxia sounds much better than names like Big Girl, Second Girl, or Third Girl. As soon as she said that, she noticed that Fu Laosen's smile faded a little. "What's wrong?"
she asked.
Fu Laosen rolled his eyes. "You don't know. This morning at breakfast, my sister-in-law wanted to name our daughter Fourth Girl. Can you believe that?"
What?
"What's wrong with her? She should mind her own business instead of interfering with ours," Mao Xiaoyan said angrily. "What a terrible name. How could she think she has the right to decide for us? Exactly, Fu Laosan said with a laugh. I told her right away to save that name for her own future child. If I weren't still recovering, I'd have told her off myself, Mao Xiaoyan muttered. I worked so hard to bring this little one into the world. How could she have such a plain name? How will she ever stand out in the future? These two really were a perfect match. They always thought alike. Fu Xiaxia, listening to all this, felt secretly relieved. Fourth girl?
What an awful name.
She would never want that. Her father really did a great job. His choice suited her perfectly. She really wanted to pat her chest to comfort herself, but her arms and legs were too short. This little one just couldn't do it. Unexpectedly, the sky cleared the next morning. Sister-in-law, the snow has stopped. My second brother and I will go up the mountain after breakfast. The meat will be fine. My wife's recovery will depend on you, he said with a cheerful smile at Wang Juhua. Wang Juhua felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but there was nothing she could do. She had spoken too much before. She nodded in agreement, already planning to ask Li Xiaohong to help. Everyone was waiting to eat the meat, so why should she do all the work alone? She didn't dare argue with the old lady, but Li Xiaohong was easy to handle. Anyway, her sister-in-law had promised, and now it was time for her to keep her word. For a while, only the sound of slurping and chewing filled the room. Fu Laosan told his wife that he was heading into the mountains. If anything happened, she should call for her sisters-in-law. They had promised to take care of her during her recovery. After leaving the house, Fu Laosan called his second brother, and the two quietly prepared to go into the mountains. Their home sat right at the foot of the hill, so they usually wouldn't be noticed, but they still had to be careful. Carrying baskets and sickles, and with a few coarse grain cakes stuffed into their hands by old lady Fu, the two set off up the mountain. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the yard. Who is it? Old lady Fu shouted across the courtyard. It's me, Zhang Meihua from next door. Came the voice of old lady Zhang through the door crack. Old lady Fu's name was Deng Meihua. When she heard it was that woman from next door, she ignored her. But the knocking continued. What do you want? Old lady Fu asked impatiently. I came to see your new little granddaughter. Open the door, or I'll just keep knocking, old lady Zhang said shamelessly. Old lady Fu had never gotten along with her, and now she wanted to see her granddaughter. What was she really after? The old woman was as stubborn as ever, so in the end, old lady Fu opened the door. Otherwise, the endless knocking would drive everyone crazy. Old lady Zhang walked in, holding her dirty, runny-nosed grandson, Zhang Laifu, who stumbled along behind her. I heard your little granddaughter is quite pretty, so I came to take a look. She didn't believe that the so-called pretty girl could really be that good-looking, so she came over just to find fault. Watch if you want, then go home right away. We're not hosting you here, Grandma Fu said coldly, leading the older woman and her grandson into Fu Laosan's room. Xiaoyan, your neighbor Aunt Zhang is here to see you, she called out to remind her daughter-in-law. Zhang Laifu ran straight to the bed and was about to climb up. Grandma Fu saw how dirty the child was and quickly stopped him, telling him to stay on the floor and just look. Old lady Zhang wasn't happy. That was her precious grandson. He's just climbing up and down, what's the big deal? You're being too stingy. If you want to look, then look. If not, get out. I'm not here to serve you, Grandma Fu snapped. She wasn't one to be polite with people like this. Give them an inch and they'd take a mile. Exactly, Auntie. Look at your grandson's hands and face. All dirty, Mao Xiaoyan said with clear disgust. Hearing both Deng Meihua and Mao Xiaoyan talk like that, old lady Zhang quickly pulled her grandson aside and told him to stand quietly and watch Fu Xiaxia. In such a short time, Fu Xiaxia felt like she had just watched a whole drama. Her grandmother's temper was no joke, straightforward and fierce. She also realized that these two families clearly didn't get along. Old lady Zhang looked at the girl. Though she didn't want to admit it, she had to agree that the child would probably grow up to be quite pretty. The mocking words she had prepared suddenly stuck in her throat. Then another idea popped into her head. Meihua, what do you think of my grandson? What do you mean, what do I think? You know exactly what your grandson is like, Deng Meihua replied sharply, wondering what nonsense the old woman was up to now. I think your granddaughter is nice. How about we arrange a childhood engagement between the two? Old Lady Zhang said with a sly smile, glancing at Fu Xiaxia. Fu Xiaxia shivered at her words and that look. Then she glanced at the boy and couldn't believe how shameless the suggestion was. You wish. Even if my granddaughter never marries, she'll never marry into your family. Now get out. Grandma Fu shouted, grabbing a stick to chase them away. That shameless woman dared to dream about her granddaughter? She should take a good look at her own family first. Even if she didn't always get along with her granddaughter, she would never do something so wrong. Old Madame Zhang still refused to give up. Xiaoyan, what do you think? My grandson is such a good boy. How could your family not like him? Mao Xiaoyan leaned lazily against the wall and glanced at her. Auntie, our girl is old Third Fu's precious treasure, the apple of his eye. Do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of him? As soon as Zhang heard the name Old Third Fu, she immediately lost her nerve and quickly pulled her grandson away. Everyone knew that Old Third Fu was not someone to mess with. He didn't care about age or gender. If someone annoyed him, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson.
Mom, see?
That worked perfectly, Mao Xiaoyan said proudly to old Madame Fu. But old Madame Fu just looked at her, speechless. Was her third son's name really that powerful now? Even the stubborn old Zhang was scared off, so easily. Fu Xiaxia felt like her life had turned into a drama. In her past life, she had stayed single for years and now, right after being born, she almost ended up with a childhood engagement. Her little heart was pounding in shock. Luckily, her mother and grandmother were both amazing. They didn't let her suffer under those old-fashioned customs. Of course, she thought the person she should rely on most was her father. Just his name alone could scare people away. He was truly impressive. The mountain was covered in white snow as far as the eye could see. Everything was silent except for the crunching sound of footsteps on the snow. It felt like a scene from a poem. No birds, no people, only endless stillness. The two Fu brothers were about to head back when they suddenly heard loud grunting sounds in the distance. They immediately recognized it. It was a wild boar. In such cold weather, it must have come out looking for food. The brothers exchanged a quick glance, and without another word, they started running as fast as they could. Carrying their baskets, they ran like the wind, truly risking their lives. The sound of the boar grew closer and closer, and they could almost imagine its huge body, long tusks, and heavy breathing right behind them. They didn't dare slow down or look back, just kept running until their legs felt weak. Only when they reached their house did they finally stop and turn around. Seeing that the boar hadn't followed, they patted their chests in relief. That was way too close.
Mom.
Hurry, open the door.
Quick.
Fu Laosen was so tired that he was out of breath. He pulled his hands back, stomped his feet, and knocked on the door. Old Madame Fu heard his voice, quickly got off the bed, and hurried to open the door. Oh, you're back. Come in and warm up, she said, seeing the two of them covered in sweat and panting heavily. She quickly let them in, glanced outside, and then shut the door tightly. When they got home, the whole family welcomed them warmly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on their baskets, eager to see what they had brought back. Dinner had just been prepared but not yet served. They had been waiting for them. The two brothers set down their baskets in the main room and sat on stools, their legs too weak to stand. Fu Lauer slumped on his stool, gasping for air, while Fu Laosan, still shaken, caught his breath and said tearfully, "Father, Mother, you don't know. We almost didn't make it back." The whole family looked at them in surprise. Old Madame Fu quickly asked, "What happened? Did you run into danger?" Fu Laosen took a big gulp of water from a bowl on the table and continued, "It was so scary. Let me catch my breath first. You've never seen anything like it, a wild boar this big. Even bigger than the one Wang Debao saw behind the village. My brother and I ran all the way back without stopping." He gestured with his hands as he spoke. Everyone was stunned by his words. Fu Lao was too, but he was puzzled. After all, they hadn't actually seen the wild boar. Why was his younger brother bragging like that? He swallowed hard and stayed quiet. Feeling proud, Fu Laosen pointed at the two baskets on the floor, looked around at everyone, and said boastfully, "Father, Mother, we almost risked our lives today. Look at what we brought back." Wang Juhua quickly removed the yam vines covering the top. Everyone forgot about the wild boar story for the moment. After all, the two brothers had returned safely. Inside the baskets were long yams and a large hare. Normally, the yams alone would have been exciting enough, but when everyone saw the hare, their eyes lit up. They completely ignored the yams. Meat was a rare treat. "Oh, we get to eat meat. We get to eat meat." Little Yang's dark face was full of excitement. "Keep your voice down. Don't let the neighbors hear," he quickly whispered to his younger brother, sounding like a little grown-up. Even young children know that meat should be eaten secretly and discreetly, without telling others. Father Fu said, all right, today we have some snacks to go with drinks. Wife, go make a meat dish. I'll bring out the wine. Today we must have a drink." Usually his wife rarely let him drink alcohol. Recently, he had been craving it. Today he was so happy because there was meat to eat, so of course there had to be wine. Old Fu thought happily and showed it on his face. His face was full of wrinkles, which made Grandma Fu laugh. She said, "Okay, today you can have a little drink." Old Third Fu said, "Mom, let's make braised pork. It's been a long time since we had it. I want to eat your cooking." His mother was famous for her braised pork, especially big chunks that tasted really good. Grandma Fu looked at the big piece of meat and stayed silent. Everyone was waiting to see her, all wanting to eat the big chunks of braised pork. The little kids drooled on the ground. "All right, we haven't had meat in a while. Luckily, we have yams. The first and second brothers, take these to the kitchen to prepare. We'll stew the meat with yams and braise it. I'll cook it later. You all get ready first. The remaining meat can be frozen, and I'll handle it," Grandma Fu ordered. Wang Juhua and Li Xiuhong didn't need to be urged. They quickly took things and went to the kitchen because, of course, delicious food should be prepared quickly. The children watched the meat being taken to the kitchen. The little ones ran to the kitchen to stare at the meat, while everyone else waited in the main hall to eat. Old Third Fu went back to his room and saw his wife and daughter staring at him with big eyes. "Wife, daughter, today we get to eat meat, dear meat." When they heard about meat, their eyes lit up. "Really? We're so lucky today." Mao Xiaoyan knew Old Third Fu went to the mountain, but she didn't expect there really would be meat. She thought about it and chuckled. She also wanted to eat meat. The last few meals of milk had been tasteless. When could she grow up and eat meat? "Wait here, I'll go check outside first. Later, second sister-in-law will bring you a big bowl." Okay. Mao Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, already drooling at the thought of braised pork. When Old Third Fu went out, the meat was already on the table. The children also came back, smelling the delicious meat. Grandma Fu also asked Li Xiuhong to bring Mao Xiaoyan a bowl of braised pork. Old Third Fu went to check again. It was fine, and enough for his wife to eat. Everyone at the table was staring at the bowl of braised pork with yam in the center. The yam had soaked up the rich sauce, turning a shiny brown-red color. The aroma of the meat and yam filled the air, just waiting for the elders to give the signal. Old Man Fu picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of meat. As he ate, the juicy flavor filled his mouth, making him feel happy. After finishing, he took a sip of small wine. Seeing his eating style, Grandma Fu also smiled, picked up a piece, and said, "Let's eat." In an instant, everyone was busy eating, with chopsticks flying around. The meat was so tasty that everyone was savoring it. Even the yam tasted sweet and fragrant. Both men and women drank some wine with the meat. The flavor was wonderful. Everyone finished the meal with full stomachs, licking their plates and bowls clean. Their faces and mouths were shiny with oil. Old Third Fu started talking excitedly, sharing their adventure in the mountains. He told stories about meeting others hiding, discovering yam, his second brother falling into a trap, and being chased by wild boars. His stories were exciting and full of ups and downs. Everyone listened eagerly, like storytellers themselves, wanting more. When everyone was in a good mood, Fu De bravely mentioned that he wanted to quit school. Except for his mother, who opposed it, no one else had any objections. Because of the bad harvest, before the youngest 2 grandchildren could start school, the Red Flag Brigade Primary School was disbanded. Even the twins in 2nd grade had to leave and go back home. Now, only Fu Dajung was still in school. He was about to finish middle school in half a year. Finally, freedom. Fu De really wanted to shout out loud. Not only was there meat to eat, but he also wouldn't have to study anymore. But seeing his mother's expression, he decided not to upset her and quietly enjoyed his happiness in bed. Today was truly his lucky day. All right, everyone, wipe your mouths clean so no one notices you've been eating meat, Grandma said. Actually, it didn't matter if they cleaned up or not. It was already dark, and it was time to sleep. Second brother, tomorrow go to town and send 10 pounds of meat to your sister. Ask how she and the kids are doing. Your sister is pregnant again, and I wonder how her appetite is, Grandma thought, knowing everyone had eaten well and she also cared about her daughter. Mother, I'll go. Let my second brother rest well. Fu Laosan heard that his mother wanted to give some meat to his younger sister. He volunteered to go himself, hoping his sister could see if she could get some food or supplies for the children. He remembered there was a can of malted milk in his mother's cabinet, given by his sister. He needed to find a way to get it so the whole family could have some. Mother, the deer hide and fur, that's for me. I want to make a small quilt for my daughter. Fu Laosan remembered. No, girl, what are you talking about? Cover with fur? No way. Old Lady Fu immediately refused. Mother, look at you. This is me and second brother risking our lives to bring it back from the mountain. We almost lost our lives. Just so everyone can have some meat, I want a little fur to make a warm quilt for the newborn. Is that too much to ask? Fu Laosan started his act. Besides, I only have this one daughter. I just want to take good care of her. She's just born. Look at her face. It's turning blue from the cold, he said, pretending to wipe away tears that weren't there. The whole family looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. Old Lady Fu was speechless. Her third son's talent for lying was getting better and better. How shameless could he be? Seeing his attitude, Old Lady Fu guessed he wouldn't give up on the fur today. All right, stop acting. Don't embarrass yourself. Leave it outside in the yard. Take it yourself, she said. As soon as she spoke, Fu Laosan grabbed the fur and ran to the yard. He took the fur back to his room, then carefully cut and prepared it so his wife could sew it into a small quilt. Everyone was surprised by Fu Laosan's willingness to volunteer. Usually, he was lazy, so his sudden enthusiasm was strange. As for the fur, his reasons seemed convincing. It was a dangerous situation, and since he probably wouldn't get it himself, they decided to ignore it. Eating meat was such a wonderful thing. The 2 daughters-in-law quickly tidied up the dishes and table, then took the granddaughters to the kitchen to work. The others, full and satisfied, strolled around the yard. They had eaten so much they couldn't sleep. The meal today could last for months. Old Lady Fu took a rest and then went to the kitchen. She saw her 2 daughters-in-law washing dishes and said, "You should find time to visit your own families. Don't say we don't lend grain. Now, grain is a matter of life. No one lends it anymore. Old Lady Fu has no family of her own. She escaped here with many others during a famine. Her family got separated, and she doesn't know if they're still alive or not. She is the only one left. In the end, she married Old Man Fu and has lived here ever since. For those who come to borrow grain, no matter if they are relatives or not, as long as they ask for grain, she considers it a matter of life and refuses to lend. She sends everyone away." Old Lady Fu paused and then said, 5 gene of roe deer meat. No need to make a fuss when you go back. Take turns going, as someone still needs to stay at home. As for her third daughter-in-law's family, of course, her mother-in-law should send someone to deliver the meat. Old Lady Fu knew her daughters-in-law's feelings of dissatisfaction, but she didn't care. Her own stomach wasn't full, so how could she worry about others? She is quite similar to her mother in this way. Giving out the meat felt like cutting her own flesh, and she felt a pain in her heart. Sometimes, She still needed to give her daughters-in-law some small favors. She couldn't just let the horses run without giving them grass, or else she might be blown away by gossip. After dividing the meat, old lady Fu personally processed the remaining pieces. Luckily, it was winter, so it was easy to handle. She froze most of it, leaving only a small part for the new year. She planned to let her third son secretly exchange some of the meat for grain. She knew he had many friends, so he could probably get grain. Eating a few meals of meat was enough. Grain was the real lifesaver. Having grain in hand, she felt at ease. Her daughters-in-law happily took the meat she gave them. Old Lady Fu was finally generous this time. Recently, her relatives came to borrow grain, but she didn't give any and even turned them away. Now, they couldn't go back to their own families. Second sister-in-law, I plan to go back tomorrow. Since the third sister-in-law just had her confinement, we should take turns helping her. What do you think? Wang Juhua spoke first, as she couldn't just eat the meat without sharing. Li Xiaohong, who was softer in temper, had 2 daughters. After giving birth to a son, she couldn't have more due to difficult childbirth. She always felt she was a bit inferior at home and did the most chores. Okay, big sister-in-law. I'll wait for you to come back, and then I'll go. Don't worry, I will also help with the third sister-in-law's confinement, Li Xiaohong said confidently, believing her words were correct. Why help? You didn't eat meat, so it's your own fault. Wang Juhua seemed to forget that Fu Lao Er also went to the mountains with them. Li Xiaohong didn't speak. She lowered her head, quietly working. She knew Wang Juhua's temper. Saying more would cause trouble. The eldest uncle was still kind to their family. Seeing Li Xiaohong silent, Wang Juhua thought she was right. She twitched her hips and took the meat her mother-in-law gave her back to her room. Fu Lao Si didn't know how things were now. He hadn't come back for years. Sometimes, a letter would arrive to let the family know he was still alive. After Fu Lao San finished eating and went back to his room, Mao Xiaoyan had already finished her meal, and even little Fu Xiaoxia had finished all her needs. Dear wife, look at this roe deer pelt, soft and fluffy. I brought it home for us. Can you make a quilt for our girl? Fu Lao San happily said, waving the pelt in his hand. Mao Xiaoyan reached out to touch it. It felt quite comfortable. Smiling, she said, this smell is a bit strong. You should process it first. The couple happily looked at their daughter. This girl was truly lucky. You don't know. After you left today, Aunt Zhang from next door brought her dirty little grandson here. She didn't have any good ideas and still wanted our girl to marry her grandson. Mao Xiaoyan complained, pouting.
What?
That old woman. If she dares to say that in front of me, I'll teach her a lesson. If I can't handle her, her son and grandson are still around. Humph, Fu Lao San said angrily. No, I have to give her some color. If she dares to think about my girl, she can't get away with it. Exactly. She needs to learn her lesson. Mao Xiaoyan agreed happily. To Fu Xiaoxia, these two were just troublemakers. But she also agreed. Anyone who dared to make a move on her would have to learn a lesson. Seeing his wife and daughter lying on the Kong bed, he took off his shoes and climbed up. Mysteriously, he said, Yenner, my mother still has a jar of malted milk drink. Let's think of a way to get some. Our family needs to boost up. He knew his own mother well. If he asked directly, he probably wouldn't get a single hair. Mao Xiaoyan looked at her round belly. My milk supply is so little. Our girl is crying from hunger. Go ask Mom for some malted milk drink to mix with water. Understanding her mother's talent for telling lies with her eyes open, she felt her mother's hand move on her bottom, and suddenly, she started crying loudly. She thought that if she didn't act quickly, her bottom would be in trouble. If Fu Xiaxia knew about her father's little performance just now, she would definitely say they are a perfect match. Seeing her daughter crying, Old Three ran to his mother's room, shouting, Mom, look at my wife. She doesn't have much milk, and our daughter is crying loudly because she's hungry. Old Lady Fu also heard the crying and asked, Didn't she just eat meat? Why isn't she producing milk yet? She put on her shoes and got off the bed to check. Old Three quickly stopped her, saying, Mom, don't go look.
Just find a way to get some food.
Look at how pitiful our daughter is crying. Fu Xiaxia kept crying and didn't dare to stop. She was quite obedient to her parents, planning to stay quiet until her father entered the room, all for the sake of food. "I'll find some rice and make rice soup," he said, reaching to grab some rice. "Mom, don't you have malted milk powder?" Old 3 blinked and reminded her. Hearing this, she remembered the malted milk powder her daughter had brought from the cabinet. She had kept it there and hadn't eaten much of it. She suddenly realized she had forgotten about it. She quickly took the key from her pocket, opened the cabinet, and took out the malted milk powder. She was about to scoop a spoonful to make a bowl for Fu Xiaoxia. Seeing her mother take out the malted milk powder and place it on the cabinet, she quickly hugged it to her chest and said, "Mom, you don't eat much anyway, and your health is fine. Just give this jar to my little Ten to help him get better. He's been suffering so much." Sigh. Before the old lady could react, she quickly ran out of the house with the malted milk powder, locking the door behind her. The old lady was truly stunned. She hadn't expected her son to do something so bold, and she just stood there in shock. "Little brat, come out. This is my stuff," the old lady shouted fiercely in front of old 3's house. "Mom, just let my little sister give you a jar. This one is for me. When I go to deliver meat to my sister, I'll tell her what you want," he called from the window, then winked and grinned at his wife proudly. He didn't care whether his little sister could get the jar or not. He was only responsible for passing on the message. "Just for a little girl, you dare to snatch food from your mother's mouth. I think you're going against the heavens, blah blah blah." The old lady was really angry. The malt extract was a precious thing, hard to come by. Her daughter had finally managed to get some, and she and her husband hadn't even drunk it a few times. "Old 3rd, you bastard, do you want to get beaten again? Hurry up and give it back to your mother." Old lady Fu kept scolding without stopping for half an hour. She even went to drink some water during that time. Yet, there was no reaction from Old 3rd's room. She was impressed by Old 3rd's thick skin. She knew that once something was in his hands, it couldn't be taken back. She could only feel upset in silence. She was hoping Old 3rd would exchange the meat for some grain. But who else could do such tricky deals? Besides Old 3rd, her other 2 sons were just good-for-nothings. As for Old Man Fu, he sat on the kong, a traditional bed, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. From start to finish, he was once again surprised by Old 3rd's shamelessness. Old 3rd pretended not to hear and poured a bowl of malt extract for each of the couple. By now, Fu Xiaoxia was no longer crying. She had already gotten what she wanted. Seeing her parents happily laughing, she also giggled. They really were an interesting pair of parents. She thought their days ahead would be very exciting. Old 3rd picked up his daughter and kissed her. "My wife and daughter are both very clever, working together so well." After saying that, he burst out laughing. Mao Xiaoyan also thought her daughter was very quick to react. The next day, Old Lady Fu couldn't hold back and scolded and hit Old 3rd repeatedly. Seeing how shameless he was, she got even angrier. "Old 3rd, I know you have connections. You take that meat and exchange it for some coarse grain. The whole family is counting on that grain. You must not mess up." Old Lady Fu endured her temper and kindly advised him. She was worried he might secretly eat the grain himself. "Mother, don't worry. I know what's important. I'll exchange the grain and make sure to bring back enough, not a single bit less." Old 3rd knew this grain was vital for survival. He was a bit reckless, but he wouldn't risk his family's lives. The next afternoon, Old 3rd left with a basket on his back. The snow hadn't melted yet, so walking was a bit difficult. Luckily, Old 3rd was strong and able to handle the fatigue. He first went to his friend Qindaju's place to ask for help in exchanging the meat for coarse grain. He planned to come back later to pick it up. Qindaju has always been active in the black market. Old 3rd Fu's goods from the mountain are mostly handled by him. Since meat is in high demand, they don't even need to sell it on the black market. Their insiders just share it among themselves. Old 3rd Fu doesn't care much about how it's done. He leaves and goes to his brother-in-law's house. The workers have also finished their work for the day. In the town, in a small 3-room house, Fu Qingqing's family of 6 sits around the table, ready to eat. As she looks at the food, she thinks again about her mother. "Old Lady Fu, though a village woman who can't read or write believes she has some insight. She thinks learning some knowledge is always good, as it's never a loss. She notices that factories often require education when hiring workers. Old Fu doesn't talk much, but supports his wife. Although his 3 sons are not very capable, at least his daughter finished middle school, found a desirable job, and married into the town. Her husband's family all work steady jobs, which makes old lady Fu proud in the village. Even though supplies in the city are short, their family has many workers. They rarely lack food or drink, except for meat. A few years ago, her parents-in-law thought the house was too crowded and worried about their grandchildren, so they spent extra money to buy a bigger house. They were afraid Fu Qingqing might have more children in the future and that there wouldn't be enough space. Their living conditions are quite good. Many families of 10 or more live in small houses of about 60 or 70 square meters. Based on their conditions, they didn't look down on Fu Qingqing, even though she was from the countryside and not very tall or striking. But Wang Hongjun, her classmate, liked her very much. When his parents found out, they were happy because Wang's family had many children and Fu Qingqing's twin brother had also had twins. The good genetics made them very pleased and quickly agreed to the marriage. Their family only has 1 child per generation and desperately needs more descendants. They were very happy with Fu Qingqing. After she moved in, she also gave birth to a pair of twins, Wang Zhenqin and Wang Zhenlin. The elderly couple from Wang's family couldn't stop smiling for a long time. Soon after, Fu Qingqing's family was even happier. Fu Qingqing often brings some hard-to-get things from her hometown. They don't complain and sometimes even help her get them so she can take them home. The old couple's thoughts are, she just had twins when she moved in, so she will probably have more children in the future. They think their daughter-in-law is very good. Soon, they replace the small house with a bigger one, preparing for more children. For many years, Fu Qingqing hasn't been pregnant again. Although the old couple is worried, they don't rush her. They believe she will have children eventually. Now, Fu Qingqing is over a month pregnant. Qingqing, eat more. Food is scarce lately. Tomorrow morning, let Hongjun go line up and buy different vegetables. Grandma Wang smiles as she scoops vegetables onto Fu Qingqing's plate. When she found out her daughter-in-law was pregnant, she was overjoyed. She has no complaints about her daughter-in-law. Even if she gives birth to a girl, it's fine. She doesn't dislike her at all. Yes, Qingqing, eat more. If you want to eat something, just tell us. We're not afraid to spend money. Grandpa Wang's round face is also full of smiles. He's worried that the baby in her belly might not get enough nutrition. He glances at his son, Hongjun, who is busy eating, and gives him a stern look. Seeing his father's look, Hongjun realizes and starts adding more food for his 2 nephews. Good boys, you also eat more. Don't bother your mom recently. Mom has a little baby now, so you need to protect her, understand? Grandma Wang quickly teaches her 2 grandsons, worried they might accidentally disturb Fu Qingqing. She says they should be careful for the first 3 months. Mom, you don't need to be so careful. I've had 2 children already. My appetite is good now, no problem. Fu Qingqing looks happy, but it seems everyone is too nervous. Sweetheart, don't worry about that. Just eat well and take care of yourself. We'll handle the rest. If you want to eat something, just tell me. Maybe we can hire someone to take your place at work. You can stay at home until after the baby is born, Hongjun says, then hears his parents' voices. Exactly. Hongjun is right. Should we hire a substitute? The old couple agree with the idea. The twin boys, Wang Zhengshu and Wang Zhenglin, don't understand but nod along, looking at their mother. Fu Qingqing looks at the people stopping their meals around the table and feels they are overreacting. Dad, Mom, Hongjun, you don't need to worry so much. Everyone goes through pregnancy like this. This isn't the first child, so let's wait until it's almost time to give birth before discussing it further. Fu Qingqing firmly decided, refusing their suggestion. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold, Fu Qingqing reminded them, noticing they hadn't started eating yet. Seeing everyone pick up their bowls and begin eating, Fu Qingqing said to Hongjun, in a few days, you should visit my parents' house to see how things are and if anything is needed. Wang Hongjun nodded and replied, Okay, in a few days, when the factory has a break, I'll go and take a look. But no one expected that before Hongjun's break, someone would come to their house. Old Third Fu entered the door and directly took out a large piece of meat from the basket, placing it on the living room table. The Wang family was stunned by this generous gesture. They looked at the 10 or so jin of meat on the table, and their hearts were filled with joy. They thought, this in-law knows how to do things. This meat is really rare. Oh. There's meat to eat now. Uncle, you're amazing. The twin brothers, Wang Zhengshu and Wang Zhenlin, cheered happily when they saw the meat. Grandma, how much meat should we eat later? Is that okay? Yes. I'll go cook it right away. Look at me, I was just sitting here. Third brother, wait a moment. I'll pour you a glass of water, and we can eat together later, said Grandma Wang as she took the meat into the kitchen. Old Wang sat nearby, happily entertaining his two grandsons. Where did so much meat come from, third brother? Wang Hongjun asked, noticing everyone was eager to eat. This is hard-earned meat and your second brother brought back from the mountain. Since meat supplies in the city are low, I hurried to bring it here, Fu Old Third said, sitting on a stool and rubbing his hands. Wang Hongjun gave him a big thumbs up. Although he thought his third brother was a bit lazy, he still had some skills. Then, the two of them started chatting enthusiastically, drinking sweet red sugar water and smelling the delicious aroma of meat coming from the kitchen. Their mouths kept watering. Everyone in the Wang family ate a hearty meal of meat. When they left, Grandma Fu learned that Old Third's family had a baby girl. She brought a bottle of malted milk and some suitable fabrics for children, along with some rare items from the city for her in-laws. She happily sent Old Third on his way. Life passed by slowly and peacefully. The people at the foot of the mountain relied on the nearby mountains and government aid to survive. Although it was not much, it helped these people get by despite many hardships. Old Fu's family was doing fairly well. Everyone was still thin and dark, but they looked healthy and spirited. Old Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu were still strong and full of energy. Especially Mrs. Fu. With her bright face and white hair, she could scold her disobedient children and in-laws for hours without getting tired or out of breath. Fu Dajiang didn't pass his high school exams and repeated a year, but still didn't succeed. He had no job prospects, so he got married and had a son. Fu Dahua followed his uncle's old path and happily joined the army. Captain Fu became a former officer and grew more reserved. Wang Jihua became more determined and competitive. Li Xiaohong was still focused on her son and almost sold her eldest daughter. Even the usually quiet second son was surprised. Fu Qingqing had another son, and the whole family was overjoyed. Their status in the family was unshakable. In the third household, except for the twins who were a bit more diligent, Fu San and his wife, along with their little daughter, were still lazy and carefree. Fu Xiaxia also fulfilled her lifelong wish of being a free spirit.
Fuxia, A.
Fu Jianfeng, the fourth son and soldier, hadn't returned home for years. If it weren't for the allowances and occasional letters, everyone would think he was no longer alive, just breathing somewhere in the world. Spring came after winter, and several years passed quickly. By 1966, time had flown. Spring brought blooming flowers and new life. Summer was hot and sweaty, busy and exhausting. And now it was autumn, cool and clear, with a good harvest. The fierce autumn sun shone on the golden wheat fields. Hard-working villagers worked diligently in the fields, their faces full of wrinkles and smiles, as if the tough days were behind them. This autumn was destined to be a bumper harvest. It seemed as if the heavens thought the people had suffered enough in recent years and wanted to give them some reward. The villagers' spirits had risen several levels compared to before. Even the once battered mountains had fully recovered. The dangerous-looking mountain forest has become greener and more lively. It is full of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wild fruits, attracting children to explore constantly. During the difficult years, the relationship among the three families of the Fu family was still somewhat maintained. At least, old Fu Third could still help a little. But after those hardest years passed, because the couple was lazy and careless, the relationships between the families grew worse and worse. The main and second branches were willing to support their parents, which was natural. No one said they had to support their younger brother's family. Especially after Fu Jiangwo stepped down from the village head position, his eldest son was married with children, and his second son had joined the army and earned income. Wang Juhua really wanted to split the family. It's unclear if old Fu second wanted to split, but Li Xiuhong definitely did. She only had one son, and after splitting, she and her husband could provide well for their son. She didn't dare to voice her opinion openly, only thinking privately. She was quite afraid of her mother-in-law, but if someone suggested splitting, she would happily agree. In short, now only a spark was needed. The idea of splitting the family was inevitable. Now, Fu Xiaxi has lived in this world for nearly 6 years. She is no longer the small baby who only knew how to nurse and needed to be carried when walking. Today, she has fair skin, eyebrows like willow leaves, long and curled eyelashes, a delicate nose, bright and lively eyes that seem to speak, a gentle smile, and 2 dimples that appear on her cheeks. She is a cute little girl. Old Fu Third and Mao Xiaoyan are very happy and like her more and more. They wonder how they could have such a lovely daughter. The couple outside often boast about her proudly, not caring if others believe them. Li Xiuhong even foolishly went to Mao Xiaoyan and said that the little girl could be raised casually, as long as she wasn't starving. There's no need to value her more than her own son. She also didn't understand what her third brother was thinking. Just because she looks good, it doesn't mean she's better. When she grows up, she'll still be someone else's daughter. Since then, Mao Xiaoyan and her husband have kept their distance from Li Xiuhong. A few years ago, she was capable of selling her daughter, which suggests her sister-in-law might have been a bit crazy. Now it seems she hasn't recovered, so it's better to stay away. After all, communicating with someone who is mentally challenged is impossible. Of course, Fu Xiaxia is still satisfied with her appearance, but life here is hard to describe. She used to think money could buy everything she wanted, but now she knows it can't because her family has no money. No money. No money. Here, transportation mostly depends on walking, safety relies on dogs, communication depends on shouting, digging is done by hand, farming by oxen, entertainment is almost non-existent, lighting depends on oil, eating depends on the party, and making money depends on imagination. Honestly, living such a poor life makes her feel like her previous life of plenty was just a dream. She wishes a big lucky break would fall from the sky and hit her. She would definitely go and pick it up. Thinking about the big plain bread that people dislike because it makes them gain weight, the leftover plain rice that gets thrown away, the braised pork that people avoid because it's greasy, she starts salivating. Then she feels guilty and beats her chest, regretting her past waste of food. She vows never to waste food again. Everyone at home also says that Fu Xiaoshi is already so big, but all she does is eat, sleep, or stare into space. She often drools, and after drooling, she either hits her head or covers her face, doing strange things. Her aunt even thinks she might have a problem with her mind. Maybe she's a bit slow. When Fu Laosen heard this, he immediately retorted, telling her not to worry about others and to care more about his daughter. He said she shouldn't just focus on her son. Her daughter is starving. The 13-year-old girl looks like she's only 10, dark and thin. She doesn't look like a girl at all, more like a tomboy. After a few times, her aunt stopped saying it openly. She mainly couldn't argue with Fu Laosan, so she just muttered quietly, calling her a fool and saying she shouldn't be talking about her. Fu Xiaxia heard this, but didn't bother to pay attention. Whatever happens, happens. Whether she's slow or not isn't up to her. She just swats at flies and ignores it. Her father said that soon they will split the family. Don't think that the second house and the big house are planning to split up, and Fu Xiaoxia also secretly wants to. They've long been tired of living with these people, always nagging and complaining, and they dislike how the third house doesn't work. He is confused. Isn't it just that they work a little less? It's not that they don't work at all. Besides, haven't the twins been working all along? He also thinks they're stupid, and just wants the family to split so everything can be settled. But he didn't expect that Fu Xiaoxia, who is already 6 years old, still lives with a whole family, and they haven't split up yet. It's because the old couple always uses the excuse that the youngest, the fourth child, isn't married yet, so they are reluctant to divide the family. After dinner, Fu Xiaoxia sits on the bed, resting. She plans to drink some water and then sit on the bench in the yard to start her daily study, which is basically daydreaming. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound rings in her mind. "Host, your little seven is online," a cute voice echoes in her mind. Wow, Fu Xiaoxia is startled and sprays water out. "Little seven, are you the pie falling from the sky for me?" She unconsciously asks what she's thinking. Huh. The voice asks, what did the host just say? Fu Xiaoxia realizes she has spoken her thoughts aloud. She quickly adjusts her mood, tears in her eyes, exaggeratedly saying, "Little seven, I've missed you so much." She sincerely hopes little seven can become more useful. She wants that strong, golden finger to come quickly.
She secretly fantasizes about it.
She has no ability to earn money right now. Her savings are only 2 cents. In the whole village, she's considered a rich kid because most children have no money at all. "Host, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it to take so long. I just felt like I was sleeping." The cute voice apologizes, unaware of what the host is thinking. 6 years from half a year, that's a really long sleep. Fu Xiaoxia thinks little seven has a problem with its sense of time. 6 years of laziness and sleep. She definitely won't tolerate it. "Host, don't worry. It won't happen again. We won't be separated anymore, and this kind of thing won't happen again," little seven says, having learned some things but still not ready for the host to know everything. It was quite surprising. "I thought that once the host's time in this world ended, it would leave here. I never expected that the two of them would be completely tied together, unless it was totally destroyed or the host's soul was shattered." Fu Xiaoxia didn't think much about the words, "We will never be apart in the future." To her, it simply meant being together for a lifetime. It seemed normal and fine. "Host, why do you look like this?" Little seven didn't notice the host's appearance earlier, but now it saw that the host looked much thinner. She wasn't as chubby as when she was born. It felt a little guilty for the host, as if it hadn't taken good care of the child it raised. Fu Xiaoxia initially believed little seven's words, but her current body shape was quite normal for the countryside. Actually, their life in the village was pretty good. Their family had 2 soldiers who sent money home. Her father was quite capable and sometimes brought eggs and rare flour home. They mostly ate mixed grains, so it was strange if they were thin. Dolly Pill improved her health. She had never been sick and was very healthy. But her parents didn't like her doing chores. They worried about her getting dark and rough skin. After all, someone had to do the work at home. No matter what her parents thought, Fu Xiaoxia only occasionally went out to pick wild vegetables. She didn't do much else, which was true. Because of the hard life and little seven's reminders, Fu Xiaoxia wanted to earn money at first. But her small body was weak, and now, during this special time, there was no way to make money. So she could only stay safe and be a little grain bug for now. Little seven was finally online. Fu Xiaoxia felt happy, but still looked sad. She pouted and cried out, "Little seven, do you know what kind of days I've been having? I eat poorly, sleep badly, and life is so hard. Look at my clothes, they have patches." She pulled at a patch on her clothes. She used to not care much about clothes, but torn clothes were definitely trash to be thrown away. Her clothes were considered quite new here. Many people wore clothes with patches, so much that you couldn't tell the original color anymore. "Little seven, I am so miserable. My soul is hurt badly. I need comfort. This is Pu Waitsu Baba Xia Xia." Is its host really that silly? It thought the host truly cared for it and was a little touched, but it turns out the host just wanted to make up for something. It just woke up and now has to deal with this. As a system, it finds it hard too. Its chosen host, even with tears, still has to be served. "Host, our storage space is now available for use." After thinking for a moment, it realized that only the storage space and the lucky spin wheel are working normally. It feels like something is missing, but nothing seems to have changed. Oh, right, there's also an item inside the space, and it might be useful. After some thought, it decided to give the item to the host first. When it heard Xiao Qi mention the storage space, she was about to ask if there was anything more practical, but then she felt like she had gained something in her hand. Pu Xiaxia looked down and saw a small shovel. Stainless steel? What is this? Is this your way of making up for something? Such a tiny stainless steel shovel. It was very small. Her little hand fit perfectly, making it especially suitable for her. This is a treasure hunting shovel made of composite metal. Your world doesn't have these metals. It's used in the interstellar era to find and dig small deposits of gold, silver, and jade. It's very powerful. Whoever uses it will know. It was something the doctor had put in during an experiment. After the experiment, it was never taken out. Why does Xiao Qi sound like she's advertising? And who uses it will know, Pu Xiaxia muttered with a scoff. Gold, silver, jade. Her greedy eyes lit up instantly. In the past, she looked down on money, but after these years of hardship, she realized she still loved money. She didn't mind at all, and really wanted to shout out loud, "Bring on the wealth." Moreover, with wealth, she could spin the lucky wheel. Thinking about whitening pills, intelligence pills, martial arts secret manuals, and so on, her mouth was watering. These are her motivation to keep fighting. Pu Xiaxia excitedly stared at the small shovel in her hand, repeatedly looking at it. There was only one button. Without hesitation, she pressed it. Please enter the sound wave. What? The sudden mechanical voice startled Pu Xiaxia so much she almost threw the shovel away. She quickly looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Phew, luckily no one heard. Sound wave recording in progress. Please wait. Recording complete. Please input commands. What's going on? Little 7, Fu Xiaxia and Xiao Qi communicate silently in their minds. This shovel is also a kind of smart device, Xiao Qi reminds her. Smart? Hearing this, she immediately thinks of something. Look around the room to see if there's anything to eat, she suggests. She's just testing. Xiao Qi said this shovel can find treasures like gold and jade, so she wants to see if it has other functions. Scanning and searching, please wait. Scan complete. Half a meter to the front left, there are noodles. There is a candy on the owner. Oh, that's pretty good. Let's scan to see if there's anything else valuable. Fu Xiaxia is excited. She didn't expect it to work, so she wants to try more. The noodles were hard to get by Fu Lao-san, only about 2 pounds of thin noodles. A few days ago, their family secretly added a meal inside the house, eating a big bowl of noodles with 2 fried eggs. The whole family ate that much, but Fu Xiaxia was full, and the others just tasted a little. The bowls were quickly emptied. The taste made Fu Xiaxia want to cry from nostalgia. It was so delicious. The others also ate with tears in their eyes, enjoying every bite. If someone saw them, they might think they were eating something poisonous. The candy in her pocket was also made by her father. There were only 5 pieces. She secretly gave 1 to each twin brother, ate 1 herself, and kept 2 in her pocket. Thinking of candy, she casually put another piece into her mouth. 1 meter ahead, there is a silver coin. Silver coin? She didn't know her family still had a silver coin. Oh, she remembers now. Actually, the box contained a silver bracelet her father accidentally found in the mountains long ago. Later, he secretly gave it to her mother, and it was stored in the dowry box. She saw her mother take it out and look at it. It seems this small shovel still has limits. At least, the money and notes her parents hid weren't discovered. As for other things, she needs to test more to understand. Inside the bed, there are 112.5 yuan in coins, secretly saved by her 2 old parents from the other 2 families. Her mother counts the money several times a day, smiling happily each time, very pleased. Originally, there was more to it. Their whole family loved to eat, and they were often caught sneaking food by their older brother, Fu-san. At first, the couple and their 2 sons would hide in the room, sneaking bites like mice. Later, when their daughter could eat too, they brought her family of 5 along, hiding and quietly eating together. Little 7, this sound is a bit loud. What if we get caught? Fu Xiaxiang was worried. The shovel was good, but it made a very noticeable noise. which was inconvenient. That's easy. I can try to connect with it and transfer its voice system, Little Seven suggested confidently. Connecting. Please wait. Soon, Little Seven's hesitant voice sounding less like a baby and more like a 5-year-old child. Host, I have bad news. Do you want to hear it? What's wrong with your voice? Fu Xiaoxiang thought she should check on Little Seven first. Cough cough, that's the news I need to tell you. When I first hacked into the small shovel system, I accidentally absorbed it. After that, it seems to have grown a bit, and now its voice sounds like this. Little Seven explained, it's not my fault. Who knew this smart system was so low-end that it couldn't handle my intrusion and just crashed? What should we do? Fu Xiaoxiang was excited about the tool she just got, but now it was useless. Is this happiness followed by sadness? However, I absorbed the small shovel's intelligence and activated a new feature, which is much more powerful than the shovel's original functions, Little Seven said uncertainly. She wondered if absorbing smart devices would give her more and more abilities. So, can we just breathe normally and say everything in one go? Little Seven isn't a living being, so how can she swallow and activate? What's this setting? Fu Xiaoxiang was full of questions. Has her intelligence dropped after shrinking? Now I can scan within a 500-meter radius, and I can see the distribution of objects clearly, including a map. Little Seven finished speaking. A clear map appeared in Fu Xiaoxiang's view, displayed on a flat, tablet-sized light screen, with a stationary red. This map can be zoomed in and out freely. The red is you, and everyone else is shown as green dots. Can you enlarge the map of this room so I can see it? Fu Xiaoxia saw this picture and understood. It was similar to her previous phone navigation, so she quickly stopped worrying about whether her intelligence was enough. If her IQ wasn't enough, Little Seven would help. Fu Xiaoxia looked at the enlarged map, which was marked with simple drawings and words. It was very clear and easy to understand. The location of the silver bracelet and flower was labeled with the words, metal silver and flower. Her candies in her pocket weren't shown, but there was a note below. This person has a candy. It was simple and straightforward, but she liked it, haha. Little Seven, this is amazing, Fu Xiaoxia said happily. Little Seven really was her lucky charm. Then she wondered, does that mean my little shovel can't be used anymore? Such a cute and delicate little shovel, it was a pity if it couldn't be used after just being taken out. It's still useful. This is a future interstellar mining tool that can be used for real operations, Little Seven explained. Real operations. Excited, Fu Xiaoxia waved her little shovel a few times, curious about what it could do. She wondered, it's so small. What can it do? Digging wild vegetables. Host, this is a digging tool. Wait. Put it on the open ground. It can transform, Little Seven said. Fu Xiaoxia was curious, so she placed the little shovel on the floor of her room. Suddenly, she saw the small shovel lying on the ground transform into a large shovel, then into a small, excavator-like machine about her height. It was amazing, like a magic change. It was a bit like Sun Wukong's golden staff, but Journey to the West was just a myth. Future technology was incredible. Metals could change shape, which was quite fantastical. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would think she was dreaming. It was unbelievable. This is mainly used by some mercenaries in the interstellar to find and mine small mineral veins. It can dig independently, even through very hard rock layers. I can control it freely now, Little Seven said. Fu Xiaoxia reached out her little paw to touch the excavator, which gleamed with a metallic shine. Touching the cold metal shell, she wondered if she also had some special ability. She used to think her special powers weren't very useful, but now she thought, yes, they are useful. Very useful. Super useful. Feeling like she had won a big prize, Fu Xiaoxia asked Little Seven to restore the little shovel and try to put it back into her space. This was another small advantage she had. It happened suddenly, yes. She now has a small shovel, space, and Little Seven. Is she also destined to reach the peak of her life? Thinking about it, she decided it was better not to get involved. Unlike strong women who develop careers after crossing over, she prefers to stay at home, occasionally go out to find some meat, dig for treasures, quietly save money, and enjoy good food and drinks, living a happy little life. As for her career, she'll think about it later. After all, she's still a child. This excuse really works. Host, I think I can activate my abilities by swallowing other system intelligences. Little Seven believes it should tell the host. Since waking up, it has had a clear idea. It is unique in all of history. Fu Xiaoxiao was happily sneaking around when she suddenly heard Little Seven's boyish voice, which startled her. Don't you see what era we're in? There's no system intelligence for you to swallow. Stop dreaming and go to bed, she said. In this era, only satellites exist, though she's not sure if satellites count. But even if they do, Fu Xiaoxiao wouldn't let Little Seven go near them. She's alone facing the country, maybe even several countries. Isn't it better just to live a good life? Eating well and drinking happily every day sounds wonderful. Fu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, worried that Little Seven might get carried away, so she reminded him, don't touch the satellites in the sky. They're not intelligent and they won't help you. Swallowing it won't help me. Little Seven also knew there was only that one satellite in the sky. It had no intention of doing anything. It wasn't intelligent, so it didn't care. In Kyoto, at the ancestral home of the Xie family. Xinghai, can't we just live peacefully? Why do we have to get involved? A deep, authoritative voice echoed in the living room. It was an old man who looked strong but was actually somewhat weakened, having retired early from the military to enjoy his retirement. He was Xie Banshan, a distant relative of the Xie family's main branch. He was somewhat familiar with many family affairs, having held a high position before, so he didn't want to interfere. Dad, this is my chance. Now that you've retired, you're not much help to me. I have to rely on myself, said Xie Xinghai, his son. His father retired early, and he had no choice. He had already chosen his team, and now was a critical moment. Xie Banshan really wished he could wake him up. He served in the army when he was young, and was not strict enough with his son. His wife had taught him a bit wrongly, and by the time he wanted to correct him, it was too late. Due to personality and beliefs, the father and son often argued. But now, was it the right time for him to get involved? One careless mistake could cost the whole family their lives. How could he be so reckless? Xie Banshan was very disappointed. He had told his son many times, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on doing things his own way. Forget it, he was old and couldn't control him anymore. Fine, I won't interfere. I'll take my grandson and leave here. When your situation is over, let us know. The water in the capital city was already chaotic. He also received news that internal disagreements had arisen in the country. It was better to leave the center of the chaos for now. He decided to take his grandson away from trouble and also visit his wife's hometown. Xie Xinghai thought for a moment. He initially wanted to rely on his father's connections, but since his father was unwilling, he decided not to push. All right, you and little Tian should relax and have some fun. I'll pick you up when it's safe. Letting his father take his younger son away was also good. He had no worries left. Our family will stay together. You all don't need to worry. If you want to leave, do it quickly, Xie Xinghai said and turned to leave. Xie Banshan sat silently in the living room, staring at his son's back for a long time. Then he stood up, went upstairs to pack his luggage. A boy about 10 years old, sweaty and tired, entered the living room. He had fair skin, red lips, white teeth, and a pair of clear, cute fox-like eyes. His high-nose bridge and elegant features showed nobility and grace. He was a very handsome young boy. His name was Xie Zayton, the little grandson Xie Banshan often mentioned. The elegant boy noticed the house was quiet. His parents seemed to be absent. Grandpa, are you home? He shouted loudly upstairs. When he spoke, his noble and elegant image was suddenly broken. His appearance and behavior were completely mismatched. Xie Banshan was still packing when he heard his grandson's voice. He stopped what he was doing, came out of the room, and stood on the stairs looking down. The boy was sweating from playing and was drinking water eagerly. Finished drinking. Let's wash our faces. We are about to leave Kyoto. Old Mr. Xie had packed his luggage almost ready, so he casually went downstairs and sat in the living room. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Xiezetian was confused. He had always lived in Kyoto. He had just moved to this new place not long ago, and now they were leaving again. His spoiled nature was showing. I don't want to go. Constant moving makes me tired. If you all aren't bothered, I am. After saying this, he slumped onto the sofa and didn't move. He didn't want to leave the familiar environment. He had just gotten used to the new place, and now they wanted to leave? Xie Banshan understood his little grandson's temper and changed his approach to something he could accept. We will go to your grandma's hometown for a while. We will come back later. Hearing that they were just going to visit, Xiezetian became happy again. Are we all going? Just us two. Your dad and mom are busy and can't come. After hearing the answer, Xiezetian happily packed his luggage. At this age, he loved playing and didn't want his parents to control him. Since his parents weren't going, he was even happier. When Xie Xinghai and his wife returned, the two grandfathers had already boarded the train heading north. Maybe there are things with spiritual energy too. Shao Qi finally revealed a little, but unfortunately, Fu Xiaxia didn't believe it. Spiritual energy? Time travel? Could it be that you can cultivate immortality? Don't joke with me, Fu Xiaxia thought Shao Qi was joking. After all, she didn't even have a smart device, so how could she have spiritual energy? She didn't want to be teased. She was still a child. Right now, she didn't want to believe it. When even eating was a problem, who cared about spiritual energy? It had nothing to do with her. Fu Xiaxia's mind was full of meat. With Shao Qi's ability, she seemed to see countless pieces of meat waving at her. For those who used to eat meat every day, going 2 or 3 months without a bite was extremely painful and uncomfortable. The meat in this era was priceless and unavailable in the market. Priceless meant you needed money and tickets. Money was expensive, but the main problem was that farmers had no way to get meat tickets. Usually, only urban households received some tickets. Unmarketable because the government regulated the breeding of pigs, chickens, and other livestock. They couldn't breed less or more than the quota. This led to a serious shortage of meat. Even with money and tickets, it was hard to buy. Every year, farmers get to eat meat when they slaughter pigs before the new year. But in recent years, because of food shortages, the team hasn't raised pigs. So, the only meat she has ever eaten is from her father occasionally going to the mountains to find some. It's just a few bites, not enough to satisfy her. Now, she is very eager for meat. When she learns that Shao Qi can find some, she wishes she could fly like a bird and rush to the mountains. Shao Qi, let's go find the brothers. Meat, I'm coming. Fu Xiaxi can't go into the mountains alone, worried that her family might worry. The best way is to have her brothers take her. Quickly, she slips off the bed, puts on her shoes, and carries her small basket. With her short legs, she happily heads to the foot of the mountain to find her brothers. When they left, they said they were going to gather pig feed. Although life has improved a bit in recent years, there is still no elementary school in the team. The children help their families with chores they can do. The older kids go to the fields to earn work points, while the younger ones dig wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. They play around the forest on the mountain's edge, sometimes finding signs of small animals, catching sparrows, collecting bird eggs, or catching small fish and shrimp in the river. Some friends secretly roast the catch and sometimes share it with their families. Both adults and children have gotten used to stockpiling food like little hamsters, afraid of starving again and swelling up like before. They are scared of that experience. But in reality, the food they gather is just enough to fill their stomachs. They can't afford to store more. In September, the hot weather still scorched the earth. The vast rice fields are full of ripe grains, full of joy. The heavy crops bend the branches like humble winners, giving people hope. On the ridges, farmers are already working hard. Sometimes, a breeze brushes their cheeks, and their sun-darkened faces show smiles. They've sweat a lot, but their hearts feel sweet. Fu Xiaxi, wearing her small straw hat and carrying her basket, walks slowly along the country road. She enjoys the sight of the golden wheat swaying in the wind and feels a deep happiness from her heart. This is her respect and reverence for the food. Hey, neighbor, is that the girl from that family? Coming from the city to visit. A slightly tall and thin young educated youth happened to look up and saw Fu Xiaxia walking on the road. Although the girl wore patched clothes, her fair skin, delicate face, and relaxed demeanor were impossible to hide. This year, the Red Flag Commune welcomed a group of knowledgeable young people. According to instructions, they came to live among the people and support rural development. Nearby, a villager with the surname Chen was busy with his work. When he heard the noise, he looked up and smiled, saying, "What city folks? That's Fu Laosan's daughter from our village. She's quite pretty. She mostly stays at home and rarely goes out. It's normal if you haven't seen her." That sneaky Fu Laosan, the young educated youth looked surprised, still holding on to a small hope that it wasn't the Fu Laosan he thought. But the villager coldly shattered his hope. "Yes, that's him. He often brags about how beautiful his daughter is, but it's this girl. She doesn't like to go out. So many in the village haven't seen her." People just laugh and say he's bragging without basis. He had only seen her once when borrowing something at Aunt Fu's house. It's rare to see a child in the village who doesn't like to go out, haha. The youth didn't know what to say. The girl had such good manners, yet she was the child of Fu Laosan's lazy couple. Truly, life is unpredictable. That's right. In the countryside, kids are always running around outside, getting dark from the sun. Most are rough and muddy. "It's rare to see someone so fair and clean," he said, then continued working. This year was a good harvest, and he wanted to earn more work points, so he could enjoy some meat during the new year. Old Granny Zhang was also working in the field. Over the years, life had worn her down. Her hair was mostly gray, and her face was full of deep wrinkles, making her look increasingly sharp and bitter. She always looked gloomy, which made people dislike seeing her. From afar, she saw Fu Xiaxia passing by. As a neighbor living nearby, she knew her well. She immediately called out sarcastically to Granny Fu, who was working nearby. "Hey, Deng Meihua, your precious little granddaughter finally went out. What's the matter?" "She hides at home all day, afraid of being seen." Hearing the noisy voice from the neighbor's house, Granny Fu looked up and glanced over. Grandma Fu looked much younger than Grandma Zhang. Her hair was mostly gray, but tied up in a bun, and although her face had clear wrinkles, she looked healthy and happy, probably because her life was smooth. Yes, she was indeed a lazy girl just like her parents. Maybe they influenced her because she always looked relaxed. She also admired her little granddaughter. Almost 6 years old, she would sit on a small stool in the yard, rest her chin on her hand, stare off into space, and drool a little, her actions smooth and natural. The most important thing was that she didn't do any chores. Many children in the village helped with work, but this third child wanted to raise her daughter to be a little princess. She didn't consider their family's conditions. Maybe the girl was delicate, or maybe she was destined to be a servant. You couldn't say much about it. If you did, the couple would get upset and say, "If my girl gets tired or sunburned, what then? Let her do what she likes. We're not short of workers. Besides, these twins are already grown up. If the son doesn't work, what's he for? To be a decoration?" Although she didn't fully understand what they meant about sons and work, it didn't affect her judgment. It was clear that the third child was very fond of his daughter, and the son was secondary. Actually, she heard this from others when the third child went out for a walk. It sounded very learned, so he used it to show off. Most villagers knew that the third child had a daughter, but she rarely went out. Rumor had it she was very pretty, and only a few people in the village knew her well. Over the years, the third child kept talking about his daughter's looks, sometimes long, sometimes short. The family got tired of hearing it. Still, Fu Xiaoxia was like her parents, lazy and not causing trouble, so she was okay. On the other hand, the old woman next door was really hard to deal with. She was quite annoying. A few years ago, when her granddaughter was born, she shamelessly said she wanted to be related to her, but Grandma Fu rejected her. She told her to dream on. Later, one of her sons was secretly caught in a trap by the third child. "None of your business. That's my granddaughter. She can do whatever she wants. It has nothing to do with you. We don't eat your rice, so mind your own business," Grandma Fu said dismissively, her face showing her dislike for Grandma Zhang. The other workers nearby heard their conversation and straightened up to look. As they looked, they thought, this granddaughter of Grandma Da is really something. Although she was far away and not very clear, her bright, white skin under the sun was unmistakable. Also, her silhouette walking on the road gave off a noble, relaxed feeling. Overall, even her back left a deep impression. Everyone remembered this pretty and graceful young girl. Your granddaughter, who hardly leaves the house, still dares to be talked about. Besides, my mouth is on my face, so I can say what I want. Humph. Grandma Zhang said this in a provoking way, rolling her eyes. If you have time, you should let your daughter-in-law have more grandchildren. Haha. Grandma Fu teased Grandma Zhang mercilessly, knowing she liked to find trouble. In recent years, Grandma Zhang secretly prayed to gods, hoping for more grandchildren. But things never went as she wished. Maybe she had done too many bad things in her past life. So far, she only had one grandson, Zhang Laifu. She spent her days at home trying to bother her two daughters-in-law and granddaughters, arguing and making noise. She was always looking for trouble and never peaceful. Yes, Sister Zhang, if you have time, you should treat your wife and granddaughters better. Let your wife get healthy, so she can have more grandchildren. Others nearby also couldn't stand Grandma Zhang's behavior. This wasn't like a few years ago when there was no food. Her daughters-in-law and granddaughter back then were all thin and weak, constantly being ordered around. Some granddaughters had even been sold out. Life in their husband's family was said to be miserable. Both daughters-in-law were almost worn out, and they still hoped to have grandchildren. It was just a dream. None of your business. They are our family. We can do whatever we want. If you want to interfere, you can take them home and raise them, Grandma Zhang shouted at those trying to advise her. People who knew her well sighed, but didn't have the power to stop her. No family had extra food. If they did, they would rather eat it themselves.
Bah.
Deng Manhwa, what are you so proud of? You only had a few more grandchildren than me. What's so great about that? Are you crazy? Spending so much money sending your grandchildren to school. What's the point if they just read books? Your eldest daughter-in-law once boasted that she wanted to marry a city girl to bring them happiness. Now look at her. She's back working in the fields to make a living. When old lady Zhang heard from Grandma Fu about her grandson, it hit a sore spot. She immediately refused to back down, spat at Grandma Fu, and started shouting a lot. Grandma Fu was furious when she heard old lady Zhang's words. Although her eldest grandson didn't get into high school, he was still the most educated person in their family besides her daughter. Grandma Fu was proud of this. She thought her grandson would find a good job quickly, but without connections, he had to stay at home and wait. In the end, he just got married and had children. If not having a grandson was old lady Zhang's pain, then her pain was even greater because her grandson had studied for many years but still couldn't find a job. Sometimes, the person who knows you best isn't your friend but your enemy. Suddenly, Grandma Fu ran over quickly, took off one of her shoes, and aimed to hit old lady Zhang in the face. Old lady Zhang didn't back down either. In an instant, the two women in their 50s were fighting. They grabbed each other's faces, pulled hair, tore clothes, and cursed while fighting. Stop talking. Just wait, I'll tear your mouth apart. You old hag, you're as stubborn as a stone in a cesspit, stinky and hard, Grandma Fu said, then reached out to pull old lady Zhang's mouth. You crazy woman.
How dare you hit me?
Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing this, the villagers quickly went to find the team leader. Others hurriedly tried to separate the two women. Team leader Wang Yuzhen was soon called over. He saw more and more people gathering and shouted loudly, "Why are you all standing around? Get back to work. Don't you want your work points?" As soon as Wang Yuzhen finished speaking, everyone quickly returned to their posts. It showed how important work points were in that time. Wang Yuzhen turned around and asked why they still hadn't stopped fighting. But each woman gave her own story, and it looked like they might start fighting again. Enough, enough. We're all from the same village and old enough. Just argue a little and stop. Don't hit each other. It's not good for the village. If a leader comes to inspect, do you think we can still hope to be ahead? Wang Yuzhen loudly said that the weather was very hot, and he was so annoyed that his head felt heavy. He didn't care who was at fault. Both people lost their work points for affecting the team's production today, and they still had to finish their tasks without laziness. At first, neither of them agreed with this punishment, but Wang Yuzhen said that if they didn't agree, they would be given the heaviest work. Suddenly, they shut up. They were older now, and doing heavy work meant they would live fewer years. Bah, still complaining. They really think their family is so special, old Lady Zhang muttered softly, touching her sore scalp and the red marks on her body. She didn't dare to speak loudly. Old Lady Fu also spat in the direction of old Lady Zhang and then went back to her work. She thought to herself, I'll show her better in the future. Fu Xiaxiashua had no idea that she was just passing by but caused a big fight. If she knew, she would definitely say, good people are always envied wherever they go. Haha. With little effort, guided by Xiao Qi, she found her twin brothers. Many other children were nearby, each digging for wild vegetables or gathering pig grass. By the way, their production team now raised several pigs. The children could exchange pig grass for some work points. Big brother. Second brother. The clear voice of a child echoed at the foot of the mountain. When the two tall, strong boys, who looked somewhat alike, heard their sister's voice, they looked up and saw their adorable sister. The once quite cute twin brothers had become a bit handsome now. Their beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed a little charming. Many young girls in the village liked the twins, although their skin was a little darker. The brothers also showed some differences. The older one looked more steady and gentle, giving a warm impression. The younger was still lively but had a mischievous look in his eyes, similar to Fu Laosan. These two, one active and one calm, were very popular in the village. People who didn't know them might be fooled by their appearance. But they truly spoiled their younger sister, Xiao Shi. Nearby children digging for wild vegetables saw the little girl's cute voice and looked toward her. Their eyes widened in surprise. How could it be Fu Xiaoshi? They were very surprised that she was willing to go out. Zhang Liuya also saw her. She is 9 years old this year, and the granddaughter of Grandma Zhang next door. Her hair is yellow, thin, messy, and unkempt on her head. She wears dirty, old clothes that look like she hasn't taken care of herself for many days. Zhang Liuya looked at her dark, claw-like fingers and wanted to go over and say something, but she was afraid of her brothers nearby. She could only secretly feel annoyed and think, bah, what's so special about her? Every time she saw Xiao Shi, Zhang Liuya felt jealous. Not just because she looked pretty, but also because her family loved her. These things made her feel envious and jealous. She didn't like her grandma very much, but it seemed like she was slowly becoming like Grandma Zhang. She didn't realize it, and she didn't know if that was a sad thing. Xiao Xiaxia also saw Zhang Liuya's twisted expression, but she didn't care. She wasn't like money that everyone loves. This girl was troublesome. The more she paid attention to her, the more problems she caused. The best way was to ignore her. "Little Ten, you're finally outside," said Tu Dan's younger sister, Tuado. She has dark skin and wears patched clothes, but they are clean. She liked Xiao Shi very much. When she saw her, she quickly went over to greet her. Xiao Xiaxia also saw Tuado. She stopped walking, looked up, and smiled as she greeted the girl. "Yes, Tuado's sister. I came to play with my brothers." Tuado looked a little disappointed at Xiao Shi. She was almost 9 years old and needed to go back to help with cooking, so she couldn't play with Xiao Shi anymore. "Then go ahead. I need to go back and help with cooking soon. I can't play with you this time," Tuado said regretfully. "Okay, maybe next time we can play together. I'm going to my brother's now." Xiao Xiaxia still liked Tuado a little. She was always clean and bright-minded, and she didn't mind playing with her. Xiao Xiaxia carried her small basket and ran with small steps to her twin brothers. Xiaoming hurried over, picked up his sister, and asked, "Little Ten, why did you come here by yourself? Are you tired?" Xiao Xiaxia waved her hand and said, "It's okay, I'm not tired. I just came out to get some fresh air." "Big brother, second brother, take me to pick mushrooms. The twins knew that although Xiao Xiaxia didn't like to move much, she was very healthy and strong, so strong that even their dad couldn't compare. When Fu Xiaxia couldn't walk yet, she often sat on a wooden stool, looking at the door. Her father made this stool himself, but her brothers didn't get the same treatment. Interestingly, although her father used to be a troublemaker, he was quite skilled at woodworking. He learned from an old carpenter in the village. When Fu Xiaxia saw the stool, she was very happy. It looked like the kind of small chair babies sit in during meals today. The stool had a flat surface for eating, where she could sit and lean forward. She thought her dad was very talented. After getting the seat, she no longer had to lie or sit on the bed all the time. She could go outside and get some fresh air. Lying on the bed made her bones feel weak. But everyone in the family was busy working. Her older brothers and sisters would take her out for a walk after school. When they started helping with chores at home, she could only play by herself. Her second brother gave her a wooden spoon they made themselves. She would sometimes hold it and play. One day, her father suddenly picked her up from behind. She was a little scared and accidentally squeezed the spoon too hard, breaking it into pieces. It shattered into small bits. Everyone who saw the broken spoon was stunned. Xiao Yang said the spoon was really made of wood, freshly crafted by her older brother, and shouldn't break easily. Yet it was broken into tiny pieces. Was she practicing some secret skill in her mother's womb? Fu Xiaxia was also speechless. How could this wooden spoon be so fragile? She had already learned to control her strength and never caused trouble before. She was truly frightened by her father this time. Oops! She accidentally revealed her secret. Her father saw what happened and ran outside. After a moment, he came back with a slightly thicker wooden stick, handed it to her, and looked into her eyes. She admired her father's clever ideas. What's wrong with you? Just a little more strength and you're overthinking things. At a critical moment, her mother came to the rescue. Fu Laosen thought for a moment and said, "Only we know about this. Don't tell anyone else. Remember, this is a family secret. Dad and Mom Fu think that in the future, finding a son-in-law will be difficult because they still want to enjoy life together. The twins think having strong muscles is great and that they won't be at a disadvantage in the future. So, everyone agrees quietly, not wanting others to know because they are all very modest. Luckily, this time they are inside the house, so only they know about it. Since then, the family has been observing and realized that Fu Xiaoshi is not only strong but also very healthy. She has never been sick, which makes the family very happy, and things just went smoothly. Fu Xiaxia also pays attention and doesn't want others to know, so she controls herself well. The accidental situation last time almost never happened again. Other family members also naturally think she is very healthy and eats well, almost forgetting that she is as strong as an ox. The twin brothers look at their cute sister with big, bright eyes and suddenly think everything she says is right, even though most of the mushrooms have been picked. Since she was born, their sister has been very obedient, rarely going out. Sometimes she sits alone on a stone bench at the door to play, and she doesn't like playing with others. She also doesn't mind staying at home all day. Now she finally understands and wants to go mushroom picking. As her protective brothers, what can they do? Of course, they agree. If this were in later times, they would know a word to describe themselves, sister-obsessed. Actually, Fu Xiaxia just dislikes other kids being dirty all the time, with snot and saliva all over their faces. She doesn't want to see that. As for playing with her brothers, just looking at their legs, she feels it's not on the same level. She's afraid that following behind them might break her little legs, so she prefers to stay alone and just ignore them. Fu Xiaxia says she is just a homebody. As a kid, isn't it nice to stay at home all day like a salted fish? Okay, you play here for a while. When we finish delivering the pig grass, we'll take you out, they said. They were originally gathering pig grass in this area. The two of them together can exchange for 2 centimeters of something, and the pig farm is not far from here. Seeing the twin brothers ready to deliver the pig grass, they took Fu Xiaoshi to pick mushrooms and play. The two of them also wanted to join. These 2 kids are also 13 years old this year. It seems that being twins and sometimes sneaking extra snacks has helped. They are a little shorter and thinner than the twins, but they have the same dark skin, which shows they have been playing outside since they were young. Just right, the baskets of the sisters, Erniu and Seiniu, are full of wild vegetables. They are ready to go home. The adults at home are working and they need to cook and clean the house. Food and Nyo got married 3 years ago. She married Chin Er Nyo from the 5th team. They have a 2-year-old daughter. Although her mother-in-law was unhappy that she had a girl, her husband treats her well, and life is okay. Erniu and Seiniu are already engaged and will get married after the autumn harvest. Now, they're not working in the fields but staying at home to do chores and take care of their skin. Fuxiaxia and her older sisters are much older than her. They usually don't have much to talk about, so she just greets them briefly. The 2 girls went home, and the 4 boys quickly changed the pig feed and recorded their work points. Then they came to find Fuxiaxia. So, the 4 brothers, along with a little sister who is almost 6, went to look for mushrooms. This small forest is connected to the big mountains behind. Although there are wild boars, wolves, tigers, and leopards deep in the mountains, they usually don't come to the outskirts. Taking the little sister to explore the outer areas is safe. Chi-Chi, look for mushrooms or something like that, she said, since she couldn't see the screen and could only ask Chi-Chi to find. There's edible mushrooms about 350 meters in the direction of 11 o'clock. Big brother, let's go there. Fuxiaxia pointed in the direction Chi-Chi indicated, then quickly ran with her short legs, followed by her brothers. The girl picking mushrooms carried a big bamboo basket. In the early morning, she walked barefoot through the forest and hills. She picked the most mushrooms, so many that they seemed to count like stars. And the biggest mushrooms she picked filled her basket. Soft, gentle singing echoed in the forest. Little sister, your singing is so beautiful. Who did you learn it from? We've never heard it before, asked her lively older brother. I learned it in my dreams, hee. Fuxiaxia happily said as she walked. She thought the song was very fitting for the moment. A few people happily walked through the difficult bushes, following Fuxiaxia as she turned several corners. They arrived at a remote place where it was clear no one else had been. Host, we're almost there. A young boy's voice echoed in her mind. Just then, everyone saw many mushrooms, big and small, spread out in a large patch. They even spotted some wood-ear mushrooms growing on dead wood. 7. Don't call me host anymore. Just call me Xiaoshi or Xiaxia, Fuxiaxia said, realizing that Xiao 7 seemed to be becoming more human-like, as if it was growing with her. She felt this was a nice feeling. Okay, Xiaxia, Xiao 7 cheerfully replied. Fuxiaxia called out to Fu Xiaoming, telling him to remind her not to run around and to stay here and pick mushrooms while they prepared to gather the mushrooms and wood ears to take home. She looked around, noting she had never picked mushrooms before. She had only gone out with her brothers to dig up wild vegetables sometimes. But she knew that brightly colored mushrooms could be poisonous, so she avoided them. She compared her mushrooms with her brothers and picked some herself. When they weren't paying attention, she secretly moved some mushrooms from her brother's baskets into her space to test how her space worked. Since there were plenty here, she wasn't worried about being caught. She kept her own mushrooms safely in her small basket, afraid she might pick the wrong ones. 7. Don't run around. This place is a bit remote and might be dangerous, Xiao Liang warned. Got it, big brother and second brother. I'll just look around nearby and won't run far, Fuxiaxia promised, raising her right hand to make sure. The brothers looked around, seeing no animal droppings or anything dangerous nearby. Since they saw Xiaxia was just wandering nearby, they agreed. Fuxiaxia found a spot a little farther from her brothers, but still visible to them. She turned her back to them and said, Xiao 7, bring out the map. Xiaxia silently studied the map in front of her. She saw a nest of wild chicken eggs nearby, with 2 simple drawings of wild chickens moving on the map. Other plants and trees didn't seem useful for now. She looked around and saw her brothers happily busy with their work. She decided to go explore the area first. She slipped through a small bush and headed straight for the wild chicken nest. Little 7 also followed the guide in her mind, watching her read on the map get closer and closer to the wild chicken's nest until they overlapped. Here it is. Look at the tree on your left. Pull back the grass at the roots. Just as Fu Xiaxia was about to look around, little Seven spoke up. Following her instructions, she parted the grass nearby and found that the space under the tree was hollow. The wild chicken had made a nest there. Seeing 7 or 8 eggs inside, Fu Xiaxia smiled happily. She placed the eggs into her small basket, but didn't put them into her space because they were too few to feed her family. She looked around but didn't see the wild chickens. She asked little Seven to open the map again. They saw 2 simple drawings of chickens moving slowly toward the red. Very slowly. The 4 green dots near the mushroom pattern showed her brothers were still collecting mushrooms. Seeing the wild chickens walking leisurely, Fu Xiaxia looked at her short arms and legs. She was alone. If the chickens ran away, what would she do? She decided to go back and ask her brothers for help. As she turned back, she heard her brothers calling her. They probably realized she was missing. They didn't expect her to be so brave and disappear so quickly. They hurried to look for her everywhere. Soon, they saw her coming from behind a big tree. The tree probably blocked their view, and since she was small, they didn't see her. Little 10, you scared us. You're too small. It's easy to get lost here. Don't do that again next time, one brother said as he crouched down to look at Fu Xiaxia. Little 10, if you run around, a wolf might catch you. Xiao Liang thought her bravery was impressive, but he still wanted to scare her a little. What if she got lost? She might get scolded by their dad. Fu Xiaxia knew that with little 7, she wouldn't get lost. But her brothers didn't know that. They were worried, so she nodded in agreement. Brothers, look. I found some eggs I collected, and I saw 2 chickens too. Fu Xiaxia smiled sweetly, eager to tell her brothers about the wild chickens. She wanted to take them to catch the chickens before they ran away. When her brothers saw the eggs in her basket, their eyes lit up. These wild eggs felt like a treasure. I heard that my sister also found a wild chicken, so I quickly asked her to lead the way. As we quietly approached, we saw 2 wild chickens walking leisurely in the grass. Wild chickens mostly fly high and run fast. Since we didn't bring slingshots, we decided to try to catch them by surrounding them. We saw the older brothers spreading out around the chickens, slowly closing in. Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment and picked up a few stones from the ground, holding them in her hand just in case. The place where the wild chickens were had a small pit, but tall grass covered it well, so no one noticed. Fu Xiaxia saw her older brother make a hand signal, and the 4 of us all rushed forward. When the chickens heard the noise, they suddenly flapped their wings and flew up. In an instant, everyone fell over. No one managed to catch the chickens. We all tumbled into the pit, and the forest was filled with sounds of ouch and cluck cluck, one after another. Honestly, wild chickens can really fly high, which is why they are hard to catch. Taking advantage of the chickens flying up, Fu Xiaxia seized the chance and threw stones at them, making whoosh sounds. She was worried she might miss, so she threw a couple more times to see if she could hit them. Suddenly, there were 2 loud thud sounds. The little boys saw the chickens fall into the pit just like they did, still flapping around and making cluck cluck sounds, but they couldn't fly away anymore. The pit was just a low-lying area, not a trap someone dug. Besides a few bumps and bruises and a bit of hurt pride, nothing serious happened. The boys looked into the pit with puzzled expressions, then all looked up at the sky at the same time. How did the chickens fall in? Seeing how silly her brothers looked, Fu Xiaxia wondered if the sky was sending chickens down. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brothers, is it comfortable in the pit?" Hee hee. Hearing her, the brothers finally realized what was happening. They were afraid to stay in the pit, so they quickly got up and, grabbing the chicken's wings, jumped out. At this moment, they noticed blood on the chicken's wings. Someone had hit them with stones. That must have been quite powerful. They looked around again and saw only Fu Xiaoxia and Xiao Shi. Could it be? Xiao Shi, did you do this? Fu Xiaoyang didn't want to beat around the bush. He happily carried a wild chicken wing and directly approached Fu Xiaoshi, eager to see if his sister was really so amazing. The others heard Fu Xiaoyang's question and all turned to look at Fu Xiaoxia. She said confidently that with so many people watching her, she felt no pressure. She simply said, "Yes, I used a small stone I found to hit it. If I hadn't been lucky, the wild chicken would have run away." Here, she opened her hand, showing a few remaining stones in her palm. Fu Xiaoxia didn't want to reveal her secret in front of the others, so she just said it was luck. If there are online comments, they would probably be filled with phrases like, "They are not as good as their sister. Her luck is really amazing. She's so capable at such a young age. I'm so jealous. And wow, she's so impressive. Now she finally found a way to make money." Although she was strong before, she was small and couldn't find prey. But now, with little Seven, she was like a walking map within 500 miles. Once she caught prey, she would ask her father to exchange it for money. She could buy whatever she wanted and save the rest secretly. Soon, she would be a little rich girl again. Hee hee. Hearing her sister's laughter, the brothers finally accepted reality. They all agreed that Fu Xiaoshi was lucky despite her young age. They nodded and said, "Amazing, my sister." They quickly used stones to kill the still flapping wild chicken, then tied it with grass, packed it into a basket to hide it, so no one would find out. They also moved the wild chicken eggs Fu Xiaoshi found into their own baskets, worried that the little sister might accidentally break the eggs because she was too small. Fu Xiaoxia saw her brothers ready to go back to pick mushrooms and wanted to explore a bit more. "Brothers, I want to look around nearby. I promise I won't go far, really. Just around here." Fu Xiaoshi looked at her brothers with big, bright, sincere eyes. "Little sister, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about I stay with you? The three of them can go pick mushrooms." Xiaoming thought it was important to watch over his sister. He couldn't let her wander alone. Even though there was no danger now, it didn't mean there wouldn't be later. The other three people nodded in agreement with Xiaoming's words. Fu Xiaoxia finally convinced her brothers to agree. The four of them would go pick mushrooms, while Xiaoshi would stay nearby to explore. He couldn't go far, and if they called out, he would hear them. The young men thought their sister was lucky and probably wouldn't run into trouble. Still, they were cautious and decided to quickly finish picking mushrooms and follow Xiaoshi. "Xiaoshi, go straight in this direction. There's a jujube tree and a walnut tree ahead," Xiaoqi cheerfully said, acting like a real little kid. But at this moment, neither of them knew what that really meant. When they heard about the trees, Fu Xiaoxia also stopped looking at the map. She simply followed Xiaoqi's directions, carrying her small basket, and set off confidently with short steps. "Turn left, then go straight." Suddenly, Fu Xiaoxia slipped and fell into a hole without noticing. When she got up, dry leaves fell around her. Luckily, the hole was dry inside, so she didn't get muddy. "Xiaoqi, I see you also have limits. This map only shows the location of objects, not the terrain," Fu Xiaoxia said softly, rubbing her head. She thought her reflexes were pretty slow. "Yes, it's not perfect. Besides, we already know the location. We just need to watch our surroundings and not get lost. It's like playing a game. There are mountains and rivers to cross, and you have to do it yourself," Xiaoqi explained quickly. "Ugh, you should have said that earlier." Fu Xiaoxia almost spat out her frustration. It seems relying on others isn't as good as relying on herself. Xiaoqi isn't very dependable either. Luckily, she hadn't encountered any problems so far and was quite lucky. Fu Xiaoxia scrambled to her feet, brushed off the dirt, moved her ankles and wrists, and was unharmed. She continued on her way. This time, she didn't dare to be careless. She pulled out the map, checked the general direction, and didn't walk in a straight line this time. Although the distance wasn't far, there was a steep hill. After many difficulties, Fu Xiaoxia climbed up the hill carefully, then carefully slid down the other side. Her shoes and pants got dirty from the slope and the holes. It took a lot of time, but she finally reached her destination. Fu Xiaoxia looked at the tall walnut and jujube trees reaching into the clouds. Is it possible that these trees are magical? Such large trees are rarely seen in her previous world. They are full of fruit, yet no one has noticed them before. Probably because this place is remote. Most people tend to avoid it instinctively. The path is rough and difficult to walk. Without a map, we might have chosen to pass by too. These trees look like they've been here for 20 or 30 years, explained the deep-voiced young boy. Thinking about how hard it was for her to come here, Fu Xiaxia agreed. This forest is as wild as a primeval forest. The popular spots are okay, but the remote corners are overgrown with plants. She looked at her small arms and legs again. Little Seven, do you think we can pick these wild walnuts and big jujubes? She was still unhappy with her short height. Looking at the taller, sturdier walnut and jujube trees, she and Little Seven were speechless. They couldn't just use small shovels to dig the nuts out. If they left the trees, they could come back every year to pick the fruit. It's better to avoid doing things that harm the trees. Little Ten, Fu Little Ten sister, big brother, second brother, Little Ping, Little and I'm here, a clear, cheerful voice echoed from nearby. The mushroom patches had already been picked clean. When the young men looked up, they realized their sister was missing. They felt a little worried, afraid she had been lost. Hearing her voice, they felt relieved. While the brothers hadn't arrived yet, Fu Xiaxia tried pushing the tree with her hand, but it didn't move. She kicked the sturdy trunk, still nothing. She increased her strength and kicked harder. Suddenly, many jujubes fell like rain, some even hitting her. She lifted her foot and kicked a few more times. Seeing the bright red jujubes scattered on the ground, she smiled proudly. Chewing the sweet, juicy fruit, she sang happily. Today, we common folks are really happy. She joyfully gathered her harvest. A few people stumbled and struggled, taking a lot of time to find the sister. She was covered in dirt and looked very messy and disheveled. When Fu Xiaxi finished picking the big dates that had fallen to the ground and stored them in her space, she hadn't yet gone to pick wild walnuts. She saw a few messy-looking older brothers. Fu Xiaoming and the others watched as their sister sat obediently in front of a wild walnut tree, eating something with a crunch-crunch sound. Not far away, there was a jujube tree full of red dates, all smiling proudly at them. Looking closely, the sister was holding a big red date. Suddenly, they felt that their walk earlier wasn't hard at all. It was a walk on the road of happiness.
Wow!
Everyone exclaimed in amazement. The big red date looked juicy and tempting, making them want to eat it. Standing under the tree, they could almost smell the sweet date aroma. It seemed that Sister Fu Xiaoshi was very lucky. She could find such a rare place even in a remote area. As for wild walnuts, they were rare too. These red dates were quite precious and could be exchanged for many things. Fruits like these were usually expensive at the supply and marketing cooperative, and they didn't get many deliveries. Usually, as soon as they were put on shelves, they were bought out. In the countryside, if you wanted fruit, you had to go to the mountains to pick wild ones, which were often sour and bitter. Over time, people stopped picking them because they were not tasty. During the difficult years, many people had no choice but to eat these unappetizing wild fruits. Little Ten, you're really amazing. We spend all day in the mountains, and we've never found such a good place. This is your first time in the mountains, and you found both meat and fruit. Your luck is truly unmatched, Fu Xiaoping said with admiration, expressing what the others felt. While eating the sweet big date, the brothers happily rolled up their sleeves and climbed the tree excitedly. Old Fu was still slowly working in the field. As noon approached and the sun became too hot, he couldn't take it anymore and went to rest under the shade of a tree. Some villagers who knew him saw and teased him, saying, "Old Fu, I heard your daughter is already 6 years old. Kids should go out and play more. Are you worried she'll get moldy staying at home all the time? Go away, go away. If I get moldy, my daughter won't. Furthermore, my daughter is very pretty and often goes out to walk around. You all must feel ashamed and doubt yourselves when you see her." Old Third Fu said this with a mix of disdain and pride. This phrase is something he and his sister learned. Disdain was directed at the villagers, but of course he was proud of his daughter. Old Third Fu, what would happen if you didn't boast? You keep saying your daughter is beautiful, but not many people have seen her. Isn't that right, everyone? Someone teased, but what he said was true. This also shows that without a phone, computer, or books, Fu Xiaoxiang is very patient at home. Besides being young, her inner qualities are the main reason. Exactly. You should also let your daughter come out and show herself in front of us uncles and older men. If she walks on the street, no one might even recognize her. I heard your daughter is so ugly she's afraid to go out. Don't worry too much. My daughter is still very young. You uncles and older men who haven't seen much of the world might get a bit crooked if they see too much. Anyway, walking on the street, the prettiest girl is my daughter, no doubt about it. Old Third Fu saw these teasing comments and didn't stop them. And you, what kind of rumor is that? Short hair, narrow view, it's just jealousy of my daughter. Old Third Fu rolled his eyes. A group of grown men were quite curious. Zhang Erei chuckled slyly and said, Old Third Fu, I just heard that your daughter just went out. She was seen by your neighbor, Aunt Zhang, and then your mother suddenly started arguing with Aunt Zhang. It was so intense that the village chief even came. When Old Third Fu heard that his daughter went out, he stood up. Is my daughter okay? He cared about his daughter first. His mother didn't need him to worry. She was experienced and capable. Your daughter just passed by and didn't see what was happening with your mother. I heard. She went toward the foot of the mountain. Your son might be there. But it's not a big problem. After work, you can go back and ask your mother. He also heard this from others while taking a quick break. Since it wasn't about his daughter, and his gentle daughter went to play with her brothers, he didn't worry anymore. As for his mother, no need to ask, she definitely won the argument. He didn't ask questions, but others were curious. So everyone started talking at once. Isn't that girl pretty? What's going on between Aunt Zhang and Aunt Fu? They often argue, but everyone is used to it. Still, they couldn't help but be curious. It was just a way to pass the boring days. Hey, what are you all doing? The work bell hasn't even rung yet, and you've finished your tasks? Hurry up and work quickly. Don't think about slacking off, or you'll lose points. I'm warning you, said Captain Wang Yuzhen, who had just arrived and saw a group of people chatting instead of working. As soon as they heard his voice, everyone scattered and went back to their work. Even old Fu started working seriously. Captain Wang thought to himself, deducting points really works. In the quiet forest, a steady thump, thump, thump sound echoed for a long time, mixed with the boys' laughter. Ha! The children's smiles never faded. All the hard work was worth it for this harvest. Fu Xiaxia squatted on the ground, picking big red dates while talking to Little Seven. If we always get a good harvest when we go up the mountain, does that mean I can start from nothing and become rich? Is this the peak of my life? Hee hee. Little Seven wanted to sigh silently. Life was so tough that it pushed the kids to their limits. They were so happy over such small things. Fu Xiaxia didn't expect Little Seven to answer. She quietly kept picking big red dates, thinking she wouldn't be caught with so many. Sometimes she picked a walnut and threw it into the basket nearby. Little Seven watched the surroundings carefully. When he saw her brother looking over, he reminded her. When it seemed enough, a few boys came down and started collecting the fruit into their baskets. Soon, the baskets, which weren't full at first, were almost overflowing. There were still many on the trees and on the ground. They looked at each other with a bit of regret, but planned to finish eating and come back later. Brother Ming, let's finish eating first and then come back. The walnuts and dates are ripe. If we come too late, someone else might pick them, said Shaoan, mumbling with a date in his mouth. The dates were so sweet and delicious, it made him happy inside. Luckily, he came along so he could eat enough. Yes, we can eat more now. After Grandma collects them, we won't be able to enjoy such a feast, said Xiaoping, thinking it was better to enjoy it first. Fu Xiaxia also collected quite a few walnuts, placing them in her basket. Since it's not very convenient to sneak and eat them, she didn't put many in her space. Most of what she stored in her space were dates, with only a few walnuts kept as stock. She could eat them any time she wanted, without washing, as they are natural and pesticide-free. Quietly, I came. Quietly I left, hiding my skills and fame. Brothers, you can also fill your pockets, Fu Xiaxia suggested, helping with ideas. Her clothes had 2 big pockets, and she had put some things inside. They're all too small and already full, Shaoan said, patting his pockets to show they couldn't hold more. No choice. We'll come back after eating. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go home. It's almost time to finish work, Xiaoming said, helping his sister fill her basket and covering it with wild vegetables. Seeing others also sealing their baskets with wild vegetables and mushrooms, they carried their baskets, with Fu Xiaoshi's small basket in hand, walking carefully back along the same path. They fell several times, dropping their items, but they picked everything up and continued slowly and carefully. Today was a good harvest, and everyone was in a cheerful mood, not minding the rough journey. Rural kids often climb mountains and go to the sea. Falling and getting hurt are common. Finally reaching the foot of the mountain, everyone looked quite disheveled, even more so than the beggars on the road. Fu Xiaoshi was a bit better, as she was empty-handed and only worried about herself, but she was still a little better off. If Fu Xiaoshi had a mirror now, she would see her hair all messy, despite her cute and delicate face, which made people smile and laugh. Unaware, Fu Xiaoxia happily picked a big bunch of wildflowers along the way, holding them in her hand. The group didn't know that a fire-breathing dragon was waiting for them at home. Inside the village, smoke was rising from every household. The scorching sun shone on the rugged country road, and no one was around. When they arrived home, others had already sat at the table eating. After finishing their meal and resting, they would go back to work, so they didn't wait for the children. When they got hungry, they would definitely come back. Just want to pick some wild vegetables and ran off to play again. They spend all day playing and never think about helping at home. Look at you all covered in dirt, dirty and smelly, like beggars. You only care about growing taller, not your brains. You forget mealtime easily. With your speed, you might as well eat dirt instead of hot food. The head of the family, Grandma Fu, was the first to criticize. Since losing work points, Grandma Fu's face was dark. When she saw the few who came back late, all messy, with unkempt hair and dirty clothes, she thought they had been playing outside and lost her temper. She scolded them loudly. Today, Grandma Fu fought hard. Although she was the one who won, she didn't get hurt much, but she lost a whole day's work points. The family members were all silent after her scolding, afraid of being singled out. Feeling unhappy, Grandma Fu saw her granddaughter, Fu Xiaoshi, come in holding a big bunch of wildflowers. Her heart ached again as she remembered her loss. She wanted to scold her more, but calmed down. Exactly, you all are useless. You don't work, you don't eat enough, and you're not eager to eat. Do you want to drink dishwater? Before Grandma Fu could speak, Wang Juhua, a flatterer, started criticizing too. She now always follows her mother-in-law's lead, hoping to get more when they divide the family property later, since they are the main branch. Grandma Fu wanted to speak, but found the family so clueless. How can you bring your sister along for so long? What if she's hungry? Third Uncle Fu didn't care about her words. He scolded his sons again and turned to his daughter, changing his expression. He helped her fix her messy hair and clothes. Look at her, his daughter, though she looks like a little beggar, is still the prettiest little beggar. Grandma Fu was about to explode, feeling she wasn't given a chance to speak. Grandma, Mom, this is a flower I brought for you. Beautiful flowers for beautiful people. Just as Grandma Fu was about to lose her temper and make them understand her anger, Fu Xiaoxia spoke. She smiled sweetly at the elders and split the big bunch of wildflowers into two, giving each of them a handful. She originally wanted to put the flowers inside the house, but seeing her grandma's angry look, she quickly thought of giving the flowers as a gift to show kindness. Regarding other women, sorry, I didn't have enough flowers. As a woman, I understand women well. 9 out of 10 women like flowers, and the remaining one is probably allergic to fresh flowers. Xia, I didn't expect you to be such a clever girl, Xiao Qi said with surprise. Of course, I am quite smart, Fu Xiaxia replied proudly. Sure enough, Grandma Fu was in a bad mood. She thought wildflowers were everywhere and not special, but when she saw her granddaughter neatly arranging the wildflowers, she felt a little better. Are flowers and beauty a good match? She used to be quite beautiful herself. She reached out and took the wildflowers from Xiaxia. Her anger eased a bit. Mao Xiaoyan was holding flowers and smiling happily. She felt pleased inside. Her daughter was thoughtful. The mischievous boys had never given her flowers, not even third Fu when he was chasing her. After that, no one had. Good girl, are you hungry? Mom saved some food for you. Eat quickly, Mao Xiaoyan said in a sweet, clingy tone. Everyone else shivered at her words. Mom, not right now, Xiaxia replied with a smile to everyone. Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle and Auntie, I found lots of delicious food with my brothers. Xiaxia blinked her big eyes and made a big circle with her hands. The boys hadn't finished showing off their finds when the elders scolded them loudly. Seeing that her sister had calmed the head of the family, everyone relaxed. Yes, we found a lot of food today. Look, they said, hurriedly putting down their baskets and taking out things little by little. When everyone heard about the food, their eyes lit up. First, some wild vegetables, nothing special, they had plenty at home. Xiaoming took out a few wild eggs from his basket, making everyone surprised. The eggs were quite big. Wang Jihua quickly grabbed a small basket to catch 7 or 8 eggs, which were a gift for free. Seeing the items below, a few people hesitated, then picked up the baskets and slowly turned them upside down. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as something hit the ground. Everyone's eyes lit up. There were many big red dates, some wild walnuts, and a few mushrooms, mostly packed in 4 baskets. Xiao Ping and Xiaoan explained as they tipped the baskets. These mushrooms were found by Xiao Shi when he went out with us, and the big red dates were also found by Xiao Shi. Plus, the wild eggs were discovered by my sister by accident, Fu Xiaosheng added. With each mention, everyone looked more excited when they saw Fu Xiaxia. The most exciting part was that 2 wild chickens fell out of Xiao Yang and Xiao Ming's baskets, even though their heads were already bloody and battered. My sister found these wild chickens, Fu Xiaosheng said, then sighed happily. My sister is really lucky. Yes. Xiao Shi's luck is incredible. Xiao Ping and Xiaoan agreed, nodding in agreement, once again praising Xiao Shi's good fortune. When Wang Jihua saw the baskets, she was about to pick some big red dates and secretly slipped a few into her pocket. Suddenly, she saw the wild chickens and cheered excitedly. She reached out to grab one, but was pushed aside. Fu Laotai quickly caught the wild chicken with quick hands. Her wrinkled face was full of a kind smile that made Fu Xiaxia feel a little startled. Xiao Shi, you're such a good girl. Grandma will reward you with a big chicken leg. What do you think? Fu Laotai's pain was gone and she was very happy. Her movements became quicker. Since she hadn't lost the fight and her work points had already been deducted, she felt good. Plus, today's harvest was enough for several days' worth of work points. Fu Xiaxia thought she was very capable and nodded repeatedly. She felt she deserved this reward. If she got more, she wouldn't mind. Fu Xiaoshi felt that her grandma's gaze was like seeing money. She wished she could put her in her pocket, but the others' looks weren't much different. Xiao Shi, you're such a good kid. Just go out and play more, don't stay at home all the time staring into space. Wang Jihua used to think Fu Xiaoshi was a bit silly and never thought she was lucky. But that didn't stop her from having some hopes. Look at how tired my girl is. Mao Xiaoyan pretended to wipe Fu Xiaxia's forehead, feeling distressed. She's sweating so much, and she's still so young. It's better to stay at home. What if she gets lost outside? Yeah, my girl only likes to daydream. We shouldn't take that away from her. That would be too cruel. As a good husband and father, Fu Laosen quickly added his thoughts. Listening to these two talk, everyone else was left speechless by their arrogance and blindness. Children in the countryside are usually running around outside all day, but no one sees anything wrong with it. Yet, when it comes to Fu Laosen and his wife, people now know that Fu Xiaoshi is the family's treasure. It's no exaggeration to say that even to meet him, you need an appointment. A clicking sound was heard. Turns out, San Nyo was secretly eating a date and making noise, which everyone caught. Everyone's attention shifted back to the pile of goods on the ground: meat, eggs, big dates, walnuts. If only they had such luck. They had often wandered near the mountain's edge over the years. Some children said it wasn't far, so why had they never found it before? You little girl, are you a starving ghost? These precious things are very useful at home. Grandma Fu quickly snatched the date from San Nyo's hand and pushed her back a bit. worried she might sneakily eat her big red date. "Grandma, there's still many big dates and walnuts there. After we finish eating, we'll go pick more," she said, trying to divert attention so she wouldn't get scolded for a few dates. Fu Xiaoshir's performance today made Grandma Fu very happy. Her tone was never like this before. "Xiaoshir, it's so hot today. You shouldn't go out. Rest at home and don't get sunburned. Look at you, you're exhausted. Sit on the stool and have some porridge first. Later, we'll eat meat." She turned to her sons and said, "Why are you still eating? No rest today. While everyone is home eating and resting, eldest, second, and third, take the kids and go harvest the dates and walnuts. When you come back, you can eat meat. Eldest, take the others and stew a chicken. Fry all the wild eggs." Grandma Fu arranged everything, sending her sons and grandsons out quickly so they could secretly bring back the big dates and wild walnuts before anyone noticed. Fu Xiaoxiang felt uneasy hearing her grandma's attitude toward her. She wasn't used to it. Grandma usually ignored her or was indifferent. She hoped this was only temporary. If her grandma came more often, she might not be able to handle her warmth. Fu Xiaxia originally planned to finish her meal and then follow her brothers to secretly take some items into the space. However, her grandmother didn't give her the chance. Since she now has a small shovel, she believes there will be many opportunities in the future, so she didn't mind. Everyone in the family started working. Her eldest aunt and second aunt took their daughters, Niu and Niu, to the kitchen. Some boiled water, others chopped scallions, beat eggs, or plucked feathers. Everyone was busy and lively. With meat to eat, who wouldn't be happy? Just work quickly. Mao Xiaoyan didn't go to help. After putting her flowers back in a room, she took a broom and pretended to sweep outside. She was openly being lazy, brave enough not to worry about being scolded. Grandmother Fu was in a good mood today and didn't mind her laziness. There were many people in the kitchen anyway. "Mom, I want to wash my face and hands. Can you help me get a basin of water?" Fu Xiaxia saw her mother had nothing to do, so she remembered she hadn't cleaned herself up since coming back, and she hadn't finished her porridge yet. "Okay, wait a moment." Her mother quickly went to prepare water for her. "Sweetheart, did you secretly put anything in your pocket?" Mao Xiaoyan watched her daughter wash her face and hands carefully without her help. Afterward, she took a comb and started to comb her own hair. Mao Xiaoyan wanted to help, but her daughter thought she was clumsy and preferred to do it herself. "Look, my pocket is small. I only put in these few things. Mom, don't worry. When Dad and brothers come back, they'll definitely bring more for you," her daughter said, knowing her mother was craving snacks. She gave her mother a few dates from her pocket. She didn't dare take anything from the space. Since it was in her pocket, it was visible. She knew she should be more discreet. Mao Xiaoyan took the big date from her daughter's hand happily and said while eating, "Next time, I'll make you a big pocket." Grandmother Fu sat in the yard, took an empty basket, and sorted out the dates brought back by her grandsons. There were quite a few. "Niu, come here. Pick out the mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, dry them, and store them for later," she said, then looked at the walnuts. "Dry these too. There will probably be more later." "Got it, Grandma." Niu sat by the stove, ready to start a fire, when she heard her grandmother call. She quickly ran out of the kitchen, afraid she might be scolded for being lazy. Aunt Fu picked up a basket full of dates and went into their parents' room. Second girl and I quickly tidied up the yard. Xiaoming and Xiaoliang, along with their father, uncles, and cousins, went to the mountains in a big group. They ate until their stomachs were full. All 7 baskets, big and small, were filled. On the way back, they picked some wild vegetables and covered the baskets with them. Although everyone looked a bit messy, they all had bright, happy smiles. After entering the house, everyone hurried to close the door and set their baskets down. The women at home looked happily at the harvest. The first thing everyone did after returning home was to check their rooms. They secretly put the dates they brought for their wives and children on the Kong, a heated bed, so that Aunt Fu wouldn't find out. Aunt Fu didn't mind. She guessed what they had been doing and quickly called everyone to eat. The table was full of thick grain porridge, hearty wheat pancakes, a big bowl of stir-fried greens, and another big bowl of eggs with chili. The most tempting dish was a large pot of chicken stewed with potatoes and mushrooms. The oily smell made everyone's mouths water. Today, our children all did very well. We can eat freely today. Especially Xiao Shi. Here's a big chicken leg as a reward. In the future, everyone should behave well, she said, placing a whole chicken leg into Fu Xiaxi's bowl. The children felt like their ears were playing tricks on them. They couldn't believe they were being praised by their grandma. It was unbelievable. But they didn't show it, afraid of being scolded, so they quietly enjoyed their food. Old Mr. Fu took a small sip of wine from his cup. It was sent back by his youngest son. He didn't want to drink much, so he poured only a little each time and sipped slowly. He took a bite of food, and Aunt Fu also took a chopstickful. Everyone's eyes followed their movements. Seeing the old couple eat, they quickly picked up their own chopsticks. Soon, the table was filled with flying chopsticks, and everyone was eating eagerly. Xiaoxiaxi looked at her big chicken leg and suddenly felt inspired. Seeing her parents and brothers eating with greasy mouths and reaching into the bowls, she finally felt like she could be a hero too. She lowered her head and started eating her chicken leg. One bite made her squint her eyes. Delicious wild chicken meat, so fragrant it was almost overwhelming. It had been a long time since she enjoyed such a hearty meal, and she missed it very much. For a moment, she couldn't bother to lift her head and focused on eating her chicken leg. She decided that from now on, she would go up the mountain whenever she had free time to satisfy her craving for meat. Old Third Fu watched his daughter bury her face in her food. He added a few more bites of potatoes, mushrooms, and eggs to her bowl. "Girl, eat more. After you're done, Dad will add more for you," he said, then joined in the fun of grabbing food. Fu Xiaxia was less than 6 years old. Her bowl of porridge, a big chicken leg, and many vegetables were all eaten quietly. Of course, she was full afterward. Everyone was happy with the meal. They all looked like they might need to lean on the wall to support themselves when they left. Fu Xiaxia patted her round belly and went back to her room. She saw a small pile of big dates on the Kong, a traditional bed. They were red and green and looked very cute. Her dad picked up a handful and said, "Eat." Fu Xiaxia looked at the dates in her hand, touched her round belly, and quietly put them into her pocket. "Wife, you eat. When we went to pick dates today, we ate a lot. These are specially saved for you and our girl," said Old Third Fu. He had eaten many dates today, and his 2 sons had as well. Everyone had some in their pockets to bring home. Mao Xiaoyan looked at all the dates and started packing them into a cloth bag while eating. "Our girl is amazing. You don't know how thick the tree trunk is. The big dates on the tree are as many as raindrops falling. TSK, so many," she said, thinking about the dates on the tree. If it weren't for wanting to come back and eat meat, she would have eaten even more. "Yes, our girl is great. Dad, didn't you see? Our girl threw a small stone and hit the wild chicken that was flying around." "What? Did your sister catch the wild chicken? Or did she just find it?" Hearing his son's words, he thought it was a few boys who caught it. "Yes, didn't we say? Our girl found the wild chicken. We tried to catch it but failed. It flew away, and she just threw a stone to bring it down. We were all stunned," Fu Xiaoyang explained to his dad. He thought he had already told everyone that his sister used stones to catch it. Turns out he hadn't said that. He scratched his head. Old Third Fu also wanted to scratch his head. Was it true that his daughter was as strong as an ox? Should he tell everyone? After thinking for a moment, he decided it was fine. There was nothing to worry about. "Dad, don't worry. Both of them just thought my sister was lucky to win, and they only felt that my sister was a bit strong. I can tell my dad is worried. We guessed that too, but we only said it because my sister was lucky." "Really? That's good." Old Three thought for a moment. "It's okay. Even if everyone knows now, it doesn't matter. No one will bully your sister in the future. Over the past few years, my daughter's kindness and cuteness have made Dad very happy. Now, we don't think much about her marriage. Summer is now the favorite in our family. Dad, I will eat lots of meat in the future. Our family will eat enough. If there's extra, you can exchange it for money. I want to save it secretly." Summer patted her little belly and made a big promise.
Wow, you have big dreams.
Then Mom, Dad, and brothers are waiting to eat meat. If it can really be exchanged for money, we will give it all to you. Old 3 hugged his daughter and smiled. The whole family also smiled. They didn't take the child's words seriously. Mao Xiaoyan took out 2 candies from the cabinet and handed them to Summer. Here, this is a reward for Mom. Eat it yourself. Don't share with your brother. She patted her daughter's little head.
So soft. Thank you, Mom.
You're the best. Summer's eyes lit up when she saw the candies. Sigh, she has now reached the point where she drools just seeing hard fruit candies. Jihua Wang and San Nyo sat on their bed, eating fragrant red dates, smiling happily at her husband and son, praising them for doing a good job. Their eldest son got married a few years ago. He married Tang Xiaohua from the neighboring village. Now their grandson Daodu is almost 3 years old. Recently, his wife took Daodu to her mother's house because of some matter. She asked him to go back once. Tang Xiaohua and Daodu haven't come back yet. No one knows what happened. They need to find time to go see them. Dare followed his uncle's old path. A few years ago, he secretly signed up and went for military physical exams. He passed on the first try and went straight to the army. His family didn't approve. Old 4's news is very scarce now. They only know he's still alive, but no one knows where he is. Old Mr. and Mrs. Fu often worry about him. Now her son also wants to go. She can't accept it. She cried and tried to stop him, but couldn't hold him back. She could only let him go. Luckily, she still has 2 other sons nearby. The second girl was still busy in the kitchen. Li Xiaohong looked at the small pile of dates on the Kong, heated bed, and tidied them up, then locked them in the cabinet. Mom, second sister hasn't eaten yet. Please save some for her, Fu Xiaoping reminded her, seeing that she had finished cleaning up. That girl, she's about to get married soon. Why would she need to eat now? I'll save it for you to enjoy slowly, Li Xiaohong said without hesitation. Mom, Dad and I ate a lot today. Just give it to you and second sister. Fu Xiaoping still wanted to persuade her, but she cut him off and did what she wanted, unaffected. He often felt that his mother was too cold to his 2 sisters, almost like they weren't her daughters. But she was very kind to him. Whenever he tried to speak up for his sisters, she wouldn't listen and did her own thing. He hit his head in frustration, forgetting to save some for his sister. He really regretted that. Son, why are you hitting your head? Look quickly and see if you hurt yourself. Li Xiaohong hurried over when she saw him.
I've fine.
I'm going out first, Fu Xiaoping sighed. He felt he couldn't communicate with his mother at all and was a bit discouraged. He left the room and saw his grandmother sitting in the main hall. Grandma was sorting walnuts and big dates, separating the good from the bad. She had so many baskets but didn't ask for help, probably worried they might steal some. Her sons and grandsons must have brought some when they picked, and she wouldn't believe if she said she didn't get any. She planned to do the sorting alone and wouldn't go to work for a while. She told her sons to help her, but the team leader said the tasks assigned had to be finished. Seeing so many boxes of walnuts and dates, she seemed to see countless bills flying toward her. No matter how tired she was willing to work hard for that. Grandma, why are you doing this alone? Fu Xiaoping asked with a worried face as he entered the hall. Seeing her working hard alone, he squatted down to help with the sorting. It's okay, Grandma can do it alone. It's fine, she replied, watching her grandson lower his head and work silently. What's wrong? You just finished eating meat and you're unhappy? Want to go back and take a nap? Grandma suggested. Grandma, why is my mom like that? Fu Xiaoping shook his head, trying to find words. Sorry, he was poor with words and couldn't quite describe his mother. Your mom, don't be fooled by her soft appearance. She's tough inside, she said. Old lady Fu really doesn't like her second daughter-in-law. Mao Xiaoyan is actually better than her. Although she often complains that her daughter-in-law is a burden, she hasn't been unkind to her. Even during tough years, she didn't let them starve and took good care of them. But their mother keeps taking food from her daughter, either for her son or for her own family. She can't control that. She gives them food and drinks and her parents are nearby. She just hopes they won't cause trouble for her grandson and she doesn't want to worry about it. Anyway, your eldest sister is already married and has a child. Your second sister is also engaged and about to get married. You're still so young, so don't worry. The old lady comforted her grandson, who looked sad, without much concern. Grandma, I'll bring some big dates for my eldest and second sister, Fu Xiaoping said happily again. The old lady knew each family had saved a lot of money and understood Li Xiaohong's personality. She filled her grandson's pockets and also packed some for the girl's family. Watching him happily carry his bag to find his sister, she thought, he's still just a child. Second sister, look what I brought you. Fu Xiaoping knew he couldn't change his mother, but he just wanted to be kind to his sisters. After tidying up the dishes, Niu went back to her room to rest. As soon as she sat down, she heard her brother's happy voice. Seeing her brother take out the big red dates from his pocket and place them on the bed table, Niu felt very happy. Only her brother in this household could make her and her older sister feel warmth. Xiaoping, you're still growing, you should eat more, Niu said, putting some dates into her brother's pocket. Xiaoping looked at his slightly thin second sister with a bit of sadness. Second sister, I ate a lot of dates today when I was looking for them, and I brought back many to keep in the cabinet so we can eat anytime. I specifically asked Grandma for these. Also, please help deliver some to Big Sister when you have time. As soon as Xiaoping finished speaking, Niu understood what was happening. When there's no hope, there's no disappointment. She was just happy that her brother still thought of him. Eating the dates her brother brought, which tasted sweet, made her heart feel even sweeter. Second sister, you don't know how amazing Xiaoshi was today. She used stones to catch wild chickens, and she was incredibly lucky. Xiaoping excitedly described their experience in the mountains to his sister. Really? That's impressive. You must be lucky, said Niu, thinking her little cousin was quite capable. After all, being born into a good family is also a skill. Old Lady Fu looked at the time and thought it was about time. She patted her leg, stood up, and went to the yard, shouting loudly, "Hurry up, no dawdling. It's work time, don't be late." She specifically went to Old Third Fu's door and knocked, saying, "You two, be quick. Don't slack off this afternoon." Seeing her eldest son already leaving his room, she told him to help finish the remaining work, then she decided not to go to work herself. It took Old Lady Fu several days of free time to remove all the green outer shells from the walnuts. Her hands turned black from the effort. The juice from the green shells was hard to wash off, but Old Lady Fu didn't mind. To her, these were valuable things that could be sold for money. It had been several days since they last ate meat. After indulging once, Fu Xiaxia lost her motivation again. She was just that lazy and introverted person. Lying on her bed, Fu Xiaxia kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It was too hot without air conditioning, which made it very uncomfortable. Little Seven, it's so hot. Stay calm and you'll feel cooler. You know that too? Little Seven, you're getting smarter. Xiaxia, I think I was always a high-level intelligent device, Little Seven said, speechless. After a moment, he noticed Fu Xiaxia was already asleep. Kids usually fall asleep quickly. They were playing happily just a moment ago, and the next they were asleep. After waking up sweaty and full, Fu Xiaxia found her older siblings were at home. The harvest season was coming, and everyone was busy. The older kids probably went to help with the harvest. So hot. She picked up a porcelain cup on the table and took a few sips of water. Thinking for a moment, she took a candy from her pocket. She saw it had melted a little, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in her mouth. She also put the remaining candies into her space. Niu and Niu went to gather pig grass, as usual, and came back. Recently, they weren't allowed to work in the fields. After the harvest, both of them would get married. They needed to take good care of their skin at home, even if it was a bit dark. That's just how rural life is. Niu, Niu, go to the vegetable garden at the back and pick some vegetables for cooking, Old Lady Fu's loud voice rang out. Okay, got it, Grandma. Hearing her voice, Niu and Niu left the room. 17-year-old Fu Daniu already looks quite pretty, with clear features. Although her skin isn't very fair, her facial features are nice. After the autumn harvest, she is about to get married. and her eyes always carry a joyful look. Soon, the sound of people finishing work rang out. The first to return was Mao Xiaoyan, who, sweaty, went to the kitchen water basin, picked up a ladle, and gulped down water. "Wow, I'm so thirsty," she said. Then she scooped more water into a basin and roughly washed her face. Fu Xiaxia heard her mother's voice and came out. Seeing her wash her face so casually, she said, "Mom, take your time. No one is rushing you. You've worked all day, so you must be dirty. Wash up properly." Hearing her daughter, she knew Xiaxia was always a clean girl and loved to keep the family tidy. The twins used to play dirty all the time, but later, their sister forced them to be clean. There was no choice. If they weren't clean, they couldn't get close, and they weren't allowed into the house. This made her and her father also keep the house spotless. Of course, now the twins are responsible for cleaning. The son is mainly for work. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of raising them? According to Xiaxia, the whole family should be neat and clean, and there's no room for argument. While they were talking, people from the fields gradually returned. They had enjoyed a lively lunch today and worked with enthusiasm in the afternoon. Now, they didn't seem very tired. "Third sister-in-law, are you finished washing your face? You scrubbed it like you're washing bed sheets, so carefully." "Everyone's waiting," said Wang Juhua. Although she wasn't tired, she was hot. The only basin in the yard was there for people to wash up after work. Mao Xiaoyan had already finished washing, but she couldn't stand her sister-in-law's sarcastic attitude. Since her uncle stopped being the village head, she had become even more annoying. It wasn't until Dae, her brother, joined the army and sent money home that she became a little more reasonable. They were like cats and dogs, neither liked the other, but they couldn't get rid of each other. They could only argue now and then. "Why rush? Just think about reincarnation," Mao Xiaoyan said, then stood up with her little girl and sat down somewhere to wait for dinner. The others were used to these two sisters-in-law. After washing their faces, they quickly sat down to eat. The children giggled and played, all sunburned like little black cinders. They were very hungry and eagerly looked for a place to sit. Soon, the table was full of dishes and cups, a mess. "You all know that our family has a basket of big dates and walnuts. Each of you can take some to eat or give to others, whichever you prefer. Our fourth son still isn't married. The family has been doing better these past 2 years. The allowance he sent back, I haven't touched. I will give it to him later. Grandson 2 sends back 15 yuan each month. I give 5 yuan to the eldest household each month, and the remaining 10 yuan is for family expenses. The family had some hard times a few years ago, but in recent years, they still have some savings. No one complains about having too much money. The big dates and walnuts are kept for ourselves and to give as gifts. The rest is exchanged for money and vouchers, which feels more secure." Old Lady Fu slowly finished speaking and looked around. "As for the leftovers, third son, go deliver some dates and walnuts to your sister later. Ask her husband to check if there are any job openings. The other dates and walnuts, quietly find ways to exchange them for money and vouchers." She then looked at the other 2 households. "You all know how serious this is. Keep your mouths shut. If I find out you're talking about this outside, you'll be kicked out of our Fu family. Understand?" The old lady was still upset from the neighbor's old troublemaker. She wanted to prove herself and find a job for her eldest grandson. She also wanted that old troublemaker to see that her family was much stronger than his. Everyone in the family knew that third son sometimes did risky things. They also knew the consequences were serious now. No one dared to talk about it, fearing the whole family would be dragged out for criticism. But they also understood that third son was working for the family. Every time he went out, everyone was very nervous. Wang Juhua used to care a lot about her eldest son's job. He was her son, and he was going to be a worker and marry a city girl. Then she could enjoy a better life too. But after so long, there was no news. Her son was already married, but she still held a little hope. Even Fu Jiangwo's increasingly silent eyes showed hope, hoping her brother-in-law could find out some news. Fu Qingqing's parents-in-law worked at a shoe factory. Her husband, Wang Hongjun, was a minor official there. The family had steady jobs, and they had 3 chubby grandsons. Life was quite good. They knew many people, so it was easy to find out about steel factory news. For the past few years, there haven't been any good job opportunities, and the whole family has gone from hopeful to disappointed. When it comes to work, others don't react much. Our eldest heard the news. After the harvest, the team plans to start a school. I want to send these kids to school so they can learn to read and write. They can't be blind to the world. The adults are quite happy. As parents, they all hope their children will at least learn to read and write. When each family member returned to their room with their share of 10 pounds of dates and 10 pounds of walnuts, everyone was smiling happily. Fu Xiaxia watched her 4 older brothers look so downcast. She followed behind them and squatted in the yard. Because she was very small, she hid in a secret spot and didn't see her. She only heard her brothers talking about going to school. She wanted to laugh when she heard their discussion. Their boys just don't love studying. It's not that they don't value the chance to go to school. It's just that it's hard to send a bunch of poor students to school.
Should she go to school or not?
Fu Xiaxia thought carefully, supporting her small head with both hands. Zhejiang, take some things to see your mother-in-law. It's almost harvest time, and your wife still hasn't come back to help. What's going on? Is she trying to be lazy? Wang Jihua handed the big dates and walnuts to her eldest son. Zhejiang happily took the dates and walnuts and went to his mother-in-law's house in the 6th team. It turned out that Tang Xiaohua's younger brother had gone to the mountains and hadn't come back for 2 days. The family was worried and asked the team to help find him. In the end, he returned, but he was a bit shocked and forgot what had happened during those days. Seeing that everything was settled and her brother-in-law was fine, Zhejiang took his wife and son home. Holding his son Tang Xiaobao, he told Tang Xiaohua what had happened today. Your cousin. She's been lazy at home all the time. This time, she finally did something for the family. Tang Xiaohua always disliked the family of the 3rd household. They are lazy and always seem to take advantage of her son. They secretly encourage her mother-in-law to split the family. Her son is the 1st great-grandchild, so the family should value him more. But in her view, her son's kindness isn't as good as a girl's.
How can you talk like that? Little 10 is so young.
What can he do? It was just luck that he had such a good harvest this time. You not only don't appreciate it but also speak coldly about it. Do you believe it? The words you say in front of your 3rd uncle could make him come into our house, and no one would help you. Fu Dajiang thinks his wife has a very big heart, and he's still not satisfied. Their whole family is used to Fu Xiaoshi's status at home. The grandparents don't say anything, and the younger generation shouldn't talk too much. The 3rd uncle and his wife are not easy to deal with, especially since the twins have grown into young men. This family is not to be messed with. Besides, there's no shortage of food or drink for his son at home. His son's life isn't worse than anyone else's in the village. The only regret is that he hasn't found a job yet. Maybe his 3rd uncle will have to help him sort things out. He can't afford to offend people just because of his wife's gossip. Fu Xiaxia doesn't like her older sister-in-law either. Every time she eats something nice, she looks at her as if she's taken a big advantage. It's funny because all of it was arranged by her father. What does Tang Xiaohua have to do with it? Does anyone care what Tang Xiaohua thinks? Honestly, besides Fu Dajiang, no one really cares. The next afternoon, Fu Laosen took a day off from work and set out with a big basket of dates and walnuts to visit his sister. He still remembered to bring some rewards for his daughter. He didn't go directly to his sister's house. Instead, he first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to give his mother's prepared dates and walnuts to his sister. He also asked his brother-in-law to keep helping look for job opportunities. While there, he planned to buy some fabric to make a pretty dress for his daughter and see if there was any small food for children. He didn't say he was going to buy anything. When Fu Qingqing saw his attitude, she understood her 3rd brother's plan. She knew him well because they came from the same mother. She was doing well and didn't mind these things. Originally, Fu Qingqing wanted her 3rd brother to eat first before going back, but he said he had something to do and would come later. His daughter was still waiting for the fabric to make a dress. So, He took the colorful fabric her sister had torn and 4 pieces of peach cake, then quickly left. Fu Laosen made himself look a bit different. In the hot weather, he didn't dare cover his head with a scarf, worried it would attract attention. Instead, he smeared some dirt on his face and went straight to a small alley near the factory gate. He placed his goods on a basket there. This kind of shady deal also takes skill. Then he pulled someone over to look. When the worker saw the goods, he was interested and quickly found someone he knew. Together, they divided the basket of goods quickly. The speed was very fast. He took 10% of the money he earned. He was taking a big risk with his risky business, but his parents agreed. The workers each got only a small share and asked if there was more. He told them to wait at this place tomorrow morning. He would come back. Hearing this, they happily took their things and went home. Fu Laosen also prepared to leave with his belongings. Hey, what are those people doing over there? From afar, he saw a few young people with red armbands walking toward them, shouting as they came. Old Sen looked and thought, oh no, it's the Revolutionary Committee. If they catch us, we might be criticized or even go to jail. We could get hurt badly, so he quickly ran away. The others also chased after him, but after taking several turns, Fu Laosen managed to shake off those people and then started heading home. Dad, Mom, I've already told them. The Red Army will help find out more. I won't go to work tomorrow. I'll gather everything and deal with it all. Once it's over, I'll give you the money all at once, Fu Laosen said. Then, he went back to his room to find his wife, for comfort. All right, you've heard. These next few days, do whatever you need to do. Just wait for news from the relatives. Old big brother, don't be disappointed. The work at the river will be sorted out. Even with just a middle school diploma, we shouldn't worry about finding a job, said Grandma Fu. She probably didn't have much confidence herself because it had been so long. Daughter, look at the flower cloth I bought for you. Let Ma make you a pretty dress to wear. When Fu Laosen saw his adorable little daughter, he forgot about being chased like a dog. He picked her up, kissed her soft face, and then stuffed a piece of peach pastry into her chubby little hand. He kept putting pieces into her pocket because she couldn't put them down. One piece of peach pastry was bigger than her small hand. There were 4 pieces in total. When Fu Laosen wasn't paying attention, she secretly put the remaining pieces into her space to eat slowly later. Grandma Fu also took some to her father-in-law and second father-in-law's homes. She gave a little to familiar families, just enough for them to enjoy something special. Several large baskets of dates and walnuts were quickly finished by Fu Laosen over those days. Old 3 Fu sat in his parents' room, pouring all the money and tickets from the basket onto the bed. His parents looked at the pile of money and tickets, feeling very shocked. They wondered if making money through risky schemes was really so easy. Since it was mostly small change, it looked like a big pile. However, it's better to do such things less often, as small profits can be risky. We sold 400 pounds of dates and 400 pounds of walnuts. Dates are 2 mao each, and since the walnuts are fresh, they are only 8 fun each. We made a total of 90 yuan and 34 fun from sales, plus some tickets for snacks. Old 3 Fu explained the calculations to his parents. I took 10 yuan for running errands and some tickets for snacks, so the total is 80 yuan and 34 fun. Count it and see if it's correct. His parents' mouths twitched at the same time, but they didn't say much. Engaging in risky schemes is dangerous. If caught, they could be labeled as bad elements and, in serious cases, go to jail. That's why old 3 Fu is quick-witted. His older brothers don't have his courage, so they can only let old 3 Fu take the lead. Still, it's better to do such things less often. He then turned back to sit on the bed, carefully counting the money and tickets. Seeing he had nothing else to do, old 3 Fu returned to his own room. Feeling happy, he even gave his daughter a yuan as pocket money, telling her to save it and not tell her 2 brothers. Although old 3 Fu initially had some small tricks in mind when treating Xia well, over time, being kind to her became a family habit. Once feelings are involved, it's hard to take them back. Over the years, their parents and brothers have sincerely cared for Xia. Xia also feels very happy. It's wonderful to have such a family. She can still be a happy little rice bug. But for the family's better life, she is willing to work hard sometimes. Plus, with little Seven as a helper, not trying hard would be a waste. Xia Xia, since you don't need this 1 yuan right now, we can use it to spin the big wheel. Xia Xia keeps her money in her space, but little Seven thinks it's better to use it practically. The big wheel? Does it cost money to play? Xia Xia looks surprised. She had forgotten that little Seven mentioned there might be a fee before. Of course. Different prices give different prizes. You can try. Really? All the prizes are worth more than they cost. Xia Xiaofu thought for a moment and decided to follow Xiao Qi's advice. Instantly, the 1 yuan coin disappeared into the space. Looking at the big spinning wheel that should have appeared in her mind, it suddenly popped up in front of her. Is this also due to the system update? Yes, the cute, young voice quickly replied. Xia Xiaofu looked at the different big wheel from last time. Instead of numbers, it displayed 4 items, each with a different size of section. The sections, from largest to smallest, were itchy powder, castor bean powder, crying and sobbing pills, and anesthetic syringe. What are these? They all seem like prank items. She could only exchange her 1 yuan for 1 item here? She clicked on each item, and the wheel showed descriptions. Itchy powder. When it touches the skin, it causes uncontrollable itching, making the person scratch constantly. The effect lasts 72 hours. The neutralizer is saline solution. This item is a one-time use. Castor bean powder. Must be taken orally to work. The user will have diarrhea non-stop until they become weak, and it continues for 72 hours. The neutralizer is urine from a young boy. This item is a one-time use. Crying and sobbing pills, dissolved in water. The user will quickly start crying and sobbing, with symptoms lasting until 72 hours pass. The neutralizer is urine from a young boy. This item is a one-time use. Anesthetic syringe contains 5 very thin needles coated with anesthetic. When injected, the person instantly falls asleep and can wake up after 72 hours. The neutralizer is enough sleep time. Xia Xiaofu thought the most useful among these 4 items was the anesthetic syringe. The others are all single-use. But the chance of getting this is so tiny, only 1%. What kind of luck does it take to get that? Actually, 1 yuan can get many different items. The wheel randomly shows 4 items each time, and which one you get depends on luck. Plus, the system guarantees they are high quality and effective. She just wanted to know if she had that kind of luck. So she gently tapped with her little paw. The truth proved she really did have that luck. Xia Xiaofu took out her prize from the space, the small, delicate anesthetic syringe. It was tiny enough for her little hand to use. Her mood was indescribable. With such a small chance of encountering this, she still managed to get it. As expected, she remains the ultimate winner in life, Xia Xiaofu. Xia Xia happily thought that this item could be used when she goes into the woods to catch big animals. However, there are too few needles. Good steel should be used on the blade. For now, it will be stored in the space. Xie Zayton sat with his grandfather in the house to enjoy the cool. According to his grandfather, this is their family's house, but no one has lived here for a long time. After they moved in, they had someone clean it up well first. Today, when old man Xie was out walking, he saw a small alley crowded with people. When he looked closer, he saw fresh big red dates. He bought a few Jean, worried they might sell out if he waited too long. After paying, he saw that they were indeed sold out, and the seller quickly left with the money. Luckily, he reacted quickly. The grandfather and grandson sat under the grape arbor in the yard, eating sweet red dates. Grandpa, where are we going to play tomorrow? As a child, Xie Zayton was always thinking about playing. We'll explore the nearby area first to get familiar with the environment. We might stay here for a long time, said old man Xie. They had thought about it carefully on the way. They probably would stay here for quite a while, so his grandson's school situation wasn't urgent. Okay, said Xie Zayton lazily sitting on a stool. He didn't have many demands, just enough to eat, drink, and have fun. Our morning runs will continue every day.
No slacking.
Also, practice boxing with me to improve your skills, said old man Xie. He hoped his grandson would join the army someday. Xie Tianzi didn't speak. He just rolled his eyes. He understood his grandfather's intention, but he didn't want to join the army. Running was fine, but boxing was not necessary. Time flies, and now we face the autumn harvest. This silent war has begun. 1,000 years is too long. Only seizing the moment matters. For the party and the people, we must carry forward the spirit of hard work and perseverance, grit our teeth, and strive to get the grain back to the granary early, contributing to our country's cause. Work hard, work harder, keep going, keep going. Captain Wang Yuzhen stood on a table in the drying yard, passionately giving the autumn harvest speech. His voice was loud and hoarse, almost a bit rough. Is it hard? Think of the long march, 25,000 li. Is it tiring? Think of the revolutionary predecessors. The cool autumn morning breeze blew, and everyone on the drying yard listened attentively to the captain's shout. Looking at the golden crops in the fields, their eyes were filled with the joy of harvest. Since spring returned to the land, they have worked hard and sweated a lot. It's like the famous Tang poem, hoeing at noon, sweat drops onto the soil. The rice seedlings they watered have turned golden and heavy with grains during the season. They have poured a year's worth of effort and hard work into watering the crops, and now they are reaping a bountiful harvest. Everyone feels happy and excited, eager to rush into the fields to gather the crops. Not everyone shares this enthusiasm, at least not old Fu San. Old Fu San is holding his daughter and standing behind the crowd. He's not interested in listening to the team leader's long speech. He just wants to get the work done quickly. Daughter, are you hungry? Old Fu Sen worries about his daughter going hungry, forgetting that she had an egg and a bowl of porridge that morning. Hearing her father's question, Fu Xiaxia secretly takes out a few big dates from her pocket and stuffs a large one into her father's mouth. She also picks up one and starts eating it herself, showing with her actions that she is food. Old Fu Sen also chews on a date, and they eat together with a crunch. The people around were listening intently, but suddenly, they hear this sound. They turn around and see. Oh, it's old Fu San. He's holding his daughter, the girl everyone has heard about but rarely seen. To serve our party and people, we must work hard and move forward. We must never forget the teachings of the party and the country, and always strive to be better. The team leader continues his speech passionately. But many people in the crowd start to lose focus and turn their eyes toward Fu San's daughter. Wow, old Fu Sen wasn't joking. His daughter is truly beautiful, with red lips, white teeth, and fair skin. She doesn't look like a typical rural girl. She looks like a city girl. Still, everyone just thinks this silently, though their eyes show a bit of admiration. Old Fu San didn't want his daughter to come here to listen to the team leader's speeches, but he couldn't refuse her enthusiasm. Since that trip to the mountain, Fu Xiaxia has stayed at home again. She wanted to go treasure hunting, but lately, she's been content with her peach cookies and dates. She has enough to eat and drink, and as the lazy girl everyone talks about, she's lost her motivation. This sudden idea to come out has attracted so many eyes that Fu Xiaxia begins to regret leaving the house. Why do these people look at her with such eager eyes? Go away, what are you looking at? You all act like you've never seen the world before. Hurry up and turn your heads. The squad leader is already glaring at you. You're not enthusiastic about the harvest and you might be labeled as lagging behind. Old Third Fu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with disdain. Huh. Everyone secretly looked down on Old Third Fu. If they were to be labeled as lagging behind, Old Third Fu would definitely be on that list. That's enough. The harvest begins now. Squad leader Wang Yuzhen finished speaking, and everyone quickly dispersed to start working. Soon, the whole team was busy. Even the children went to the fields to help with simple tasks. The fields were full of villagers, adults, children, and elders, working hard with sickles to harvest the crops. Despite the exhaustion, everyone was determined, sweating and tired, but never complaining. Their faces were bright with smiles, as sweet as honey, and their hearts were filled with happiness. Along the bumpy country roads, villagers carried full baskets of grain to the fields. Although the repeated actions made them breathless, they all smiled happily. their dark faces shining with joy from the harvest. Old Third Fu told his daughter to stay in the shade and go home if she got tired. She was also forced to join the harvest team. Mao Xiaoyan had always worked with a few sister-in-laws. Whenever villagers passed by that tree, they would glance at Fu Xiaxi. She looked so lovely that people couldn't help but look again. They were told she was Old Third Fu's daughter. Soon, almost everyone in the team knew about Fu Xiaxi and that Old Third Fu had a beautiful little daughter. Fu Xiaxi didn't realize that in just a few years, she had become well known. Today, everyone knew her from the morning. She sat in the shade, feeling a bit bored. "Little Seven, are you there?" Fu Xiaxi thought she should ask first. Little Seven was just a child, and she was worried he might be sleeping.
Haha.
"I'm here, Xiaxi." "What's up?" Little Seven was just as Fu Xiaxi expected. Whenever she didn't call him, he would fall asleep like a human. She wondered if this was normal. "I don't know either. Recently, I just feel like sleeping all the time. But if you call me, I will respond." Little Seven's voice is still a bit deep from just waking up. "It's okay. You can sleep as you like. I'm bored now and want to study the map. Rest well. If I need you, I will call you." The map of a 500-mile radius appears in Fu Xiaxia's view. She is currently inside the fields. The map shows a small part of their village. Most of it is farmland. "I'm awake now and not sleepy anymore." On the map, there is a very noticeable gold character. She zooms in on the map with her hand. This is the granary location. Fu Xiaxia asks hopefully, "Little Seven, does this mean there might be gold here?" "Yes, Xiaxia. This place is a public area, so it can't be a gold mine. I think it might be some small item accidentally dropped by someone." Xiaxia thinks that if it's gold, she doesn't mind how small it is. Even a tiny mosquito is meat. She was planning to relax, but now she sees something real and can't wait. She puts on her small straw hat, stands up, and prepares to leave confidently. As she steps out of the shade, a wave of heat hits her. Xiaxia immediately wants to go back. She looks at the busy villagers under the hot sun and finally resists the urge to retreat. Dad, Xiaxia sees her father nearby and runs over. She politely lifts her little head and asks, "Dad, I'm about to go home. Do you want me to bring you some water?" "No need. If I want water, I can get it myself. If you're going home, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it'll get even hotter later." Old Three urges his daughter to go back quickly. When Xiaxia hears she doesn't need to bring water, she says goodbye to her dad and heads toward the granary. She feels the sun is too hot and wants to run faster. But the more she runs, the hotter it gets. The road is full of potholes. Xiaxia stops to rest for a while, but decides to keep walking. After about 10 minutes, she finally reaches the granary. Her legs are short after all. The harvest has just begun, and there aren't many people at the granary. Everyone is busy in the fields, racing against time. "Little Seven, show me the enlarged map of the granary again." Looking at the spot marked gold, she lifts her leg and walks toward the target, getting closer and closer until she bumps into a haystack. Fu Xiaxia looked around and maximized the map. The spot was just at the edge of the haystack. Fortunately, if it had been in the middle, she would have had to move the haystack first. She looked at the map again. No one was nearby. She turned off the map, found the right spot, and started tearing at the grass on the side. With her strength, it was easy. She finished quickly. After searching for a while, she found nothing. "Xiaxia, it should be underground, right?" Little Seven guessed. Fu Xiaxia also thought so. She squatted down and pulled away a patch of grass, revealing the ground. She reached into her pocket and took out a small shovel from her space. This was her first digging attempt. She thought her pocket combined with her space was a bit like Doraemon's magic bag, but her bag had fewer items. She decided she should store more things in the future. This small shovel was high-tech and very sharp. She felt she didn't need much effort to dig through the soil. "Little Seven, how deep do you think I should dig?" she asked, worried she might dig forever without finding anything. That would be bad. "Just a few more hits. It probably isn't too deep," Little Seven replied, helpless. "Be careful and let me know if anyone comes." Fu Xiaxia said, digging 2 or 3 more times. Xiaxia, I found something. It's in the dirt you just moved. Check it out, little Seven said, noticing she was too focused on digging and had already uncovered something but wanted to keep going. He quickly stopped her. I'm taking a break now. You can play by yourself, she said, then silenced herself. When she heard little Seven's alert, Fu Xiaxia stopped digging. She used her shovel to move the soil and discovered a small, golden object. No wonder she hadn't seen it before, so tiny, covered in dirt and dull in color. Okay, she said, casually picking it up. She wiped off the dirt and saw it was a ring. It was wide and looked like a man's ring. She didn't bother examining it closely and quickly put it into her space. Then she filled the hole and covered it with grass. Just as she finished tidying up, she heard someone calling her. Fu Xiaoxia, what are you sneaking around doing? Zhang Lia, who was dark from the sun, stood nearby, staring at her. None of your business. Fu Xiaoxia was so focused earlier that she was startled by the sudden voice. She patted her chest, still a bit scared. She didn't want to bother with him and decided to go home. It was too hot, and she was covered in sweat. She just wanted to wash her face. Zhang Liuya didn't want to let her go and blocked her way back. Zhang Liuya was also helping in the fields, preparing to go home and bring water for her family. She happened to see Fu Xiaoshi holding a small shovel, standing there, not sure what she was doing. What exactly are you doing? Be careful, I will tell the team leader, Zhang Liuya asked persistently, with a hint of threat. Fu Xiaoshi found Zhang Liuya so annoying. She was almost overheated. What does it have to do with you? Are you bothering me? If you want to complain, go ahead. If you block me, I'll tell my dad to scold you, she said irritably, making a small fist. It was strange. Every time she went out, she almost always met Zhang Liuya. This girl always looked at her unfavorably, trying to isolate her. She only went out occasionally and kept running into trouble, which was really annoying. This time, her mood was ruined after digging up the gold, and she didn't want to bother with her at all. When Zhang Liuya heard Fu Xiaoshi, she quickly moved aside. Seeing Fu Xiaoshi walk away, she stomped her feet in anger. She was dark and thin, often scolded and beaten. Why was Fu Xiaoshi so fair and tender, never working, never scolded or beaten, and always eating well? Every time she saw Fu Xiaoshi, she instinctively felt inferior and couldn't help but argue with her. But Fu Xiaoshi didn't want to pay attention to her at all. Zhang Liuya became more and more stubborn. This was also a kind of never-give-up spirit. Fu Xiaoshi didn't care what Zhang Liuya thought. She finally got home, took off her hat and fanned herself. It was really hot. She planned to wash her face with some cool water, but then saw her grandma at home. No wonder the door was open. Grandma, I want to wash my face, she said. Their water tank was big and tall, covered with a large lid, which was a bit inconvenient for her small frame, so she had to ask for help. Grandma Fu looked at her fair-skinned, sweat-covered little granddaughter running over and quickly went out to fetch water for her. Aren't you with your dad? Why are you all sweaty and covered in dirt? Hurry and wash up properly, she said, filling the basin with water. It's too hot. I just came back by myself, Fu Xiaoshi replied, feeling the cool water on her face was very comfortable. She washed her face and arms a few more times, then told her grandma and went back to her room. Grandma Fu didn't stop her. She hurried off to do her own things. She was just back to bring some water for others. Carefully, Xiaxia closed the door, took out the ring, wiped it with the corner of her clothes, and examined it closely. Please forgive her for her limited knowledge. She couldn't recognize the pattern but thought it looked quite nice. She decided to give it to her father since it wouldn't be useful to her now. She wanted to make him happy first. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the door open suddenly. Startled, she quickly threw the ring into her pocket, forgetting she still had a space there. It seems she needs to get used to this. Daughter, Dad is back. Old Three Fu saw his little girl sitting obediently on a small stool, staring at him with wide eyes. He patted her head and asked, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" "No, I was just surprised," she replied. She thought it was her grandmother at first, but it was actually old Three Fu. Dad, you've been lazy again. Is it too hot? Where's Mom? She had been startled twice today. Doing things secretly really tests her mental strength. Mini scene Xiaxia. I was just being mysterious. How did I become sneaky? Xia Zayton. I like you just the way you are. Xiaxia. Go away. She quickly brought a porcelain cup to her father to quench his thirst. She didn't bother to persuade him to work properly. This had happened many times before. Her father was like this, and it couldn't be changed. Oh, my daughter is the best. Your mom is feeling relaxed today and probably won't come back, he said, taking the cup from her and drinking it all in one gulp. Dad, do you want more? No, I'll get some myself when I'm thirsty later. My girl is really great. Old Three Fu was worried about tiring her out, seeing her face turn red. Dad, I can do even better, Xiaxia whispered mysteriously to her father. How can you do better? Seeing her sneaky little look, he almost wanted to laugh.
Dad, stretch out your hand.
I have a little gift for you. I worked hard digging it today. Old Three Fu held out his hand, opening his palm. He thought she had dug up some bug or something, but he wasn't afraid of bugs. Since his daughter was so innocent, he decided to play along. Xiaxia took the ring out of her pocket and placed it in his palm. Old Three Fu opened his eyes wide. Was he seeing things? He picked it up and bit it near his mouth. Yes, it was real. Dad, this isn't clean. I haven't washed it yet, Fu Xiaxiang reminded him. Old Fu was so happy, he almost couldn't believe it. He picked up Xiaxiang and kissed her big on the face. Haha, not washed? That's okay. Dad doesn't mind at all. Little treasure, you're such a good girl. Tell Dad, where did you find this? I was just passing by the grain field and digging with a small shovel, Xiaxiang said honestly. When Old Fu heard it was from the grain field, he guessed someone had dropped it before. No matter who dropped it, once it was in his pocket, it was his. He asked again, Girl, did anyone see you digging? I finished digging, tidied up, and then I met Zhang Liuya. But she probably didn't see anything, she explained in detail. It's okay. She's just a little girl, probably jealous of you. No need to worry about her. It's better if she didn't see, Old Fu said, carefully examining the ring on his hand and kissing his finger. The gift from his daughter made him very happy. Dad, can I exchange this for money? Xiaxiang asked, as if she didn't understand. You can exchange it, but we don't need money right now. Keep it for now, Old Fu said happily, smiling brightly. It seemed having a daughter was really useful. At least his sons didn't give him gold. Seeing her dad so happy, Xiaxiang also felt happy. She guessed her dad would bring her some good food again. Girl, next time you go to town, Dad will bring you some delicious food. You'll want to eat it again, he promised.
Dad, don't worry.
I'll dig more gifts for you in the future, Xiaxiang said confidently. Oh, my good girl, you're amazing. Old Fu thought she was lucky this time. He didn't mind her words too much, but still praised her greatly. He planned to hide the ring where he kept his money. Since the gold couldn't be found easily, he knew Xiaxiang was discreet and wouldn't tell anyone. He didn't hide it from her because he trusted her. Actually, Xiaxiang already knew. After happily hiding the gold, Old Fu gently told his daughter, Girl, Dad has to go to work now. Play at home by yourself. He looked at Xiaxiang until she nodded to show she understood. Then he left the room. Old Madame Fu was ready with a jar filled with water. As she looked up, she saw Old Fu. Madame Fu immediately glared and said, You little rascal, you're lazy again. What excuse are you using this time? Mom, you're here. It's just too hot, and I feel dizzy from the sun. Xiao sure has already come back. I want to see if she arrived home safely. Isn't she about to leave now? After saying that, she turned and ran away. Don't run. Take this jar of water to your father and the others, Madame Fu called out, knowing her third son's character. She stopped him just in time, as he was returning to help her. The third son quickly turned back and helped his mother carry the jars of water to the field. Madame Fu thought that her third son's mischievous behavior was well known in their team. In the past, her eldest son, as the team leader, could cover for him a little, but now it was no longer possible. She couldn't understand why she and her husband had such an unruly son. The twins were already teenagers, but her third son still hadn't changed at all. His wife was just the same, no progress either. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The harvest season was still busy, and they needed good rest. After returning to his room, Mao Xiaoyan saw her husband sneakily take out a gold ring from their hidden money spot. It flashed brightly in her eyes, and she quickly grabbed it. Holding the gold ring, Mao Xiaoyan listened as her husband explained what had happened. She knew her daughter had found it and given it to her father as a gift. She loved her daughter even more for it. She didn't think her daughter only gave the ring to her husband and not to her. Once it was in her husband's hands, it was as good as in hers, just the same. Seeing her husband happily dance around, she reminded him to hide the ring well after he had looked at it enough. Such things shouldn't be shown openly now. During this harvest period, under Wang Yogan's leadership, the team worked tirelessly, almost non-stop. Everyone involved in the harvest, whether fighting on the front lines or helping behind the scenes, was exhausted and worn out. Once all the grain was harvested, dried thoroughly, and stored in the granary, the harvest was considered complete. A few days before the official grain delivery day, everyone took a break from their busy farm work to rest and catch their breath. After dinner at night, people started visiting neighbors and relaxing. At the old Fu family, Wang Jihua and Li Xiuhong were busy with their chores, going outside to chat and cool off with familiar people. Even Mao Xiaoyan went to visit her close friends. Old man Fu also sat on a stool in the yard to rest. Recently, he was very tired and hadn't had a good rest. After all, he's getting older, and his body isn't as strong as before. In the yard, there are some common vegetables planted, but some are withered. Old Second Fu, who is free now, picks up a hoe and starts turning the soil, quietly working. Second son, come over and rest. You've been working too hard lately. If you have time, sit down and take a break. There's still the autumn planting to do, he said, looking at his son, who has become thinner and darker. He felt a bit worried and thought he should find a way to help his family recover. Mom, it's okay. I'm almost done, his son replied, then continued working. The old lady looked and saw that the work was nearly finished, so she didn't say anything. She sat in the yard with her husband, drinking water. Tomorrow, I will cook that old hen that hasn't laid eggs for everyone to enjoy. It will be good for everyone, said old lady Fu, feeling reluctant to part with the chicken. There is a rule that each household can have no more than 3 poultry animals. Their family only has 3 old hens, kept for laying eggs. The eggs are for their own use or saved to exchange for other things. Although bartering is forbidden, exchanging goods directly is still okay. During the harvest, they didn't dare to kill the hens for food. Recently, one hen hasn't laid eggs for a few days. Seeing the family looking thin and tired, old lady Fu decided to kill that hen so everyone could have a good meal. Later, she would check which hen was nesting and catch another to raise. Xie Tianzi and his grandfather were running quickly through the forest. The wind was howling past their ears, making it hard to hear anything else. Only their rapid breathing could be heard. They were exhausted and gasping for breath. As common folks out for exercise, they ended up being chased, and the target was specifically them. It felt like a dream. Xie Tianzi still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing everything was fake, that he was still in bed dreaming and hadn't woken up. But the slight pain from their wounds seemed to mock his innocence. They were unlucky, just walking near the edge of the town, in a remote place where there was no one to ask for help. Xie Banshan never expected that those 2 people wouldn't even give them a chance to speak. One man with a pointed face and sharp features charged at them with a knife. Xie Banshan was defending the border and shouting, but he received no response. A middle-aged man nearby coughed loudly, and his sharp, monkey-like face suddenly turned fierce. He looked like a reckless outlaw who had blood on his hands. The bright reflection from his blade made Xie Banshan feel nervous. He truly wanted to kill them. Xie Banshan didn't dare be careless. After fighting before, he knew this man was skilled and evenly matched with him. But he was still worried about the person behind him. Although that person's abilities were unknown, he was at least better than the man with the knife. For the safety of himself and his grandson, He quickly decided to use the terrain. He pulled his grandson and turned through 7 or 8 twists and turns, leading them into a lush, dangerous-looking forest nearby. Since the forest was collective property, no one was allowed to cut trees or damage it. Plus, recent rains had made the forest grow more like a primeval jungle, and it was well protected. Because of this, the forest became more dangerous. Most villagers only stayed on the outskirts. Without local hunters who knew the way, no one dared to enter deep into the woods. Xie Banshan was a soldier and knew these facts. They had no other choice. Maybe they could find a small chance of survival in the mountains. The autumn forest was cool and dark. The bright sky was mostly blocked by thick branches, with only sparse, dappled sunlight shining through the leaves, making the mountain look even more mysterious. The grandfather and grandson kept moving deeper into the woods without stopping. The farther they went, the quieter the forest became. But their arrival disturbed this peace. 2 people behind them kept chasing. They were surprised. Despite the grandfather and grandson's luck with their skills, they shouldn't have let them escape. Yet every time they got close, something would happen: traps, branches tripping them, or stepping into animal droppings. Sometimes they encountered snakes or wild animals. In short, anything that could go wrong did. They watched helplessly as the grandfather and grandson moved further away. If they weren't somewhat skilled, they might have been caught or hurt by now. The autumn harvest has ended, and everyone is now free. People are happy, just like during the New Year, with big smiles on their faces. When they have free time, they go out to chat or sit and wait for the grain distribution. Fu Xiaxia also feels a bit bored. Now that she is little 7, she's not afraid to go out alone. She told her family she was going out to play with others, without asking anyone to accompany her. Her family thought she finally decided to go out and play with other children in the village. They urged her to leave quickly, to make more friends and not stay alone at home and get too bored. In the past, Fu Xiaxia didn't want to go out, so her family let her stay. But now that she's willing, they quickly agreed. But no one expected that a young girl like Fu Xiaxia would be so brave and secretly run into the deep mountains and forests. She planned to explore there, always paying attention to her surroundings. She moved a little deeper inside, hoping to find some prey or something interesting. After all, she had a new toy now, and she wanted to let it have some fun instead of just keeping it in her space and letting it gather dust. Suddenly, she saw a few small green dots appear on her map. They weren't coming toward her. The first 2 green dots moved quickly, while the other 2 moved slowly, stopping now and then, seeming to get farther away. Fu Xiaxia thought she had some self-protection skills now, and her curiosity grew even more. She followed those green dots, moving along with them. Since she was just here to play, she didn't mind where she went and was confident she wouldn't get lost. She watched as the 2 green dots behind gradually caught up with the front 2. She sped up, but the path was still rough and difficult to walk. She started to feel discouraged and wanted to go back, but her curiosity kept her going. Xie Zetian was sweating heavily, his legs trembling from running. He had been running hard, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. He knew it was a matter of life or death now. His strength was almost gone. Usually, he only ran with his grandfather as he was just a 10-year-old boy. He regretted not practicing boxing when his grandfather told him to. He had refused many times. If he had known it would come to this, he would have trained hard in winter and summer. Xiao Tian, hold on, said Xie Banshan, who was also very tired. He was barely supporting himself with his willpower but kept moving with his grandson. In the end, they were caught. Old man, you're running pretty fast. Keep running. Why did you stop? The man with the pointed face looked very disheveled, his clothes messy and torn. He was panting heavily and really wanted to hit the grandfather and grandson first, but he was too tired. He decided to catch his breath first. Another man, who looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, wasn't panting much and didn't seem very messy. Clearly, he was a strong person. Let us go, and I will have my dad give you a lot of money, Xie Zetian said with a serious face, sounding a bit childish. Oh, a lot of money? We'd love that. The pointed-faced man chuckled at the child's words. Then let us go first. I'll have my dad give you the money later. Xie Zayton thought they had agreed, and that they would be saved, so he felt a bit proud. But Shun Banshan was not as naive as his grandson. Sure enough. Alright, finish up quickly and go back. The middle-aged man thought they were just an old man retired from the army and a young kid. He didn't expect them to be so capable. The situation on this trip had made him very annoyed, and now he found it troublesome. Hearing the middle-aged man, the pointed-faced man carefully approached the grandfather and grandson with a knife, worried that something might happen if they got too close. This also gave Shin Banshan a chance to breathe and think.
Who are you?
Why are you attacking us for no reason? At least let us understand what's going on. Shin Banshan still wanted to struggle. He could fight the pointed-faced man evenly, but he was no match for the middle-aged man. When he saw the middle-aged man make a move behind them, he understood. This was a cultivator. Cultivators are vastly different from ordinary people. The middle-aged man didn't speak. The pointed-faced man said, "Haha, an understanding ghost? Fine, since your employer didn't say you couldn't say anything. The fight between your Xie family and another side, your son's side won. The losing side, to vent their anger, paid us to do this. Now you understand, right? And this is a good place to hide the body and erase all traces. You chose this burial site yourself. Then just take my life," Shun Banshan said, still holding on to a bit of hope. "Let my grandson go." As the sharp-faced man got closer, Xie Banshan protected Xie Zetian behind him, telling him not to speak anymore. Xie Zetian felt very nervous, but bit his lip tightly, not daring to shout. At this moment he realized he was being toyed with.
Don't think about it.
Neither of you can leave today. We can't break the rules of the industry or ruin our reputation. Regret kept spreading in Xie Zetian's heart, but he also understood that the world is harsh. It won't spare you just because you're weak. As long as you have strength, you can be fearless. When death seemed near, the boy suddenly seemed to grow up quickly. His eyes became sharper. Indeed, hardships can make people grow fast. But without strength, all efforts are useless. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't seem to plan to attack yet, Xie Banshan prepared to act first, planning to deal with the man with the knife, and then help his grandson escape. Xie Zetian cried sadly. He didn't want to agree, but he felt helpless. Seeing the rusty knife getting closer, Xie Banshan was about to make his move. But suddenly, an unexpected change happened. The sharp-faced man suddenly collapsed in front of him, almost stabbing Xie Banshan with the knife. Frightened, he quickly pulled his grandson back a step. "Who?" The middle-aged man looked around alertly, stepping back quickly and adopting a defensive stance. He thought that in this deep mountain forest, besides the four of them, no one else would be there, so he didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, another surprise appeared. Xie Banshan and Xie Zetian felt a little hopeful and a bit excited. Seeing that the somewhat naive, proud, and clumsy young man was about to be defeated, Fu Xiaxia decisively chose to act. Fu Xiaxia saw that in the blink of an eye, she had knocked down the man with a needle. The speed was very fast, but the middle-aged man was very alert. He managed to dodge, showing he was quite capable. Holding the syringe in her hand, she hid it in her sleeve, waiting for another chance to try. The needle was running low, only 3 left, and she didn't want to waste any more. "Little 7, did we fail? Should we try again?" Fu Xiaxia thought it was best to ask Little 7 for advice, to help analyze the situation and avoid risking her own life. But her main intention was still to help. She just finished watching the entire scene from start to finish and realized that the 2 people behind were involved in a dangerous activity, while the grandfather and grandson in front were innocent bystanders. She wondered whether she should help. Because she is a kind little fairy, she admired the brave young man who, although small, was very handsome. She just hoped he wouldn't grow up to look different. "Xiaxia, I can tell you for sure that this person is a cultivator," Xiao Qi said seriously. It didn't want Xiaxia to risk her life.
What?
"A cultivator," Xiaxia almost shouted. Could it be true that the spiritual energy Xiao Qi mentioned really exists? This wasn't nonsense. A cultivator really appeared. Xia looked shocked. Yes, I can sense the spiritual energy fluctuations on him. He's at the first level of qi refining, but much stronger than ordinary people. Xiao Qi was also surprised. Meeting a cultivator here suggested that this world might really have rare treasures. As a system, you can see spiritual energy fluctuations. Xia was quick to recover and became curious about Xiao Qi's ability. I don't know why, but I can see it, Xiao Qi said. It vaguely knew something, but revealing it now wouldn't help them and might even cause trouble. What should we do? Just watch them die. It seemed Xiao Qi couldn't give more advice, so Xia decided to focus on the present. She couldn't bear to see the grandfather and grandson die. They weren't evil villains, and her conscience wouldn't allow her to watch them perish. She needed a plan that could save herself and help others. Getting noticed by him is only a matter of time. Cultivators have very sharp senses. Then, find a chance to get close, and when he's not paying attention, attack him. This way, we have a good chance, Xiao Qi suggested. That's a good idea. Let's do it, Xia agreed without hesitation. The middle-aged man relaxed his senses and quickly sensed someone behind the big tree nearby. He slowly approached, but saw no one. Suddenly lowering his head, he saw a small, slightly disheveled girl about 6 years old crouching in the shadow of the tree, staring at him with wide eyes. The middle-aged man took another quick look around, making sure no one else was nearby. He relaxed instantly, thinking that this young lady probably got lost by mistake. He grabbed the girl's back clothes and gently placed her in front of Xiabanshan. At the foot of the mountain, the Red Flag third team sat under a large banyan tree, chatting and cooling off. I heard that the family next door had another fight. The daughter-in-law took many years to get pregnant, but she only had a girl. The old lady was so angry she didn't even let her rest during her confinement and made her work right away, said a slightly plump woman sitting on a small stool, fixing her shoe sole while gossiping.
I know about that, too.
Have you seen the daughter-in-law's face? It looks pale and yellow, very unhealthy. She seems much older. Her mother-in-law doesn't seem worried about her health. Do you think she might not be able to have children in the future? Another tall, thin woman continued. The mother-in-law doesn't care. I heard she wants her son to divorce and marry someone else, whispered a middle-aged woman with messy hair, speaking mysteriously. No one knew where she got her information. When she said that, everyone stopped their sewing and looked at her. Really?
Who told you that?
Who would let their daughter marry into that family? No one can guarantee the baby will be a boy.
Exactly.
Even though they all prefer boys, it's rare to see such harsh treatment of daughters-in-law. Everyone started talking at once. It's not rare. My neighbor Zhang Laotai's family treats their daughters-in-law just as badly. They have 2 sons and a granddaughter one after another, like making dumplings. But they only have 1 grandson. The life of their daughter-in-law is really tough. TSK. Mao Xiaoyan was just here chatting idly when she overheard their conversation. She immediately joined in, giving her opinion without realizing her own daughter had already been captured by bad people. Yes, I've heard that too. Among all the daughters-in-law, only you, Xiaoyan, seem to live comfortably. I heard your mother-in-law never makes your daughter do any work. Your girl is truly spoiled, said the tall, thin woman with envy. I also heard that your mother-in-law fought fiercely with Aunt Zhang from next door over your daughter. Is that true? Asked a woman with 2 braids curiously. Mao Xiaoyan rolled her eyes when she heard what they were saying. Her family knew their own matters, and she felt too embarrassed to speak. This was entirely the long-term influence of her third brother. Now, the whole family was used to her husband, daughter, and their lazy habits. Whenever there was something, they would call her twin sons. She used to not favor girls over boys so much. It was all because of her third brother's influence. She had hoped her daughter would marry into a good family. As her daughter grew up, she became more obedient and lovely, which made her very dear. Her third brother never mentioned it again, probably because he was more attentive now. My mother-in-law is a good person. She doesn't want my cute daughter to get hurt. Plus, my daughter is so pretty, who wouldn't feel sorry for her? Mao Xiaoyan proudly said. She often boasted about her mother-in-law outside, but she didn't need to talk about the real situation. These people had also met Fu Xiaxia. As Mao Xiaoyan praised, she was right. She was not mistaken. Besides, the fight wasn't about her daughter. It was because old lady Zhang hurt my mother-in-law's feelings. And it's about my eldest nephew's work problem. Don't mention it outside, so my mother-in-law doesn't hear and get angry. I don't care what you say, Mao Xiaoyan whispered, worried about being overheard. Everyone looked sad. Fu Dajiang, who had only finished middle school years ago, was still farming at home. It was a waste of all those years of schooling, really a loss. Suddenly, someone hurried over and said, "What are you all sitting here for? Come on, let's go to Grandma Lu's house. There's some excitement to see." Then they hurried away. The others immediately stood up, took their sewing kits and small stools, and moved to a new spot. A grandfather and grandson watched as a middle-aged man grabbed a girl by her collar. She looked like a little flower cat. Their hearts felt like they'd been poured with cold water, so cold, their hearts sank to the bottom. The middle-aged man looked at them with contempt, slightly sneering. He kicked the person lying on the ground. Was he unconscious? But he didn't care. His only goal was to finish the task. He picked up the sharp, pointed knife and played with it casually in his hand. It seemed he was ready to let them all die. Fu Xiaxia looked at the cold gleam of the knife and felt speechless. Why didn't the old man seize the opportunity when the cultivator was distracted to grab the knife? Instead, he let the knife fall into the enemy's hands, giving them an advantage. Was this something a normal person would do? This young girl is innocent. Her parents will surely come back for her. This has nothing to do with her. Let her go. Xie Banshan couldn't bear to see this child die. It's their fate, but the girl is innocent. He wanted to try to save her. "Ha, you still have time to worry about others," the middle-aged man said dismissively. "Uncle, are you playing a game?" "But Dad said knives are very dangerous," the girl said as she walked up to the man, hugging his leg. She risked being stabbed, looked up innocently, and spoke. Her messy hair and muddy fingers on her face made her look a bit funny. Fu Xiaxia was thinking to herself that although the old man was silly, he was still a good person. Her selfless act wasn't in vain. If Xie Banshan knew how the girl saw him, stupid, he would definitely argue. Even with a knife, he wouldn't be a match for the middle-aged man. Xie Zetian didn't have time to stop the girl from approaching. He also felt sorry. Such a beautiful little girl was about to be caught in a bloody scene and lose her life. Haha, of course it's dangerous. You're unlucky. I don't care how you got in here, but since you're here, don't think about leaving, the middle-aged man said just as he suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. Fu Xiaxia quickly put away her syringe, took the bad guy's knife, and stepped on the man's body twice. Bad guy, bad guy. I told you not to hold me. I told you not to hold me. Fu Xiaxia shouted as she was being grabbed, her neck feeling tight. Her actions and appearance made her look a bit like a little crazy person. Xie Banshan and Xie Zetian were both stunned, completely confused about how all this happened. Today felt like a roller coaster, up and down. "Grandpa, bratty brother, don't worry. The bad guys are sleeping now." Fu Xiaxia still had an innocent smile, and even gave them numbers. The grandfather and grandson looked at the girl, who was probably under 6, then at the two people still lying on the ground. They finally realized they had escaped death. Are children these days so powerful? Or are they just uninformed? "Little sister, are these bad guys asleep?" Xie Zetian saw the bad guys had fallen. Although he didn't like their new nicknames, he didn't care anymore. The little girl said they were asleep, but still felt uneasy, worried they might wake up again. Her face showed the fear of surviving a disaster. She decided to follow her grandpa to practice martial arts seriously, feeling that today's experience was enough and she wouldn't be the one holding everyone back in the future. Of course, they're just sleeping. I think they'll sleep for about 3 days. I'm a kind girl, so I wouldn't hurt anyone, Fu Xiaxia answered patiently. The grandfather and grandson, still worried, went over and kicked the two people hard. Seeing they didn't move at all, they felt relieved. At that moment, they also felt tired and sat down heavily on the ground. Suddenly, they saw something shocking that almost made their eyes pop out. The little girl was searching the two people's bodies and proudly said, "See, villains always die because they talk too much. If you had just acted quickly, you wouldn't be talking so much now. Were children this strong now?" Watching the two bodies being turned over and over, looking like they were dead, they fell silent again. The girl wasn't an ordinary person either. How else could she wander alone in the deep mountains? They also didn't ask why these two were sleeping so deeply, knowing it was her secret. Even if they asked, Fu Xiaxia wouldn't tell them. It was her secret, after all, and she wouldn't share it easily. Fu Xiaxia happily squatted on the ground, tilting her head as she counted her hard-earned loot. 56 yuan, 2 cents, some tickets, 2 letters of introduction, and 2 yellow papers that looked like talismans from a story. Little Seven, no wonder past bandits were so rich. Look, just by rummaging through the bodies, I found so many things, Fu Xiaxia thought happily. It seemed she wouldn't miss any chance like this in the future. Stealing without effort is shameful, but robbing bad guys is okay. Little Seven agreed with Fu Xiaxia's actions. He added, "We can use these items to spin the big wheel a few more times. They're still useful, right?" Fu Xiaxia also thought it was okay. Remembering they were in the deep mountains, she warned them, "There are many wild animals here. You're lucky you didn't run into any. By the way, what do you plan to do with these two?" Xiaxia Fu's wild goose did not leave any feathers. She packed up all the trophies, actually storing them in her space, to study later when she had time. "You said you could sleep for 3 days, so let them fend for themselves here. In the deep mountains full of wild animals, haha." Xie Banshan originally wanted to handle them himself, but since there were 2 children with him, he couldn't appear too cruel. Just then, they heard loud howls and growls. Xiaxia Fu quickly stood up and hid behind a thick tree trunk. The grandfather and grandson also followed her. The little girl was very brave, and it was safer to stay close to her. With the sounds of howling and heavy footsteps, a huge, clumsy-looking black bear appeared in sight. It moved toward the 2 people, sniffed them, then used its claws to push them aside, seemingly checking what they were. Then one paw gently grabbed a leg, turned around, and headed back in the direction they came from. Watching the bear and the 2 people grow smaller and disappear into the distance, Xiaxia Fu stepped out from behind the tree. She thought about the 2 remaining needles in her syringe and decided to follow the big black bear. She had already checked. The surrounding animals were mostly just a big black bear, and the others were small creatures. There was no need to be afraid. The grandfather and grandson thought the little girl was going down the mountain, but to their surprise, she boldly followed the bear. "Little sister, aren't we going down the mountain?" Xie Zetian, having experienced all this danger, was now calmer but still wanted to go home soon. "No, the bad guys haven't been caught yet." Xiaxia Fu looked at Xie Zetian and thought he was a bit slow. He didn't understand. "Aren't the bad guys all taken by the big black bear?" Xie Zetian couldn't figure out what the little girl was thinking. "You said the bad guys were taken by the bear, not eaten by it. If the bear wanted to keep them alive and not eat them, what if you leave and they come looking for trouble with me?" Xiaxia Fu, as a modern girl, thought killing was a bit cruel, but she wasn't naive. After all, the behavior of those 2 people clearly showed they were vicious and evil. She didn't want her peaceful home to be broken apart by her own lack of courage. She preferred to confirm everything was correct before leaving. Isn't this how it's often shown on TV? Many villains seem to be incredibly lucky. No matter how much they die, they never really do. Some villains even make it to the last episode, while the main characters around them are almost all killed by the bad guys. Whenever she sees such scenes, she thinks the main character is really foolish. Because of their kindness or reluctance to fight, the people around them are killed one after another by the villains. Maybe the villains are even secretly insulting that person as a fool. Although she is not the main character, she can't make such mistakes. The villagers in her town are just ordinary people and can't fight against the bad guys. It's better to see everything with her own eyes to prevent future trouble. After facing life-threatening danger, Xie Zetian became more accepting of the situation. He no longer thought it was wrong for the big black bear to eat people. He just thought that the little girl's behavior was strange, and her ideas were very unusual. How could a big black bear raise humans? It's not a vegetarian animal. Xie Banshan thought that this little girl was brave and careful. She had potential, but looking at her age, she was still just a small child. He looked at the young girl walking ahead, and then at his confused little grandson beside him. It seemed he had underestimated his grandson before. He was not even as good as a little girl. That was just a fate of being sent as a gift. After returning home, he decided to train his grandson more. Haha, little girl, what's your name? Why did you come all the way into the deep mountains alone? Are you also a cultivator? Xie Banshan forced a smile, his face full of wrinkles and spots. The dark forest made him look a bit eerie. Yes, Xie Banshan knew about cultivators. The Xie family's main house was protected by a powerful cultivator, so their family was doing quite well in the capital city. He immediately recognized the middle-aged man. Though not very strong in cultivation, he was still a cultivator. The fact that this little girl could defeat a cultivator showed she was quite capable. Xie Zetian and Fu Xiaxia were both a little nervous because of old Fu's smile. Stupid grandpa, before asking someone's name, you should tell yours first. Right, little brother? Fu Xiaxia glanced at the experienced but somewhat creepy smiling old man, then turned to the handsome young boy with a sweet smile. Time to refresh their eyes. Xie Zetian looked at the little girl who didn't follow the usual rules and nodded instinctively. Why is he sometimes an ugly grandpa and other times a silly grandpa? And where is he ugly or silly? Seeing his grandfather look speechless because of the little girl, Xie Zetian spoke to break the silence. My name is Xie Zetian. I am 10 years old. This is my grandfather, Xie Banshan. We came here to have fun, and I didn't expect to encounter danger. Thank you very much for saving us today. Xie Banshan looked at his grandson, who had suddenly grown up, and remembered that he used to be unable to speak so calmly. He felt a little sad, but only a little. Boys need to experience hardships. Otherwise, they can never become truly talented. Yes. We've been here for a few days, and we didn't expect such trouble. We are very grateful to the little girl. If you have any requests, just ask. We will do our best to help. Xie Banshan sincerely thanked Fu Xiaxia, because without her, they wouldn't be where they are now. As for what the little girl might ask for, with his past connections, he could probably manage it. Oh right, he forgot about rewards. How silly of him. Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment. What should she ask for? Hello, my name is Fu Xiaxia. I am 6 years old. I came here to play too. About the reward, I need some time to think about it. Can I do that? I haven't decided yet. Fu Xiaxia decided to postpone asking for a reward for now. Okay, that promise is valid anytime. We plan to stay here for a while, so no rush. Xie Banshan smiled gently, looking like a kind old man. Silly grandpa, what is that cultivator you mentioned? Can I eat him? Fu Xiaxia looked at the little boy, answering the question Xie Banshan asked earlier. She really didn't understand what a cultivator was. Xie Banshan looked at this little girl, who was like a little monkey, and couldn't tell if she was telling the truth. Since she didn't want to say more, he decided not to ask further. The Red Flag Team 3, a thin, weak-looking woman with a pale face, carried a nearly unconscious child into the Liu family's gate. This woman, who looked young but had experienced much hardship, was named Liu Danny. She was once the eldest granddaughter of this family. A few years ago, her cruel grandmother, who strongly favored boys, traded her for her current husband's family, accepting 100 pounds of coarse grain. The family was a widow with a son. The previous daughter-in-law had been beaten so badly she ran away. Knowing it was a dangerous situation, her father, out of respect for his mother, said nothing. Her mother only cried constantly, but did nothing to help. She could only cry as she entered what felt like a hellish place for her. Every day, besides hard work, she was beaten repeatedly, leaving her body battered and bruised. She wanted to fight back, but she had no support. The man knew her family wouldn't stand up for her, so he was unrestrained. Things improved a bit when she became pregnant. Her mother-in-law even stopped some of the abuse, saying her son was already grown and needed a child, so she should have the baby. She almost safely carried her pregnancy and gave birth, but after having a daughter, life turned into hell again, with even worse suffering. She had endured enough of this painful and miserable life. If it weren't for her child, she would have given up long ago. It seemed as if life's hardships weren't finished with her. Long-term malnutrition and physical abuse caused her child to stop nursing early. She managed to live until the child was 4, but then the child fell ill with a fever that wouldn't go away. Her mother-in-law and the man ignored her, calling her a troublemaker and complaining about her. Unable to do anything, Lu Danny had to carry her child back here. She hated the Lu family for sending her into this hell. She hated her grandparents' cruelty, the indifference of others, her father's helplessness, and her mother's weakness. If she could, she wouldn't have stepped foot here. But now, she had no choice. Kneeling in the Lu family yard with her sick, dying child, she was about to faint from exhaustion, her head nearly hitting the ground. "Grandpa, Grandma, I beg you, please help us. The child is really about to die. She's your great-granddaughter. Please save her." Lu Danny's forehead was already bleeding from her fall, but she kept crying and pleading. She hoped that their usual cold hearts might soften just a little and help her. But Lu Danny's desperate pleas did not move her grandmother's cold heart at all. She didn't care about her granddaughter, let alone her other granddaughter. "Don't be silly. Old woman, look." Old Lu wanted to help and speak up for his granddaughter, but he rarely had a say at home. As soon as he started, Lu grandma cut him off. Look, what are you looking at? Our family is so poor we're almost selling everything. I don't have money to give to a girl like her. If you have money, you can give it. Danny, you should go find your husband and mother-in-law. Our small temple can't hold a big Buddha like you, Lu grandma said sarcastically. She felt no guilt for sending her granddaughter into trouble herself. Hearing about money, old Lu immediately became obedient because he had no money. The others in the family didn't speak. They just kept their cold, indifferent faces from when Lu Danny got married, unmoved and uncaring. Even the children looked down on her and her sisters, thinking they were jokes. To them, the sisters were insignificant. "Grandma, I beg you, please lend me the money. I will pay you back someday." "Boo-hoo, really, Grandma, if I wait too long, the baby will be gone. Please, I beg you, I beg you." Lu Ernie and Lu Sonny held their sister's arms, touching her thin, bony arm, watching her almost breathless. They felt so sad they wanted to cry, their hearts feeling like they were being cut apart. Over the years, the eldest sister never came back. She knew she hated this place, but life forced her to compromise. "Dad, Mom, can't you just watch the eldest girl go down this path? She and her little niece might die." Lu Ernie couldn't hold back anymore. Ignoring her grandmother's sharp gaze, she shouted hoarsely at Lu Taiju and his wife. Years of hard work made Lu Taiju look much older than he was. He just looked at his daughters with difficulty. "Humph." Lu grandma snorted lightly and glared at Lu Ernie. That girl would find a good family soon. Lu Taiju, weak and helpless, lowered his head and silently stood beside his mother. Lu grandma wasn't afraid of Lu Tieju's trouble. Over the years, she had trained her son to be obedient and filial. When she said one thing, he wouldn't say another. There was a moment when Lu Ernie and Lu Sonny seemed to see their future lives, endless suffering and pain. Do they also have to face such a fate someday? When faced with difficulties, returning to their mother's home was also hopeless. They looked at her with blank eyes, hoping she could give some answers. Li Baihua, also known as Lu Danny's mother, looked exhausted and old from being worn down by her family. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were patched. She wanted to help her daughters, but she had no money at all, as her caring husband had given everything to his mother. She felt helpless and powerless. The 3 children were like parts of her own body. She wanted to love them, but the long-standing pressure of not having a son made her weak and timid. She allowed her family to bully her and her daughters. Seeing her daughters live such hard lives, her heart ached painfully. A fire slowly grew inside her. Suddenly, she questioned whether her many years of choices had been right. If they were right, Then why were her daughters living so miserably, so painfully, so uncomfortably? She's just a girl. If she dies, she dies. What's the big deal? We didn't cause her death. Hurry up and get her out. It's bad luck to have her die in our yard, said the sharp-tongued old lady Lu, disdainfully waving her hand to shoo her granddaughter out. She was afraid of gossip and wanted her to leave voluntarily. Yes, hurry up. Don't delay. It makes our place look unlucky, said someone from the second household. Their eldest son was already engaged and getting married soon. If someone really died in the yard, it would be so unlucky. That's right, Danny. You should think of your brothers. You can have another child later. It's just that this one wasn't lucky, said the third household. Her words sounded selfish and pretty, but she just didn't want to spend money. Lu Danny was desperate. Besides her sisters, no one wanted to help her. They even wanted to drive her away. She struggled to stand up, but almost fell. Lu Ernie and Lu Sani quickly caught her, preventing her from collapsing. But Lu Danny no longer cared. She was at her wit's end. She wanted to take her children and jump into the river. To end it all. Living in this world seemed pointless. All she felt was pain and suffering. Li Baihua looked at her eldest daughter with a sad and disappointed expression. It seemed she sensed her thoughts and then looked at the other two weaker daughters. Finally, she made up her mind. She helped her eldest daughter to the gate, opened it, and as expected, a large group of villagers gathered outside, watching the scene. When they saw the gate open, everything suddenly became very quiet. The other members of Lu's family thought she also wanted Lu Danny to leave the yard and didn't stop her.
Li Baihua understood her feelings.
She no longer wanted to bow and scrape to this family. They didn't care about her or her daughters. It only made her more miserable. Now, looking at Lu Taiju, she no longer felt any attachment. When a woman is cruel, men have no say. Li Baihua and her daughters stood outside the gate, facing Lu Taiju inside. She said coldly, "Head of the family, I've worked hard for your Lu family all these years. I couldn't have children, only 3 daughters. Your Lu family doesn't see me as a mother or a person. You treat me like a beast, just giving orders all day." Danny was married off to a terrible family. Now life is miserable, almost inhuman. Even my granddaughter is about to be lost. Just tell me, will you help or not? Her mother, I really can't do it. Please don't force me, Lu Taiju said painfully, kneeling on the ground and grabbing his hair. Force you?
Fine.
Fine, I won't push you anymore. Let's divorce. I'll take my 3 daughters and leave. Li Baihua finally decided to stand up for herself. Lu Dazi, the simple-minded one, opened his mouth in shock, staring at his mother. His usually honest face looked just as hateful in Li Baihua's eyes. Other villagers watching the scene also forgot their gossip because Li Baihua seemed so weak and timid. No one expected her to suddenly be so bold and shocking. Li Baihua ignored everyone inside and outside the house. She went straight to the village head's house with her 3 daughters. Many villagers had heard about this matter. When they saw Li Baihua and her daughters come, they wanted to know what they planned to do. Village head, can you advance some of my work points to Danny? She's very ill. Don't worry, I will work harder to pay it back later. Li Baihua's face was full of pleading, looking pale and yellow. Wang Yuzhen looked at Lu Danny's child in her arms. The child seemed to be almost out of breath. After all, it was a life, and as the team leader, he couldn't just watch this child die. He agreed to lend money with work points to Li Baihua. Li Baihua held the money and took her daughters and granddaughter to the town hospital by cart. When they arrived, the doctor said if they had come a little later, the child would have died. They arrived just in time. Lu Danny finally realized what was happening and burst into tears, feeling both happy and sad. Li Baihua and her daughters stayed in the hospital to take care of the child. Soon, they reached the entrance of the big black bear's cave. It looked like a large hole. Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment and decided to go inside to explore. She prepared to walk into the cave. Xiaban Shan quickly grabbed the girl and said, "Let me go in and take a look." Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment and agreed. After all, who else would go in? A while later, Xiaban Shan came out of the cave, looking worried. He had been through gunfire and battles before, but today he saw something that gave him a new experience. When he went in quietly, the two bad men had already been torn into pieces by the big black bear and were being eaten bite by bite, cruel and bloody. But he was secretly glad. If it weren't for the girl, they might have been the ones eaten. He also thought, thank goodness I stopped the girl from seeing this scene. It would have seriously affected her mental health. Big brother, where do you live? Since there was nothing else to do, Fu Xiaxia decided to chat with the boy. She didn't know much, but she had learned a little from wandering around the village recently. Xie Zetian looked at the small girl, who was only as tall as his chest. He thought the world was really wonderful. He and his grandfather had been saved by this soft-looking, cute girl. He decided he needed to work harder in the future, so he wouldn't be less than a girl. Hearing her question, Xie Zetian also wanted to talk more with her. We came from Kyoto. This is my grandmother's hometown, so we came to stay for a while.
Xiaxia, right?
Is your home nearby? Yes, my home is in a village at the foot of the mountain. Are you living in the town now? Fu Xiaxia thought it was better to ask clearly, so she wouldn't be surprised if she wanted revenge later and they had already left. Yes, we live in the town and we might stay here for a while. You can come visit us. He wanted to invite the little girl to play. Maybe, if she was happy, she would tell him how to hide from the two bad guys. Besides, Grandpa told him this girl was not simple, and he wanted to make friends with her. He is also a clever boy. Before Fu Xiaxia could agree, she saw Xie Banshan come out from the cave. From this old man's words, she learned that the bad guys were gone, so she prepared to leave. Miss Xiaxia, do you still know the way out? Xie Banshan looked around. They were deep in the forest, and it wasn't easy to get out. Of course. I am the best at finding my way. I'm second, but no one dares to be first. Fu Xiaxia proudly patted her chest. She was really confident. With little Seven with her, she couldn't get lost. She could find her way out with her eyes closed. Under the doubtful looks of the grandfather and grandson, Fu Xiaxia led them steadily forward. But on the way, they kept encountering pits or hills, like the 81 hardships that Monk Tang faced on his journey to get the scriptures. They had to go through many difficulties to get out. Fu Xiaxia said she didn't want it to be like that. Even if she took a detour, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't face other problems. She thought it was better to walk straight and honest. As long as they could get out, that was enough. She didn't want to ask for too much. Finally, in the increasingly doubtful eyes of the grandfather and grandson, Fu Xiaxia led them out of the forest. At the foot of the mountain, some people were gathering pig grass. Seeing a big and two small people, like beggars, they wondered where they came from. None of them recognized Fu Xiaxia, the little girl.
See?
I told you we're out now. Fu Xiaxia spread her hands and looked innocent. Seeing this girl, who looked like a little flower cat, the grandfather and grandson didn't know what to say. They had indeed come out, but the process was complicated. All right, since we're out, you should go back quickly. I want to go home too. Fu Xiaxia didn't want to entertain them anymore. She just wanted them to leave, so she could go home and eat. Xie Banshan realized he had been speechless quite often today, but he still left with his grandson. Before leaving, Xie Zetian told Fu Xiaxia their exact address, so she could visit when she had time. Watching the two walk further away, Fu Xiaxia turned around and went home. When she arrived, she found no one at home. She carried a basin of water into her room, closed the door, took a good shower, and changed into clean clothes. The Fu family members gradually returned home. The second and third daughters were the first to arrive, and they went straight to the kitchen to cook. Soon, everyone was sitting around the table eating and talking about the Liu family's issues. Fu Xiaxia didn't expect that just by going out once, such things would happen in the village. She heard that Li Baihua and her 3 sisters went to the hospital and still hadn't come back, but the Liu family was in chaos. Old Lady Liu knew her daughter Ni's plan to divorce and live with her 3 daughters. She was furious. She had hoped that the 2 granddaughters' bride price could be used for her grandson's wedding, but now she didn't want her to leave. If she was going to divorce, let her go alone. The 2 girls must stay. Third Liu was still confused. He didn't understand how all this happened. Wasn't it just about borrowing money for medical treatment? Why did his wife want a divorce? Just because of a granddaughter who was about to die. But he also knew deep down that if he divorced, his mother wouldn't let him remarry. Then, a grown man was crying at the door, making a scene in the village. Fu Xiaxia couldn't help but admire this man's helplessness. What kind of divine man was he? She wanted to kick him out. Was there still a reason to stay for the new year? Li Baihua had also made a comeback. Women in this era really lived tough lives. But judging by the current situation, this marriage definitely wouldn't end smoothly. She was curious about what might happen next and was looking forward to it. That night, Fu Niuniu lay in bed, thinking about everything that happened in the Liu family. She thought about their second house, their mother. The mother she once thought was quite kind to them. When Niuniu was 7, everyone in the family went to work, and she and her older sister and third sister stayed home to cook. Niuniu, is the fire ready? Yes, it's ready. Let's go pick some small green vegetables in the vegetable field, Niuniu said. The meal was almost done and there was nothing urgent, so they could go pick some vegetables for the afternoon. So the 3 girls went to the vegetable garden, picking greens and chatting about village gossip. As they talked, they shared more and more stories. Just then, the workers returned from the fields. They were exhausted and hungry, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a burnt smell filling the yard. Why does it smell burnt? Old Master Fu was the first to open the big door. The old lady ran wildly to the kitchen. When she lifted the lid of the pot, the smell was even stronger. She looked inside and saw the pot was dry. She was so angry she nearly exploded. Not only had they wasted food, but they almost burned the pot. During the years of famine, every grain was precious. This pot was bought with great difficulty using industrial tickets her daughter had found through connections, and she paid 15 yuan for it. Big girl, second girl, third girl, where are you? Come out now. Old Lady Fu suddenly turned fierce like a lion. The 3 sisters hurried to the yard and found everyone had already returned from work. Seeing her 3 daughters, Old Lady Fu was furious. She grabbed a fire stick and started hitting them. All useless. I told you to stay home and cook, but you're lazy. Look at this burnt food. I'm angry you wasted food, she scolded while hitting. If I knew I'd have thrown you in the toilet when you were born, it would have saved trouble. Grandma, I won't dare to do it again. Second girl, only 7 years old, was not very skilled at lighting fires. She didn't expect to add too much firewood. Big girl and third girl didn't say anything. They just endured the beating. The 3 girls cried out loud but didn't dare move away. They also smelled the burnt smell and knew they had done something wrong. You useless girls, look at what you did to my pot. If I sell you, I wouldn't get enough to replace it. Wang Jihua watched her daughters being beaten but felt a little sad. Mom, if you want to hit someone, hit me. She stepped forward to take some hits for her daughters. De Jiang and De He also went to help her sister get punished. But no one paid attention to the second and third girls anymore. In the end, they were beaten until they collapsed on the ground. Grandma, please stop hitting. It hurts so much. Second girl couldn't hold back anymore. She felt like she was going to die. In the past, Old Lady Fu only hit her daughters a few times. Second girl was very obedient and didn't dare disobey her. But her mother always told them, just bear it. You're useless anyway, and if you do wrong, it's your fault. It's only right that Grandma hits you. At that time, Ernio thought. Luckily, her mother doesn't hit like Ernie's mother does. But until she and her sister were knocked down to the ground, their mother had been watching coldly, even picking up her younger brother and turning to go inside. Mom, stop hitting them. If you hurt them too much, we'll have to spend money to see the doctor, Old Second said, not wanting his daughters to get hurt, since they were his own children. Daughter Denyo and Heir Nyo realized how cold their mother was. Their weakness was actually a sign of her indifference. Old Second saw that his daughters were having a hard time getting up, so he went over and helped each of them. This was the worst beating they had ever received. Until their injuries healed, their mother never showed any concern for them. Later, their older sister almost got sold by their mother. Grandma Fu didn't plan to interfere with her granddaughter's marriage prospects. She asked Li Xiaohong to handle it. Lu Dumao introduced several candidates. Li Xiaohong chose the one who paid the most money. Once she was sure about him, Grandma Fu found out by accident. When she saw the candidate, she immediately rejected him. The match was with a man who was divorced twice, and they planned to pay 100 yuan to find a young girl to marry. Li Xiaohong was very excited when she found out. To her, marriage didn't matter. She had never seen so much money in her life. She wanted to secretly arrange the marriage without telling anyone, but somehow her mother-in-law found out. Grandma Fu told Old Second in front of the whole family. First, you need to understand that although I don't like my granddaughters and often scold them for being good-for-nothings, I never thought of buying them. After she finished, everyone looked at her with confusion. Old Second, your wife has found a match for your eldest daughter. He's divorced twice, about your age, and they plan to pay 100 yuan to buy her. From now on, they will be family no matter what. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Li Xiaohong, who is usually timid, to do something so bold. I did it for my daughter's sake. Older men tend to be more caring. Besides, the family that can pay 100 yuan must have good conditions. Once Dinyo marries him, she'll be happy. Li Xiaohong whispered her reasoning. Listening to her explanation, whether it was Dinyo, Nyo, or Old Second and Little Ping, they all felt like plugging their ears. They were stuck with such an unreliable wife and mother-in-law. What could they do? They felt hopeless. I asked around, and I found out that that man's previous wife died from overwork, leaving behind 2 children. This time, he spent all his money to buy a new wife and hopes she will live happily. But it seems he just married her to make her his servant, right? Grandma Fu was also shocked by Li Xiaohong's way of thinking. How did she ever think her second daughter-in-law was honest? She must have been blinded. Second Uncle Fu pulled Li Xiaohong back into their house and didn't say a word before he started hitting her. Everyone only heard the clattering sounds, mixed with Li Xiaohong's cries of, ouch, ouch, and her tears. I'm doing this for my daughter, she kept saying, not realizing her mistake. Second Uncle Fu rarely hit anyone, but this time he was so angry that he couldn't hold back. No matter how little he cared about his daughter, he shouldn't push her into danger. People might think she was just a piece of property. Big Sister Fu stood there frozen for a long time, feeling cold all over. Suddenly, she remembered what happened to Lu Danny years ago. Lu Danny was given away by her grandmother to a family in the 6th Brigade. They were rough people who loved to fight, and her mother-in-law was very strict. After she married into that family, Lu Danny hardly ever went back home. When her second sister visited, she saw that her family didn't treat Lu Danny like a person. She was always working or getting beaten, living a very sad life. Big Sister Fu felt like she might end up the same way as Lu Danny. Her eyes looked blank as she stared at Second Sister. Big Sister, what's wrong? Second Sister saw her sister acting strange and quickly pushed her. She also remembered Lu Danny's story. Their own mother was so cruel to want to send her sister to die. Enough. The marriage isn't even arranged yet. I'm not dead. I'm still the granddaughter of the Fu family, and Li Xiaohong has no right to decide. Grandma Fu looked at her granddaughter, who was almost scared silly. Li Xiaohong, that wicked woman. Thank you, Grandma. I knew you were the best. Second Sister quickly flattered her. Before, she thought her grandma didn't care for them. But now, thinking carefully compared to other girls' families, they were doing okay. At least her grandma hadn't sold them. She was better than her own mother. Mother, is this second sister-in-law crazy? Is she really our daughter? Wang Juhua also found it hard to believe. She knew that the second sister-in-law didn't care much for her daughters, but she never thought she would sell her own daughter for fame. Is this even human? Second sister-in-law is really talented. She managed to handle such a matter, which is even worse than a stepmother. Mao Xiaoyan's family loves their daughter very much, and they couldn't stand her second sister-in-law's actions. Second sister-in-law is truly impressive. She almost managed to pull off a big thing quietly. Second brother should step in and take control. Fu Laosan thought he underestimated his second sister-in-law. Let the second son keep an eye on his wife. Now everyone is promoting women to be equal to men. If our family causes trouble and someone finds out, the whole family will be in trouble. Fu Dazue was also speechless. As a former team leader, if this matter really happened, their family would become the laughingstock of the entire team. Everyone listened and realized how serious it was. This was no longer just a matter for the second son's family. It was a family-wide issue. All right, wife, you should quickly find a match for Daeniu and settle it. If anyone causes trouble, we won't be afraid. Old Fu thought it was best to settle the marriage quickly to prevent more problems. So, Old Lady Fu went to find Lu Daeniu. Big sister, let me see if you have any suitable candidates. Daeniu is getting older, and it's better to settle this sooner. Old Lady Fu quickly selected a few candidates. After some introductions, they chose the one Daeniu liked best, and the marriage was quickly arranged. Finally, the family's big problem was solved. Since then, the two sisters always felt that Li Xiaohong was indifferent to them. Gradually, they stopped hoping for their mother. Their eldest sister was doing well now, and they were happy that their marriage was arranged by their grandmother. Thinking about the upcoming wedding and that person, Fu Niu fell into a sweet dream. As expected by Fu Xiaxi, Li Baihua returned after a few days with her daughters and granddaughters. During this time, not only did Lu Danny's in-laws come looking for her, but also the man who was supposed to marry the second daughter was rejected by the bride's family. The bride's family was from a nearby village. After hearing what happened, they thought this family was not good. If their daughter married into this family and couldn't have sons, she might be mistreated like this. They didn't care about reputation and immediately withdrew the marriage proposal. No matter how Lu's family tried to persuade them, the bride's family refused to change their mind. The whole family was almost heartbroken. This ruined everything, and their reputation was completely damaged. It would be very difficult to find a new wife in the future. Grandma Lu was so angry she kept snorting, but Li Baihua and the others hadn't come back yet, so she had no one to vent her anger on. She was almost furious at those girls. As for the husband's family, no one was working at home, so they came over hoping to take the woman back to serve them. When they heard she was in the hospital, they just went home directly. They didn't dare go to the hospital because they were worried about paying the bills. So, they decided to wait at home. They didn't believe the woman wouldn't come back. Meanwhile, a big event happened in Old Fu's family, but it was good news. That day, Old Fu's son-in-law, Wang Hongjun, rode his bicycle to Old Fu's house. Bicycles are very valuable now. In the whole village, only the secretary's family has an old bike, and even the village chief doesn't have one. The secretary's bike was a second-hand one he bought with difficulty, which was rare. Bicycles are expensive now, and they are hard to find, especially because of the bicycle tickets needed. These tickets are hard to get without connections. So, when a man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and neat black pants rode into the village on a bicycle, almost half the villagers noticed. They looked at his bike with curiosity. Some recognized him as the daughter-in-law's husband from the Fu family. During busy farming times, he often visited the family, but no one knew what he was doing now. Wang Hongjun usually has a busy work schedule. When he got the news, his parents and wife urged him to go quickly and tell the family-in-law to prepare. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Wang Hongjun entered his in-law's house. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and parked his bike in the yard. "Wife, Hongjun is here," said Fu Zhengwo, whose face was becoming more silent and lined. He led Hongjun inside. He was happy, thinking maybe there was good news about his work. After all, Hongjun had never come to their house at this time before. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, I have some good news about a job. I came to tell you. Are your parents and others here?" Wang Hongjun took the red sugar water his sister-in-law handed him and took a sip. He placed everything he brought on the table. Offering red sugar water as a guest was a sign of respect. Wang Juhua took this seriously. When she saw Wang Hongjun arrive, she quickly poured him a cup. When she heard about the job, her face lit up with a smile like a flower. She politely offered Wang Hongjun a chair to sit in the yard to enjoy the cool, as the room was too stuffy. "My parents are busy working in their private land, and they will be back soon. Jiagwa has already paid the grain tax, and tomorrow they will distribute the grain. After that, they will prepare for the autumn planting. Every family in the village is busy tidying up their land. Our family plans to plant sweet potatoes because they have a high yield and are resistant to hunger. While talking, the old man and woman, along with a few others, came in from the door. They immediately saw the bicycle in the yard and Wang Hongjun sitting on the bench. "Mom and Dad, you're back." Wang Hongjun saw his parents and others returning, and he quickly stood up to greet them. Suddenly, a few young boys saw the bicycle and greeted their uncle. They gathered around to look at the bicycle, peeking here and there. They didn't dare to touch it, afraid of damaging such a valuable item. After greeting everyone, they all sat on stools around Wang Hongjun. Jia Xiaxia also wanted to join the fun, so she sat next to her father. "Hongjun, why are you here? Do you have news?" The old lady guessed right away. "Yes, Mom. There is news. Has De Jiang not come back yet?" Wang Hongjun looked around but didn't see his nephew's family. "That's good, really good. They went to her mother's house to help out."
Don't worry about them.
"Now tell us about this job," the old lady said happily. She then instructed, "Sen Nyo, go make 2 boiled eggs for your uncle to fill his stomach." Wang Hongjun took another sip of water. The steel factory is indeed hiring. They need temporary workers and skilled workers. I heard some inside information that they are also recruiting factory committee members, but this position hasn't been announced publicly, so few people know about it. "Tell us more details so we can all understand," the old lady said. She thought since everyone worked in the city, there might not be much difference. Okay, first about the temporary workers. The requirements are simple, just a primary school education. The monthly salary is 15 yuan, but this is only for temporary workers. The chance of becoming a permanent employee is small. As for the skilled workers, the requirements are higher. They need to have completed junior high school and go through an internship period. Their salary is the same as temporary workers initially, but after becoming permanent, the pay increases to 25 yuan. There is also a performance assessment, and if you're good at your skills, your salary can keep rising. I found out that the highest paid worker at the steel factory earns 59 yuan. When speaking about this, Wang Hongjun paused and said, "But you need a recommendation from a master and connections. Also, starting as a skilled worker is very hard. I think the best job is being a factory committee officer. The requirements are high, at least a junior high school diploma like mine. Sitting in an office is easier, and after becoming permanent staff, you get 30 yuan a month. Mom, I think being a factory committee officer is the best. If I do a technical job, it's too tiring and might hurt my health," Wang Juhua said anxiously. She liked the factory committee job because her son working in an office would make her proud. "Hongjun, what do you think about this factory committee job? Do you have any ideas?" the old lady asked Wang Hongjun, deciding to listen to her son-in-law's opinion. "Mom, this factory committee job is really good. They usually don't hire outsiders, but this time they're hiring 2 people. One from inside and one from outside, but it's not announced publicly. Once this spot is gone, it's gone. It all depends on luck. I've talked to Director Ma about this. If you want the job, you need at least 1,300 yuan. Wang Hongjun thought this price was reasonable. Actually, 1,300 yuan isn't much for this job. It would take about 4 years to earn back that amount. But not many people can come up with that much money at once. Now, most families have 10 or more members. Even with this salary, it's just enough to support the family, with little extra money left over. This job is actually a benefit arranged by the factory for the factory committee members. The money earned from the job is shared among the committee members. The factory really needs people, but not many know about this, and of course, Wang Hongjun couldn't find out either. But this job really depends on being quick. If you're slow, you miss out. Wang Hongjun looked at the old lady. He also thought that the Fu family probably didn't have that much money, so he didn't hold much hope for this job. 300 yuan. Wang Juhua was shocked and shouted out loud. She had never seen so much money in her life. Only her younger brother and Dai and her family earned wages, about 15 yuan a month. She and her husband only earned 5 yuan each, and they handed over 10 yuan to the old lady. Although she didn't have that much money herself, she wasn't sure about her parents' savings. Suddenly, the older couple looked at their parents with hopeful eyes. "All right, Hongjun, you go back first. Our family needs to discuss this, said Grandma Fu. Seeing such a large sum of money, she knew she couldn't make the decision alone. They decided to hold a family meeting soon. Okay, Dad, Mom, please hurry. Many people are probably interested in this job, so it depends on who acts quickly. If we decide to go for the factory committee position, our family can lend 300 yuan to start with. This was their decision after discussing with family. His wife was so touched that she rewarded him nicely that evening. The feeling was truly wonderful. Of course, after he spoke, the Fu family was also very moved. Being able to lend 300 yuan to others in these times was not easy. Their daughter Qingqing had married into a good family. They were truly kind-hearted. Good, Hongjun, we really didn't see you wrong back then. If Dajiang really becomes an official, he should take good care of you in the future, said Grandpa Fu, looking at his son-in-law with excitement. Hearing this, Fu Xiaxia also felt a bit inspired. Should she ask her father to find her a job too? Her father's lazy attitude didn't suit farming, and jobs were hard to find. She remembered the promise about someone coming from Kyoto. Maybe she could give it a try. But first, she decided to wait until her eldest brother's job was settled and stable. Grandma Fu asked Fu Laosan to check with old Wang if there was still meat available. If not much, they would buy it all. She wanted to treat her son-in-law well. She also asked Xiao and to call her eldest brother back and quietly tell him that there was a promising job opportunity. The daughters-in-law and 2 girls went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Today, Grandma personally cooked for her son-in-law. Grandma was an excellent cook. Fu Laosan thought there wasn't much meat left, so he bought it all, using up the meat coupons his mother gave him in one go. Grandma Fu was happy and didn't think much. She handed all the meat coupons in the house to Laosan, not expecting him to be so generous. Nowadays, everyone was careful with money, but he was not. His nature was to spend freely, even if it wasn't his own money. The 3 of them helped steam a pot of rice. Grandma looked at the large piece of meat, ribs, and some offal that Laosan brought back and was silent for a long time. She realized she was wrong. She shouldn't have asked anyone else to buy meat, but insisted on Laosan going. Why was she so stubborn? She decided to focus on entertaining her son-in-law first. Grandma Fu decided to cook her special dish, braised pork ribs. First, she cut the cleaned ribs into small pieces, then sliced the green onions and ginger. She blanched the ribs in cold water, brought it to a boil, removed the foam, and rinsed the ribs with clean water. She set them aside to drain. In a pot, she poured oil, added Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, green onions, ginger, and the ribs, then stir-fried everything over high heat for about 2 minutes. Next, she added water, dark soy sauce, salt, and rock sugar, and cooked until the ribs were tender. She then thickened the sauce with cornstarch. Grandma Fu put a lot of effort into this dish, using some of the most precious spices from her home. Later, she also cooked shredded potatoes, stir-fried bok choy with sliced meat, mushrooms with greens, pickled radish strips, and minced meat with vermicelli, along with a big pot of soup made from water, cabbage, and other ingredients. Besides the ribs, everything was served in bowls. There was no choice since there were many people at home. They needed plenty of food. Wang Hongjun looked at the shiny, tender braised ribs and felt his mouth watering. "Mom, your cooking is really this good," Wang Hongjun said, giving a thumbs up. His mother-in-law's cooking was truly delicious, though she rarely cooked. He felt lucky to enjoy such a meal. "Eat more if you like. It's rare for you to come here. Besides, you might need to rely on this work of yours," she said, placing a rib into his bowl. The men drank small cups of wine. Wang Hongjun didn't dare drink much because he still had to ride his bike home. Grandma Fu straightforwardly took 2 ribs and put them into her daughter's bowl. Xiaxia Fu happily chewed on her ribs. The aroma was wonderful. Having meat to eat made life so much better. After the meal, Wang Hongjun prepared to leave. "Hongjun, tonight we'll discuss it. Tomorrow, Laosan will go find you for a definite answer," Grandma Fu told her son-in-law as he rode his bike away. "Okay, Mom. I have to work tomorrow. If Sanga comes, just tell him to find me at the shoe factory. I'll leave now."
All right.
"You've had some wine, so take it easy on the road. Ride slowly. she said, hanging some wild vegetables and mushrooms onto his bike. She waved goodbye. Go on. Wang Hongjun rode out of the village. After he left, friendly villagers came over to chat with Grandma Fu, asking about her son-in-law's visit, since it wasn't a holiday or a festival. They agreed to tell everyone that her son-in-law hadn't visited in a long time, just coming during the holiday to see the old couple. They also mentioned that he brought some pastries and wine. I have given instructions to the children at home, telling them not to reveal anything about the job until it is confirmed. After chatting at the village entrance for a while, Grandma Fu went back home. She called a family meeting with everyone, including the entire family and the newly arrived Fu Dajiang and his wife and child. Dajiang, didn't little one tell you to come back early? Why are you only just arriving home? Your uncle has already left, Grandma Fu said. Before she finished, Wang Juhua couldn't help but glare at Tang Xiaohua. She still wanted Dajiang and his uncle to have a good talk, but he came back so late. Mom, my mother-in-law had some issues, so I had to stay out later, Dajiang explained. Hearing about the job, he wanted to rush back immediately but couldn't leave. It's okay, just come back. Let your mom tell you the general situation first, she said. She didn't want to worry about her daughter-in-law's family. Her main concern was her son's work. Wang Juhua then explained the job position to Dajiang and Tang Xiaohua. She became more excited as she talked and even glanced at Tang Xiaohua. She didn't want to worry about her family's matters. The most important thing was her son's job. When Dajiang learned about the factory committee position, he was overjoyed. He felt this job was made for him. As for the 1,300 yuan salary, he believed his grandparents had the money, but he wasn't sure how to get it from them. The attitudes of the other two families were also a concern. Tang Xiaohua was very happy when she heard this. Her husband was about to become a city person, and their household registration could be transferred. Maybe she would even move to the town in the future. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. Old man, what do you think about this job? Grandma Fu asked her husband. Such an important matter needed his approval. According to Hongjun, the job is really good, but what about the money? Grandpa Fu felt the burden was too heavy. He hesitated because if he accepted the job, the family would be completely empty. Would the other two families agree? Old Dejia, you don't need to speak first. Let the second family go first. Old Second Fu was honest and straightforward. His wife also told him today that she didn't agree. For the sake of the older family, this was pushing the whole family to the brink. If it were only 100 or 2, she wouldn't say anything, but this is 1,300 yuan. To her, that's a lot of money. It's enough to cover their second household share too. She can't imagine how they will live in the future. She still has a son to support, so she absolutely won't agree to spend 1,300 yuan on a job. Second Uncle Fu also thinks his wife is right. Although he's honest, he wouldn't ignore his son's future. Father, mother, you know our family can't help with this, Second Uncle Fu said, scratching his head. They really have no savings. Li Xiuhong sat quietly beside him. Third brother, what do you think? Old Head Fu wanted to hear third brother's opinion. Among the family, besides the youngest, he's the smartest. Though he doesn't seem very capable, compared to others in the village, he's quite good. Looking at how strong his 3 children are, they seem healthier than the older siblings' children. I think this is too expensive. Where would we get so much money? Even if brother-in-law is willing to lend 300 yuan, 1,000 yuan is still a lot. Do we have to let the whole family go without? Besides, the other 2 jobs are pretty good. Others are begging for them, but can't get them, third brother said. He didn't want his parents to spend this money. Old Head Fu expected this. Older brother, second and third brothers, what do you think? Big River and Tang Xiaohua, the couple, heard this and felt very anxious. But they had no say in the matter. They didn't have the money. Since stepping down as team leader, Old Big has felt uneasy. He wanted his son to succeed and make him proud. But after all these years, there was no news of a job. Now, finally, there was a chance and he couldn't let it go. He knew that working as an official is easier to get ahead than being a worker. A worker might spend his whole life as one, but an official could become a leader. Good jobs are hard to find, and this was about his son's future. Father, mother, this job is really rare. I know you have the money. When Dajiang earns money, he will definitely take good care of you, Old Big said, feeling a bit anxious. He was afraid his parents would refuse. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Second and third brothers, please help your big brother. Dajiang will treat you well in the future. Old Big turned to persuade his two brothers. Yes, yes, Grandpa and Grandma, second uncle and third uncle, I will work hard to earn money and take good care of you in the future. I will definitely repay every penny someday. Big brother, you also said it's for the future. Go ask around. Who can come up with such a large sum? We all have children now, so we can't just think about you. We need to consider our own families too. Don't you agree?
F.
We really must have this job. I have an idea, too, said third uncle, putting away his usual joking manner and speaking seriously. What's your idea? Asked Jinghua, along with Fu Dajiang and his wife, all looking at him eagerly, waiting to hear what he would say. Split the family, said third uncle. As soon as he finished, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Xia was surprised, but then it made sense. This was a good reason to split the family. His father really is a genius for thinking of this. Thumbs up for him. Before anyone could react, third uncle started a long speech. Right now, we're all one big family. We share everything, food, clothes, expenses. We've just spent all our savings on this job. So, what's next? Why should the second and third branches still be living in hardship? We've only just started to have some easier days. Who wants their wife and children to suffer like that? Don't you agree, big brother and second brother? And don't talk about the wages. If you hand over your wages, it's like the big family is the only one earning and supporting everyone. Do we have to always look at your faces to get by? And Jiang, don't speak. Your wife's attitude isn't very generous. Your third uncle, don't want to see her proud face every day. Third uncle spoke bluntly, not caring that Tang Xiaohua's face was turning red with embarrassment. He wouldn't give her any face, who asked her to always look down on his precious daughter. Everyone knew how she looked at him. Fu Dajiang also lowered his head in shame after being scolded. He had already warned his wife to behave, but she still didn't listen. Third uncle wouldn't let this go easily. If he wanted him to agree, it was impossible. I couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about marrying Tang Xiaohua. The couple, Fu Laoda and his wife, were deeply disappointed and glared at Tang Xiaohua. She shrank back and quickly lowered her head. But, cough cough, Fu Laosan paused and drew everyone's attention again. Once we split the family, each family takes what belongs to them. The money in your hands is your own to handle as you wish. Big brother, when the brothers have some money, lending you a bit isn't a problem. It's enough if we share a little, right? Don't you agree? As for second brother and second sister-in-law, the money is in your hands. How much you lend depends on you. And about our parents, with such close siblings, honest accounting shouldn't ruin our brotherly bond. This big family is all together, and the money has been given to your grandson to use. What about the other grandchildren? That's not fair. You too, tell me. Am I right? The old man and woman looked at their third son standing in front of them, as if they didn't recognize him. How did it come to this point of splitting the family? Yet he spoke so reasonably and convincingly. In the end, no decision was made. Everyone was asked to think carefully and continue the meeting after the grain was divided tomorrow. That night, Grandma Fu lay in bed, still thinking about what Fu Laosan said about splitting the family. She thought there was some truth in it, but she didn't expect that it was her third son who first suggested the idea. She had always thought the older and second families wanted to split, which surprised her. She couldn't see clearly, but Fu Lao too could see very well. He believed that Fu Lao-san had been thinking about this for many years. Once he spoke up, Fu Lao-san would strongly push for it. Although she never thought it would happen so soon, it seemed that splitting the family was inevitable and unavoidable. Old man, are you really going to split the family? Grandma Fu felt a bad premonition. She didn't want to split. Yes, sooner or later. If everyone agrees, let's do it. We can live more freely after that, Fu Lao too said calmly. He was quite open-minded. His wife had worked hard for this family all these years. Maybe it's time for a more relaxed life. Fu Lao too was right. Fu Lao Sen called his two brothers out and sat on the wall outside. Big brother, don't mind if I say something uncomfortable today. No one is truly alone, especially with wives and children waiting behind, eager and hungry. Besides, this division of the family has been something the eldest and second sisters have been thinking about for a long time. Old third paused again. When the eldest and second brothers heard this, they looked a bit uncomfortable, but old third was right. His wife had been talking about splitting the family for a while. The two of them stayed silent. Big brother, if you split the family, you'll be getting a big advantage. Think about it, there's still the river and wages. Maybe they'll go up in the future. After the split, all that money will be yours. The wages from the big river will also belong to your main family. Old third continued to persuade his second brother before he could speak. Second brother, you only have one son, Xiao Ping. You should think carefully for his future. After the split, everything you and your wife earn will be yours to save for your son. After saying this, he patted his two brothers on the shoulders and confidently turned to leave, leaving the two brothers staring at each other in surprise. Early in the morning, the whole team was busy and lively, carrying baskets and cloth bags toward the granary. From the scene, it was clear that the grain division was about to begin. The farmers worked hard all year for this moment, dividing the grain. This was always the time when their smiles were the most genuine. This year, with good weather, the entire commune had a big harvest. The third team was no different. Even families with fewer work points received enough grain to last a year. Everyone's face was as bright as a flower. Each household was experienced in dividing the grain. When their name was called, they went forward to check, placing their baskets, bamboo containers, and cloth bags, then started filling them with grain. They were careful not to leave anything behind or take less. Every family received fine grain. Many wanted to exchange it for coarser grain to eat more, but regulations said they couldn't. However, they could trade with others later, which was their own business. Old Fu's family also received their share of grain. They happily carried their baskets and bamboo containers home. The elderly couple didn't go. There were enough people to carry the grain. They stayed at home counting their belongings. The family decided to go ahead with the division. Once all the grain was stored in the yard, the family meeting was held again. How do you three feel about dividing the family? Starting from the oldest to the youngest, Old Man Fu asked first. Although he already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. Dad, Mom, third brother has a point. I agree. Big brother Fu finally spoke after holding back for a while. Wang Juhua, standing beside him, pinched him hard. She had wanted to split the family before, but this time it was different. If they split, their family would have to bear so much debt. Of course, she wasn't happy about it, but she couldn't go against her husband's insistence.
Mom, Dad, I
only have one son, so I have to think about him. I also agree, second brother Fu said, seeing that his older brother agreed. He decided not to be stubborn and finally made a decision. Mom, Dad, I agree to split the family. Besides, once we do, you're still Mom and Dad. We just won't eat together anymore, but nothing really changes, right? Third brother Fu answered straightforwardly. He didn't want any problems at this critical moment. Everyone in the family looked at the old couple, waiting for their final decision. Old Man Fu stayed silent, quietly smoking his pipe. Then Grandma Fu spoke up. She patted the table and placed a wooden box on it. If you all agree, then let's split the family. But don't regret it later. After saying that, without waiting for their reply, she continued, the grain has just come back, so let's divide the family today. You can rest easy after this. Hearing this, the second and third households immediately looked happy, but they tried to hold back their excitement. Only Big Brother Fu and He Dajiang from the first household felt a little happy. The other two women looked worried. We won't invite witnesses. There's no need. Today, your father and I will settle the family accounts. There's about 1,500 yuan in total, including wages for fourth brother and Dae. Although they knew there was some money in the family, everyone was still surprised to hear about such a large amount. It seemed that fourth brother had sent money home many times over the years. They didn't think it was earned from farming. They knew how much farming could make. Originally, we wanted to leave more for fourth brother, but after thinking about it, we decided not to. let him take a little loss. But from now on, don't expect to get the money he sends back. I'll save it and give it to him when I return. After Grandma Fu finished speaking, everyone agreed. Of course, they had no objections. Getting a bigger share was already good enough, especially since the fourth son hadn't spent any family money. This money, she said, will be divided among your fourth household, your father, and me. Each family gets 300 yuan. From now on, Dae and Dajong's wages will be managed by your own household. I won't take any more. As for the grain, go move what's left in the storage room to the yard, and we'll divide it by head count. The kitchen will belong to us old folks from now on. You can build a new one or share this one if you like. As for the pots, pans, farm tools, and furniture, you can see what's there. Just leave enough for us two to use and take the rest. The rooms you live in will belong to your own families. The boys' room goes to the third household, and the girls' room to the second. As for our care in the future, starting next year, each household will give us 20 yuan and 100 jin of grain every year. When Grandma Fu finished, everyone fell silent. All right, let's get this done quickly, Grandpa Fu said, signaling his wife to hand out the money. Everyone took their 300 yuan and happily went to divide the grain. Some were happy, some were worried. The happy ones were the second and third households. Li Xiaohong had never held so much money before. Her heart was still trembling with excitement. Finally, she had her own savings. Mao Xiaoyan was thrilled that no one would nag her anymore. She could buy whatever she wanted to eat. What a joy! The worried ones were, of course, the first household. Wang Juhua held her 300 yuan and sighed. She still needed 1,000 yuan for that job, and now she'd have to borrow even more. Just thinking about it made her anxious. But no matter what, the family division was done. Each household carried their money, grain, and kitchenware back to their own rooms. Dad, does this mean we don't have to sneak around to eat nice food anymore? Fu Xiaxia asked with a bright smile as she followed them inside. Yes, from now on we can eat whatever we want. No need to worry, said the third son, laughing as he imagined their better days ahead. The whole family felt warm and happy. Each household took turns using the kitchen to cook, and they all managed to enjoy a simple meal together. After a while following the meal, old Fu ran over to borrow money from third Fu. He first went to the second household. Li Xiaohong didn't want to lend at first, but then she thought that her nephew had gone to the city for work, and maybe he could help in the future. So she lent 100 yuan to old Fu. Right now, their family had 300 yuan, their own savings were 100 yuan, brother-in-law could lend 300 yuan, second brother borrowed 100 yuan, and parents had 300 yuan. They still needed 200 yuan more. When third Fu heard this, he thought, Big brother really is willing to go all out to get what he wants. He originally only planned to lend 100 yuan but then decided to lend more, so his brother wouldn't have to ask everyone for help. When talking about going to town, Fu Xiaxiang remembered the grandfather and grandson, and also thought about her treasures that still needed organizing. Little Seven had been sleeping recently, so she didn't disturb it. Let it sleep peacefully. It will be useful when needed. Fu Xiaxiang thought about going to town to have some fun. When she returned, she planned to study everything carefully. Although they had split up, the old couple still cared a lot about this work. When third Fu left, they reminded him to do his best. Third Fu didn't want to help with this at first. It was tiring to go back and forth. But seeing how timid his older brother and nephew looked, he decided to go reluctantly so they wouldn't mess up the job. So, third Fu took the 1,000 yuan his brother had pooled, carried a big basket, and took his little daughter to the town to find his sister-in-law. Usually, third Fu traveled by ox cart. This time with his daughter, he also took a passing ox cart and paid 2 cents. Fu Xiaxiang wasn't new to riding an ox cart to town. Their town wasn't very interesting, mostly old and broken, but it was better than the village. She mainly just felt bored and wanted to get out for some fresh air. When they arrived in town, third Fu checked the time and took his little daughter straight to the supply and marketing cooperative where his sister worked. Fu Qingqing watched her third brother and niece walk in slowly, feeling a bit surprised. Little Ten, you haven't visited Auntie for a long time. You've become more beautiful lately. Fu Qingqing liked her little niece. She was pretty and well-behaved, not causing trouble. She had 3 little boys and was often overwhelmed by their noise. Her in-laws liked this young girl and thought about having another child, but she didn't get pregnant again. Their family, including the 3 boys, was very warm and welcoming whenever they saw Fu Xiaoxiao, hoping she would stay with them forever. Fu Xiaoxiao said, "Everyone loves me, and flowers bloom when I pass by. Auntie, I miss you so much. I know Dad is coming to town, so I hurried to come see you. Here, this is for you. A beautiful aunt like you deserves something nice," Fu Xiaoxiao said, handing her some wildflowers she picked on the way. Her tricks might be old-fashioned, but if they work, that's enough. Xiaoqing took the neat bouquet of wildflowers and smiled so much her eyes almost closed. She quickly packed a big handful of candies, a small bag of sunflower seeds, and some peach pastries and cookies for Fu Xiaoxiao. "Here, this is your reward for Mandy. You're such a good girl," she said, tousling Fu Xiaoxiao's hair. Then, Xiao Sheng asked, "Third brother, are you here to see the Red Army?" "Yes, it's confirmed. I'm here to ask him about the situation. Also, our family has split up. When you have time, go back and see your parents. We're leaving now," Fu Laosen said suddenly, dropping a bomb and leaving quickly. Fu Qing was stunned by this sudden news. How could they have split up? It was so sudden. It seemed she really needed to find some time to go back and see what was going on. Fu Laosen took Fu Xiaoxiao to the shoe factory entrance and gave the security guard some sunflower seeds, asking him to call the factory manager, Wang Hongjun. After the guard took the seeds and went to call, Fu Laosen arranged for Fu Xiaoxiao to sit in the shade of a big tree where he could see her. He handed her some food and told her to wait there. When Wang Hongjun arrived at the gate, Fu Laosen went to meet him. As soon as Fu Laosen left, Xie Zetian, who was wandering around, saw Fu Xiaoxiao sitting under a big tree and ran over. "Xiaoxiao, why are you here? Are you here to play with me?" Xie Zetian had been practicing martial arts with his grandfather recently. His grandfather was very strict with him now, and his days were tough. He had complained about it before, but he kept going. Just as he stepped out for some fresh air, he saw the girl he had been thinking about so much. He was very happy and smiled. "Hey, little brother, what are you doing? Why are you so dark like coal?" A few days ago, he was a fair, tender kid, but now he's turned into a blackened figure. Fu Xiaoxia was quite surprised. Oh. He didn't expect his image to be seen as dark by the little girl, but he quickly tried to save face. "It's darker now, but I've become stronger. Don't believe it? Look." After saying that, he raised his arm to show off his workout results. Fu Xiaoxia glanced at his now darkened arm, which was a few shades darker, and indeed looked stronger. Not wanting to hurt the young boy's feelings, she nodded. Yes, good job.
Keep it up.
My dad and I came to visit my uncle, but we'll probably leave soon." Xie Zetian felt a bit disappointed. He thought they would leave in a few days and wasn't sure if they would meet again in the future. Seeing Fu Laosen approaching quickly, Xie Zetian told Fu Xiaoxia that they would be returning to Kyoto in a few days. He asked when Fu Xiaoxia's promise would be fulfilled, and she told him to come find them when he arrived in a few days. Before Fu Laosen could say hello, Xie Zetian had already left. Fu Xiaoxia watched his back, feeling a bit confused. They weren't involved in secret meetings, so why did he leave just after seeing her dad? "Little Ten, whose kid is that? What did he say to you?" Fu Laosen also saw the young boy. Before he could approach, the boy ran off quickly. "He's a kid I knew before. He just came over to say a few words." Fu Xiaoxia casually made an excuse, though she didn't exactly lie. "Dad, what's going on? Are we going home now?" Fu Xiaoxia didn't see her uncle and thought they were leaving. "Not yet. Your uncle will finish work soon, so we'll wait for him," he said, then sat with his daughter, cracking sunflower seeds. Fu Laosen remembered his earlier conversation with Wang Hongjun. "Third brother, you're here. Let's go over there and talk." Wang Hongjun pulled Fu Laosen to a wall corner. "This job needs to be done quickly. The person said first come, first served. They also want to finish this job early to avoid too many applicants, which would make it hard to handle later. Have you decided?" "Yes, I've got all the money in my pocket. What do you think?" Fu Laosin looked around and patted his bag. All right, that's good. Once it's decided, it will be fine. We will finish work soon, and then we can go find my friend to ask about the situation. Although he calls him a friend, they are actually childhood buddies who have always been close. His childhood friend now works at a steel factory and has some dealings with Director Ma. Okay, I'll wait here for you. I'll try to handle this matter within these 2 days. Don't worry about the social connections. I will take care of it. Old Third Fu says this because he secretly went to the mountains last night to set a trap. After the family split, he went to see them. He brought 2 wild chickens, 3 rabbits, some mountain produce, and grains. These gifts are good manners and not cheap. He's not giving these for free. He has his own plans. Old Third Fu sat with his daughter in the shade for a while and then heard the bells signaling the end of work. Soon, he saw Wang Hongjun come out of the shoe factory. He realized that his third brother had brought his little niece. Fu Xiaxi and her uncle greeted him and obediently followed behind. He first took Old Third Fu and Fu Xiaxi to his childhood friend's house, which is very close, just next door in a shared apartment building. A man who looks a bit younger than Wang Hongjun opened the door. Seeing Wang Hongjun, along with an adult and a child, he invited them in. Zhang Xiaonian guessed they came to discuss work at the factory committee, so he took them straight to his room. Their home is quite spacious, about 50 square meters. Since he and his brother live there, each has a small room. Come in, let me introduce you. This is my third brother and his little girl, Fu Xiaxi. Third brother, this is Zhang Xiaonian, my childhood friend, Wang Hongjun said. Hello, third brother. I just call him Hongjun. Please don't mind. Are you decided to take this job? Zhang Xiaonian asked as they sat on the bed, offering some candies to the little girl. Thank you, big brother, Fu Xiaxi said sweetly. She thought this man looked pretty good, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and young-looking, so she politely called him brother. Handsome guys do seem to get special treatment. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaonian thought, this little girl is really sweet, and handed her several cookies. She happily took them and called him brother several times. Hello, you called me third brother. That's a sign of respect. There's no need to be formal. Since it's our first meeting, I brought a small gift. I hope it's appropriate. After speaking, Old Third Fu took out a wild chicken, a rabbit, and a small bag of mountain produce from his portable box. Fu Xiaxia was surprised that her father had brought these things, as if by magic. She had no idea he had them. Zhang Xiaonian looked at these items and was quite amazed. He didn't expect the Red Army's mother-in-law's family to be so capable. They managed to gather all this. Seeing their sincerity, he didn't say anything false. We need to finish this work quickly. Recently, more and more people are coming to ask for help. Many are relatives and friends of Director Ma, all trying to lower the price. If we have these things, we can prepare some for Director Ma's family too. Let's get this done as soon as possible. Wang Hongjun wasn't surprised. When his third brother came to town, he often brought wild game and mountain produce. His family had received many of these. Last time, his promotion was thanks to the meat from his mother-in-law's family. That's why his parents kept urging him to finish this matter. Good brothers, we've prepared the money. When do you think is a good time? I've also prepared the mountain produce to bring along. How about today? If it's okay, we'll do it right away. Both men were a bit anxious. Zhang Xiaonian knew that delays could cause problems, so he thought for a moment. Let's go now with the things directly to Director Ma's house. I've already called ahead. All right, let's go. The 3 of them, along with the young girl, left the room. Zhang Xiaonian placed the mountain produce in the living room and called out, Mom, I have some things to take care of. I'm going out now, and probably won't be back for dinner. Then they headed to Director Ma's house. On the way, Wang Hongjun went back to get some money and handed it to his third brother. Director Ma's house was in another residential area. They crossed a long street to get there. He knocked on the door. Director Ma, it's me, Xiaozhong. When Director Ma heard Xiaozhong's voice, he let out a long sigh and asked his wife to open the door. Xiaozhong had already given a heads up earlier. If he could come, it meant there was hope for this matter. He wanted to finish it quickly, but the people coming didn't want to pay much and negotiations had stalled. Director Ma was in the living room, watching as people entered. Everyone's here, sit down. He also sat down and looked at them. noticing they had brought a small child. Director Ma, let me introduce you. This is my friend Wang Hongjun. This is Hongjun's older brother, Fu Laosan, and his daughter. Zhang Xiaoyan smiled at Director Ma and nodded. Seeing this, Director Ma finally felt relieved, but he didn't say it directly. Hello everyone, come on, don't just sit there. Have some water. Fu Laosan is quite clever. He knew this work wouldn't be easy to get, so he smiled at Director Ma. Director Ma, since you're new here, I don't know what you like. I brought some mountain products to share with you. He then took out rabbits and mountain chickens from his bag, just like what he brought to Zhang Xiaoyan's family, along with a small bag of mountain goods. Finally, he pulled out a bag that looked to weigh about 2 or 3 jin, about 1 to 1.5 kilograms. This is some rice, a small gift, just a token of respect. He looked at Director Ma with a smile. Director Ma was quite surprised. These weren't small gifts. His family hadn't had meat in days. Their monthly meat ration was limited, and supplies were fixed. These things could feed his family for several months. He was very happy inside, thinking this person was honest and straightforward. He didn't want to make things difficult for them anymore. He decided to finish the work quickly, so he wouldn't have to deal with these people again. He slowly sipped his tea and said, Xiao Fu, not bad, not bad. I heard from Xiao Nian that the kid graduated from middle school several years ago, right? Is he your son? Fu Laosan listened and said, No, he's my nephew. His name is Fu Dajiang. He's a good student. He graduated several years ago, and he's married with children now. But he still hasn't given up reading. He hopes one day to contribute to the country's cause. He then pushed a wrapped package across the table to Director Ma. Don't worry, Director. I won't shortchange you. I introduced him, so you can trust me. Zhang Xiaoyan supported him at a critical moment. All right, you tell that kid to come directly to see me tomorrow, Director Ma said with a smile. The troublesome matter was finally settled. Wang Hongjun and Fu Laosan were so happy they didn't know what to say. In the end, Zhang Xiaoyan said, Director, you go ahead and do your work. We're leaving now. There are some things we haven't finished explaining. He was about to leave with the 2 adults and the child. Wait, your wife will be cooking soon. Come and eat together, Director Ma said, seeing them about to leave, so he stayed behind. In this era, everyone knows that such words are just polite talk. No one has extra food, so the 3 of them walked faster.
No, director.
I have things to do at home, so I'll go now, Zhang Xiaoyan said. After he finished speaking, the 3 of them left the door, went down the stairs, and Fu Xiaxia followed closely behind. Fu Xiaxia didn't expect to finish her work in just one day. The speed was like riding a rocket. She had thought her dad would come a few days later to handle some work, and she could go with him. But that plan fell through. Looks like she needs to think of another excuse. The work was almost settled. Wang Hongjun and Old Fu planned to go home for a meal. Wang Hongjun said, Brother, let's go. Come to my house for dinner. Don't be shy. He pulled him along as they headed home. Zhang Xiaoyan knew he wasn't joking, so he didn't argue. When they arrived at Wang Hongjun's house, his mother had already prepared the meal. When he went to get money, his 3rd brother asked him to bring back a rabbit to cook. Now, smelling the spicy rabbit meat, his stomach started to growl loudly. His sons also looked at the meat on the table with longing, drooling, but obediently didn't touch it. Seeing their dad bringing his uncle and Fu Xiaxia back, the youngest child, Xiao Mumu, whose full name was Wang Jingmu, happily ran over and held his older sister's hand. Big sister, why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you all day. Come eat some meat, Xiao Mumu said, pulling Fu Xiaxia to sit down. Back already? Hurry up. We're just waiting for you to eat. We'll talk more later. Xiao, sure. Don't be shy. Eat more today, Grandma Wang said, serving each of them a bowl of rice. Everyone was hungry and waiting for Uncle Wang to say, dinner's ready. Then they all started eating together. How is it? Did it work? Uncle Wang asked after eating half a bowl. Yes, it's settled. No problem. Tomorrow, Dajiang will go find Director Ma, Wang Hongjun said happily. When he said that, everyone at the table was very pleased. It was worth all their running around. This is all thanks to Xiaoyan. Come on, Xiaoyan, eat more. Don't be shy. Grandma Wang said, adding another piece of rabbit meat to Zhang Xiaonian's plate and also giving Fu Xiaxia a piece. It's nothing. After all, our third brother is very capable. Zhang Xiaonian also thought Fu Old Third was very efficient, and he appreciated the thoughtful gift. If you want to bring canned snacks or similar items, it might not be the right choice. People in this town don't lack these things, but they do miss wild mountain goods. You can see that Director Ma's face is full of wrinkles, and he's smiling happily. This is all for my family's sake. How could I not try my best? I really appreciate Annie and Uncle's support, as well as the Red Army and Xiao Nian's efforts. Cheers, everyone, he said, raising his glass and taking a big drink. The others also picked up their glasses and took a sip. Everyone felt relaxed and genuinely happy. The children chattered happily with Fu Xiaxia, inviting her to visit their home more often and promising to take her to eat delicious food. Uncle, when will you bring my sister again? The rabbit meat was so tasty, Wang Jingshu said. Every time his uncle visited, they usually got to eat meat. He and his brother often looked forward to his visits. Wang Zhenglin, with his mouth full of food, nodded in agreement. Your uncle is busy, and he doesn't have that much to give you. Can't he fill your mouths with meat all the time? Aunt Wang joked with a smile. She also wanted her grandchildren to eat meat every day, but she couldn't always rely on her relatives. Wang Jingmu didn't care, and just focused on eating with Fu Xiaxia. It's okay, Auntie. My nephew just wants to eat some meat. I don't come here often, so it's no big deal. We still have some meat at home, he said, smiling at his nephews. Fu Qingqing originally wanted to ask about the family division, but seeing other people present, she decided to hold back and go back herself. She planned to visit her parents with the kids later. The next morning, old Fu and his daughter finished breakfast and headed home. They were all waiting for news. The family was eagerly hoping for good news, especially the main household. Since they still had work to do, they sent the great-grandson, Little Dizzy, to wait at the village entrance. Grandpa is back. Grandpa is back. Little Dizzy saw Grandpa and ran to find Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma in the fields. Old Fu saw Little Dizzy and was about to go home, but he suddenly ran off. When he reached the house, his parents and the main family were already waiting in the yard. Old Fu followed his parents into the main room, sat on a stool, and smiled broadly at them. Looks like everything is settled. Old Madame Fu looked at her son and smiled, feeling confident that things would turn out fine. Old Man Fu looked at his third son, waiting for his answer. Of course, there's nothing I can't handle. Parents, older brother, sister-in-law, and a Jiang will all be working at the factory now, said Fu San proudly. When De Jiang heard this big news from his uncle, he was so happy, he almost jumped up, excitedly confirming again. Uncle, is it really true? Yes, tomorrow go to the steel factory and see Director Ma, follow his arrangements. Old Man Fu and his wife were also very happy. Although they spent some money, they felt proud that their family now had someone working and contributing, which brought honor to the family. This was different from when Fu Qingqing started working. She married soon after, and the family didn't feel the impact deeply. But their grandson was different. He was the main support of the family, the guiding star. His younger siblings should look up to him. He was a role model, and they hoped he would lead everyone to a better life. But Fu San paused, teasing everyone and looking a bit worried. What's wrong? Old Man Fu asked, thinking something was wrong. Big brother, sister-in-law, you know, when we ask for favors, we can't go empty-handed, right? Fu San looked at the family. Everyone felt nervous and had a bad feeling, but what he said made sense, so they nodded under his gaze. This time, there are two people I want to give gifts to. One is the person who recommended Director Ma, and the other is Director Ma himself. I plan to give him some gifts. Is that okay? Fu San asked again. The family knew they were about to spend more money, but they could only shake their heads helplessly, agreeing. Wang Jihua and Tang Xiaohua wanted to oppose, but their father and son didn't give them a chance. So, I went to the black market, risking illegal trade, and bought some wild game and fine grains to give to those two. You won't mind spending this money, right? Fu San looked at them carefully. So, are we really going to lose money? It turned out her father was waiting here. I think the longest route the family took was her father's tricks. Fu Xiaxiashua truly admired him. I say, San, you bought these things, but who knows how much you spent? Wang Jihua couldn't hold back and spoke out, but it also reflected the family's true feelings. Their entire household's money has already been spent, and they are truly at their wits' end, unable to even spare 10 yuan. Big sister-in-law, you're wrong to say that. My eldest brother is my real brother, and I wouldn't cheat him. Besides, I'm doing this for Dajiang's future. You think once we join the factory committee, everything will be smooth? There are many issues inside. By giving gifts, we're building connections. Later, Dajiang and Director Ma will be closer, and if something happens, it might help us. Plus, the things I bought, even the Red Army has seen them. I only bought 2 mountain chickens, 3 rabbits, some grains, and gathered some mountain produce at home. Think about it, how much do all these cost in total? Old Third didn't want to argue. He knew he had to be paid for these things, as they were hunted and gathered with effort. Others didn't know the black market prices, so they couldn't figure out the cost. Old Third, I understand. This time, it's thanks to you. We're all grateful. Just tell us the amount, and once Dajiang earns money, we'll pay you back together. Old Big measured the situation and decided to record the money first. Come on, big brother. Let me calculate. 2 chickens cost 10 yuan with 2 meat tickets. 3 rabbits cost 20 yuan with 3 meat tickets. And the 3 jin of rice, at 3 mao 7 fin per jin, totals 1 yuan 1 mao 1 fin. The meat and grain tickets you gave me amount to 3 yuan. Altogether, that's 34 yuan 1 mao 1 fin. Big brother, you know I lent you 200 yuan. After buying these things and using the meat and grain tickets I managed to get, I really don't have much money left. You can't expect our family to live without a penny. What do you think? Old Big looked at Old Third with difficulty, unable to come up with more money. But our family really has no money left. Here's an idea. Xiaohua, you go to your mother's house and gather some. Since it's your family's matter, you can't just sit back and enjoy without contributing, right? Old Third suggested a plan, though he was serious. They had all borrowed money and she, Tang Xiaohua, shouldn't just stand by. Xiaohua looked troubled. How could she explain going back to her mother's house? But the whole family was waiting for her answer. Why does her third uncle always argue with her? She also didn't think about why she was always unfriendly to her daughter's friends. Haha. She could only nod and agree to go to her mother's house to borrow some money after work. From start to finish, the old couple only expressed happiness about getting the work done and didn't say much else. Even when Old Third asked for money, the eldest looked at them, but they said nothing. Since they have separated, they should each take responsibility for themselves. Fu Xiaxia followed her father back to their room. Speaking of the room, she still sleeps on the Kong bed with her parents. She really wants her own room. She initially wanted to see if she could move to the town, but after checking today, it didn't look good. The atmosphere there seemed tense, with frequent struggles and accusations. Staying in the countryside seemed safer for now. But they could build a new house, which should be fine. Soon, everyone else finished work and came back. When they heard that the work was settled and they would report tomorrow, everyone looked at Fu Dajiang with envy. Fu Dajiang enjoyed this attention, feeling like he was already a leader, and his face was always bright and happy. A few young men didn't feel as jealous. They hadn't gone to school yet, so envy wouldn't help. At the dinner table, Fu Xiaxia heard Lu Danny's name again. It turned out that Li Baihua had returned with her daughters the day before yesterday. Maybe someone at the hospital suggested it because she went straight to the brigade office to ask for a divorce. She wanted to leave with her daughters. The brigade officials kept advising her to think carefully, and they all stayed in a shabby house at the village entrance. Yesterday, when distributing grain, Lu's family received less, and Li Baihua's share had been pre-claimed earlier. Lu's family then caused a big fuss at her place. The brigade leader still hasn't resolved this issue. Adding to the chaos, Zhang Danny's man also came over, making the scene lively. Fu Xiaxia thought that in this era, even if a wife was beaten, the police didn't usually intervene. Divorce was mostly discouraged, and people were urged to reconcile. If she had the ability, she would help these poor women. That night, Tang Xiaohua borrowed money from her family. but she looked unhappy when she returned. Fu Dajiang returned the 34 yuan, 1 mao, and 1 fun to Old Third. Old man Fu happily counted his small savings again. Fu Xiaxi saw this and said to her parents, "Mom, Dad, I also want my own room. Can we find a place and build a big house?" Ma Xiaoyan looked at old man Fu and said, "Little Ten, building a house costs a lot of money. We don't have enough. Besides, if we build a house and spend all the money, we won't be able to enjoy good food later." Old man Fu patiently tried to explain, hoping to stop his daughter's extravagant ideas. "Is it true that if we have enough money, you'll agree to build a house, Dad?" Fu Xiaxi asked again. "Sweetheart, as long as we have enough money, building a house is no problem. But our family can only dream about it," Old man Fu replied, showing her the reality that they didn't have enough money. Hearing this, Fu Xiaxi happily went to sleep, thinking that as long as Dad wanted to build a house, it would happen. Only Old man Fu and his wife were left puzzled. Were they going to live in a new house in their dreams? The next day, the autumn harvest had begun. The adults went to work in the fields. After breakfast, Fu Xiaxi also went out. Actually, Fu Xiaxi and her cousin Fu Xiaodou didn't know each other well. They usually played separately. In the past, Tang Xiahua didn't like Fu Xiaxi and didn't want her to watch Fu Xiaodou. Now that they had separated, they didn't see much of each other. That morning, the village was very quiet, except for dogs barking and chickens crowing. Everyone, big and small, was busy working in the fields. Only a few little kids were playing happily at the door. In the middle of the village stood a huge locust tree. Its thick trunk needed several people to hug it completely. According to the village elders, this tree was over 100 years old. The big canopy covered a small patch of sky. Standing under it, people felt a cool breeze. After work, villagers would come here to rest and chat, often gathering at the village entrance or under the tree. It's a perfect place to relax and talk. Now, a group of children was playing around the tree, seemingly practicing climbing skills. They kept climbing a few times, then sliding down, but kept trying again and again. Fu Xiaodou was among them. Several small children were climbing a tree at the same time, and Fu Xiaxia couldn't help but laugh. She had never climbed a tree before, but she knew that climbing a tree with thick branches was difficult. Such a big tree, how could they hold on and climb? Fu Xiaxia watched the children happily laughing and playing. Suddenly, she heard a plop sound like something falling into water. She looked around but saw no water nearby. The children's excited shouts kept ringing out. Fu Xiaxia ran toward the sound and circled around the big tree. She then saw a large water jar, taller than her, with some water spilling over the edge. Auntie, Mao Dan fell in. He fell into the water jar. What should we do? Little Do saw her lazy aunt approaching and seemed to find a sense of security. He quickly told her, hoping she had a plan. The others looked at Fu Xiaxia with eager eyes. It seemed the little one had fallen in, splashing water outside the jar. The water inside must have been quite a lot. This scene looked so familiar, like the story of Sima Guang smashing the water jar from childhood. Was she about to reenact it? Oh no, what a tricky situation. Kids, step back, all of you, Fu Xiaxia said quickly. Then, under the children's expectant gazes, she slowly pushed over the big water jar. Don't expect her to smash it. It's thick, and smashing it with a stone would require finding a big stone first. It's easier to just tip it over directly. Look, the jar and everything inside remained intact. Fu Xiaxia was so capable. She watched the children climb out of the wet water jar, dripping wet. She carefully placed the jar back in its original spot. The children looked at her as if she were a hero who had defeated a villain, their eyes shining brightly. Wow, little Do, your aunt is so amazing. Yes. Sister, you're so strong. Even stronger than my brother or even my dad. Sister, you're even stronger than my grandpa. Annie, are you the laziest person in our village? The children kept praising her excitedly. Even Mao Dan, who had fallen into the water earlier, kept asking questions, completely forgetting the danger just moments before. Fu Xiaxia was lost in her praise when she suddenly felt her little nephew poke her in the chest. Little Bean, Auntie is very strong, but I'm not lazy, Fu Xiaxia said, counting her fingers and waving them in front of Little Bean. Annie, that's what Mom said. Is she lying to Little Bean? Little Bean tilted his head in confusion, as if trying to decide who is right. Your mom is wrong. I'm not lazy, Fu Xiaxia firmly denied. She didn't want to leave a bad impression in the kids' minds. Yes, how could such a strong sister be lazy? Maybe your mom is mistaken, one of the children said to Little Bean, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, go play by yourselves. I have something important to do, Fu Xiaxia said, unable to bear the noise. Although the little ones were well-behaved, they were a bit loud. She was planning to go into the mountains, and with so many children around, how could she move freely? As soon as the children heard about going up the mountain, they immediately shifted their attention. Big sister, are you going to fight the Japanese enemies? Big sister, can we come see the enemies with you? Annie, let's go fight the bad guys together. Yes, we can help too, the group of little kids started shouting again. They just wanted to play with Little Bean's auntie. Kids tend to admire those who are much stronger than themselves and want to follow her. No, you can't. Bad guys are very dangerous. You can go when you grow up. And don't talk to strangers. Little Bean, take them back quickly to play, Fu Xiaxia said and quickly turned to leave, worried they might follow her. The children watched their big sister walk away, then happily resumed their play. Kids are easy to entertain and forget quickly. Fu Xiaxia returned to the forest. The quiet woods felt especially cool, with fresh air, colorful wildflowers, lush trees, and occasional bird calls. Everything showed the vitality here, but also hinted at danger. She found a hidden spot at the edge of the mountain, between the outer and inner areas. She took out the spoils she had confiscated last time and silently looked at her empty space, sighing deeply. She feels that, after gaining the golden finger, she is the poorest person, without a doubt. Looking at other spaces, they are filled with food and supplies. As for her, she can't even get these few items. She doesn't have enough to eat, so besides these spoils, her space is completely empty. There are 56 yuan, 25 cents, and some tickets. She will keep the money for herself and give the tickets to her father later, claiming she found them accidentally in the mountains. There are 2 recommendation letters, clearly from those 2 bad people. She plans to leave them in her space to gather dust. As for the 2 yellow papers, they are probably talismans with special powers, as described in the novel. Little Seven, are you there? It's better to ask Little Seven about this. Yes, I'm here, Xiaxia. The cute little boy's voice sounds adorable. What exactly is going on? Why are you always sleeping? Is there any problem? Xiaxia anxiously looks at the 2 yellow papers in her hand. It's okay. I think I'm just recovering myself. There shouldn't be any problem. It will be fine after a while. That's good. Can you help me see what these yellow papers do? I don't really know. I can only sense some spiritual energy on them. That's all I can tell. Little Seven apologizes. Xiaxia pinches the 2 papers, feeling a bit disappointed. But never mind. She lives in this small mountain village and cultivators are still far away from her. Then just drop the map out. You can go to sleep now. I'll summon you again, okay? Xiaxia then walks around with the map. The mountain forest is too unfriendly for someone her size. She stumbles and falls many times, but she doesn't give up. She doesn't want to leave empty-handed today. Finally, she sees a pattern of a pig and a dog in the upper left corner of the map. She rushes toward that direction. Though she says rush, she probably moves slower than an adult walking. She crosses tall grass, thick bushes, and decayed fallen leaves, overcoming many obstacles until she finally reaches her destination. It's full of towering ancient trees that reach the clouds. Their branches intertwine, and the lush leaves spread out like green clouds, blocking the blue sky completely. Occasionally, a ray of light shines on the ground, making it a little easier to see the path beneath. The breeze in the air feels cooler, and all I hear is a soft, huff-huff sound coming from nearby. Listening to the sound, it seems like the creature making it is quite large. Xiaxia Fu slows her steps and also quiets her breathing, gradually moving closer. There is a huge wild boar with 2 large tusks, all black in color, facing away from her and standing still for a long time.
Xexia feels a bit confused.
What is this pig doing? Is it thinking? She quietly moves closer, about 2 meters away, and then she sees it. A small puppy? That's right. The map shows there is a dog nearby. She almost forgot, because the wild boar is so big. But how could there be a dog deep in this forest? Did she see wrong? Xiaxia Fu lifts her little paw and rubs her eyes hard, then looks again. There is a tiny puppy, all white except for a black patch on its forehead, sitting not far from the wild boar, facing each other. No matter how she looks, it's clearly a dog. Wow, this little puppy is quite brave. Even at such a young age, it has a lot of presence. The wild boar could swallow it in one bite. But for some reason, the wild boar just looks at it quietly and doesn't attack. Is this a strategy of stay still and wait? Xiaxia Fu also chooses to watch quietly. Both creatures seem unaware of her presence and continue to stare at each other. The little puppy looks too weak. Maybe because it's just born, its front paws suddenly go limp, and the whole dog collapses onto the ground. At this moment, the huge wild boar moves. With a loud squeal, it lunges forward, its tusks and big mouth about to swallow the little puppy. Xiaxia Fu acts quickly and injects something. Suddenly, everything becomes silent. With a hush, the wild boar's massive body falls to the ground, crushing a patch of flowers and grass. Xiaxia Fu steps out from her hiding spot and sees the little puppy looking at her with big, teary eyes. Even she, who used to dislike trouble and had never taken care of pets, can't bear to leave this small dog alone in this deserted forest. She walks over, gently touches the puppy, and seeing that it doesn't resist, she boldly picks it up. Maybe it's hungry, because the puppy seems very weak. It obediently lies in her arms. Xiao-Qi, call Xiao-Qi. Can you help me look at this little puppy? Why does it seem weak and tired? Is it hungry? Fu Xiaxi called out internally for Xiao-Qi again. I don't know. Maybe it's hungry, or maybe it's not developing well. Are you trying to raise a pet? You could try a lottery to see if there are any health-boosting pills or something to help it. Xiao-Qi encouraged her to spend money again. She thought carefully. She had wanted to use that money to secretly buy things when she went to town, but it seemed she needed a ticket for that. What a frustrating age. Forget it, a lottery might be good too. She put the wild boar into her space. The smell of blood attracted other animals, so she found a big tree and sat down again. Xiao-Qi, how much does it cost to buy medicine for healing injuries? Fu Xiaxi usually never asked about prices when shopping, but now she was more cautious. She thought silently, poor people are always so careful. At least 5 yuan per try in the lottery to get such items, Xiao-Qi replied. 5 yuan is okay, within her budget.
Fu Xiaxi nodded in agreement.
She spent 5 yuan in her space. A big spinning wheel appeared in front of her, with the same format as last time, but now it showed different items. Wow, Fu Xiaxi almost wanted to curse. There was even a "thank you for your patronage" option, which took up a good portion. Was this just a trick to steal her money? But there were indeed useful items, health-boosting pills that could improve her physical condition. However, the chances were slim, only 5%, and only one pill. The most common item was a pill called Bigadan, which could let her go a month without eating. But that wouldn't be very useful now. If she didn't eat for a long time, her family would worry sick. She thought the most valuable item was a manual for body training, suitable for ordinary people. If practiced to great mastery, it could even be powerful enough to shake mountains. That was really good. She could even let her brothers try. Believing she was lucky, Fu Xiaxi quickly clicked to spin again. Oh no. It seemed her last luck didn't repeat. Instead of a good item, she got that one Bigadan. She almost wanted to cry. At least it's not a "thank you for your patronage" option. Let's try again. Xiao-Qi suggested once more. My 5 yuan. I was happy that 5 yuan wasn't much, but I didn't expect that I would spend more than just 5 yuan. She doesn't want to continue. She is poor. She looked at the quiet little puppy in her arms and thought about the body refining technique. It seems she has to keep going, even if it makes her cry. Today is the day she lost money. Starting a new hobby is fun at first, but then it makes her cry like a river. Then, the big spinning wheel appeared again, and something major had changed. Thinking about what Xiaoqi said before about randomness, she wasn't too surprised. She didn't get the body refining technique she wanted, but at least the strong body pill was still there, and its size had increased. This time, it should be easier to get. The appetite-suppressing pills amount had decreased a little. The remaining 2 items were 50 anesthetic needles and a small healing pill. The anesthetic needle probably matches her syringe, but the small healing pill, after using spiritual energy, helps restore her strength. It's a dream medicine for martial artists. What should she do? Besides the appetite-suppressing pill, she wants everything else. Fu Xiaxia, with her little face full of longing, sat under a tree, looking at the big spinning wheel in front of her. Suddenly, she felt she was extremely short of money. This time, Fu Xiaxia finally got the strong body pill. She carefully broke it into pieces and fed it to the little puppy. Watching the cute dog licking her palm with its little tongue, she could clearly feel her breath becoming stronger. It seems this method works well and has a noticeable effect. Fu Xiaxia also thought about the prizes again. She itched to try. What should she do? Xiaoqi told you, of course, to go for it. So Fu Xiaxia spun the wheel several more times. Surprisingly, she drew, "Thank you for your patronage," twice. She was so angry, she stomped her foot. A small pit appeared where she was standing, and she fell into it as if she brought it on herself. Oh, my bad temper. Next, she got the anesthetic needle she wanted, which comforted her wounded heart. Later, she also drew a crooked-eyed, crooked-mouth powder, which had the effect of stroke-like facial paralysis lasting 72 hours. The dosage was enough for several uses. She also drew a few items she thought were not very useful, but finally, she got the body refining technique she was hoping for. Honestly, Fu Xiaxia thinks the lottery is really addictive. But then she looked at her small amount of money, only a little over a yuan, and felt pitiful. She lay in her impoverished space, unable to continue, and had to give up. Oh no, she is no longer poor. Seeing the big wild boar in the space, she is now a wealthy girl. She feels a bit worried about how to deal with this pig. Xiaxia, once we have money, we can try different levels of lottery. There are so many good things, Xiaoqi said, worried that Fu Xiaxia might only be interested in the 5 yuan lottery. Let's wait until I have money, then I'll try it too, Fu Xiaxia said, not feeling unhappy this time. Although she got some useless prizes, there are many kinds of rewards. She looked at the body-strengthening techniques she had, noticing they were mostly basic exercises suitable for her brothers. But as she looked further, the challenges seemed to get harder and harder. Thinking about it, it might take her several years to reach that level, so she decided to put it off for now. Fu Xiaxia asked Xiaoqi to show her the map, and she was shocked. Xiaoqi, why does it seem like the range has gotten bigger? The map now covered the entire mountain range and all nearby towns and villages.
She was really surprised.
Xiaoqi looked and said, "It does seem that way. Maybe it absorbed some spiritual energy." Thinking about spiritual energy, he looked at the 2 talisman papers in the space. They had no spiritual energy left, probably absorbed unconsciously by him. He told Fu Xiaxia about it. Fu Xiaxia took out the 2 talisman papers and looked at them carefully, but she couldn't see any difference. Xiaxia, we need to make money quickly. When we get enough, we should try to get a beginner's cultivation manual. We need to understand it well, or we'll be blind, Xiaoqi said, trying to persuade Fu Xiaxia. He mainly hoped she would start practicing cultivation because he needed spiritual energy. Okay, when we grow up and earn money, we'll do a lottery, Fu Xiaxia agreed decisively. Whether she practices cultivation later or not, it's good to understand the cultivation system of this world. Looking again, she was surprised once more. The map had changed again. The words like gold, silver, and jade had disappeared from the screen, replaced only by the word treasure. Besides her small red, everything else seemed to no longer be visible. It was like a treasure hunt map now. Xiaoqi, what's going on? Have you turned into a treasure map? Seeing the treasure words on the map, her love of wealth made her a bit excited. It seemed she didn't need to wait until she grew up. She could go treasure hunting and make money. Yes, this is actually my true nature. I am not just a simple system. What I am exactly is still unclear. I seem to know where treasures are, and they show up on the map. That's all I know. Could it be because of that spiritual energy? I remember you said I could absorb spiritual energy. Maybe after absorbing it, I start to awaken some abilities? At this point, Fu Xiaxia's mind was opening up to new ideas. Could this be some kind of upgrade system? In any case, I should just absorb spiritual energy, as my feelings tell me. I initially thought Fu Xiaxia was too young to know about this, so I didn't want to tell her. But then she met that middle-aged cultivator, which made her learn about all this early. Now, I can only tell her what I know. Your appetite is really luxurious. Let's take things slowly, step by step. For now, earning money is the most important. That restless feeling from earlier cooled down a bit. With my current three-headed form, what can I do? Play games? Even digging for treasures, I can't go too far, or my family will worry. Haha, it's better to stay low-key. Xiaoqi, enlarge the map to see the closest treasure spot. Check how far we are from there. If it's within reach, we can try to go now, Fu Xiaxia thought. If it's not far, she'd go see what the treasure is. Her family wouldn't find out. Maybe she could sell it for a lot of money. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got, almost ready to act. Looking at the distance shown on the map, it didn't seem too far. Should we go or not? After thinking it over, she decided to go. Fortune favors the brave. When she has enough money, she can ask her dad to build a new house, and she'll have her own room. So, Fu Xiaxia took her little puppy and set out on a treasure hunt. Without the map's guidance this time, she watched a few rabbits run past her quickly. She didn't have time to stop and play. She also didn't look at the mushrooms or wood-ear fungi she passed. She had heard before that wild ginseng is very valuable and effective. If she found some, she might patiently dig it up. As she walked, she suddenly saw a cliff ahead. Luckily, she had short legs and ran slowly. The cliff wasn't very high, but it wasn't low either. From the top, she could clearly see the scenery below. What should she do? It seemed the treasure was still further ahead. Fu Xiaxia looked along the edge of the cliff and saw only some trees nearby. There was nothing else to climb on. She used the simplest method, braiding some grass and vines into a thick rope. Since she was light, she tied the rope to a tree at the cliff's edge. She tested it. It was quite sturdy. She placed the little puppy into a large pocket her mother made for her, just the right size. Then she slowly lowered herself down the rope, being very careful and not rushing. In less than 10 minutes, she reached the bottom. At the base of the cliff, there were mostly rocks. Following Little Chi's instructions, she moved forward for a while and stopped under a big tree. The tree was very large, with a canopy that shaded the sky. Its thick trunk was as big as the locust tree in the village. Xiaxia, we've arrived. It should be right under this big tree. Take out the small shovel and start digging, Little Chi reminded her. Looking at the place deep in the mountains, deserted under the big tree, Xiaxia thought it looked like a perfect hiding spot for treasure. It was very suitable. She took out a small shovel from her space and placed it on the ground. The familiar shovel was ready to be used again. Little Chi controlled it to switch to digging mode. As soon as it started, dirt was quickly excavated. Suddenly, there was a loud clink. Right after, the shovel dug up a box full of dirt. Xiaxia stepped forward and brushed away the soil, revealing a dark, old-looking box. It seemed to have been buried for many years. She wondered who had buried it so far from home. Xiaxia put the puppy on the ground. The puppy was well-behaved, sitting quietly. She knocked on the box with her hand, but couldn't tell what material it was made of. The box had a lock covered in dirt. Xiaxia reached out and pulled hard. With a click, the lock broke. Xiaxia took off the lock and slowly opened the dark wooden box.
Wow!
She exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. It looked like she was about to get rich. The box wasn't big, but inside, there were 12 large yellow fish neatly arranged, 2 rows of 6. There were a few jade-like ornaments placed above, which looked very high quality. Please forgive her for not knowing much about jade. She can only describe her immediate feeling as luxurious. Fu Xiaxia was extremely surprised, her mouth opening wide. She was so inexperienced. Her money was usually saved in the bank, earning interest each month. Besides basic needs, she didn't buy luxury items. This was her first time seeing so much gold and jade, and she was a bit scared. For a moment, she even felt a bit envious of the wealthy. She had always been very poor in her life. Who could afford such a big display? But she felt lucky to have found a bargain. These belonged to her now. Xiaxia, these jades also have spiritual energy, Xiao Qi said eagerly. Really? Once I put them into my space, you can absorb the energy yourself, Fu Xiaxia replied. She wasn't too upset. She was more interested in gold, which was a universal currency. As for the jade, it wasn't worth much now, and might even be considered illegal if taken out. Fu Xiaxia happily hugged the dark, dirty box, smiling so much her mouth almost couldn't close. Suddenly, loud barking sounds filled the air. Startled, Fu Xiaxia quickly stopped her silly smile. Oh no! She forgot she was in a deep mountain where there were wolves and tigers. She was just a child and couldn't fight off wild animals alone. The map no longer gave hints, so she had to rely on her quick thinking. She asked Xiao Chaozi to restore the pit to its original shape and quickly covered it with many leaves. Then she put the box and shovel into her space, ready to carry the puppy back along the same path. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of a plant that looked a bit familiar. She had seen a picture of it on Baidu before. She crouched down to take a closer look. It really did look similar. The continuous barking still went on. Fu Xiaxia felt torn inside. She hesitated, biting her lip, but already had her small shovel in hand and started digging. She now deeply understood the saying, people die for wealth, birds die for food. She couldn't resist the temptation. Although she was anxious and wanted to act faster, she knew she couldn't rush. If she damaged the wild plant, its value would drop significantly. It was better to be careful. Fu Xiaxia tried to work quickly without damaging the roots. As she heard the howling of wolves, she felt like a werewolf, more fierce than most people. Thanks to her small shovel, which was very sharp, she soon uncovered a complete wild ginseng root. Looking at the fresh ginseng, she thought of making chicken with ginseng, and her mouth watered. She quickly tore off a large leaf, wrapped the ginseng inside, and put it into her space. As the wolf pack got closer, she picked up her puppy, stood up quickly, and climbed up the cliff. She was afraid that if she stayed longer, she would keep hearing the howling sounds in her dreams. She didn't want to leave a mental scar. This time, Fu Xiaxia definitely took more time than she should have. Old Fu Sen thought his daughter was waiting patiently at home. When he returned and saw no one, he sent the twins to look elsewhere in the village. Mao Xiaoyan was still cooking on the small stove Fu San had brought her. The twins searched, but didn't find anyone. Instead, they heard some little kids talking about the water jar incident that happened that morning. Seeing the bright eyes of the children, the twins realized that Fu Xiaxia had done something big without making a sound. However, the adults in each family didn't believe the children's stories. They wondered how a little girl could have such strength. They had seen the water jar. They knew even grown men struggled to lift a full jar of water, let alone such a small child. For a while, the adults thought Fu Xiaxia was just playing a game with the children. They didn't pay much attention. But the twins learned from the children that Fu Xiaxia had gone to the mountains alone. Xiao Dizi also knew about it. The twins went home and asked Xiao Dizi to confirm again. It was true, Fu Xiaxia had gone to the mountains. The others waiting for dinner also helped the third household search the mountain. Tang Xiaohua was helping her mother-in-law cook, muttering, "Look at this fuss, such a big scene. Fu Xiaoxia really is a troublemaker." She then told Xiao Dizi to stay away from her aunt to avoid being influenced. She looked up at her mother-in-law as she said this, and seeing no objection, she continued talking to her son. Wang Juhua was too lazy to care. It wasn't her job to go out looking for him. Her son had already started working in town, and his household registration had been transferred to the city. The factory also assigned him a single-room dormitory. She was feeling proud of herself. Tang Xiaohua wanted to go along, but without a town household registration, she couldn't receive grain subsidies. Eating and drinking would be a problem, so she thought it was better to stay at home and work, earning a little money. Fu Xiaoxia didn't know that her family was already searching for her in the mountains. Fu Xiaoshi, little Ten sister, Fu Xiaoshi, the voices kept calling in the mountains. Fu Xiaoxia was already rushing around the outskirts of the mountain. She heard many people calling her and looked at the sky. It seemed her father had sent the family to find her. Thinking about it, she put the sleeping puppy into her pocket and took out the wild ginseng wrapped in leaves, holding it in her hand. "Dad, Dad, I'm here," Fu Xiaoxia shouted from afar, to prevent them from spreading out again. Fu Xiaoming heard his sister's voice and called out, "Dad, over here." He then headed toward Fu Xiaoxia. When he saw Fu Xiaoshi, everyone gathered around. Looking at Fu Xiaoshi, who looked like he had rolled in the mud, his neat hair from the morning was gone. His face was covered with finger marks, and he was holding a crumpled big leaf. When he saw them, he grinned happily. "Big uncle, second uncle, brothers, why are you all here to play?" Fu Xiaoxia pretended to be innocent and spoke first, afraid she couldn't handle their anger. The eldest uncle, who was about to scold her, didn't know what to say. He turned around, patted Fu Xiaosan on the shoulder and said, "Let's go home for dinner," then left. The second uncle also turned and left quickly. Xiao Ping and Xiaoan greeted them and went back to eat. Fu Xiaosan carefully patted Fu Xiaoxia and looked at her, relieved that she was okay. "Xiaoshi, why did you bring a puppy? Where did you find it?" When Fu Xiaosan reached into Fu Xiaoxia's pocket, he found it was bulging. Upon closer look, it was a small puppy. They had overlooked the big leaf in her hand again. Fu Xiaoyang took the puppy, held it in his arms, and seemed to like it very much. "This is what I found in the mountains, Dad. I think it looks lonely and sad. Can we keep it?" Fu Xiaoxiang looked at Fu Laosan with hopeful eyes. Fu Xiaoyang also looked at his dad eagerly. He loved dogs very much, but his parents never agreed to let him keep one. Fu Laosan carried Xiaoxiang outside and agreed, without much thought. It wasn't a big deal. If his daughter wanted to keep it, let her. As for his son, he didn't notice. Fu Xiaoyang didn't care if his dad approved or not. As long as he could keep the dog, he was happy. He held the little dog close, petting it lovingly. "Little Ten, why are you holding that torn leaf? Just throw it away," Fu Xiaoming said, reaching to grab the leaf. Xiaoxiang was scared and quickly hugged the leaf tighter.
No, Dad.
"I dug this carrot. When we go back, let's cook it for soup." Did a carrot really need to be wrapped in a leaf? But the truth was, yes, it was necessary. This was a carrot they needed to grow and take care of. Fu Laosan and his children entered the house and saw that most of the family was eating. Mao Xiaoyan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for everyone to come back. Fu Laosan strode confidently into his house, telling Mao Xiaoyan to wash Xiaoxiang well. Xiaoxiang finally put down the crumpled, ugly leaf. Fu Laosan looked at it unconsciously and was shocked. His eyes nearly popped out. "Girl, is this the carrot you were talking about?" Fu Laosan wondered. If it really was a carrot, he thought, then give me a dozen of them. Mao Xiaoyan and the twins didn't know what was happening. They just heard Fu Laosan's loud voice. Xiaoxiang also looked at the carrot and firmly said, "Yes, I worked hard to dig this up. It just has too many roots, so it's hard to pull out." It took a lot of effort, and she looked a bit worried, as if she had been caught by a wolf pack. "Big brother, is this really a carrot? It looks different from the ones we eat," Fu Xiaoyang asked curiously, poking it with his finger. Seeing this, Fu Laosan quickly slapped his son's hand away and said, "Don't touch it. This is very valuable. If you sell it, you won't be able to buy another." After Old Man Fu finished speaking, Mao Xiaoyan and Fu Xiaoyang both stopped what they were doing and looked at the so-called carrot. They asked together, "What exactly is this?" Old Man Fu was pleased and said proudly, "This is a very precious thing, an old ginseng root found deep in the mountains." He suddenly turned to his daughter and asked, "Little Ten, tell Dad honestly, where did you find this?" The whole family heard the words, "old ginseng," and before they could be surprised, They all looked at Fu Xiaxia. It was in that forest. I was wandering around and accidentally fell. Then I saw this carrot and dug it up to make soup for Mom, Fu Xiaxia said, pretending to be truthful, but she wouldn't reveal the location because it was too dangerous. Seeing that his daughter couldn't get any more information, Old Man Fu warned her, "Girl, from now on, just wander outside the forest. Don't go inside anymore. There are many monsters inside that might catch you." Fu Xiaxia didn't care about Old Man Fu's scare tactics. She wasn't really a child, but she nodded politely to avoid worrying her family. "Dad, when can we eat it?" Fu Xiaxia pointed at the wild ginseng on the table. Hearing her say she wanted to eat it again, Old Man Fu's hand trembled, almost dropping the wild ginseng. "Little Ten, we won't eat this carrot for now. If you want a carrot, Mom can dig one from the field. This one, Dad will keep and save for later," he said. Then he looked for a box, lined it with rough cloth, carefully placed the wild ginseng inside, covered it, and locked it in the cabinet. Several pairs of eyes watched his actions. Old Man Fu cleared his throat and said seriously, "Today, Xiaoxi dug up this carrot. This is a secret, and no one else should know. Do you all understand?" Everyone looked at each other. The twins didn't know what wild ginseng was, but Mao Xiaoyan knew. It could save lives and was like a family treasure. "You two troublemakers, your dad is asking questions. From now on, keep your mouths shut. Do you understand? If I find out you go out and tell others about our family's secret, I'll stop you from walking," he warned, then continued to take care of his precious daughter. Got it. The twins didn't quite understand what was happening. They thought it was just something that looked a bit like a radish. However, they still obeyed their parents' threats and nodded obediently. The family sat at the table to eat. Fu Xiaoyang even placed the little puppy on the table and gave it a bowl with some porridge. "Little sister, from now on, I will help you take care of the puppy too." Fu Xiaoyang looked at Fu Xiaxia with bright, shiny eyes. Fu Xiaxia didn't mind and nodded. She thought about the wild boar in the space. Since she couldn't sell it, she wondered if she should keep it inside forever. "Dad, I also saw a wild boar. It was just lying in the woods." Fu Xiaxia finished her porridge quickly and then made a loud noise.
"What?"
"You saw a wild boar again." The whole family looked at Fu Xiaxia in surprise, who was quietly eating. "Yes, I saw it. I watched for a long time. It didn't move at all. I think it might be dead," Fu Xiaxia said mysteriously, lowering her voice. Mao Xiaoyan was so scared she almost fainted. She warned, "Girl, if you see a wild boar, hide quickly. That thing can swallow you in one bite. It's very dangerous." "Mom, don't worry. I can punch it away with one punch." Fu Xiaxia raised her small fist proudly. The family immediately remembered what little Dizzy had said about the big water jar. The girl was very strong when she knocked it over, but they still doubted whether she could really punch away a wild boar. "Let's finish eating and then go see the place the sister mentioned. It won't cost us anything, and maybe we can even get a wild boar," Fu Xiaoming calmly analyzed. Going to look wouldn't hurt, and they might even get a free wild boar. After finishing their meal, the father and son, along with Fu Xiaxia, left the house again under everyone's watchful eyes. "If we really find a wild boar this time and sell the meat, we will build a new house," said Old Third. He didn't like so many people living together. In the past, it was because they had no choice, but now that they had money, he wanted a house of his own, just like his daughter. On the way, they met some villagers asking where they were going since they weren't at home resting. Old Third made up an excuse, saying that his daughter had gone to the mountain to play and accidentally dropped her toy. They were going to help find it. The villagers didn't think much about it. After all, Fu's family was out in the woods looking for Xiaoshi, and the noise was quite loud. They just shook their heads and left, feeling that Old Third Fu really spoiled his daughter. Fu Xiaxia wanted to come down and walk, so she led the way in a random direction. After walking for a while, Fu Xiaxia told her father and brothers that the wild boar was ahead. She suggested they sneak closer. Then, she quickly chose a different path, walked a short distance, and released the wild boar. Old Third Fu and the others were busy sneaking forward, not expecting their girl to be up to something at this moment. Seeing the wild boar without any injuries, Fu Xiaxia thought it wasn't right. People might think it was sick. She looked around, picked up a big stone from the ground, and smashed it hard on the boar's head. Finally, she dragged the boar's head and smashed it against a tree root. It fell under the root. Suddenly, a wild boar that looked like it had run too fast and hit its head on a tree was freshly prepared. Fu Xiaxia threw the stone she used far away and quickly left. Old Third Fu and the twins had walked far but didn't find the boar. They turned back, wanting to ask if their daughter had seen it wrong. That's when they realized Xiao Shi was missing from behind. They hurried back and met Fu Xiaxia coming over. "Dad, did you find the boar?" Fu Xiaxia asked sincerely. "No," replied Xiao Liang, answering first. He thought his sister was mistaken. "Oh, maybe I remembered the wrong way," Fu Xiaxia pretended to think, then changed direction to lead the way. The father and sons thought they would go back, but Xiao Shi hadn't given up. They had no choice but to follow the girl. Seeing the big wild boar under the tree, they all trembled inside. It turned out their daughter/sister wasn't lying. The boar was real. This wild boar was definitely one of the kings of the mountain. It was very strong, aggressive, and destructive. It often ran into the fields and caused chaos. But normally, wild boars live deep in the mountains. How could one appear here? Never mind. They didn't want to think about it. After all, they weren't wild boars. How could they understand what it was thinking? Look at the size of this wild boar. My goodness, it must weigh around 400 or 500 pounds. Instantly, the father and sons looked at the boar with eager eyes, their excitement growing quickly. So, the father and sons worked hard to carry the heavy boar, taking a longer route to reach a less crowded area from their backyard to their home. They didn't encounter anyone on the way, just a bit of effort. Everyone was at home sleeping, getting ready to go to work later. When they heard noises in the yard, they came out to see what was happening. Wow, the third son had somehow caught such a big, strong boar. All eyes were fixed on the boar with great interest. Well, this boar was hard to catch. My sons and I barely managed it, almost losing our lives, Old Third boasted, making up a wild story about how they caught the boar. He didn't care if others saw through his lies. Even if they did, he had no proof. People's eyes shifted from the boar to Old Third and the relatively clean clothes of the twins. They looked so clean, and he claimed they had a close call with death. What a joke. But no one argued. They thought like Old Third did. There was no proof to say he was lying. I planned to kill this boar. But let me be clear, big brother and second brother each get 50 pounds, and I have other uses for the rest. If anyone is unhappy and talks nonsense outside, don't blame me if I get angry, Old Third said fiercely, glaring at the troublemakers from the main and second households. Wang Juhua and Tang Xiaohua lowered their heads, feeling upset but afraid to speak up. They didn't want to lose their share of the meat, so they silently swallowed their frustration. Since they had already separated, the meat from their family belonged to them. Giving so much to big brother and second brother was already a favor because they helped without question today. They couldn't expect more. The lively butchering process then began. Fu Xiaxi didn't watch. She was a bit tired and lay down on the kong, a traditional bed, to rest. Little seven, Fu Xiaxi called for a long time, but got no response. She guessed little seven was busy absorbing spiritual energy and digesting. Thinking of the gold bars still in her space, she smiled happily alone. Even as she fell asleep, her face was still smiling. After finishing processing the wild pig meat, the two brothers happily took their share back to their room. Old Third also packed 50 jin for the old couple to watch over themselves. He used a basket to carry the remaining meat and the twins back to his own house. He planned to bring 30 jin for his sister, and the rest he would give to Qindiju to handle. Although the authorities have been strict these years, Qindiju has been doing pretty well. He has a bit more meat than usual, but to avoid trouble, he no longer handles it himself. In the afternoon, he and the twins took leave from work. Since it was hot and the meat needed quick processing, they set out quickly. The father and sons carried baskets filled with meat, carefully hidden inside. They were followed by Xiaogung Pei Tong Fu Xiaxi, and they set off confidently. Of course, they also made some simple disguises along the way. They moved carefully, avoiding the people with red armbands, and went straight to Qin Daju's house. When the door opened, they slipped inside quickly. "Hey, old third, you haven't been here in a long time. What's this time?" Qin Daju looked at the baskets carried by old third and the others. "Daju, this time it's good stuff. Look for yourself." Old third sat down directly, signaling Qin Daju to check, then picked up a cup of water to drink. He also invited the twins to sit and rest. It wasn't that he didn't care about his daughter drinking water. After a few outings, his daughter almost never drank outside water. He had bought her a second-hand military water bottle from Daju, and every time they went out, she would fill it with water and drink slowly on her back. This time was no different, so he just made sure he was okay. "Old third, is this wild pig meat? Where did you get it?" Qin Daju was quite surprised. Although he wasn't short of food, so much meat at once still shocked him a little. Having meat is good enough. Where it comes from doesn't matter. "Of course, I caught it myself," Old Third replied confidently, despite Qin Daju's doubtful look. "Old rules, you handle it first. I'll come back in a few days to get the money," Old Third said casually. Then, recalling what he had just seen, he asked, "What's going on lately?" "More and more people with red armbands on the road. We saw several groups just now." Qin Daju looked at the door and answered in a low voice, "I heard it's from above. There are some disagreements, and a group of people got caught in the middle. The details aren't very clear to us at the bottom. Anyway, it's better if you all stay out of sight recently to avoid getting involved." When Fu Xiaxiang heard this, it seemed like some kind of activity was about to start. She wondered if their house building might attract too much attention. Fu Laosan knew there were some things he shouldn't say. As long as it didn't affect him, he was fine. "All right, then I'll go back first. I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Will you be able to finish everything by then?" Fu Laosan originally wanted to take the children out for a nice walk and enjoy a big meal, but now he decided to go home quietly. "Everything can be done today. You don't know how rare meat is on the market now. Whenever it appears, people rush to buy it. Tomorrow, just come and get the money," Qin Daju said frankly. Hearing this, Fu Laosan nodded in agreement. He exchanged some snack tickets and candy tickets with Qin Daju, then took a few children to his sister's supply and marketing cooperative. Since they earned money, they naturally wanted to buy some tasty food to bring home. The father and sons left the cooperative, eating candies and carrying cakes, feeling happy as they headed back. When they reached the public toilet, the father and sons all wanted to go, so they handed everything to Fu Xiaxiang, told her not to run around, and hurried to the bathroom. Fu Xiaxiang held the things, standing under a tree, looking at the nearly empty street, feeling like a storm was about to come. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman, looking sneaky, was holding a child and passing by. She looked up and saw a pretty young girl standing under a big tree alone. The middle-aged woman glanced around, then approached the girl, smiling kindly and asking, "Little girl, are you alone? Where are your grown-ups?" Fu Xiaxiang looked at this middle-aged woman. Despite the hot weather, she was wearing a headscarf on her head and simple clothes. Her smile was pleasant, but her scrutinizing gaze made Fu Xiaxiang very uncomfortable. She initially didn't want to talk to her. She looked at the little boy in her arms and pretended to smile innocently. "Auntie, your little brother is sleeping. Wake him up and play with me." The middle-aged woman saw the innocent smile on the girl's face and smiled herself. "This little brother is sleeping now, so he can't play with you. How about Auntie playing with you instead?" Fu Xiaxiang didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked her own, "Auntie, this little brother is so cute. Is he your grandson?" A middle-aged woman heard the little girl's question, and her face briefly stiffened, but she quickly returned to normal. She thought to herself, "This is just a young girl. She doesn't know much. No need to make a fuss. Yes, this is my grandson. Do you want to wait until she wakes up and play with him? I have lots of delicious food at home," the woman said, scheming again. The sun was high in the sky, and only a few hurried pedestrians passed by now and then. Even if they saw this simple-looking woman talking to a little girl, they wouldn't think much of it. The shade under the trees was very cool. Wearing fewer clothes might even make someone feel a little chilly. Xia Xia had just felt hot earlier, so she took off her jacket and held it in her hand. She was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt underneath. She rubbed her goosebumps and looked into the distance, noticing no one else was hiding nearby. Grandma, no, my dad went to the bathroom. He'll be out soon, Xia Xia said, hesitating. She wasn't sure if her thoughts were correct, so she didn't dare use the small needle. When the middle-aged woman heard that the adult would come out soon, she decided not to continue. She didn't want any trouble and had to give up on the child. It was a pity. She thought the girl was quite nice. All right, I'll go now. You stay here and wait for your dad, she said. Then she hurried away with the still sleeping child in her arms. Just then, the father and his sons finally finished their important business and came out looking happy.
Dad.
Hurry. Let's secretly follow that middle-aged woman holding a child in front, the boy said, trying to pull Xia Lao San along quickly. Xia Lao San was pulled along and, although confused, listened to his daughter. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Why are we following her? We should go home. The twins followed closely behind, but Xiaoming was quicker and asked, Is there something wrong with that woman? I think the child she's holding isn't her own, but she told me it's her grandson, Xia Xia said carefully, as she was just a young girl with little experience.
What?
Could she be kidnapping the child? Xiao Shi, why did you even talk to her? Xia Lao San asked repeatedly. He held Xiao Shi and watched as the woman walked into a plain-looking house a short distance away. A few people chose a hidden spot that also allowed them to see the main entrance. The lady came to talk to me and asked me to play with the little brother. They have lots of tasty food. Fu Xiaoxiang licked her lips, feeling a bit hungry, and took a piece of egg cake from Third Fu's bag. That doesn't sound quite right. It seems normal enough. Xiao Shi, what do you think? Doesn't that little brother look different from their family? Fu Xiaoming focused on the main point. If they had been mistaken after all this fuss, it would be hard to fix. The little brother is so fair and cute, and he doesn't look anything like that lady. How could he be from their family? Fu Xiaoxiang slowly ate her egg cake, confidently saying it definitely wasn't her family's. The father and son looked genuinely worried. Someone else even said Xiao Shi wasn't from their family. When they were young, they liked Fu Third a little. He's grown more handsome now. They didn't see many similarities with their own family, but they saw their sister grow up right in front of them. Fu Xiaoyang's cleverness showed again. He had even taken the little dog out in his pocket. He must love that dog very much. Xiao Shi, do you have anything else? Fu Xiaoyang asked while petting the dog. Fu Xiaoxiang looked at the dog and then at second brother, asking a random question. Second brother, did you take the dog to the bathroom earlier? Was the dog overwhelmed by the smell? When the others heard her question, they looked speechless but couldn't help but laugh. The heavy atmosphere eased a lot, and everyone felt more relaxed. If that woman really was a kidnapper, it wouldn't be just one person, probably an organization. Sitting here made them a little nervous. Fu Xiaoxiang spoke again. That lady's skin is rough and uneven, just like the women in our village. Her clothes are also very plain. But the little boy is different. He's fair and tender, and his clothes look very good quality. I haven't seen that kind of fabric at my aunt's supply store. Plus, that little kid has been sleeping the whole time with a red face, kind of like when little beans have a fever. I talked to that lady for a long time, but he didn't move at all. That's not normal, Fu Xiaoxiang explained clearly. The father and sons listened and agreed that it made sense. Xiao Shi was very clever to notice all those details. Okay, Xiaoming, Xiaoliang, you two stay here and watch. If anyone comes out, don't go out yourself. Just watch. Xiao Shi and I will go to the police station to report. He didn't want to risk his son getting involved with unknown people. Okay, Dad, the two brothers replied. They waited where they were. Fu Xiaoliang also asked his sister for some egg cakes to give to the puppy. Others watching thought it was a waste. This person doesn't have enough to eat himself. And now he's giving food to a dog? Is he raising the dog like a child? But Fu Xiaoliang didn't think it was strange. He confidently said, Candy is so cute. In the future, it will live and eat with me. It's part of our family now. How can I ignore it? They even gave the dog a name. Maybe he was just excited now, but it might be a passing interest. Since the puppy arrived at their home, Fu Xiaxia just liked to look at it. He didn't plan to keep it himself. So, Fu Liang took care of its eating, drinking, and bathroom needs. They were always together. Old Fu, holding his daughter, looked nervously at the police station's gate. He never thought he'd enter a police station one day. He gathered his courage, held his daughter tightly, and walked in loudly, saying, "I want to report a case." His voice was so loud that probably everyone in the police station heard him. Realizing his loud voice, Old Fu cleared his throat a few times, trying to hide his embarrassment. A young police officer stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what case do you want to report?" The other officers looked curiously at the big and small people. They wondered what kind of case this rough-looking man and his young girl could have. Maybe the girl was lost, and he brought her here to find her parents? Fu Xiaxia whispered something into Old Fu's ear. Old Fu straightened his face and said, "Where is your leader?" "I might have a big case here." The young officer told Old Fu to sit down and said, "Our leader is out handling some matters. He probably won't be back soon. If you have something to tell us, go ahead. With so many police here, we can definitely help." Their leader had received a report from a high-ranking official and went to check the situation, taking a few people with him. Old Man Fu looked at his daughter and quietly said, "All right, you all have many people. We just found a woman who seems to be picking flowers." Everyone heard this and stood up quickly. One person moved so suddenly that a stool fell over, making a loud noise in the quiet room. But no one paid much attention, except Old Man Fu and Fu Xiaxi, who were very surprised.
What?
"Is she really picking flowers? Are you sure?" A few police officers gathered around and asked eagerly. At first, they thought it was about a missing girl looking for her parents, but now they realized it was an important clue. "I'm not very sure about that," he said, repeating what his daughter had told the police. Just as he finished, one officer ran out quickly. "What's going on?" "Sir, you came just in time. You don't know, but a big leader's grandson is missing. Our leader went out today just to find him." "This is a big case," said the officer, pouring them a cup of sweet water. The way they treated him suddenly made him feel important. Old Man Fu thought, "Wow, the big leader is probably more important than the police chief. They are trying to do something big." He straightened up his back. "My sons are still watching over there. Maybe you should go check first," Fu thought, hoping the police would take over so he could free his son. Just as the police officer was about to reply, the director hurriedly entered the door, followed by a few well-dressed people. One young woman looked a bit delicate, but seemed very anxious. She came over and asked, "Hello, did you see my son today?" Her eyes looked swollen from crying, but she still stayed polite. Fu Xiaxi looked at this woman, now a mother, and softly said, "Auntie, what does your son look like? We don't know if we saw him. Can you tell us?" "He looks about 2 years old, quite chubby and white. Today, he's wearing a white shirt and black pants with a red border at the bottom," the young woman hurriedly explained. Several people nearby nodded in agreement. A middle-aged man who looked very authoritative approached kindly, but his eyes showed worry. Old Third Fu looked at both of them and thought they seemed decent. They appeared to be people with money. He quickly answered, "Hello. My name is Fu Jianya. This is my daughter, Fu Xiaxia. She has seen a young boy before, but I'm not sure if he's the one you're talking about." After Fu Xiaxia's father finished speaking, both of them looked at her with hope. She didn't hesitate anymore and said, "I saw the little brother you mentioned. He was wearing pants with red trim. My aunt's supply store has never seen such clothes. They're very nice." But that lady said he was her grandson. When they heard this, both of them were happy. They had finally found someone who saw the boy. They had been searching for a long time, and now they had some news. Old Third Fu confirmed that the boy she saw was indeed the one her daughter mentioned. He added, "Don't worry, my daughter is smart. She sensed something was wrong, so she followed that woman and found out where she was. My son is still watching nearby. You should ask the police to go check it out." The woman, hearing that they even knew the address, was eager to find her son quickly. She looked at the middle-aged man with concern. The man, who seemed like a leader, told Officer Lu nearby, "We found him. Send more people to surround the area. This might be part of a larger group. We can't let them escape. Yao Songhai, the county head, understood the situation. He had just arrived for an inspection. His daughter-in-law and grandson were out for a walk, and unexpectedly, they encountered this problem. Recently, the atmosphere was tense and fewer people were on the streets, giving traffickers more chances. Officer Liu had a rough idea of what was happening. He was about to send people to follow Old Third Fu and the others when he heard the county head's orders. He nodded quickly. County head Yao, don't worry. I've already notified everyone to be on standby. We won't let these evil traffickers get away this time. He then signaled Old Third Fu to lead the way. Officer Liu also wanted to show his capability in front of the new county head. Since such a thing happened in his territory, he wanted to do his best. He treated Old Third Fu very politely, grateful for the clues. Old Third Fu didn't say much, and led a group of people away loudly. From afar, he saw his two sons sitting and chatting while playing with a dog. He told them that those two were his sons. Director Liu also saw this and sent a few people over to take over. Soon after, Fu Xiaoming and Fu Xiaoyang happily ran over, followed by a police officer. The older police officer stepped forward to report to Director Liu, saying, "Director, based on the information they provided, another person with a child went inside. It seems to be a gang." Then they started making a plan. County Mayor Yao also joined in. Aunt Qin, the mother of the little brother, was quietly listening nearby, but her face still looked worried and anxious. Old Third Fu and his son stood aside, not involved. When they saw someone come to take over, they prepared to go home. They had been out for a long time, and his wife must be worried. Seeing the police officers already taking action, only County Mayor Yao, Aunt Qin, Director Liu, and Old Third Fu remained. Old Third Fu stepped forward to greet them, saying, "We've been out for a long time today. It's time to go home. Otherwise, the child's mother will be worried. Comrade Jianya, Miss Xiaxia, and Little Ming and Liang, thank you very much for the clues you provided today. You've done a great job. But as you can see, we really can't spare time today. Please leave your address. Once everything is settled, we will thank you properly," Yao County Mayor said apologetically, looking at Old Third Fu and the others. As a county leader, he couldn't let personal interests endanger people's safety. Yes. Thanks to you, we were able to find my son in time. Once everything is settled, we will thank you properly," Aunt Qin, looking anxious, also said gratefully, her eyes full of gratitude toward Xiaxia. Director Liu also stepped forward and said, "Comrade Jianya, today you have done a great service for the people. Rest assured, we will not forget any comrades who have made contributions. In a few days, our thank you banner and rewards will be delivered." He then shook hands with Jianya to show his sincerity. Old Third Fu quickly left his address without hesitation. He didn't make any excuses, because that's not who he was. He just waited at home for the thanks. Old Third Fu and his children happily went back home. The few people remaining felt a bit more relaxed. Watching the backs of the father and sons, they felt a little emotional. The clever young girl looked very pure and graceful, not at all like the somewhat sly daughter of Fu Jianya. The two sons also seemed quite good. They started to wait anxiously for the results, hoping everything would go smoothly without any mistakes. Meanwhile, Fu San was walking down the road, praising Fu Xiaxia with compliments, but he didn't forget to include himself. "Girl, you're really clever today. That smartness must have come from me." That's the grandson of the county chief, an important official even the team leader doesn't usually meet. Yet he's actually thanking us. It's like a dream. The twins hadn't spoken much and didn't know the full story. When they heard Fu San's words, they realized the importance of those people earlier. They were shocked and couldn't forget it. It seemed their sister had done something big this time. Fu Xiaxia, who liked helping others, was also surprised. At first, she wasn't sure, but out of caution, thinking better safe than sorry, she decided to let her dad follow the situation. If it was true, the family who lost their child must be very sad. If it was false, they would just get scolded with no real harm done. They didn't expect to meet the county chief. That was such good luck. It looked like they would get a good reward. The father and daughter happily imagined what kind of reward they might receive. They had already reached home. Mao Xiaoyan learned what had happened and was very happy. Good things kept happening these days. First, they divided the family. Then her daughter dug up a wild ginseng on the mountain and found a big wild boar. Now, they had saved the county chief's grandson and made a big contribution. She wondered what kind of revenge might come next. She was so happy, she even smiled in her sleep that night. After Fu Xiaxia fell asleep, she woke up again. She checked her space and saw the cultivation manual. She wondered if she should also make her own secret manual or technique. Little Seven? She thought Little Seven was still absorbing energy, so she tried calling. To her surprise, Little Seven was already awake. Here, Xiaxia. I just finished absorbing and digesting the spiritual energy. It feels great. A clear, melodious voice of a young boy, neither masculine nor feminine, sounded in her mind. Little Seven, your voice has changed again. It's really nice. It seems that after absorbing a certain amount of spiritual energy, Xiao Qi's voice also changes. I wonder if there are any other differences. Is it really nice to listen to? That's great. Xiaxia, I've regained some of my original self. Do you know what I used to be? Since waking up, Xiao Qi has felt that he is more than just a simple system, but he never expected the truth to be beyond his imagination. He is eager to share his little secret with Fu Xiaxia. What is it? Fu Xiaxia is also curious. Plus, a system that can absorb spiritual energy. What's the reason behind that? It turns out that in the vast universe, there are countless worlds. These worlds are divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level worlds. The planet they are on now belongs to a low-level world. In a high-level world with a complete cultivation system, a war between gods and demons broke out, leading to the destruction of that ancient world. An ancient divine artifact was shattered into pieces. In the galaxy, a scientist accidentally found a fragment of this divine artifact. Curious, he studied it and discovered that the fragment was very special. He turned it into an intelligent system to see what amazing functions it might have. But after completing it, he found he couldn't use it or destroy it. Thinking he had made a mistake, he threw it away.
So,
you are that divine artifact. Fragment. After hearing this, Fu Xiaxia thought the answer was obvious. Yes. Xiaxia reacts quickly. Why does she want to say it herself? What kind of divine artifact are you? Fu Xiaxia is also curious about the story from that time. Everyone loves myth stories, after all. She asks excitedly. I am called Wanbao Map, which means treasure-seeking map. It can show all unclaimed treasures in the current world. When I was in the cultivation world, many cultivators wanted to find me. Xiao Qi proudly explains his function. As a divine artifact, he liked to move around freely. So many people followed him, hoping to get him. Wow, so powerful. All unclaimed treasures? Can it still do that now? Fu Xiaxia thinks about the treasure shown on the map. It seems that it really can, although the map doesn't cover the entire world. Of course, but right now it's just a small fragment, only enough to display a limited map. However, in this low-level world, it's enough for us. Xiao Qi explains that it can only recover slowly now. Fu Xiaxia thinks about the gold bars in her space and feels in a good mood. This map is indeed enough for them. Come on, let's do a lottery. I want to draw a secret manual suitable for my cultivation, Fu Xiaxia says. She doesn't know how much it costs to draw such items, but she thinks she has plenty of gold bars. Last time, she spent only 1 coin and got something very useful. But reality shows Fu Xiaxia that she still knows too little about cultivation. When a whole gold bar disappears from her space, the lucky wheel appears. The wheel shows the secret manuals she hoped for, not just 1 but 6, mostly manuals and techniques. The proportions vary. Fu Xiaxia looks at each one's description. The techniques are of different levels, including the mysterious and yellow-level techniques. Some are suitable for men, others for women. The highest level technique, the Sky Extreme technique, is for men and is the least common, which makes sense. Fu Xiaxia doesn't like these manuals much. She wanted to give up, but Xiao Qi says that since the will has already appeared, if she doesn't draw now, it will appear again next time. The prizes are randomly selected until they are gone, and the gold bars spent won't be returned. Xiao Qi, look at my dead fish eyes. There's nothing we can do. Xia. Be brave, Xiao Qi says sadly. No, Xiao Qi, that's not how you say it. Fu Xiaxia feels anxious about Xiao Qi's words. She moves her finger, watching the big will spin round and round. The pointer stops at the least common, Qingfeng technique. Should she be happy that her luck is good, or should she feel heartbroken? The technique is a heaven-level manual, but it's suitable for men. Fu Xiaxia feels a bit of a toothache now. She prepares to draw again, but finds the big wheel has disappeared. Xiao Qi, what's going on? Why is the big wheel gone? Fu Xiaxia asks with confusion. You have to pay to spin it. That's always been the case, Xiao Qi explains. Fu Xiaxia suddenly remembers. She forgot so quickly. When Fu Xiaxia heard this, she almost couldn't speak clearly. She really hoped it wasn't what she thought it was. Stop dreaming. This secret manual is very precious. In the cultivation world, a gold bar might only let you see the cover. In this era of decline, 10 gold bars probably can't buy a single manual. So, using 1 gold bar to exchange once is already a big bargain. Xiao Qi also felt a bit anxious for Fu Xiaxia's intelligence, thinking that she probably couldn't exchange a single gold bar multiple times. Oh no, my heart. That pain is terrible. I really get what I wish for. My big gold bar, it's gone just like that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Boo-hoo.
Fu Xiaxia endured her heartbreak, thinking that she couldn't just exchange a big gold bar for something useless. That would be tragic. Then, can I give it to my brothers or maybe Dad? Xiaxia, you should be sad, but they can't use it either because they don't have spiritual roots to cultivate. But that body refining technique can still be practiced. Xiao Qi felt a bit sympathetic for Fu Xiaxia, who is about to become poor. People with spiritual roots are so rare, there's nothing she can do about it.
What?
You need spiritual roots? How do you tell if someone has them? She was surprised. But thinking about it, if cultivation didn't require anything special, everyone could cultivate. It was impossible for everyone around her to be ordinary people. Yes, people with spiritual roots are rare everywhere. They are not as common as cabbages. In this world, I found that people with spiritual roots are even more rare. Until now, besides that dead cultivator, I've only found 2 others. But in this era of scarce spiritual energy, whether someone has spiritual roots doesn't seem to matter much. No, cabbages are still somewhat valuable here. In this tough time, even cabbages need to be eaten sparingly. As for people with spiritual roots, she at least has 1, and the other seems unrelated to her. She doesn't want to care about it anymore. Xiao Qi was speechless, wishing she could shake Fu Xiaxia awake. Does she even understand the main point? Disappointed, Fu Xiaxia thought. I exchanged a big gold bar for a book that's completely useless to me. Xiaxia, don't be sad. You've had incredible luck this time. This secret manual is super powerful. It's a heaven-level manual, rare and hard to find. Even though you can't use it, you can trade it with others. Remember that little boy you saved last time? He has a very powerful spiritual root, an extraordinary thunder spirit root, which is very rare even in the cultivation world. People with thunder spirit roots usually become very powerful in the end. Xiao Qi truly thinks this secret manual is quite good. Even in the cultivation world, everyone fights to get it. If she can't use it, can't she exchange it for something she wants? Are you trying to tell me that the talented young man Xie Zetian has a spiritual root, and you want me to cling to a powerful figure early on?
Fu Xiaxia thought carefully.
Xiao Qi was really speechless. It saw that the young man's background was unusual and wanted her to exchange some benefits, not to cling to a big shot. It couldn't understand its host's way of thinking. Most people would try hard to become powerful, but Fu Xiaxia just wanted to relax and rely on others. Thinking about it, it's not a bad idea to have a big shot backing you. Fu Xiaxia became happier the more she thought about it. She thought this plan was great and decided to do it, not knowing that Xiao Qi was full of black lines. Then what kind of spiritual root do I have? Is it very powerful? After solving the secret manual problem, Fu Xiaxia finally had time to care about her own spiritual root. It's pretty good, a wood spirit root. Although the cultivation speed isn't slow, it's considered quite useless in the cultivation world. It's not good at fighting or healing, so it's more like an auxiliary type. It's not as strong as a water spirit root, which is very good at healing, Xiao Qi said a little regretfully. There are no big experts with wood spirit roots in the cultivation world. Speaking of which, Fu Xiaxia's idea of clinging to a big shot is actually quite reasonable. Listening to Xiao Qi, Fu Xiaxia was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, she was very satisfied. Wood spirit root is great. You can grow whatever you want, and you'll never run out of fruit or food. That's so impressive in this era. No, Xiaxia, you're wrong. For plants to grow and bear fruit, at least you need to reach the foundation establishment stage. It's not as easy as you think. Growing plants consumes a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy stored in the qi refining stage isn't enough to make plants grow. Xiao Qi looked at Fu Xiaxia's fanciful ideas and quickly stopped her from daydreaming. I see. The foundation establishment stage feels so far away. Her happy mood turned a bit sad. It seemed that with spirit roots were indeed useless. Finding a big shot to back her up was necessary.
Clever me, fucsiaxia.
Here is the improved and translated version. Here, plants and trees are everywhere. In the early stages, the wood spirit root can absorb the vitality of lush plants to practice cultivation, which is faster than other spiritual roots. This is considered an advantage, Xiao Qi said, trying not to let Xia feel too disappointed. We can find a better secret manual or technique to become even stronger. Xia thought about it and agreed, but she was worried about the technique. We can't change what can't be changed, so we can only try to adapt to it. Come on, Xiao Qi, let's keep drawing prizes. Today, I must get a better technique, Xia said, already ready and feeling very confident. Next, Xia, feeling frustrated, kept trying with the big wheel. After exhausting 10 large yellow fish, she looked at the only remaining one in the space, feeling numb from the pain. But looking at the secret manual in her hand, spring after withering, which was also a top-tier technique, she felt a bit better. At this moment, Xia wanted to shout a poem aloud. Laughing loudly at the sky as I leave, are we not the kind to be like wild herbs? She happily put the manual into her space, trying to calm her excitement, and then peacefully went to sleep. The next afternoon, Old Fu took another day off. The team leader also went to talk to Old Fu's mother, saying, Old Fu has been taking so many days off. It's not good. You should have a serious talk with him. Old Fu's mother told him they had already split the family. She no longer manages things and told him to go directly to Old Fu if there's anything. Then she went back to work. The team leader was left standing there confused. When did they split the family? Why didn't he hear anything? Maybe he was too busy recently and missed it? A passing villager just finished greeting the team leader and was stopped. The team leader asked, Do you know when Old Fu's family split? The villager was surprised to hear that. The Fu family split? He was a bit confused. When did that happen? He didn't know. The team leader saw that the villager didn't know either. He asked others in the village, but everyone said they didn't know. Soon, word spread from one person to another, and almost everyone in the village knew that Old Fu's family had quietly split without anyone noticing. Some close friends even went to ask Old Fu's mother, Why did you split the family so early? Was it because of the daughters-in-law causing trouble? They even gave her advice, saying she shouldn't spoil the daughters-in-law, and so on. Old Lady Fu quickly denied it and tried to brainwash them. Big trees have many branches. Big families have many members. Isn't that normal? You don't know, dividing the family is a good thing. As she spoke, she paused and saw everyone's eyes on her. She continued proudly, dividing the family really makes life easier. No need to count grains or worry about clothes every day. Sometimes I even get scolded by my daughter-in-law or my son isn't happy. Now I can cook whatever I want without saving or calculating.
My mood has improved a lot.
Look at my face. Isn't it better now? After saying this, she ignored the stunned villagers and went back to her work. She had finished her boast, but she didn't want them to see her feeling guilty. What she said was true, though. Even though the idea of dividing the family came from the third son, she didn't want others to gossip about it. Listening to Old Lady Fu, some villagers found her words reasonable. They lived together in one big family, constantly arguing and fighting. They worked hard for the family but received no gratitude, only complaints. Sometimes, even their sons didn't support them. After hearing her words, some villagers started to think, maybe dividing the family would really make things better. Later, several families in the village quietly divided their households. Some daughters-in-law saw their neighbors splitting and also wanted to do the same. Soon, the village became lively again. Of course, Old Lady Fu didn't know her words would cause such an effect. Even if she did, she would still speak as she did. She just hoped her family wouldn't attract too much attention. Old Third Fu had no idea what Old Lady Fu was doing. He took his daughter to Qin Deju's house in town, stuffed a bunch of money into his bag, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Qin Deju approached Old Third Fu and said, "Something big happened in town after you left yesterday." He waited for Old Third Fu to ask, but she didn't react. Instead, she was teaching her daughter to count money. Qin Deju was impressed with her. He had known her for many years. They almost died in the mountains once, but she had accidentally found him and saved him. Since then, their relationship has been very close. Old Third helped her get many things, and he often received wild game and work from her on the mountain. He knows that many people see him as unreliable, but he doesn't mind. Old Third is a loyal person. If he considers you a friend, he is very loyal. When she has problems, he always helps willingly. Now, watching him carefully count money for his little girl with such gentleness and care, she feels a bit surprised. Fu Xiaxi also notices her father looks a little awkward. She can say, "Am I better at math than my dad?" pretending to be a little kid. It's tiring to act innocent, so sometimes she shows her clever side. She quickly counts the money and looks at Old Third, hoping for praise. Old Third isn't surprised. His eldest son is very smart, and his daughter is also clever, so he happily puts the money back into his pocket. Qin Deju doesn't want to beat around the bush anymore. A group of pickpockets came to town. They're said to be criminals on the run. They've caught quite a few kids. They left last night, but unexpectedly, the new county chief and his men caught them all. Now they're making an example of those pickpockets. They're going to get a harsh punishment. Although they deal in black market business, they do so voluntarily and haven't caused anyone's ruin. But these pickpockets are different. They steal children, causing many parents to cry and feel heartbroken. They are social pests, extremely evil, and should be punished severely. People believe they deserve to be struck down by lightning or shot. The police did a big operation this time, rescuing many children, which caused a big stir in the town. Everyone felt very happy about it. Yes, those pickpockets really deserve it. The police did a great thing this time. The father and daughter sat quietly listening. Old Third nodded in agreement and even praised the effort. They could say they provided the clues, or maybe wait for a reward after the case is solved. He chuckled to himself. Until it was time to go home, Fu Xiaxi still hadn't found a chance to meet the young boy. Since she couldn't go secretly, she decided to do it openly. So, Fu Xiaxi pulled Old Third and said she wanted to visit the boy they met last time. They had already agreed. Old Third had no choice but to go along with her. Fu Xiaxia gave the address, and Old Third took her to a nice-looking house at the entrance. The walls were clean and tidy, with no messy plants around. The door had been repainted recently and was shiny black. Wow, it's rare to see such a nice yard in town. This family must be well off. When did your daughter meet such a family? Fu Xiaxia went to knock on the door. Inside, a clear young voice asked, "Who's there?" "It's me, little brother." "Open the door quickly. I came to play with you." Fu Xiaxia's sweet voice made Xie Zetian recognize her right away. He was practicing boxing in the yard but quickly ran to open the door. When he opened the door and was about to speak, he saw Old Third standing nearby. He quickly greeted, "Uncle Xiaxia, you're here. Come in." Then he called inside, "Grandpa, look who's here." Although a little surprised, Xie Zetian wasn't too shocked. He knew that a young girl's family wouldn't let her come out alone. It's normal for everyone to come together. Old Third and his daughter followed Xie Zetian inside. He looked around the yard, which had only a pavilion and was quite empty, not like a place lived in often. Is this Xiaxia's father? Come in and sit, said Xie Banshan, hearing his grandson call. When he saw them, he recognized the girl as the one they saved that day, along with a somewhat rough-looking man. They looked a bit alike, so he guessed. Xie Banshan looked a little surprised but quickly composed himself. He politely invited them inside. He wondered if Xiaxia came today to keep her promise or just to play. Hello. I'm just here with my daughter to find her little friend to play. You don't need to be too polite, Old Third said, leading his daughter and the old man into the house. Inside, the layout was simple with very few things, clearly not a place they lived in often. Grandpa, yeah, I just came to play with little brother. I'll go back soon, said Xiaxia, about to leave. She looked at Xie Banshan and shook her head, showing she wasn't here just for the promise. At this moment, Xie Zetian had poured water and handed it to the father and daughter. In the past, Xie Zetian was a spoiled young master, living at home with a nanny, basically having everything served to him, food brought to him, clothes handed to him. But after coming here, he was only left with his grandfather and himself, an old man and a young boy. He couldn't expect his grandfather, who was old, to serve him, so he had to do things himself. From stumbling and making mistakes, he gradually learned and became more skilled. Now he does everything very smoothly and easily. Fu Xiaxia smiled at her little brother. Third Uncle Fu was also quite pleased with how obedient and tidy this young boy was. He looked much cleaner and more presentable than their own two sons, and he was more pleasing to look at. If the twin brothers heard Third Uncle Fu criticizing them like this, they would probably cry. Aren't they the ones doing all the chores at home? Why should they be more obedient? They're just a bit darker and not as good-looking. What's there to dislike? All right, you two can go play in the pavilion in the yard. Later, when it's time for dinner, we'll go to the state-run restaurant to eat together. It wouldn't be polite to let the guests go home hungry just because you came, said Xie Banshan, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, smiling warmly. He was speaking first to Fu Xiaxia, then to Third Uncle Fu. Being a soldier, he had good judgment. When he first saw this slightly mischievous-looking Third Uncle Fu, he immediately understood his personality. He was genuine and straightforward. Sure enough, when he heard they were going to the state-run restaurant, he didn't care about the relationship between the girl and the others. He nodded happily and said with a smile, "That's right, kids are young and don't understand everything. We still have time to eat." After saying that, he winked at his daughter. Seeing her father's face twisting as if he had a cramp, Fu Xiaxia could only nod helplessly. All right, it's settled. Let the kids go play. We'll just chat casually, they said, starting to talk and tease each other playfully. One wanted to find out if the matter from last time was already clear, and the other wanted to know what exactly had caused her daughter to be involved with this family. Fu Xiaxia was already sitting in the pavilion with Xie Zetian. He had taken out all his snacks and placed them on the stone table. "Xiaxia, sister, these are all for you to eat," Xie Zetian said, smiling broadly at Fu Xiaxia. Looking at this bright, handsome young man, I see that he has changed a lot since we first met. He has darkened a few shades, become more muscular, and even his aura has shifted. Thinking that he has strong legs, Fu Xiaxia's smile becomes even brighter. "Thank you, little brother. Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," he replies quickly and confidently. Xie Zetian isn't like this with everyone. Fu Xiaxia is his lifesaver, and he seems to have some hidden talents. "Do you know the identity of the person who was chasing you last time?" Fu Xiaxia asks directly. "Yes, I do. My grandfather told me." "Are you asking about that middle-aged man?" Xie Zetian isn't stupid. He's quite clever. He guessed correctly, but he never used his intelligence for good before. Since that last incident, he's realized how naive he used to be. He has become stricter with himself, working out more and learning about the world from his grandfather. "Yes, that's the one. Do you also know that he's a cultivator?" Fu Xiaxia doesn't want to waste time and makes it clear. "Yes, I know. He's a cultivator. My grandfather used to be a general, and has some experience with these things. He said that the aura of ordinary people and cultivators is different, but only those who have seen it can tell the difference. That's how he knew that man was a cultivator, and he told me to run away. At first, Xiezetian thought his grandfather was joking when he said cultivators were so powerful. But he saw it with his own eyes. His grandfather, who he always thought was very strong, couldn't even defeat the weakest cultivator. I've heard that cultivating makes you super powerful. Do you want to be one? Fu Xiaxia sees that Xiezetian has some understanding now and hopes he will work hard for her. My grandfather said that very few people can cultivate. Without someone to guide them, it's impossible. And those techniques and resources are family treasures, not something ordinary people can access. But if there's a chance, who wouldn't want to become strong? As Xiezetian speaks, his clear, fox-like eyes sparkle with countless stars, drawing Fu Xiaxia in. He is such a handsome older brother. With his good looks and strong presence, he truly deserves top popularity. No wonder he is destined to reach the peak of his life. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? Isn't it something she used to say to herself? She once believed she was on the path to success too. Now she realizes the main character is right here, and she is just a bystander. Big brother, oh no. Handsome brother, I have a secret manual that can make you stronger. Do you want it? Fu Xiaxia looked at his shining face and said seductively. Then she felt something was off. Was she like an old man giving a lucky charm to help the main character grow stronger? She sweat drops. Secret manual? Really? Xiezetian was surprised and almost couldn't believe it. He wanted to ask if he could see it, but then he saw an ancient book lying on the table. The big golden characters on it read, Qingfeng Technique, dazzling his eyes. He fell silent. His grandfather once said that such secret manuals are usually treasures of the sect or family heirlooms. Now, it was just lying on a stone table in his yard. Could he still be asleep? Xiaxia's big gesture. Did her family know about this? Big brother, I give this to you, but, Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment, but you can't tell anyone else except Grandpa Xia. My family doesn't know about this. We're just ordinary people, so don't worry. She continued, I accidentally got this manual and can't use it. I thought of you, big brother. When you grow up, please stay handsome and don't change. Keep being so cool. Her determined eyes seemed to tell Xiezetian that she chose to give it to him because he was so handsome. So her family didn't know either. That makes sense. Ordinary people rarely get involved in these things. But some of the things this little girl said sounded strange, and he didn't understand. What should he do? He's waiting anxiously. Looking at her bright eyes and the manual she handed over, Xiezetian suddenly felt like he was playing house. But his curiosity was stronger, so he took the ancient book and opened it. Well, it's just an ancient book. Although he's been studying hard lately, he doesn't recognize many characters. Looks like he has another good reason to study harder in the future. Fu Xiaxia also didn't recognize many of the characters, but she has Xiaoqi to translate for her. Can I really take this? Xiezetian hesitated a bit. Seeing the skill of the young girl, he didn't doubt that it was real. He was simply fooled by her. Of course, it wasn't exactly a lie, since the secret manual was genuine. Of course, little brother. If you feel bad about it, you can pay me back with these snacks, Fu Xiaxia said. Although she felt it wasn't fair, it was better than nothing. Hearing that he could exchange something, Xiezetian thought the snacks weren't worth much, but it was still better than getting nothing. So he helped Fu Xiaxia pack all the snacks into his bag. There were quite a lot, a big, full bag. Fu Xiaxia looked at the pretty face in front of her and suddenly remembered that in her past life, she was single. She wondered whether she should raise a childhood friend as her own. Then, that strong leg of his would belong to her, and he might become a powerful person with thunder abilities in the future. Wealth should stay within the family. She thought to herself that she was quite clever. She organized her words. Little brother Tian, are you guys leaving soon? Will you forget about me later? Xiezetian patted his chest confidently. Xiaxia, don't worry. I definitely won't forget you. Someone who gave him such a precious secret manual wouldn't be forgotten. Although they clearly weren't on the same page, they strangely reached an agreement. Hearing this, Fu Xiaxia felt happy. She had completed her task, and even had some extra little thoughts. The young brother had agreed too. She happily started eating the snacks. "Hey, you two kids, are you done talking? It's time to eat. Let's go have dinner," said Xie Banshan and Fu Laosan, coming out one after the other. Fu Xiaxia watched their smiling faces and wondered what they had been talking about. One was busy farming all day, and the other was practicing with weapons. How could they have anything in common? But when it came to eating, she was definitely hungry. They quickly arrived at the state-run restaurant. This was her first time there, and she looked around curiously. Inside, it was quite spacious, but it didn't feel bright and clean. Still, in this era, being able to eat here was enough to impress their rural families for half a year. "Come on, brothers Fu and Xiaxia, tell me what you'd like to eat. Take a look. I can still treat you to this meal," Xie Banshan said with a smile, ready to have the waiter introduce today's dishes. The usually proud waiter at the restaurant saw an old man bringing a few people in. He quickly changed his expression, smiling warmly to greet them. Mainly because this old man often came with his young grandson to eat almost every meal, so he knew they weren't short of money. Xie Banshan had no choice. He and his grandson couldn't cook, so they had to eat out. The only place to eat was the state-run restaurant. They came here often, so they had become familiar with the staff and chefs. Fu Xiaxi looked surprised at the two of them. When did they become so close that they called each other brothers? She glanced at her handsome brother and suddenly felt like they had a lifelong friendship. This was not good. "Old sir, are you bringing friends to eat today?" asked the young waitress, brushing the table as she spoke. "Yes, tell me all the dishes you have today." "These are my honored guests," he replied. "All right, today you're in for a treat. The kitchen still has some dishes, including Master Chef's braised pork, potato stewed chicken, braised fish, bacon stir-fried with cabbage, sliced cucumbers, meat buns, vegetable buns, and large meat dumplings. That's all. What would you like?" The girl quickly listed the menu, waiting for their order. People used to say that staff at state-run restaurants were very impressive, but Fu Laosan hadn't seen that himself. He thought the girl was very friendly and had a good attitude. He also guessed that they were doing this out of respect for Brother Xie. After hearing the menu, Fu Laosan's mouth watered. He kept swallowing saliva. "Brother Xie, I won't be polite then." "Wait, Dad, this is Grandpa Xie. You should call him Uncle Xie. How can you forget the proper way to address him?" Fu Xiaxi said, giving Fu Laosan a sharp look. She just had an idea. Fu Laosan looked a little upset. He hadn't understood the situation yet. Xie Banshan thought Fu Xiaxi was worried her dad was rude, so he quickly said, "It's okay. My brother Fu and I get along well. Calling each other brothers is fine." Xie Banshan didn't think it was a big deal. In the army, calling each other brothers was common.
Fu Laosan agreed.
But Fu Xiaxi disagreed. "No, I don't want to be older than Brother Xiao Tian." He firmly declared that he absolutely did not want to, regardless of what the future held, but at least he wanted to set his family rank correctly now. Xie Banshan looked at his grandson and then at the very pretty young girl, seeming to guess something. He didn't expect his grandson to have such good fortune. He then looked at his grandson and smiled mischievously. "All right, brother, from now on, just call me Uncle Xie. I'll call you third." So, before Fu Laosan and Xie Zetian understood what was happening, the decision was made. Fu Laosan finally got to enjoy the long-awaited braised pork and fish, along with a big bowl of dumplings and 5 large buns. His appetite was big, and Fu Xiaxia also ate until she was full. She felt like it had been a long time since she had eaten so happily. When they were leaving, Xie Banshan even packed up all the remaining buns from the kitchen and took a large portion of braised pork to give to Fu Laosan to take home. Fu Laosan was not polite and knew that his daughter had helped these grandfather and grandson a lot before. He didn't ask what kind of help it was, no matter how he tried to find out. Both father and daughter ate and took what they wanted without hesitation. Xie Banshan liked people who were straightforward like them and didn't like dealing with those who were slow and hesitant. Old Mr. Xie also took the chance while Fu Laosan went to the bathroom to tell him that in a few days they would return to the capital. If he wanted to keep his promise, he could go see the director of the steel factory. He was a comrade of his, and he had already given him a heads up. Fu Xiaxia had no objections as long as things could be done, regardless of who was involved. Brother Xiaotian, I'm going home now. When you get home, you must remember to think of me, Fu Xiaxia said shyly during their farewell. She wasn't sure when they would meet again. She quietly whispered in Xie Zetian's ear, Brother Xiaotian, before we meet again, you absolutely can't get a girlfriend. Remember to wait until I grow up. Then she happily pulled Fu Laosan's hand and skipped home. Xie Zetian blushed from Fu Xiaxia's boldness. Old Mr. Xie teased him. What's with the red face? Are you thinking about your wife? Annoyed, Xie Zetian slammed the door and went into his room, not coming out for a long time. Blushing, Xie Zetian thought about Fu Xiaxia's words and their little secret. As a young boy on the verge of growing up, he chuckled to himself happily, not knowing what he was really thinking. A father and daughter carried a big bag of meat buns and also brought a small bag of food. When they got home, Mao Xiaoyan and her children ate happily, their mouths full of oil, praising how delicious the meat buns and braised pork from the state-run restaurant were. They kept praising Mr. Xie Banshan and his grandson. Later that evening, the family was in their room. When they saw the money ticket for selling pork on the Kong-heated bed, they felt very happy because it was all earned for free. Old Fu gave each of his 2 sons 1 yuan, making them very happy, and they went back to their rooms. Then he gave his daughter 2 yuan, twice as much as the sons. He wanted to give her more, but she was still very young, and he and his wife didn't feel comfortable giving her too much. This shows clear favoritism. People in the village were busy with the autumn planting, but even during busy times, some interesting things happened that everyone talked about. First, the Liu family's situation finally had an ending. After the village head and Women's Federation kept trying to mediate, Li Baihua finally made a strong move. She said she would go to the county leader's office to ask for justice if she wasn't allowed to divorce. The village head was worried. He originally wanted to settle things quietly so others wouldn't gossip. The fight over the flower seller's case was very loud. Everyone knew it was the new county head and his team who had taken action. The new official was quick to act, and no one knew if it would cause trouble for him. The Women's Federation workers, just doing their jobs, also thought women's lives were hard. They wanted Li Baihua and others to have better lives. But they believed that divorce wouldn't solve the problem. If she left, life might not go back to how it was before. It could even get worse. The Liu family didn't expect Li Baihua to be so firm and refused to give in. They hadn't even met the town leaders. When they heard about the county leader's involvement, they felt scared. They used to think they could do whatever they wanted with their granddaughter, and they never thought they were wrong. They argued confidently. But recently, the situation had become serious. The flower sellers were involved in human trafficking, which could lead to death sentences. The village head came to talk to them. Women are half the sky, they said, but what they were doing was like human trafficking too, even among their own people. If they didn't believe it, they could go to the police station and find out. When the Liu family heard this, the team leader also decided to give up and not interfere anymore. Everyone was so scared they were trembling with fear, worried they would be caught and never come out again. Even if they managed to escape from the old government office, they would be severely punished, so the villagers had a deep-rooted fear of official authorities. Li Baihua and Liu Taizhu, like others in the team, held a simple wedding but never registered their marriage. So, they only needed a divorce certificate from the Women's Federation. Although Grandma Liu agreed to Li Baihua's request, she was very unhappy inside. She constantly used foul language and pressured her family to bully the mother and daughter, making their lives very hard. Other villagers wanted to help but had no standing, and they were also scolded harshly by the Liu family. The team leader criticized them several times, but they still refused to change. The leader was about to threaten them with work points, but then something unexpected happened. When Fu Xiaxia went out for a walk, she often saw Li Baihua and her family being insulted and pushed around. She thought they were too much, even worse than murderers, and the Liu family's foul language was disgusting. They even dared to physically attack, thinking they were elders and that the others wouldn't dare fight back. Suddenly, Fu Xiaxia transformed into a rebellious young girl, giving the old woman a sideways glance and a sneer. She secretly spread rumors in the village, saying that the Lu family was abusing their granddaughter and that they were getting their just desserts. Suddenly, Grandma Lu's eyes slanted, her mouth crooked, and she drooled uncontrollably. She couldn't close her mouth and spoke unclearly. People thought she was unwell, but then they heard the rumor. Although they disapproved of superstitions, many still secretly believed it was karma. After the Lu family found out, they were so frightened they shut up and hid in their homes, trembling. The village seemed quieter, showing how noisy the Lu family usually was. Although Lu Taizhu didn't want a divorce, he felt he had no choice. He and Li Baihua went to the Women's Federation to get a certificate, both looking very worried. Li Baihua had become tougher and didn't care about the man she had lived with for so many years anymore. During this time, Lu Danny's mother-in-law and her man came to cause trouble, demanding Lu Danny return home. While pulling her, they were seen by Fu Xiaxia. As Lu Danny's daughter was kicked aside by the man, her mother-in-law was still shouting and cursing nearby. Fu Xiaxia couldn't hold back her urge to act and stepped in again. Instantly, the mean old woman was driven to repeat the same mistakes as Lu Laotai. The man saw his mother in such a state and shouted for a doctor. Then, he was told by a troublemaker from the village that Lu Laotai showed similar symptoms, along with rumors spreading in the village. Both of them dared not make any more noise and hurriedly went back home trembling. Fu Xiaxia was still secretly waiting on the road. She harshly broke the man's leg with a stone. When they returned, only his crooked-mouthed, squinting mother could take care of him. It would take a long time for him to recover, giving the mother and daughter a chance to breathe. Li Baihua, who had been timid before, now became brave and determined. She stood firm, facing whatever came her way. With her 3 daughters and little granddaughter, she quietly continued living in the village. Although Lu Laotai recovered, the Lu family dared not speak much. The husband's family also didn't dare to come and cause trouble for now, but no one knew if they were secretly scheming. Fu Xiaxia could only do so much. The rest depended on them. Anyway, their lives finally settled down peacefully. But suddenly, the commune leaders arrived at Hongqi 3rd Team with a large group of people, including police officers in uniform. This caused a commotion in Hongqi 3rd Team. Everyone thought someone had committed a serious crime, and the police had come to arrest someone. The villagers watched as the team leader received the news and hurried over, eager to find out what was going on and why such a big scene was happening. Looking at the lineup, police chief, town mayor, commune director, and a leader who seemed even more authoritative. The commune leader saw Wang Yuzhen approaching and quickly introduced him. "Leaders, this is our team leader, Wang Yuzhen. He usually does good work and is a practical person." Then he introduced Wang Yuzhen to others. "This is County Mayor Yao from Qingyang County. This is Director Liu from the town police. This is Town Mayor Wu, and this is Reporter Yuan. The person with the camera is Reporter Li. The rest are fellow comrades who came along. Hello, Captain Wang. You're doing a good job. We have seen it all along the way. The villagers are very hardworking. Our country needs honest and diligent officials like you to build a better future." Mayor Yao genuinely thinks this village has a good atmosphere and praised it generously. Other leaders saw their superior spoke and also praised a few words. Wang Yuzhen received so much praise for the first time. He was so excited he didn't know what to say, only kept saying, thank you, it's my duty, and I will work harder in the future." The local leaders quickly eased the situation, worried he would keep thanking them endlessly. One said, "Captain Wang, we mainly came to find Comrade Fu Jianya. You should know where he is. Please help us find him." Wang Yuzhen was confused.
Fu Jianya? Who is that?
He couldn't remember for a while. Nearby villagers, working hard, muttered uncertainly, "Isn't that Fu Laosan's name?" When Wang Yuzhen heard this, he realized it was indeed Fu Laosan. Usually everyone called him Fu Laosan, so hearing that name, he knew who it was. Not many people called him that, so it was normal he didn't recognize it immediately.
Oh, Fu Jianya.
He should be in the field now. I'll take you there. Wang Yuzhen hoped Fu Laosan was working in his assigned field now. He really didn't want him to be lazy. He didn't know what Fu Laosan had done. All these leaders, whom he had never seen before, came in such a big group. It must mean he didn't do anything wrong. Otherwise, the police would have come to arrest him already. The villagers working nearby, with their ears perked up, worried about Fu Laosan when they heard he was being looked for. With their limited knowledge, they thought that so many officials coming to find Fu Laosan meant he had committed a serious mistake. Surely, he didn't do something good, right?
Come on, that's Fu Laosan.
How could he have done something good? It's true, he's the team leader, and he's more experienced than the villagers. Fortunately, Fu Laosan was indeed working in the field, not lazy. Wang Yugen's worries finally eased, and he let out a big sigh of relief. Recently, Fu Laosan has not been lazy at work. He knows that the clues he provided last time led to solving a big case, so he expects someone to come and give him a reward. Therefore, he has been working honestly. However, he never expected so many leaders to come. It was truly a surprising and happy moment. Wang Yuzhen was standing in the fields and shouted loudly, "Fu Laosan, something's wrong. Come quickly." People in the village are used to this way of calling out when there is an issue. The city folks standing nearby, except for a few police officers, were more relaxed and spoke softly. When they heard Wang Yuzhen shout loudly, they were startled but quickly became calm and composed because they are experienced and quick to react. Fu Laosan saw the team leader and a group of people coming from afar. He guessed they might be here to give a reward. When he heard the distinctive shout from the team leader, he happily went over. When he got closer, he recognized County Director Yao and Director Liu. They must be here to give awards. He was very happy inside and greeted warmly, "Welcome, leaders. Why are you all here? Comrade Jianya, we came mainly to praise you and your child's brave act of providing clues last time. Be prepared. We will present an award together later," said County Director Yao, the highest official here, taking the lead in speaking. County Director Yao, you see, my child is still young. This matter isn't suitable for children to participate in. My child and I have discussed it, and they don't want to be mentioned publicly. Please. Fu Laosan looked worried as he glanced at the reporter's pen and camera hanging around his neck. He had already discussed with his children. Xia didn't want to be involved, while the twins did, but he rejected their idea. County Director Yao and the other leaders thought for a moment. Fu Jianya was right. Who knows if there are accomplices of the human traffickers nearby? It's better not to involve children. This is also a way to protect the future of the country. They exchanged glances, and the reporter understood immediately. He quickly said, "Comrade Jianya, don't worry. Although we are here to interview you and the children, we will only report your heroic deeds. We will not mention your children's involvement at all." Old Man Fu pretended to be grateful as he nodded to the reporters and the leaders. Recently, he hasn't been very busy. Mayor Wu asked Captain Wang Yu to gather a few people to set up a simple meeting place and announced that there would be a commendation ceremony for the heroes. Even reporters came. Everyone in the village received notices in advance and was asking about the ceremony. When they heard it was Old Man Fu, they were so surprised that their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist. What award? The Bravery Award. They wondered if Old Man Fu was still sleepy because someone like him was being called a hero for bravery. They thought Old Man Fu, who had made a big mistake before, would soon become a hero for doing something brave. When Old Man Fu and County Mayor Yao walked happily to the outdoor stage, a simple platform had already been built. All the villagers were bustling around, waiting at the scene, including some young people who had come to support rural areas over the years, all watching the event. Mao Xiaoyan and her family were surrounded by a group of people, all eager to know what amazing thing Old Man Fu had done. Even the county leader came to give him an award. Today, we hold this ceremony mainly to praise Comrade Fu Jianya for providing very important clues without fear of danger, which helped our county break up a major human trafficking gang. We want to recognize his actions and let our fellow villagers know that Comrade Fu Jianya is a good example for all of us to learn from. After Captain Wang comforted the villagers, Mayor Wu stepped forward to explain. The ceremony officially began. Although Old Man Fu had never been in a big event before, he was not the type to get nervous easily. He went up on stage. County Mayor Yao took a big red flower from Director Liu and personally pinned it on Old Man Fu. The reporters had already taken several photos of him. "This is our reward for your actions this time," said Mayor Yao. He handed Old Man Fu 2 pillowcases, 2 water bottles, 2 enamel cups with "Serve the People" written on them, and 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, of rice. In total, including awards from the county, town, and commune, he received 270 yuan. The villagers, who had just listened to Mao Xiaoyan briefly tell the story and thought she was bragging, were surprised to see that it was true. Watching Old Man Fu on stage receiving praise, glowing with happiness, they wondered, is this still the Old Man Fu they knew? "Thank you, leaders, for your praise and trust. I will continue to work hard and contribute to our country's cause." After speaking, he bowed deeply to the leaders and villagers. "Comrade Fu Jianya, can you tell us what kind of mindset you had when you went to report the incident?" "Usually, no one would notice these things," asked the reporter, ready to take notes, with a colleague holding a camera nearby. "Well, about this matter, it's a long story. It was all thanks to my daughter. But since she is young and I want to protect her, I will tell it myself," said Fu Laosan, who had already discussed this with others and was not afraid of the reporter's potential misreporting. "You don't know how dangerous it was at the time. If my clever little one hadn't been quick, we might have fallen into a wolf's trap. She inherited my smartness." Fu Laosan pretended to wipe away tears, though he was not actually sad. "Look at that woman over there. Those people taking pictures of flowers are just so hateful. We thought we must not let these bad people escape. Who knows if they had weapons? So I risked everything, told my 2 sons to stay and guard, and took my daughter to find the best police officers." Fu Laosan kept talking, occasionally bragging about himself. After the reporter finished interviewing Fu Laosan, the leaders also prepared to leave. They had taken time out of their busy schedules to come. The villagers were still suspicious at the marketplace. Was the Fu Laosan they knew really the same person? Could all the Fu Laosans they knew before be fake? But seeing so many leaders arriving and leaving in a grand manner, and knowing their village was praised, made everyone happy. It was a proud moment for their village. After all the leaders left, the village erupted with questions. Villagers kept asking the Fu family about what exactly happened. Only Fu Laosan's family knew the full story. The other households and the elderly couple in the Fu family knew nothing. "Xiaoyan, your 3rd son was really impressive this time." Yes. "Tell us the details. When did this happen?" Hearing the villagers' eager questions, Fu Xiaxia quickly went back to her room. But Mao Xiaoyan and the twins stayed. With such a big event, how could they not want to boast a little? So, they each started their own speeches in different places. Each performed their own impressive show. Fu Xiaxi looked at the room full of gifts. Not long ago, County Mayor Yao had his driver deliver these as a thank you gift. The mayor's aunt had to transfer her child to the county hospital because of a high fever, then went to Kyoto for detailed treatment. She couldn't come in person for now, so she sent the gifts instead. County Mayor Yao had already told Old Fu secretly about this. Old Fu didn't care whether people came or not, as long as there were gifts. This matter made Old Fu's family quite famous in the village, even more than when their local elementary school reopened. After receiving the money from Minglu, Old Fu planned to build a house. Xiaxi also gave her ideas. She wanted a separate room, a clean toilet, and most importantly, a bathroom with a shower. Liang took the chance to ask for a good doghouse for Candy, one that wasn't broken or shabby. Old Fu agreed to everything his daughter asked for. Their family wasn't short of money anymore. Because Xiaxi was worried about running out of money, she gave Old Fu the last big yellow fish she found in the mountains, saying she picked it up herself. From then on, Xiaxi was back to being as poor as before, except for the items she won in lucky draws. She was just a poor girl again. The 3 members of the Fu family were all stunned. Why could their daughter/sister always find things others might never see in a lifetime? When they realized, they were so excited they couldn't sleep for several nights. They took out the gold bar to look at it again and again. The couple even hugged and slept together for several nights, afraid they were dreaming. In the end, old Fu hid the gold bar away. The family's money was enough for now, and they could exchange it for cash when needed. They initially wanted to refuse their son's request, but when they saw the little dog running around at his feet, well-groomed, shiny, grown bigger, and very fast, plus, it was a pure white dog, which was rare in the countryside, they decided to agree. It was so cute that they finally gave in. Building houses in the countryside was very quick, especially since it wasn't during busy farming seasons. Many people came to help just to share a meal. This time, Old Man Fu really spent a lot. He planned to build a brick house. He went to the town to get approval from the brick factory manager. When the manager saw him, he exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the brave person reported in the newspaper? What's his name?" Fu Jianya. Recognizing him as the brave man, the manager immediately approved the project and even asked him to explain the story again. After the reporter returned home, he edited the article and removed the parts about Fu's children participating. The next day, the newspaper published it. Almost everyone who read the paper saw the photo of Old Man Fu shaking hands with County Chief Yao, holding a big red flower. The photo took up a quarter of the page and was very eye-catching. Thanks to everyone's admiration and effort, the new brick house was built quickly. The family of 5 happily packed their belongings and moved into the new home. Their old house was given directly to the eldest and second eldest brothers. Old Man Fu felt he was now a man of means. He decided to give the old house to his caring brothers. Of course, his biggest happiness was for his 2 sisters-in-law, because the new house was very affordable. Moving into the new house, the family finally had their own space. They felt comfortable and also felt more relaxed. The twin brothers went back to school. Fu Xiaoping and Fu Xiaoyang still joked with some village kids about how they were only in 1st grade at their age. They laughed happily. This was Fu Xiaoxia's idea, to start learning from the basics again. At first, they were very reluctant. Sitting with a bunch of little kids, the brothers felt a bit embarrassed. Knowing that boys like to be brave, Fu Xiaoxia showed her brothers a book on body training. She tempted them, saying it was a martial arts secret manual given by a soldier grandfather who had taken her to see him. She said if they learned it, they would be unbeatable. Of course, she was just joking in a childish way. At their age, boys dream of these things. The twins initially thought Fu Xiaoxia was just fooling them. But when they asked Old Man Fu, he confirmed there was such a grandfather, an army general, very powerful. They couldn't believe it and fell into Fu Xiaoxia's trap. They took the old-looking book and opened it. The 2 brothers immediately felt the same as Xie Zetian once did. They thought, wow, what kind of strange symbols are these? I don't understand any of it. When they were in 2nd grade, they hadn't even fully learned simplified characters, let alone the fancy traditional Chinese characters with flying dragons and phoenixes. There is no way around it. I can only tearfully agree to Fu Xiaoxia's suggestion to go to school and behave well in class. After all, every young person dreams of being a hero, imagining future days when they punch tigers in the south and kick dragons in the north. Sometimes, I even secretly smile in my dreams at the thought. Both Ni and San and I are already married. Fu Xiaoxia chose not to go to school. After moving to the new house, she started living as a homebody. She occasionally visits her grandparents at the main house, but most of the time she stays in her room or goes into the woods. The family thinks she's out playing with friends and encourages her to go out more. So, what does Fu Xiaoxia do in the woods? Hunt?
Tijvertressers? No.
Neither of those. She is secretly practicing cultivation. She holds a heavenly level technique book called Withered Tree in Spring and keeps reading it over and over. Little 7, didn't you say that spiritual energy during the qi refining stage isn't enough to support plant growth? Is everything in this book false? Fu Xiaoxia calls Little 7 and asks with some doubt. I meant that in normal cases. But this heavenly level secret manual is an exception. Of course, it's true, Little 7 replies. That's why it's a heavenly level technique, because it can do things others can't. Really? I have good luck, then, Fu Xiaoxia happily boasts. According to the book, When a seed instantly grows into a tall tree, it means her technique is almost complete. Then she can plant whatever she wants to eat early. The book says that when she reaches great mastery, she can make beans turn into soldiers instantly and cause landslides with ease. With little Seven's help, Fu Xiaxia begins her training. In the deep mountains, there's no autumn and training has no seasons. She quickly enters the qi refining stage. In this world with scarce spiritual energy, it only takes her half a year. Meanwhile, the twins study the body cultivation manual. They write down unfamiliar characters and ask their teachers when they go to school. Often, the teachers don't know either. Fu Xiaxia then translates the manual into plain language for them, secretly having someone else help her get it. Old Fu often trains with his two sons, and his body has become stronger and stronger. The family, as usual, sneaks some rest when they can and trains when needed. When they lack money, they go to the mountains to hunt game and secretly sell it. Life is pretty good. As for the Red Guards constantly searching and raiding homes, it didn't really affect their family. After all, they had met with leaders and appeared in newspapers, which seemed to offer some protection. The twin brothers are already 16 years old enough to consider marriage, but they are so focused on studying and practicing martial arts that they have no interest in that. Since starting school, the twins have been given names. They removed the middle name and now go by Fu Ming and Fu Liang, since they're already grown up. Xiaxia Fu is also 8 years old. She has reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation. She isn't sure if her progress is slow or fast, but she can finally make a seed sprout and grow. After practicing the techniques from a secret manual, she can see spiritual energy, just like Shao Qi. This is very good news. The father and sons often go up the mountain, but their strength isn't as good as their little girls. Old Fu and his sons always thought Xiaxia was practicing body training techniques with them, never doubting her. Xiaxia didn't say anything and let them believe that. "Dad, we're leaving now. If we don't come back, don't worry. Maybe we'll stay overnight on the mountain," Liang said as he left the house, with Candy happily following behind. "Bye, Dad. We're leaving now." Xiaxia also said goodbye to her father. Over the past 2 years, she's grown taller and more beautiful. Her skin is so smooth that you can hardly see pores, hinting at her future beauty. Her secret manual cultivation method helps purify her body's impurities. Every time she runs through the technique, her body gets rid of some impurities. Absorbing spiritual energy from plants also makes her skin better and better. Ming also followed his sister. The brothers are now taller, about 1.85 meters. Standing there, their height alone can scare many people. After practicing martial arts, they are also strong and muscular. Many young men who wanted to see their sister at the door were scared away. "Both of you, make sure to protect your sister, okay?" Old Fu often reminds them. The brothers really want to roll their eyes. With their sister's strength, who's really protecting whom? They're all practicing, but no matter how hard they try, they're no match for their sister. If Fu Xiaxia knew about her brother's doubts, she would tell them. They are not from the same system, so they can't win. Besides, the powerful pill she took was made by the stars, and her body is much stronger than an ordinary person's. Even cultivators might not be stronger than her when she was just an ordinary person, let alone now. The Red Flag Team 3 hasn't changed much over the years. They have been constantly targeting those old scholars and troublemakers, and more people are being criticized and persecuted. Their squad also has some middle-aged and elderly people who have been sent to labor reform. Because of this, villagers rarely go to the town. Almost every trip there ends with a public criticism meeting, which makes people feel scared and unsafe. It's better to stay at home where it's safer. Fu Xiaxia often goes up the mountain and brings back wild game, which her family can't finish eating. She asks her 2 brothers to take turns delivering food to those people and to learn some skills from them. At first, the brothers looked down on the people in the cattle shed. They thought troublemakers had no skills. But after their sister pointed this out a few times, their views changed completely, and they realized their past ignorance. A year ago, Fu Ming had already finished elementary school and started middle school in the town. This year, He was about to graduate and enter high school, which caused a big stir in Xingyang County. Meanwhile, Fu Liang was still struggling in 5th grade. Part of this was because they were quite smart, but most of the credit belonged to the people living in the cattle shed. Because those people often received extra meals, they were living well, both physically and mentally. This summer was unusually hot. Cicadas kept calling in the woods, making people feel annoyed and restless. When they first entered the forest, the air was still and without any breeze, which felt a bit oppressive. A bad feeling in her heart made Fu Xiaxia hesitant to go further, but seeing her brothers so excited, she didn't want to ruin their mood. Little 7, I have a strange feeling. Do you think something might happen? Fu Xiaxia worried aloud, but she didn't say it out loud, as it made her uncomfortable. Cultivator's sixth sense is usually pretty accurate. There might really be something going on. Stay alert. We come here often, so even if something happens, it won't be a big problem. Xiaoqi reassured her, noticing her nervousness. Yes, I was too nervous. Please help me stay alert, Fu Xiaxia said, relaxing her senses and observing her surroundings. The two brothers had been training for about 2 years. Their bodies were getting stronger, and they often fought each other, but they didn't know exactly how skilled they were. Fu Xiaxia suggested they go into the mountains to find a wild boar or something similar to practice with, just watching from the side. So today, they chose to go deep into the mountains to find a big animal to practice on, with Fu Xiaxia watching nearby. They moved into the forest, feeling the coolness, but it also seemed a bit cold and eerie. The forest became quiet, the cicadas singing faded away, and the birds disappeared. It was so silent that they could hear leaves falling to the ground. Maybe there was a big animal nearby. They had been inside the forest for a long time, but hadn't seen any prey. Fu Xiaxia's heart started to race, and her alertness increased sharply. Candy also seemed a bit restless, sniffing around and turning in circles. Brothers, be careful. Something's not right here, Fu Xiaxia said, then suddenly looked back. The forest was empty except for trees and plants. It was dark and gloomy, but she felt like something was watching her. What's wrong, little 10? Fu Ming noticed his sister's actions, thinking she had seen something. It's nothing. I was mistaken, Fu Xiaxia replied calmly. Don't let your guard down. The forest is very quiet today. Isn't it normal for the forest to be silent when there's no one around? Fu Liang said casually. He's straightforward and not as clever as his older brother, but he still has some talent for martial arts. Is it normal for there to be no insects or birds? Use your brain a little. You're not as alert as little 10, Fu Ming responded quickly. Sometimes, he wondered when his younger brother would become smarter. It's normal, though. Fu Ming looks gentle on the outside, but he's the smartest in their family. Sometimes, even Fu Xiaxia admires him. She doesn't know what they've learned from those people. Now, the forest was even quieter. They could only hear their own breathing. Anyone would sense something was wrong. Who's there? Come out. Fu Ming clearly saw a shadow flicker past, but when he looked closer, there was nothing there.
Summer Xia also saw it.
Because of her cultivation, her senses were sharper. Little 7, did you notice that? Yes, Xia. We have big trouble this time. It's a demon cultivator. No wonder the forest is so quiet today, no small animals are around. Little 7 really feels like he could meet all kinds of strange creatures in this forest. A demon cultivator? That doesn't sound good. What does he want to do? Summer Xia often meditates here to absorb spiritual energy, but she didn't expect others to appear this time. Be careful, Xia. Demon cultivators are usually ruthless and won't hesitate to kill. He has already targeted you and the others. Little 7 is a bit worried about Summer Xia. Although she has been practicing for 2 years, she mostly just uses brute force to catch small animals and has never fought as a cultivator. The three of them stood back to back, ready to defend, but said nothing. In the dark forest, only a few rays of sunlight filtered through the branches. The distant darkness and silence looked like giant monsters with open mouths, eager to swallow them. Suddenly, a cold feeling spread through her body. 2 quick beats of her heart. Summer Xia didn't have time to think about what it was. She saw her older brothers already falling down, their faces and lips turning dark purple instantly. The situation happened so suddenly. Big brother. Second brother. Summer Xia bent down, trying to wake them. Candy barked loudly. Woo-woo. Summer Xia didn't have time to think about how a little dog could start howling like a wolf. She only thought Candy had never made a sound before, and assumed it was a mute dog. Little Seven, what's going on? Is this poisoning? Summer Xia searched her space for something to detoxify. Hey, Little Seven, it looks like there's something moving on their faces. It's not that. The moving thing is demon energy. Xia, quickly take the heart-clearing pill. It's the small purple bottle we got last time. Give each of them one. And take one yourself. This pill is designed to clear demon energy from the body and prevent it from invading, but it only works for 2 hours. Little Seven's voice was a bit anxious. Demon cultivators are very quick to attack. Summer Xia is temporarily protected by spiritual energy, so she hasn't been affected yet, but after a while, who knows what will happen. Upon hearing the news, Xia quickly took out a bottle and found only 3 clear heart pills inside. She gave 1 pill each to her 2 brothers and quickly ate one herself. She realized she had been careless. These cultivators' methods are truly hard to defend against. Seeing the twins' faces gradually return to normal, Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had some supplies. She decided she could no longer regret those gold bars. They had played a big role. Although the twins had not practiced cultivation, they had learned body refining techniques, so their physical strength was much better than ordinary people. They soon woke up and found themselves lying on the grass. Xia had already stood up.
Come out, don't hide, she said.
She also asked Little Seven to check the valuables in her space to see if anything could be useful. They needed to resolve everything within 2 hours, or else. Someone hiding in the dark was surprised. His demonic energy was useless against this young girl. He had planned to capture her for research, but then saw her pull out a bottle from her pocket and smell a fresh medicinal aroma. Although it was harmful to their demonic cultivation, anyone who could produce such a thing was not simple. The person in the shadows knew. He couldn't let her go. Ha ha, what an interesting girl. This time, the harvest is quite good, said a man slowly emerging from behind a tree. He had triangular eyes, a face like a monkey, and a thin body that looked like dry wood. When he smiled, it was a fake smile, and his face looked very treacherous. His body was filled with a faint black aura, giving off an uncomfortable smell. Demonic cultivator. Xia clenched her fists around a syringe and a jade talisman for attack, both disposable. Who are you, and what do you want? Xiaoming, who had just recovered, asked. He knew their sudden fainting was suspicious, probably caused by this person, who seemed very hostile. Candy also prepared for battle. Who I am doesn't matter. You're about to die, the demonic cultivator said coldly, then cracked his mouth into a smile. His contemptuous smile was painfully glaring to everyone. They all understood that he wasn't talking about himself but about them. At this moment, Fu Xia moved first, trying to strike before the opponent. However, the gap in strength was too big. The demon cultivator quickly dodged Fu Xiaxia's attack and charged straight at the twins. It seemed he wanted to deal with these 2 troublemakers first before capturing Fu Xiaxia. Fu Ming and Fu Liang barely managed to block a few attacks before they were knocked out and fell to the ground. Even Candy was pushed against a tree and fainted. The demon cultivator was about to go and deal with them when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He quickly retreated and saw Fu Xiaxia standing in front of the 2. Little girl, don't worry. Once I deal with these useless ones, it'll be your turn, the demon cultivator said confidently, ignoring Fu Xiaxia completely. He still didn't realize that the girl in front of him was also a cultivator. Although Chi was just a fragment, it was still a magical artifact. Its presence could hide the spiritual energy Fu Xiaxia carried, at least in this world. No one could see through it. So, before Fu Xiaxia made her move, the demon cultivator had no idea that the girl in front of him was a cultivator. Fu Xiaxia knew that the previous needle only slowed him down. She didn't expect to knock him out with one shot, but she was a little disappointed. Her caution towards him was at its peak. Although she didn't want to admit it, She had to accept that this demon cultivator was indeed stronger than her. Still, she refused to give up. Who will win is still unknown, she said, then engaged in a fight with him. At this stage, besides being faster and stronger than most cultivators, she didn't have any other special skills. She wasn't sure what tricks the demon cultivator had, so she remained cautious. Initially, the demon cultivator underestimated Fu Xiaxia. Carelessly, she punched him in the stomach, and he immediately felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. That was when he realized he had underestimated this little girl. That punch was not from an ordinary child. It carried spiritual energy fluctuations. It was clear he had encountered a cultivator. A greedy, bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Licking the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said sinisterly, "Hee hee. Little cultivator, what should we do? I want to get your flesh and blood to refine into magic pills. That's a great tonic, and it will help me improve my cultivation. If you surrender easily, I might spare the lives of these two. Otherwise..." Fu Xiaxia clenched her teeth, trying not to lose hope. She had just used all her strength to punch, but it only made the demon cultivator spit out blood. It was really frustrating. The demon cultivator kept talking nonsense. Did he think that a few threats would make her obey?
He was so naive.
If threats could work, the world would be peaceful by now.
She was so foolish to believe that.
Thinking this, Fu Xiaxia showed a look of disdain, which made the demon cultivator angry and itchy with frustration. She couldn't let him hurt her brothers. What should she do? Looking at the lush forest with wild grass and flowers, a sudden idea flashed in her mind. But before she could grasp it, the demon cultivator interrupted her thoughts. He thought it was best to knock out this girl first, or she would be too much trouble. He couldn't let anyone find out where he was, or he might be attacked by self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. In fact, he was only at the 3rd level of Qi training. In the world of cultivation, he wasn't very powerful. Before reaching the 4th level, a demon cultivator could only use demonic energy to harm ordinary people. He had hidden his strength well, killing people and running away, never failing. After reaching the 4th level of Qi training, he could release spiritual energy outward. Neither of the two was at that level yet, so they could only fight with fists and kicks. Fu Xiaxia quickly dodged a palm strike and launched a quick attack, but it missed again. "Little girl, you have quite a few good things on you. But once I catch you, they will all be mine," he cackled. Without hesitation, he attacked again, trying to wear her out. Fu Xiaxia was only an 8-year-old child, so her strength was quickly draining. But she had previously spent all her money on lucky fish, leaving her poor to this day. However, she gained some items from that. She thought they were useless at the time, but now they helped her a lot. She ate a spiritual supplement pill, quickly restoring her spiritual energy and stamina. Many traditions about pills have been lost. Alchemists are rare in this world, highly respected and hard to find. Few pills are available on the market. The Spirit Nourishing Pill is used to restore lost spiritual energy after it has been depleted. It can also help heal internal and external injuries. In a world where spiritual energy is scarce, this pill is very valuable. The two fighters exchanged blows. It seemed like Fu Xiaxia was always evenly matched, but in reality, she was at a disadvantage. She was hit several times and felt as if her internal organs were shifting. She swallowed the blood that was about to spill from her mouth but kept fighting. Fu Xiaxia thought she couldn't go on like this. Her body was about to collapse, and her vision was becoming blurry. She endured the pain and took one last spirit-nourishing pill. She gave up using the attack talisman and followed Shao Qi's advice. She took out a talisman again and activated a thunder talisman with her spiritual energy. While Mo Xiu was still unaware, she threw the talisman directly at him. Thunder is the nemesis of magic cultivators. Mo Xiu didn't expect the young girl to have a talisman. He was struck by lightning, his clothes burned and torn, and his body was covered in wounds and bleeding. He had been careless this time. Mo Xiu looked at Fu Xiaxia with a sinister gaze. It seemed he couldn't keep her alive. These items weren't something a simple family could produce, and her identity probably wasn't low. Who knew if she had some secret means of escape? He didn't want to be hunted forever. Better to eliminate her completely. Fu Xiaxia clearly felt the change in the magic cultivator's gaze. It used to be playful, like a cat catching a mouse, but now it was filled with murderous intent. She clenched her hands around her weapon, and her eyes, which had been lazy before, now looked sharp and fierce. Fu Ming and Fu Liang were also awakened by the thunder. Seeing their sister's pale face and injured, bleeding body, they hated the magic cultivator with all their hearts. But, on the other hand, they also felt useless. They had been knocked out twice in a short time. If their sister hadn't insisted, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. The boys felt a deep pain in their hearts. Covered in mud and dirt, they struggled to get up. But their injuries were too severe, and after a long effort, they couldn't succeed. They realized they had been proud before, but now they saw they were just frogs in a well. The wind seemed to start blowing again, mixed with a little magic energy in the forest. The sunlight filtering through the branches had disappeared, as if night had already fallen. After a long time, Fu Xiaxiang finally couldn't defeat the demon cultivator. She was suddenly grabbed by the neck and lifted up, her pale face showing no blood. Another strong wind blew past, seeming to dispel the darkness. The mottled light reappeared in her sight. Fu Ming and Fu Liang saw their sister's face turn visibly blue and purple. Without caring about their own safety, they rushed forward to attack the demon cultivator, trying to help their sister with their flesh and blood. Their battered bodies were kicked several meters away by the demon cultivator. The sound of them hitting the ground was even louder this time. Their brothers must have been in pain. At that moment, Fu Xiaxiang was thinking about random things in her mind while using her spiritual energy to activate her techniques. The demon cultivator looked at Fu Xiaxiang, who was still smiling, and was about to crush her neck when suddenly, she collapsed without warning. Cough, cough, cough. Fu Xiaxiang also fell heavily to the ground, coughing nonstop. Her face gradually returned to normal, and the red marks on her neck from being choked were very obvious. The demon cultivator's face showed pain. He clutched his chest and rolled on the messy ground. His movements slowed down, and a lot of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Finally, he lay on his back on the ground.
You.
What have you done? The demon cultivator opened his eyes wide, seeming unable to believe it. He was about to die at the hands of a child only 7 or 8 years old. Fu Xiaxiang looked at the demon cultivator, who was still waiting for an answer, and rolled her eyes.
Why?
Cough. Should I tell you? This is my secret. Even the dead don't usually keep secrets. Seeing the demon cultivator's furious, unblinking eyes and his motionless body, Fu Xiaxiang finally felt relieved. It was really a close call just now. She secretly placed a few thorn seeds into some of the demon cultivator's wounds, then activated them to slowly move along the blood to his heart. She exhausted her spiritual power to make the thorns grow quickly, piercing his heart instantly. This level of effort almost drained half of her life. It seems she must work harder to practice. Withered tree reborn. As the saying goes, misfortune depends on fortune, and fortune hides in misfortune. This time, she broke through herself a bit. Her technique seemed to have improved. Thanks to her brothers for buying her some time, giving her the chance to hold on until the end. Otherwise, today it would have been them who died. It was truly a life and death situation. Little Seven told her that the blood energy on this magic cultivator was very strong, which only happens after killing many people. That's why she didn't hold back when attacking. She didn't know why she never felt afraid of killing. It was as if she had done it countless times before, even though she was a law-abiding citizen who grew up under the red flag. Thinking of her brothers, Fu Xiaxiang calmed down and slowly stood up. She looked at her 2 brothers and Candy, who were still breathing but unconscious due to internal injuries. She searched through her space for medicine to treat their wounds. Unfortunately, she didn't find any. It seemed she would need to earn more money and win more lottery draws in the future. She believed that things she thought were useless now might be useful someday. Fu Xiaoxiang sat on the ground to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy from plants and trees. Finally, Fu Ming woke up and saw his sister sitting between them. "Big brother, you're awake." Fu Xiaoxiang exclaimed happily, a little tired. She was really exhausted, even after replenishing her spiritual energy. The mental fatigue was hard to hide. Seeing her brother awake, she let out a big sigh of relief.
What?
What happened to us? Fu Ming's voice was hoarse. Their conversation also woke Fu Liang, who was nearby. Did we come to the underworld? Fu Liang looked at his brother and sister and asked foolishly. If he weren't injured, Fu Ming really wanted to give him a punch. Was he hoping they had died? Fu Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes at her second brother and said, "Second brother, you're still dreaming." Then she pinched Fu Liang hard. Ouch! The pain made him realize they were alive. "Little sister, be gentle. Your brother is hurting all over." That person. Fu Liang saw the person lying on the ground, the one who had tried to kill them earlier. He moved back in fear. "He's dead." Fu Xiaoxiang looked again and felt relieved. It was good that they were alive. "Fu Liang, stop joking around. Rest well. We're about to leave. Everyone is hurt, and it's better to go home early," Fu Ming said, worried that his sister couldn't accept the death. He quickly changed the subject. Looking at the man lying on the ground, he felt a bit scared. They had only been to the police station once, and now they were facing life and death. Dead? Are you afraid? Of course, the two of them felt a little scared inside, but it was clear that if he died, they would die too. The choice was obvious. Moreover, their younger sister, so young, had to face such problems for their sake, which was really difficult for her. After thinking for a long time, Fu Xiaxia finally decided to tell them everything clearly. As for who told her all this, she casually said it was a mysterious master she met in the mountains, who was hard to find. When the two brothers heard this, they looked at the bruises on their sister's neck and fell silent again. The world is really complicated. There are so many things they didn't know. Their sister had already started practicing, and she would face many challenges in the future. Should they also plan their lives again so they wouldn't be a burden to her? Both brothers looked at each other and made up their minds. Sometimes, the saying that twins have a special connection is really true. When they returned home, they didn't tell their parents the truth. They only said they met a bear and got hurt badly, so they had to sneak back. Old Fu saw how miserable they looked and the bruises on his daughter's neck. Although he knew they were lying, he still felt sorry for his daughter. He scolded his two sons a little and told them not to go into the mountains for now. Then he took a few people, including Candy, to the hospital. At the hospital, people thought their family was abusing Xiaxia and scolded the father and sons harshly. It was Xiaxia who said she was pinched by someone else, not her father or brothers, which made the doctor stop criticizing and tell them to take good care of the girl. "Big brother, do we really have to go?" Lying on the bed, Fu Liang hesitated again. After they left, only their parents and sister would be left at home. What if someone bullied them? Fu Ming glanced at him. With their father's temper and their sister's strength, no one would dare to bully their family. "I've thought carefully. If we want to improve our strength, staying in seclusion to make a car won't work. The best way is to join the army for training. Besides, once we're in the army, no one will dare to bully the families of soldiers." He paused, covering his eyes with his hands, his voice still a little hoarse. "We probably can't contain Xia's wings here forever. One day, she will leave this place. I hope that day we can be her strong support, not a burden like today." The entire room fell into a quiet silence, with only the heavy breathing of the two people breaking the stillness. The next day, the old father was very surprised when he heard his son's decision. No, he had never expected this. Although the whole family practiced martial arts, no one had ever mentioned wanting to join the army. He always thought his sons weren't interested in enlisting. The eldest son was a good student, and if possible, he wanted him to finish middle school and find a steady job as a worker. As for the second son, he thought it was up to fate. If Fu Liang knew what his father expected of him, he would probably laugh out loud. Only his father truly understood him. He himself was just getting by. The old third son carefully looked at his two brothers. Their determined eyes seemed to have made them grow up instantly. So, what made them change their minds? He looked at the wounds on their faces and thought. It seemed they had lied yesterday. What exactly happened? The couple tried to ask but couldn't get any answers, so they had to give up. The old third son was quite relaxed about his sons. Since they had made up their minds, they should go. Their family was just the two parents and the little girl. Thinking about it made him happy. The mischievous boys were finally leaving. He couldn't help but smile. Fu Ming and Fu Liang watched their father smirk in a strange way. Without asking, they knew what he was thinking. They wondered what would happen if their parents didn't agree. It made Fu Old Third laugh out loud. They thought he was too young. Mao Xiaoyan also had no objections. She was annoyed that her two sons ate so much. The couple thought that once they joined the army, they wouldn't have to worry about food, clothing, or expenses anymore. That would be great. As for getting married, big brother and second brother were too busy worrying about your sister at home to think about you. Once you're in the army, just tell your leaders to help you find a wife. Your dad and I have no objections. After you get married, just bring her home to meet us, Mao Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile, saying words that stung. He had just been disliked by his father, and now it was his mother's turn. The hits kept coming. How unlucky could they be? But they already knew these two well, and had become immune to such blows. The two brothers looked at the couple with blank expressions, then got up and went back to their room to rest. They were really tired of their unreliable parents. It was better not to see them at all. Fu Xiaxia had been sitting quietly in her room, healing. There was still not enough spiritual energy. She and Xiao Qi couldn't share it well, so she knew she had to work harder and find things with more spiritual energy. The news that the twin brothers in the third branch of the Fu family were going to join the army spread quickly. Everyone was waiting for the day they would leave. People thought the third brother and his wife would be very sad, especially since Mrs. Wang Juhua, the eldest daughter-in-law, had cried her heart out when her second son was going to join the army. Now that the twins were leaving, everyone worried about who would earn work points. They relied on the couple or Fu Xiaoshi, and without them, the family might struggle to get by. But surprisingly, the third family was happy and cheerful every day. They didn't seem sad at all about their sons leaving. Even after sending off their brothers with tears in their eyes, they still enjoyed their days happily. The villagers were very impressed with how calm and strong they were. Among the children, only the third family's son was like a weed, very resilient. Fu Xiaxia agreed with her brothers about joining the army. Being a soldier was a noble job. She didn't want to suffer, but she still admired soldiers. They were the most lovable people in the world. She heard that there were occasional wars at the border. To be prepared, she copied 2 simple versions of the body refining technique by hand and gave them to her brothers. She told them to keep practicing. If they mastered it, they could be as strong as cultivators. The brothers were thrilled when they heard this. They had already thought the book was special, but now they realized it was even more powerful than they had thought. They promised to train hard and not slack off, aiming to master it as soon as possible. Before Wang left, he repeatedly told them to take good care of Candy. When he left, he was holding Candy and didn't want to let go. He wished he could take her with him in his pocket. Speaking of Candy, they had identified her breed. She was a baby snow wolf. Snow wolves are very smart, like kings. No wonder she liked lying at her feet when she trained, wanting to absorb her spiritual energy. Xiao Qi also said that Candy might become smarter the more spiritual energy she absorbed. However, she thinks that candies are now very smart. Many times, when she speaks, they can understand her. Sometimes, after entering the house, they even know to close the door properly. That already shows a high level of intelligence. At home, only the 3 of them and a dog remain, making the place quite lonely. The couple occasionally think about their son, but most of the time, they are carefree and don't worry about his eating, dressing, marriage, or housing. How happy that is! Besides eating and sleeping, Fu Xiaxia spends all her time studying hard. She has changed from her usual lazy and relaxed self. She leaves early and returns late, running back and forth between the mountains and home, always looking dusty and tired. In the past, Fu Xiaxia had strength beyond normal people, but she rarely used it. Later, she only trained with her brothers occasionally and often fell into laziness. After her injury healed, she started practicing martial arts from the body refining techniques until she was too tired to move. Sometimes, she absorbed spiritual energy from plants and herbs in the mountains to cultivate. To avoid harming the mountain's ecology, she often changed locations, preventing widespread plant death and giving the forest time to recover, cycling repeatedly. She also practiced spells from the spring from dead wood manual. If it weren't for that simple seed, which proved useful in a critical moment, they wouldn't have been saved. This shows how valuable the spells in that manual are. She always exhausted all her strength and then sat quietly to rest, which worked better. At first, her parents thought she was out playing. Later, they realized she was diligently practicing martial arts in the mountains every day. They suddenly felt that their daughter had been stimulated somehow. Their sons had gone to join the army after some unknown incident, but their daughter had also changed so much. They tried to ask her what was going on, but Fu Xiaxia was no longer a child. She wouldn't reveal her secrets easily. The couple could only give up. Still, they advised her not to work so hard. They had enough food and clothing, and a big gold bar was hidden away. There was no need to push herself so much. Before that incident, Fu Xiaxia probably would have agreed, without hesitation. But now she couldn't. Although the world isn't as brutal as the cultivation world described by Shaoqi, with a strong prey on the weak, strength still matters. But you are weak. When you are bullied, you have no one to ask for help. If things get worse and you are killed, your body might never be found. It's like that middle-aged man torn to pieces by a bear, or the magic cultivator who disappeared inside a beast's belly. This world has its rules, but becoming stronger under those rules is always the right choice. Being lazy can be easy, but gaining strength takes time. For yourself and your loved ones, Fu Xiaxia's heart became firm and unwavering. She didn't explain her reasons for doing this. She just told her parents it was her master's requirement and that she had to do it. She also found it quite interesting and challenging. Her parents saw her stubbornness. They had heard from their sons that their daughter had a mysterious and powerful master, but they didn't know what skills the master had given her, so they didn't pay much attention. Now they knew. It turns out that gaining such skills is very hard. Their young daughter has to work so hard, and they wondered if her small body could handle it. They often complained silently about her master, thinking the pressure was too much for a child. But in the end, they could only prepare good food and nutrition for her, making sure she was well fed. Fu Xiaxia had been practicing at the 4th level of qi refining for a long time. During this period, she followed Shaoqi's advice, practicing releasing spiritual energy and shaping it into different forms. The spiritual energy at this stage is weak and not very destructive. Practicing control helps with future battles. This is a common method in the cultivation world. Fu Xiaxia felt that a year had passed, but she still couldn't break through. To her, that felt like a long time. If others knew, they might become jealous and crazy. Some people take more than 10 years just to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The middle-aged man chasing after Xie Zetian and his grandfather had been at it for 15 years, still stuck at the 1st level. He had little hope but was sent on a mission and unexpectedly lost his life. People in the organization still thought the two of them had gone somewhere after completing their mission. They only realized something was wrong when a subordinate reported that Xie Zetian and his grandfather had returned safely. By then, there was no trace of them left. At that time, Xie Zetian listened to Fu Xiaxia's words and showed the secret manual to his grandfather. He said it was a cultivation technique. It almost caused his grandfather to have a heart attack, but luckily, his grandfather was still healthy. Looking at the flowing, elegant characters of the Qingfeng technique, it was clear they were not ordinary. Old Master Xie really wanted to shout out, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Their big family couldn't produce such a thing, yet a young girl casually gave it away. Although it was his grandson who received it, he still wanted to complain. What kind of luck did he have? It's really enviable and frustrating. Old Master Xie, with his hands behind his back, circled around his grandson, scrutinizing him with a critical eye, making Xie Zetian feel uneasy. "Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Zetian was confused, wondering why his grandfather was acting so strange. Old Master Xie looked around, then up and down, but found nothing unusual. He wondered how that young girl could have taken a liking to his grandson. It was hard to understand. He clicked his tongue twice, shook his head, and sat back down. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, stood up abruptly, causing the stool behind him to shift with a squeak. "Kid, go get a basin of water," said Old Master Xie. He thought he should be very careful with such a precious secret manual. It was better to wash his hands thoroughly before continuing to look at it. Xie Zetian sincerely felt he was gaining a new understanding of his grandfather, but obediently went to fetch water. Old Master Xie carefully washed his hands with fragrant soap, then sat back down. He opened the manual very carefully, closed his eyes to relax for a moment, then opened them again, then closed them again, and finally sighed, putting the book down. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Is it fake?"
Impossible.
Little Ten wouldn't deceive us, and he doesn't gain anything from it. He even said I have the Thunder Spirit root, which is very powerful. Xie Zetian started talking to himself. When he saw Uncle Shao call him Little Ten, he followed suit. "It's not that it's fake, but some of the characters are hard to recognize," Old Master Xie thought sadly. No one could understand his feelings. He had hoped his grandfather would teach him to read, but now this situation had appeared. It seems going back to the capital was the right choice. We must keep the secret about the manual. When we get back, we should write down the characters we don't understand and ask others, said Old Master Xie, now determined. After returning to the capital, he planned to visit old friends. "I didn't realize before that my little grandson has such good talent. I hadn't thought about this aspect before, but now that I have the opportunity, I should make good use of it." Fu Xiaxia's cultivation speed, compared to that of Shaoqi during ancient times, was much slower back then. At that time, the spiritual root's cultivation speed was much faster than Fu Xiaxia's, so neither of them thought anything was wrong. Fu Xiaxia felt they needed to find ways to gather spiritual energy. Relying on the scattered spiritual energy in the world was not enough. She thought about the spiritual energy in the ancient jade pendant and other antiques. She opened the map to check the nearby burial sites of jade, preferably one she could visit and return within a day, so she would have a reason to go. At her age, she was still too young to do anything too risky, or her parents would worry. One morning, before the dew evaporated in the sunlight, Fu Xiaxia greeted her parents and set out. Long ago, for some unknown reason, Fu Xiaxia secretly moved a large stone to the back door of their house. Behind their house was a small hill, rarely visited by anyone. Her parents knew about that huge stone. They were amazed by her daughter's incredible strength again. But at some point, deep handprints appeared on the stone. It was obvious at a glance that it was her daughter's work. The reason Fu Xiaxia moved the stone and left handprints on it was because, since practicing cultivation, she seemed to have lost some control over her strength for unknown reasons. So, she used the stone to practice controlling her power. One day, while chatting at the back door, Mao Xiaoyan mentioned the messy affairs of the Liu family. Fu Xiaxia gently tapped the stone, and suddenly, the large stone covered in handprints turned into fragments right before their eyes. Her parents were very impressed with her strength. If there were any troublemakers, they would be the ones to worry about. They just hoped their daughter would show mercy. The Red Flag Brigade was quite large, with 10 squads spread out quite far from each other. Fu Xiaxia's destination this time was near the 10th squad. Because of good food and her growth spurt, her face had become a bit more mature. Standing at about 1.5 meters tall, she looked like a young lady, not at all like a 10-year-old child. Fu Xiaxia walked as quickly as she could, paying no attention to the gazes of the people nearby. The more she walked, the fewer people there were, and the area was remote. She stopped, turned around, crossed her arms, and casually asked, "Oh, it seems like you've been following me since I left the village. So, here's the question. After following me for so long, what do you want? It's better to ask clearly. Maybe they're just asking for directions, to avoid misunderstandings or accidentally hitting the wrong person and having to pay for it. After all, she was poor. Of course, we just want to hang out with a young girl like you. A man who looked like their leader stepped forward. He kept shaking one leg and spoke in a boastful way, clearly not a good person. His fake tough act was really annoying. Yeah, little girl. Our big brother is very strong, and of course, we are too, said one of his followers. Today is a good day. Look, this place is nice, perfect for playing some games together, said another follower. The other rough-looking followers cheered and gradually closed in, shrinking the circle around her. Hey, you bunch of ugly guys, stay away from me, Fu Xiaxia said with disgust. When they got closer, the air felt stuffy, and she covered her face, feeling a bit like vomiting. The thugs saw her cover her face and thought she was shy, so they laughed. The air became even more unpleasant. Fu Xiaxia couldn't take it anymore. She kicked one of them flying, unable to stand the bad air quality. Did these people eat poop? They smelled so bad. Seeing their boss suddenly fall to the ground with a loud thud from 5 meters away, a few of them shrank back, feeling it must have hurt. Cough, cough, little girl, what are you doing? We were just trying to play nicely with you. Why did you kick? Said the third follower, reaching out with his dark, claw-like hand to try to pull Fu Xiaxia. It was unclear whether his hand was naturally dark or just dirty. With a whoosh, another person fell from above. The boss, who had just gotten up, was hit by one of the followers and landed face-to-face with him. It was their first close contact. They immediately started shouting, "Tui!
Tui! Ouch!"
Ouch! Not sure if they were more disgusted or hurt. Fu Xiaxia was a bit surprised but found it quite fitting. She smiled and said, "Playing, huh? I'm just here playing with you all. Look at these flying acrobats in the air. They're so fun. How about it? Are you happy? Is there anyone else who wants to join them?" A group of people looked at the girl making sarcastic remarks and all took a big step back. Did they just get into trouble? Or was their big brother careless? The girl pointed at herself with one finger, pretending to be cute, and said, "Tell me, am I good to you?" At this moment, the leader finally regained his senses. He kept poking at her from a distance, as if eager to punch holes in her. "Good? You're full of nonsense. You brat, I think you're tired of living. You didn't even bother to find out who I am. You're just asking for trouble." "Yeah, you brat," said the second follower, pointing at Fu Xiaxia. "Stupid girl, we're not happy at all," said the first follower angrily. "Stupid girl. You even dare to scare us." "I think you're asking for trouble," said the third follower, no longer afraid and getting more confident. The group of younger brothers had looked weak before, but now that their toughest leader was standing up, they started showing off again. Seeing how stubborn and reckless they were, Fu Xiaxia finally had the chance to act. Her smile couldn't be wiped from her face. In fact, it grew brighter and she felt more excited than ever. The leader still didn't see the situation clearly. He kept shouting and led his followers rushing at Fu Xiaxia to fight her. They didn't believe they couldn't handle a little girl. They wanted to win with numbers and strength. But Fu Xiaxia wouldn't let them get close. They were all smelly and dirty, and she didn't want to touch them. So she kicked each one, controlling her strength a bit because her life was valuable and she couldn't waste it easily. They flew a little farther away than before. Soon, she saw people rolling on the ground all around. Still not satisfied, Fu Xiaxia went over and kicked each of them a few more times to stretch her muscles and relax. While kicking, she scolded them. "You bunch of stinky fools. You refuse to learn and even try to harass decent women. Who gave you the courage? Was it Liang Jingru?" A group of troublemakers were badly beaten and still feeling the pain. After being dazed from the fight, they were asked, "Who is Liang Jingru?" Fu Xiaxia didn't care if they understood her or not. She pretended to be fierce and said, "If you dare to tease young girls like that again and I catch you, I will beat you so badly you won't be able to take care of yourselves. I have plenty of money, do you hear me?" Although she didn't have money now, she believed she would have it in the future, and she spoke confidently. The troublemakers were in terrible pain from the beating. The leader was especially badly hurt, his face swollen so much that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. They huddled together, trembling and promising they would never do it again. However, one troublemaker surprisingly answered her question in a way she didn't expect. She thought that the mischievous girl, Zhang Liuya, had only played a small part, but it turned out she was involved more than she realized. It was actually yesterday that these troublemakers planned to bully Zhang Liuya. But she cleverly diverted their attention, trying to trick Fu Xiaxia by claiming there was a very beautiful girl in their village, so beautiful that no girl in the whole town matched her. Filled with envy and jealousy, they praised her beauty. When the troublemakers heard this, they became curious. They wanted to see such a beautiful girl. They warned Zhang Liuya that if she lied, she would be in serious trouble. So, they waited outside the village for a few days. To their surprise, Fu Xiaxia went out the next day, right in front of them, and they watched her. They drooled over her, which led to this scene. Fu Xiaxia didn't care about Zhang Liuya's misfortune, which was mostly her own fault. She only complained about her jealousy and envy. She ignored such petty girls. Still, she managed to cause herself some trouble. Today, Fu Xiaxia was here to find treasures. She was in a good mood. Seeing how difficult her life was, she decided not to bother with that annoying girl anymore. She moved her hands and feet, thought for a moment, and added, "Today, I'm actually pretty happy. But you guys are too weak, so fragile. You should train more when you go back. Also, wash your body and brush your teeth more often. You smell so bad that I could smell you from 10 miles away. Ugh, you really stink me out." After saying that, she covered her nose and walked away. The troublemakers were angry but couldn't say anything. Not only was this girl fierce, but her words were sharp too. Was she really happy because she had beaten them up? Are you still dismissing them as weak and smelly? Are they even human? Such ghostly beings should be avoided at all costs in the future. Fu Xiaxia walked a long way before reaching the place. It was really desolate, far from the nearby village. There was no road, and it seemed abandoned for many years. Unbeknownst to Fu Xiaxia, this place had been deserted for hundreds of years. Legends said it was haunted. Many people had entered before, but they went crazy afterward. The villagers considered it a forbidden zone and kept others away. Gradually, it was forgotten. Even the paths had been overtaken by weeds. No one had come here for a long time. The old building looked very broken, with wild trees and overgrown grass. But you could still see its former grandeur. It was a historic site with a strong sense of history. The outer wall had already fallen down. Thick moss covered the bricks, making it hard to see what the wall once looked like. Large trees blocked the sky, making the place look impressive, but also giving Fu Xiaxia a spooky feeling, like exploring a haunted house. Fu Xiaxia's good mood from earlier was gone in an instant. She swallowed nervously and asked Little Seven, "Little Seven, why is it so dark? I'm a little scared." As someone who doesn't watch ghost movies or go into haunted houses, this was quite a challenge. She hesitated, then carefully walked past the door, which was so faded it was hard to tell its original color. Inside, debris was everywhere. Before, the sun was high in the sky, but now it felt like there was no sunlight at all. Looking again, the inside of the house looked like a monster with an open mouth, waiting to catch prey. Fu Xiaxia was so scared she took a few steps back. Where do ghosts come from? Usually, after people die, they are reborn. Only in rare cases do spirits stay on Earth. Most people won't encounter them, Little Seven explained, puzzled by Fu Xiaxia's fear of ghosts. Having spirits wasn't unusual for humans. Little Seven, you don't understand, Fu Xiaxia replied, trying to hide her fear. Isn't there still the existence of ghosts? She looked at the flashing light on the map, turned it off, and continued inside. People die for money. Birds die for food. She had to overcome her fear.
Come on, Fu Xiaxia.
Shivering, Fu Xiaxia took out a flashlight from her space, which Uncle Qin from town had helped her get. The flashlight beam was flickering. It was because Xiaxia Fu's hand was trembling. She couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing the birds in the woods and the occasional harsh caw of crows made the environment even scarier. After walking and stopping for a while, she finally reached her destination. The light revealed a pile of discarded wooden furniture, like tables and chairs. It seemed someone had turned them over and left them in the yard. Over time, they had become weathered and worn out. When she stepped on them, they crumbled into powder. Xia Fu held her flashlight and entered the house. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the quiet of the forest. The birds on the trees fluttered and flew away. Luckily, this place was far from people, or a crowd might have gathered to see what happened. She patted her frightened heart and took a deep breath. She had almost dropped her flashlight when a stray mouse suddenly ran past her. She was so scared, she almost lost her nerve. Is a running mouse really that scary? Little Seven was speechless. It was also startled by Xia Fu and thought she was in danger.
You don't understand.
Humans usually feel fear first when they encounter something unknown, then curiosity follows. But for me, I mostly feel fear here. Xia Fu distracted herself from the fear by chatting with Little Seven as she started exploring inside the house. She stopped in front of a mottled wall, took a deep breath, and decided this was the place. She remembered from TV shows that wealthy people liked hiding valuables or important things in secret places. So, hiding inside the wall was possible. Little Seven, do you think there's a higher chance of something hidden inside the wall or underground? Xia Fu was still thinking. She enlarged the map and was surprised to find more than one treasure spot. On the other side, there was also a treasure label. Her small white teeth flashed. This could be a big find. I'm not sure. You can try opening the wall first. So, Xia Fu began knocking. Suddenly, one spot sounded different from the others. Sure enough, she found it. She didn't use her hand to break open the spot directly. Instead, she took out a small shovel, extended it, and stepped back. She aimed carefully and struck with force. Instantly, a big hole appeared in the wall. Fu Xia put away her shovel, leaned her head inside, and used a flashlight to look at the dark space. The small area contained only a tiny box, which she pulled out with her hand. She heard the walls and ceiling creaking and saw dust start falling from the beams. The room was about to collapse. Quickly, Fu Xia ran out of the house, almost tripping over a piece of wood. Frustrated by the obstacle, she forcefully kicked the wood away, and it flew out of sight. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the house behind her collapsed instantly. Fu Xia wiped the dust from her face and head. It was very dangerous. She almost got buried inside. Now she had time to look at the box. It was a simple, square wooden box with a lock on top. She reached out and tried to open it, but stopped herself. She decided to find another place first because the environment was too dangerous for her. After the house collapsed, the light seemed brighter, and the spooky feeling lessened a bit. Fu Xia used her flashlight to walk toward another spot. She found what looked like an old dried-up pond, probably used by the wealthy family to raise fish long ago. The treasure was definitely below this spot. It seemed there was a mechanism, but after so many years, it was hard to find amid the mess. Fu Xia didn't want to search blindly. She took out a small shovel, placed it at the bottom of the pond, and made it look like an excavator, then started digging. The sharp teeth of the shovel cut through the ground easily, like slicing tofu. Fu Xia stood there and looked down. It was very dark, and she couldn't see anything. After thinking for a moment, she continued digging, widening the hole to about 2 meters. She stopped and shined her flashlight down again. The hole was really deep. How could she get down there? Stand on the excavator's bucket, and I'll make it lower you down. It can extend several meters, said Little Seven, noticing Fu Xia's difficulty. He knew she didn't fully understand the small shovel yet. Wow, I didn't know it could do that. That's amazing. Fu Xia quickly climbed onto the bucket. It started lowering slowly and finally stopped steadily. She shined her flashlight down. There was about 1.5 meters to the ground. That height wasn't a problem for her. Fu Xia was not in a hurry to go down. She used her flashlight to scan around and saw many large boxes neatly arranged. She didn't know what was inside, but they all looked covered in dust. She went over and touched all the boxes, then stored them in her space. After that, she jumped into a bucket. She wanted to find an open place to carefully study her harvest from today. Finally, she was far away from the building that looked like a haunted house. Fu Xiaxia took a deep breath, feeling the heavy pressure in her chest disappear. She felt clearer and more relaxed. The adventure had been very difficult for her. It seemed she needed to get over her fear of ghosts. She planned to walk straight toward her home. Although she had to go through the deep woods, she wouldn't need to take a long detour. It would be faster, and she didn't want to get back too late. She also wanted to find a good spot to study her gains from today. She wasn't afraid of the animals here. As long as she didn't come in a big group, she could move freely on this mountain. On her way, she saw some wild pheasants and rabbits. She threw stones at them and caught quite a few. She even found 2 wild ginseng plants. She carefully picked them and put them in her space. They were valuable. Finally, she passed through a more open area. Her stomach was growling with hunger. She took out some hot meat buns from her space. It was great to have a space where she could keep food warm. Whatever she put in, it stayed the same when she took it out. After eating, she started her work. She waved her hand and released all the boxes she had collected today. Since no one was around to compete with her, she felt relaxed. Looking at the boxes lined up, she didn't know what was inside, but she felt proud. Digging for treasures made her very happy. She decided to check the small box she found inside the wall first. She reached out and tried to open the rusty lock. With a snap, the lock came off, and she threw it behind her. Gently opening the lid, she found a whole box filled with good quality jade items. She didn't recognize the Emperor Jade, but she knew the spiritual energy was special. It must be valuable. Fu Xiaxia's mouth couldn't close from smiling. This time, she really hit the jackpot. These spiritual energies are enough for her and Xiao Qi to absorb for a while. She wondered how her handsome brother was doing with his cultivation and whether he was absorbing spiritual energy. At this moment, Xie Zetian was practicing swordsmanship non-stop in a fairly large courtyard. Sweat covered his forehead, but he kept going. He didn't know that the young girl who once forgot him was now thinking of him. Not far away, a man who looked to be in his 40s watched this scene and nodded repeatedly. This young man has excellent talent and good character. In a short time, he had already reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation. For some reason, he was reluctant to accept a master. It seemed he needed to have a good talk with old Master Xie. Such talent shouldn't be wasted. Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment and took out the box from last time, which held jade and gold bars. She originally thought that after Xiao Qi absorbed the spiritual energy, the jade pendant would lose its energy. But to her surprise, only its quality had decreased. The jade was still there. She organized the items, placing the spiritual energy-filled objects in one box and the empty ones in another, then stored them all back into her space. She stood up and looked at the large boxes. The boxes were all pure black, made of an unknown material, covered in thick dust. She thought for a moment and found a rag in her space to wipe them. Soon, 9 boxes, each about 1 meter long and 1 meter high, were cleaned. She noticed that each box had some patterns on the surface, like very old symbols. Xiao Qi didn't recognize them either. She guessed these boxes might be over 1,000 years old, definitely antiques. Fu Xiaxia's eyes lit up as she stared at the boxes. She couldn't wait to open them. Items stored in such ancient boxes must be even more precious. 2 boxes contained paintings, 3 held antique porcelain, and the remaining 4 were filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. The shining treasures almost blinded her with their brilliance. Wow, I hit the jackpot. Xiao Qi, I really struck it rich this time. Ha ha ha. My life is at its peak now. Fu Xiaxia laughed happily and spun around in excitement. After calming down, she remembered that she studied archaeology in college. Besides knowing that these antiques and jade pendants were valuable, she didn't recognize anything else. She was completely in the dark about their worth. It's the same old saying, if you don't recognize something, just accept it. As long as there's a sense of spirit, That's enough. Fu Xiaxia looked at the spiritual energy in the antique porcelain and paintings. It seems she needs to practice hard for the next few years. Resources are coming, and if she doesn't work harder, she might get struck by lightning. Or something similar. This time, you've gained quite a lot. You can focus on practicing now, Little Seven said, looking at the spiritual energy with envy. Yes, yes, Fu Xiaxia nodded repeatedly. She knew she couldn't stop studying and practicing for now. She picked a few simple jewelry pieces and packed them into a small box. In an instant, everything on the ground, except for the crushed weeds, disappeared. Fu Xiaxia cheered happily as she crossed the deep mountains and forests, heading home. She had hoped to encounter a bigger wild animal on the way to celebrate with 1 or 2 kills, but surprisingly, everything was calm. No prey appeared, perhaps sensing danger and hiding away. She admired the natural scenery in the woods, the unknown trees, various wildflowers. Often, sunlight filtering through the gaps made her feel like she was in a dream. The singing birds and fragrant flowers made everything seem incredibly beautiful. When Fu Xiaxia happily returned home in the afternoon, it was already time for the summer palace. She entered her brand-new brick house, where Mao Xiaoyan and old Fu were already sitting at the table, ready to eat. Although they weren't very active in chores, they were punctual about mealtime. Seeing her daughter return, covered in dust and grass, Mao Xiaoyan put down her chopsticks, brushed the dirt and leaves off Fu Xiaxia, and took the leaves from her hair. "Girl, did you go deep into the mountains again?" Mao Xiaoyan asked. It wasn't surprising. Fu Xiaxia often went there, like it was a daily routine. She always brought back a chicken or rabbit and never got hurt. The couple was used to it. "Yes, Mom. I brought you a gift this time," Fu Xiaxia said, handing over the small box. Mao Xiaoyan took the box without much thought and quickly sat down to let her daughter eat first. But old Fu suddenly realized something. The gift her daughter mentioned last time seemed to be a gold ring she gave him. Now this gift. Thinking about it, he quickly grabbed the box Mao Xiaoyan had casually placed on the table and opened it. Old man Fu looked at his daughter with surprise. "Where did you get these things, dear? These items are very dangerous now. If someone finds them, they might criticize us. Fortunately, when they built their house, they made a solid wall around it so no one saw anything." Mao Xiaoyan also saw the items inside the box. Her excitement was hard to hide, but she looked worriedly at her daughter. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. These were given to me by my master. No one will know. Look, do you like them?" She then took out a pair of heavy gold bracelets and put one on Mao Xiaoyan's wrist. "Mom, this one is for you. You can't wear it outside now, but you can hide it for now. There will be a chance to use it later." Next, she picked up 2 gold necklaces, one thick and one thin. "These are for each of you. And these 2 jade pendants are special. You need to keep them safe. Wearing them regularly is good for your health." Mao Xiaoyan touched the gold bracelet on her wrist, smiling happily. She reluctantly put it back. "Daughter, I really like it, but let's hide everything for now. Later, it can be part of your dowry. You see, the daughter-in-law?" Sorry, this is what her daughter brought back. Of course, it should be her dowry. The daughter-in-law can stay wherever she likes. "Yes, sure, Mom and Dad like money, but these are all gifts from your master. When the time comes, you'll take them with you. You'll be well prepared," Old Man Fu said confidently. Although he once thought about using these to benefit from his daughter, he would prioritize her when the time came. "Yes, sure, you're still young. You need to start saving your dowry early," Mao Xiaoyan agreed. "Mom and Dad, you can keep these. My master has several big boxes of treasures. He gave me many. I've hidden them all. I also prepared some for my brother and future sisters-in-law. Besides, I'm still young. Even if I get married later, I can bring you all together. There's nothing to worry about," Fu Xiaxi said while slurping her noodles. They could just go together, which was a perfect plan. Hearing this, Mao Xiaoyan was no longer worried about the other treasures. "I've prepared things for your brother and them. They're grown-ups now, so you can keep them yourself." Inside the box, there is also a pair of delicate gold bracelets. "These bracelets they are for my grandmother. After all, she's an elder," Fu Xiaxiang said as she picked up her bowl and finished the last bit of noodles. Seeing that the couple didn't object and understanding their feelings, she knew they didn't lack food or drink. In the past, thanks to her parents, they often received a bowl of meat when there was enough, which they appreciated. Although the old couple's presence felt a bit weaker after they separated, the occasional gifts from the third branch helped improve their health and spirits, making life a bit better. As for the bracelets, her daughter said she had many and didn't need this pair. That night, Fu Laosen quietly ran over and secretly gave them to his parents, telling them to hide them and give them to whoever they wanted later. They had no objections. The old couple was so excited they didn't know what to say. They also worried that Lao San might be up to something bad, but Fu Lao San explained he had accidentally found the bracelets while digging in the mountains. They could trust him. There was no problem. Fu Xiaoxiang and Xiaoqi discussed and decided to use the gold, silver, and jewelry for a lottery. Fang Zheng didn't need them for now, and the spinning wheel had many items that could help with cultivation. Gradually, for large boxes of jewelry and treasures disappeared. Some felt disappointed, others excited. Once, twice, 3 times, and then they couldn't stop. In the end, Fu Xiaoxiang used everything up. Afterward, she still felt a bit unsatisfied. Although she returned to her poor state, she had gained many spirit stones and treasures. Xiaoqi was also surprised that she had such items and was very happy, as they could be directly absorbed for cultivation. Life went on little by little. Fu Xiaoxiang and Xiaoqi worked hard on cultivation and recovery. They ignored other matters. The couple watched their daughter either reading, practicing martial arts, or going to the mountain, and they worried whether she was overdoing it. Fu Xiaoxiang's height also grew steadily, now reaching 1.65 meters. They didn't know if she would grow more in the future. Her shiny black hair, smooth white skin like snow, and her long, curled eyelashes blinking in her big dark eyes made her a beautiful, youthful girl. However, she hadn't been seen in the village for many years, and many people had almost forgotten that Lao San had a daughter. When others talk about it, someone will respond with, "Oh, Fu Laosen has a daughter. Yes, I remember now. He seems to have a daughter. It's been a long time since I saw her." Zhang Liuya, the girl who often envied Fu Xiaxia, was also worn down by her family, becoming dark and thin. She definitely didn't forget the trouble caused by those troublemakers. She hasn't seen those troublemakers since then and doesn't know if they ever bothered Fu Xiaxia again. Because she often stared at Fu Laosan's house, she occasionally saw Fu Xiaxia. Seeing Fu Xiaxia's increasingly beautiful face, she compared herself with her dirty, dark face. Her heart, which had long been poisoned by jealousy, made her look gloomy and scary. Even the villagers, when they saw Zhang Liuya's twisted face, couldn't help but walk around her. But although Grandma Zhang was frightened by the revenge from Grandma Lu at that time and stopped for a few days, Grandma Lu eventually recovered. Grandma Zhang then resumed her daily torment of the remaining girls of her family, including Zhang Liuya. On the day Grandma Zhang was about to arrange a marriage for Zhang Liuya, she suddenly died. The villagers were very surprised. Grandma Zhang, who was lively the day before, was reported dead today. But since she was old, it was understandable. On the day of the funeral, villagers carried the coffin in groups toward the burial site. Although Grandma Zhang was not a good person, when someone dies, everyone still went to see her off as neighbors and friends. Fu Xiaxia heard the mourning sounds and accidentally peeked out the door. "Xiaxia, there's a trace of evil energy on that coffin," Xiaoqi suddenly said. It was only a little, but it was definitely evil energy. Evil energy? Are you sure? Fu Xiaxia was shocked. How could evil energy appear in their village? Could it be that a magic cultivator came? That would be a big deal. No, you first check if there are any strangers in the village, Xiaoqi suggested. He looked a bit confused and glanced toward the Zhang family house but didn't see anything. Fu Xiaxia went home and asked her parents. They said there were no strangers in the village. Could it be that someone in the village accidentally came into contact with something carrying evil energy? She took a walk around the village late at night but found nothing. She could only dismiss her suspicions for now. Over the years, some malicious people have deliberately distorted official documents to eliminate rivals. Many opportunists have taken advantage of this situation to cause trouble, leading to more innocent people being involved. There have been many tragedies, and the whole country lives in fear. Fu Xiaxia feels that this situation is very similar to the development of the world in her past life. She wonders whether she has come to a different world and experienced the same history, or if she is still in the same world's history. Perhaps her previous understanding of the world was too narrow and superficial. She didn't know about the existence of some so-called talented or extraordinary people. Maybe they exist, maybe they don't. There's no point in thinking so much. Living in the present is more important. Fu Xiaxia no longer worries about these things. The most she wants is to help those suffering. She watches the malicious people criticize others and even raid many homes, secretly stealing their belongings. Fu Xiaxia comes up with a plan to scare them and punish them at the same time. So she starts a campaign of fighting fire with fire, redistributing wealth from the rich to help the poor. She frequently travels between nearby cities. Soon, the protests and criticisms in these cities decreased significantly. She secretly takes all the valuable items from the homes of those who often criticize others and those opportunists, leaving nothing behind. When these people wake up, they find they have nothing and they are so frightened they almost lose control. Later, she learns that many others have experienced the same. They think it's revenge, but they can't catch the real culprit. Although they easily criticize futile ideas, when faced with such situations, they can't help but think of those ideas. Is this a warning from heaven? Leaders of a certain committee also wonder about this. Not only are their homes affected, but also the valuable items they spent a lot of effort collecting have disappeared without a trace. There's no sign of moving them. These were over 100 large boxes. It's truly strange. Over the years, the spiritual energy in the treasures Fu Xiaxia found has been completely absorbed. Now, she can only try her luck at scrap yards, occasionally finding items with spiritual energy, but these are rare. This time, with such a large amount of goods, there is quite a lot of spiritual energy as well. In the future, all these ancient artifacts can be donated to the country, which would be a great achievement. The situation has become very lively. Many people have stopped their usual actions. Some still refuse to believe and continue their dishonest activities, but they are soon visited again. Fu Xiaxia doesn't mind visiting those who don't believe, a few more times if needed. Within the entire Qingyang County, the atmosphere has improved quickly. Those who used to cause trouble now stay at home, trying to hide their presence, which also helps many innocent people avoid trouble. Fu Xiaxia gave the rice, flour, and oil she obtained to families struggling hard, including many starving orphans. She occasionally helped them out, but not too much. She doesn't want to create debts of kindness or grudges, so she prefers they become self-reliant. Xiao Qi fell asleep again. Fu Xiaxia finally reached the 6th level of Qi training through her efforts. As her cultivation increased, she could clearly feel her senses becoming sharper, and her control of spiritual energy was getting better. However, training became more difficult. Each level up required a lot of effort, time, and spiritual energy. No wonder there are so few cultivators in this world. They mostly stay at home meditating and cultivating. Fu Laosan's family lives very comfortably in the village. His sons are doing well in the army, and the wages they send back are more than enough for the 3 of them and their dog. But they still haven't solved their personal issues. Is this common for soldiers? Old Fu's 4th son also delayed marriage, which worried Fu Laotu and Lao Lao so much they lost their appetite. Eventually, he got married and had children. He is said to be in a coastal military unit. The 2nd son of the main family married early. After a few years in the army, he met a girl he liked and married her, settling in the northwest. The twin sons are already 26 but still unmarried. Fu Laosan and his wife are not worried at all. Someone has come to introduce matches, but they refused outright, saying, "Too far away, we can't manage that." The matchmaker said, "Haha, I think you just don't like them." The couple replied, No, we just don't want to get involved." Haha. After some time, the group known as the Few People Gang was finally broken up and the country's internal chaos came to an end. Most of those who had been criticized or exiled were gradually rehabilitated and returned to their jobs. The whole country began to feel a new sense of vitality. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. When news arrived in December 1977 that the college entrance exam would be restored, the entire nation was excited. Their team was no different. Many educated youths who had given up hope and settled down, married, and had children, were suddenly filled with hope again. The news of the exam made these numb people very excited, and the hope of returning to the city burned brightly in their hearts. Although they only had 2 months to prepare, their passionate hearts could not be extinguished. Some even went a little crazy, ignoring their families' objections and desperately wanting to sign up. However, they needed a recommendation letter from the team leader, which was quite difficult. The team leader, being clever, guessed their intentions. Some just wanted to return to the city through the exam. Those with a conscience might consider their families, but those without conscience probably disappeared without a trace afterward. The village was full of relatives and connections. The team leader, wanting to help his villagers, said they could get the proof of participation if their families all agreed. This caused chaos among the educated youth's families. Fu Xiaxia also announced at home that she wanted to take the exam. Her husband and wife were so shocked that their mouths formed in, "Oh." They knew their daughter could read, but she had never attended school even for a day. Was she joking about taking the exam? Seeing the determined look in her big eyes, they understood her meaning. What could they do? They had to support her. Fu Xiaxia knew her parents didn't trust her. Although she hadn't gone to school, she had graduated from university in her previous life. Over the years, she had found many middle and high school study materials in the recycling station and read a lot. Passing the exam and entering university was completely possible for her. Wang Yuzhen, who was doing well as the team leader, still held that position. When he saw Fu Laosen come to get the exam proof for his daughter, he felt as if a flock of crows was flying over his head. "Old San, if I remember correctly, your daughter has never even been inside a school gate, right?" Wang Yuzhen said seriously, trying to dissuade him from this unrealistic idea. "Captain, the radio didn't say that my daughter can't take the college entrance exam, right? Don't worry, my daughter is very smart. She has already studied on her own and will definitely pass." Old Third Fu was confident on the outside, even though he wasn't entirely sure inside. No, recently the young workers have been causing a lot of trouble. I'm overwhelmed, and I don't want you to add to the chaos," Wang Yuzhen said worriedly. "Captain, how can you say we're causing trouble? I'm doing this to bring honor to our team. If these young workers pass the exam, it's because they studied before. But if my daughter passes, it will be a big achievement for our team. Don't you think so?" Old Third Fu said with a smile. Wang Yuzhen listened and thought it made some sense. But he still wanted to say, how is this even possible? Besides, those young workers are restless. "I have an idea. If they cause trouble again, tell them that anyone who wants to take the exam can come with a marriage certificate to sign up. My daughter said that having a marriage certificate has many benefits. You can ask at the Civil Affairs Bureau for more details," Old Third Fu said, noticing the captain was a bit hesitant and quickly adding his daughter's good idea. Hearing this, Wang Yuzhen thought, although in the countryside, people usually don't bother with marriage certificates, just holding a banquet to prove marriage. Old Third Fu's suggestion made him wonder if the certificate had other advantages. "All right, I have some free time. I'll go ask about it. If it works out, I'll immediately issue the proof for your daughter," he said. "My daughter also said that once she receives the admission notice, she wants to record everyone's admission information. If there's no news after that, the villagers might come looking for us," Old Third Fu continued. Wang Yuzhen was surprised that Xia Fu was quite clever. It seemed Old Third Fu wasn't joking. "It's a good idea, but if we just take people over, isn't that a bit unrealistic? What if no one has travel expenses?" Wang Yuzhen looked worried again. "Captain, we haven't even had the exam yet. Besides, this is just a way to scare them," Old Third Fu said, feeling frustrated with the captain's lack of understanding. Xia Fu was worried the captain wouldn't issue the proof, so she came up with this plan. After all, she really hadn't gone to school. She didn't even know which way the school gate faced, so she had to find another way. This college entrance exam was a rare chance for the educated youth to leave the countryside. However, returning was unlikely, since they still belonged to the same village. Fu Xiaxia decided to give them this opportunity. After Fu Laosen left, Wang Yuzhen rode his bike to the Civil Affairs Bureau to ask about marriage registration. He learned that only with a marriage certificate could they be considered truly married. If one person denied the marriage, they could take the certificate to the police and report it, which might even lead to jail. Wang Yuzhen suddenly had a realization and immediately announced that they should get marriage certificates. The educated youth quickly quieted down, as if the recent fuss had been just a farce. In the end, many chose to register their marriages. With Wang Yuzhen's proof, some families in the village still held on to hope, but once they remembered the village head's warning about taking action, they hesitated again. The village head was pleased. He straightforwardly issued a certificate for Fu Xiaxia, which made many villagers eager to see Fu Laosan's embarrassment. Some of the recent brides, both older and younger, even asked in surprise, "What? That Uncle Fu has such a big daughter?" Everyone, including the educated youth, discussed whether those who hadn't gone to school still wanted to take the college entrance exam. They thought it was too unrealistic. Did they really believe that anyone who could read and write could pass? Now, the couple was busy preparing for the exam, focusing on their daughter. They paid no attention to the gossip. Mao Xiaoyan even took a long leave from the village head, claiming she wanted to focus on helping her daughter prepare. Fu Xiaxia continued with her usual routine, studying and practicing her cultivation. She wasn't nervous at all. Seeing this, Fu Laosen and his wife grew anxious, worried that their daughter might be discouraged by village gossip or get upset if she heard bad rumors. In just 2 months, the educated youth who had signed up stopped working and stayed home to review and prepare. Fu Xiaxia took out a watermelon seed, used her spiritual power to nurture it, and slowly the seed sprouted and grew. It blossomed, then bore small fruits. The fruits gradually grew larger until they became big, round watermelons. Seeing the ripe watermelon, Fu Xiaxia smiled happily. Cultivating this skill was really hard. She used to often get interrupted, and her progress would stop once the fruit was just the size of a fist. But now, she had made real progress. She also took out some strawberry seeds, planted many strawberries, and stored them in her space. It wasn't that she didn't want to share with her parents, but in winter, it was hard to explain why she had these fruits. So she kept them in her space and ate them herself slowly. Fu Xiaxia recovered for a while and then took out a pine seed. She took a deep breath, activated her cultivation technique, and watched as the seeds sprouted and grew. The pine tree gradually took shape. Fu Xiaxia used half of her spiritual energy before stopping. Looking at the 50-centimeter-high pine sapling beneath her feet, she drooped her ears again. It seemed that achieving a small success in her cultivation was still a long way off. On the day of the college entrance exam, old Fu San left early with his wife and children. Outside the exam hall, people were crowded together. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to wait outside. Go to Auntie's house. I'll find you after I finish the exam," said Fu Xiaxia, feeling it was too cold to wait outside. She didn't feel much herself. Since practicing cultivation, she seemed to have some resistance to cold and heat. But her parents, being ordinary people, worried about catching a cold. "Xiao, sure, don't worry about us. Even if you don't do well, it's okay. We can go back home. Your brother's salary is enough to support us all," Mao Xiaoyan said, not wanting to add pressure to her daughter. But she was right. The twins didn't know their current positions, and most of their wages were sent back home, totaling about 300 yuan. In the countryside, people didn't spend much money. Plus, Fu Xiaxia often went hunting. Their family mostly ate coarse grains, but they could often have meat. Mao Xiaoyan and old Fu San had clearly gained weight over the years, indicating they ate well. People nearby looked at this rural woman's words with disdain. She was wearing patched clothes, trying to look rich, but it was obvious she was pretending. Old Fu San's 2 sons joined the army and sent their wages home every month. Everyone in the village knew and envied them, but they didn't know exactly how much money was sent back. Old Fu San and his wife always said they didn't have much money, staying low-key and not wanting to attract attention. Despite this, the couple had quite a bit of savings. They liked to wear old, torn clothes and pretend to be poor, just to hide their wealth and make the villagers believe they had little. When they got home, they would feast happily. "All right, if I don't pass the exam, I'll let my brothers support me," Fu Xiaxia said helplessly. She hadn't even taken the test yet. Did they have no confidence in her? But she didn't want to argue with them. She would wait for the results. After the college entrance exam, they filled out their application forms and then waited for the admission notice. Fu Xiaxia returned to her usual daily routine. The couple occasionally went to work. Although their family didn't rely on their income much, they still couldn't stay out of the main group. Since the new year was approaching and there wasn't much work left, they just went along with it. The young people who took the college entrance exam also looked forward to their future. While waiting anxiously, the first acceptance letter arrived unexpectedly, surprising everyone. Old Third Fu, come out quickly." The team leader, Wang Yuzhen, knocked loudly on Fu Third's door. Recently, there wasn't much work in the fields, so everyone had gone home to stay warm during winter. Coming. I'm coming right away." The couple was sitting by the fire, eating sunflower seeds, when they heard the loud knocking. The house was a bit far from the door, and they didn't know who was in such a hurry. Fu Third hurriedly put on his cotton shoes and went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he heard the cheerful voice of the team leader. "Third, you're really lucky. Your daughter got into college," Wang Yuzhen shouted loudly. He had just met the mail carrier at the village entrance and asked him how to find Fu Third's house. He casually asked what was being delivered, and then learned that Fu Xiaxia's acceptance letter had arrived. He was so happy he forgot what he was supposed to do and personally went to meet the mail carrier. He was so excited he couldn't hold back. If their village could produce a native college student, it was a proud achievement. That was his accomplishment too. Although he had issued the college entrance exam certificate, it was mainly because he had given some advice to their family. Like the others in the village, he didn't think Fu Xiaxia would get into college. But who knew the result would be so surprising? "What? Really? My daughter got into college." Fu Third was also excited and stepped forward. Inside, he was secretly thinking, had he saved the galaxy in his past life? How did he end up with such a smart daughter? A college student. Their family had never had anyone so educated in generations. At this moment, the postman confirmed that the letter was from Fu Xiaxia's father and handed it to Old Third Fu, who was trembling. He said, "Congratulations," and was about to leave. Old Third Fu quickly grabbed his arm and insisted he come inside for a glass of water before leaving. After some persuasion, Mao Xiaoyan was asked to prepare a red sugar egg drink, and only then did the postman leave. Other villagers heard the news and came over to join the fun. The house was lively and crowded. Even the educated youths heard about the acceptance letter, which was for Fu Xiaxia, a girl from their village who had never gone to school. They found it hard to believe and gathered around to see. Old Third Fu looked at the large characters on the envelope that read, Kyoto University. Although he didn't know much about the university, for people in the countryside, being accepted to college was a big achievement. The villagers didn't know much about Kyoto University, but the educated youths did. They started talking excitedly about it, saying it was the best university in the country with a long history and praising it endlessly. Later, they realized that such a prestigious university was being attended by a girl who had never been to school before. They felt very frustrated and couldn't believe it. One educated youth blurted out, "Could this be cheating?" Hearing this, the villagers felt a bit upset. They knew that Fu Xiaxia's younger sister, Fu Xiaoshi, had never been to school, and everyone in the village knew that. "Stop talking nonsense. She's just a fool, thinking everyone else is a fool too. Don't you know? My daughter helped the police find clues and caught a notorious criminal. It was a big case in the county, and even the county head came to praise her. Because she was young, she was protected and rarely mentioned. Besides, look at my eldest son, he's so smart. He finished elementary school in a year, middle school in a year, and if he hadn't joined the army, he would have finished high school in a year too. Maybe this year, he could even have become top scholar. My daughter, though she never went to school, is smarter than her brother. When she was young, she studied with her brother. TCH, people just don't see the big picture. Old Third Fu almost lost his temper. These damn educated youths were actually trying to ruin his daughter's reputation. The young intellectual was so angry at Fu Laosan's rude words that his face turned red. He was a bit confused and didn't know what to do. He was upset that an uneducated country bumpkin was insulting them for being uneducated. But when he thought of his two brothers still in the army and the angry villagers around him, he didn't dare to say much. When the villagers heard this, they agreed. They remembered the case of the flower-picking troublemaker and Fu Laosan's eldest son, which had caused a lot of fuss in the village at the time. They thought the children were very smart, and they felt a little regretful. They wondered how Fu Laosan's lazy wife and husband could have such clever children. It was like the saying that good bamboo grows from bad shoots. Everyone, go out now. Our family doesn't welcome you, Mao Xiaoyan said angrily, shooing the young intellectuals out.
Exactly.
If cheating on exams was allowed, then many people would cheat. Wang Juhua and others came to watch the fun. Since she was their niece and had been accepted to university, they felt proud. The villagers' doubts about Fu Laosan and his family disappeared, replaced by excitement. A local village boy had been accepted to university, and that was a big deal. They felt proud, especially since he had never even gone to school before. It was a huge achievement, something worth bragging about. They had thought he was just an ordinary person, but it turned out he was a true champion. Old 3, open the envelope and let us see what the university admission letter looks like, a curious villager asked. Others gathered around, also curious. No one in the village had ever been accepted to university before. Fu Laosan was also curious. He carefully opened the envelope, afraid of damaging it with his rough hands. Inside was a piece of paper. He slowly pulled it out. The village leader, who could read, looked at it and confirmed it was an acceptance letter from Kyoto University, with the red seal of the university at the bottom. Fu Laosan showed it to everyone so they could see. Then he handed it to his father to look at, so they could share the joy. For others, just seeing it was good enough. They wanted to touch it, but they knew they shouldn't, or they might damage it. Old 3, when will you hold the celebration banquet? Old Fu looked at Fu Laosan, who had carefully kept the letter. Of course, celebrating his acceptance to university was a big event for the family. It was a proud moment for their ancestors. It seemed that Fu Laosan's family was finally rising. Let me discuss it with my daughter first and then decide.
But don't worry, Dad.
I will definitely make it lively. When the time comes, we'll invite everyone in the village to a big feast. Old Fu was talking to his parents. After sending everyone out of the house, the couple took the notice and quietly celebrated in their room. Xia Fu went to the mountains. When she returned, she took the envelope, opened it, looked at it briefly, and then put it away. She was happy to learn she had been accepted. She didn't have a strong desire to be a top student. As long as she got in, it was fine. She mostly spent her time practicing her skills. Because of that, she wasn't sure she would definitely get into Kyoto University. When filling out her application, she listed several universities in Kyoto, not just her first choice. To her surprise, she was accepted into her top choice. As for the celebration, her parents could handle it. She had no opinion. Mom and Dad, I got into Kyoto University this time. After the new year, I will leave here. There will probably be few chances to come back. I thought about it. Since my brother's household registrations have been moved away, I won't have many chances to return either. Why don't you come live with me in Kyoto? I still can't bear to leave you. Anyway, you two don't like working and we have savings. Let's go to Kyoto to enjoy life, okay? Xia Fu wasn't sure what these two were thinking, but she played on their feelings first and then offered a tempting idea. It should be fine, right? Really? That's wonderful, Mao Xiaoyan exclaimed happily, jumping up. Xiao, sure, you don't know, I hate working, but in the village, not working isn't an option. Now I can finally get rid of this tiring life. I'm so happy, Mom is so happy. Mao Xiaoyan held Xia Fu's hand tightly. Xiao, sure, Mom and Dad have been wanting to tell you. They were worried you wouldn't be happy if we went with you, so they waited until now. But now you brought it up yourself, and I am so happy. The couple really had this plan. In Kyoto, these farmers who work from dawn to dusk all year long, who wouldn't want to see the city. Just visiting would be enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Yes, yes, girl, you're amazing. You're Dad's little lucky star. Your mom and I were just talking about it recently. Even if you didn't get into university, we would still take you to Kyoto for a tour so we could see what a big city looks like. Old Fu's face turned red from excitement. Last year, his parents asked him if he had arranged a marriage for his daughter. If not, they mentioned that his older sister-in-law had a suitable person in mind and suggested they see if it could work. When Fu Laosan heard this, he was surprised that his parents cared so much about his daughter's marriage. He felt that his sister-in-law was involved in the matter and immediately refused. His daughter wasn't interested in meeting anyone right now, and no introductions would be accepted. He was angry and left in frustration. His parents were left feeling confused. Fu Laosan's son was already 16, and it was normal to consider marriage. But he remembered how his family had raised his daughter with great care and high hopes, so he thought their expectations were natural. This time, perhaps they were unhappy with his sister-in-law's introduction. Maybe next time, they could ask his brother-in-law's family to suggest someone. The reason Fu Laosan was so upset was because his wife had wanted to find a match for their daughter, but their son, Xiao Shi, found out and said that she wanted to focus on her studies and wouldn't consider marriage before she turned 20. She was worried about the consequences if she did. Afterward, she left deep footprints on the ground, which made her parents very nervous. They were afraid she might end up in trouble and have to visit her in prison. So, they decided to give up on the idea. When his parents asked about it, he couldn't explain the real reason and just pretended to be angry and walked away. In this way, no matter who tried to introduce a match for his daughter, Fu Laosan would find all sorts of excuses to refuse. She was too ugly, too short, too dark, her eyes were uneven, her mouth crooked, her nose not prominent enough, and so on. There were all kinds of strange reasons. The villagers soon heard that Fu Laosan's daughter was too picky and hard to please. Since few people had seen her grown up, Xiao Shi remained unnoticed for a long time. Finally, Fu Laosan's family felt relieved. Although villagers still said his daughter was ugly and wouldn't marry, they sometimes felt angry about it. When she took the college entrance exam last time, they were mocked by many people. They defended themselves, but it still hurt their feelings. This time, their daughter finally achieved something great. They were so happy they cried tears of joy. They felt lucky they hadn't found a match earlier, or they might have suffered more. They believed that their small town couldn't compare to the big cities. After she went to college, she was surrounded by other students from the city, and it was harder to find a suitable partner. The daughter will probably settle there in the future, and the son isn't at home either. Since they have this chance, they definitely won't miss it. They plan to go and enjoy life there, which is in line with their original plan, to live happily through their daughter. This way, their path is clear and straightforward. Fu Xiaoxi looked at her mother and then at her father. Both of them showed a longing expression.
It seemed they were also thinking about this plan.
She had thought they would be reluctant to leave their hometown like others, but they might enjoy traveling. She didn't expect her parents to be so different. If that's the case, it makes things much easier. All right, tell the grandparents too. We'll have a lively celebration. Let's spend this new year all together as a big family. The next time we meet, it might be next year. After the new year, we'll leave early to look at houses, Fu Xiaoxi said, and then went back to her room. Her happy parents were still discussing where to go after visiting Kyoto. In recent years, life in the big house has been good. Fu Dajiang has done very well and is now the head of the office. He has paid off the borrowed money, and his wife and children have moved in with him. Fu Daha also settled down in the army, and his retirement money is sent regularly to him and his wife, just like Fu Dajiang. Fu Shaoan has been farming at home, married, and has children. He lives with his parents, and Wang Jihua occasionally helps out. Life is pretty good. Life in the second house is average. The two married daughters only come back for big events. Otherwise, they rarely see each other. However, Fu Xiaoping often visits his two sisters. After marriage, he has children, so he visits less often, but they still have a good relationship. Farming doesn't make much money, so life is just enough. Although life in the second house is simple, they have good food. Fu Lauer sometimes brings some to his parents to try. The big house has some savings and takes good care of the elderly couple, providing them with good food and drinks. Now, the elderly couple no longer work and live with the big house. In the countryside, it's natural for the big house to take care of the elders. The third couple sees that the parents are doing well and feels reassured. They also promise to take the parents to Kyoto once they are settled. However, I don't know when a rumor started spreading in the village, claiming that Fu Laosan's daughter had never attended school but somehow got into university. People suspected she cheated, and gradually, the rumor turned into accusations that Fu Xiaxia was seducing the examiner to cheat. Rumors can be more dangerous than tigers. When the team leader saw how serious it had become, he realized the story had spread to other villages. The young people from those villages believed it and went to the youth office to report it. As a result, Fu Xiaxia unexpectedly got involved in the trouble. A small spark can start a big fire. The situation got out of control, and because it was so damaging, the higher authorities sent officials from the Education Bureau to investigate the village. They wanted to find the truth without letting a bad person go free, but they also didn't want to wrongly accuse a good person. Getting into university was a big deal not just for this official's family, but also for their entire county. The officials who came to investigate promised to be honest and fair. They were also checking Fu Xiaxia's exam papers carefully. After the Education Bureau officials visited the village, they found that Fu Xiaxia was a very modest girl. Although she hadn't attended school, villagers told them that her older brother had finished primary and middle school in just 2 years and was quite well known in their town. People's opinions about Fu Xiaxia varied. Some said she was so ugly she wouldn't dare go outside, so she couldn't have seduced the examiner. Others said she was very beautiful, and just a glance from her could attract the examiner. Still, some thought she was smart. If she passed the exam, it was understandable. After all, Fu Laosan was lazy but not stupid. The officials from the Education Bureau were honest and practical. They believed in seeing with their own eyes rather than relying on hearsay. They decided to visit Fu Xiaxia's home and gather more information. Recently, Fu Laosan's family was feeling a bit upset because of the rumors. Their daughter was a girl, and the rumors made her look bad. It wasn't good for her, especially if it affected her chance to go to university. Fu Xiaxia also felt wronged. She had just taken the college entrance exam and wasn't even aiming to be top of the class. Why would anyone want to frame her? She thought it was terrible and vowed to teach the culprit a lesson if she found out who it was. When the investigator came to Fu Laosan's house, Fu Xiaxia was reading in her room. When Old Man Fu heard that the Education Bureau officials had come to investigate, he warmly welcomed them. He said his daughter has been smart since she was young and told them in detail about a childhood incident involving flower picking, which even County Mayor Yao knew about at the time. Old Man Fu was very good at chatting and joking. In their village, he claimed he was second to none, and no one dared to challenge him for the first place. His lively storytelling kept the education officials captivated. They became even more curious about the person villagers called Comrade Fu Xiaxi. When the officials asked to meet the young woman, Old Man Fu said she was reading in her study. He offered to go say hello first, and the officials asked if they could join and see the study too. Old Man Fu thought for a moment and agreed, wanting them to see his daughter's study and broaden their knowledge. He called out at the door, "Little 10, there's an Education Bureau official here to see you. They also want to look at your study." The official was puzzled. Why would a simple rural house need a tour? But when he opened the door, he was shocked. Old Man Fu had built several large bookshelves filled neatly with books. The room was impressive, and as a book lover, he saw this as a rare opportunity to explore. Comrade Fu Xiaxi didn't mind. When she opened the door earlier, she stepped back so the official only noticed the books and not her. Seeing him so focused on reading, she decided not to disturb him and left quietly, thinking she'd talk to him later when he was done. She went back to her room to meditate and practice. Old Man Fu stayed in the study with the official for a long time. Eventually, they got hungry, and the official realized why he was there. Mao Xiaoyan had already prepared the meal and brought it to the living room. Everyone sat down to eat. At that moment, the official finally saw the legendary comrade Fu Xiaxi. Her dark, shiny hair, flawless skin, and delicate features made her stunning, truly a rare beauty, even in their city. Since she came from a big city, she responded quickly with a blink, then returned to her normal expression. Fu Xiaxia looked at her and thought this investigator was quite interesting. She smiled kindly at him to show friendliness. This investigator was not an ordinary person. He was the nephew of the City Education Bureau director. Their family had a long tradition of being scholarly. They were very sad about the large loss of books caused by recent events, but they couldn't do much. Even their own collection of books was hard to protect without a safe place. Seeing so many books this time made him very excited, and he temporarily forgot his main job. He also gained a new understanding of Fu Xiaxia. He heard that she had collected all these books little by little. Someone who loves books must love learning. It was natural for her to get into college. After the investigator finished his meal, he remembered how clever Fu Xiaxia was at the table. She had many insightful ideas and gave many practical suggestions, which made him more confident in his own opinions. Fu Laosan reluctantly saw off the investigator, who was happy because he had borrowed the books he liked. The whole family went back to their rooms and lay down on their beds. Fu Laosan and his wife felt relieved that the investigator was so satisfied. They believed their daughter would definitely get into college. Now, they just needed to find the person spreading rumors. Fu Xiaxia felt exhausted from pretending. Being a young lady was not easy. The meal had drained her mental energy, almost making her go bald. In the end, she managed to win over the investigator with a few books. Thank goodness. She didn't want any trouble and thought it was better to settle things early. When the investigator went back to report, Fu Xiaxia's exam results were also out. It was confirmed she completed the exam independently, with no signs of cheating. Her methods and steps were slightly different from others. Since she was studying English, the chance of cheating was very low. There are very few talents in this area. The next day, the newspaper clarified that Fu Xiaxia from the 3rd Flag Brigade did not cheat. Below was a clear picture of her English exam paper, which was easy to understand. This is really strong evidence. If someone accuses others of cheating, they should first recite the English alphabet to prove it, or else stop talking nonsense. Captain Wang Yuzhen also received the news. He read the newspaper aloud in the brigade's broadcast room. As for the English test paper, he didn't understand it. If anyone wants to see it, they can come and get a copy from him. Old Third Fu and his wife knew that even the newspaper proved their daughter's innocence. That same day, they went straight to Captain Wang Yogan's house to ask if the rumor had been confirmed. They felt it was trying to ruin their family. Wang Yuzhen had been investigating this matter. It wasn't just about harming Old Third Fu's family. It seemed like they wanted to drag the whole brigade down. He definitely wouldn't let this troublemaker go. Eventually, he found out it was a female comrade among the educated youth. Since Fu Xiaxiang received her admission letter, several other educated youths also received theirs, but most of them didn't pass the exam. They were content to live their own lives. Yet, some people still couldn't accept it. One of them was a young woman named Ying. She married a man from the village to avoid labor, stayed at home all day, and refused to work in the fields. After having 2 children, she slightly changed her delicate attitude. But when the college entrance exam was restored, she went a little crazy. To take the exam, she ignored her family's objections and was willing to leave her husband and children behind. Her family had no choice but to compromise. It was understandable that Ying didn't get into college. She hadn't studied since leaving school. But no one expected that Fu Xiaxiang, who had never been to school, would pass. The educated youths kept discussing this unbelievable issue many times. Ying was deeply affected by not passing and became very gloomy. She stubbornly believed that Fu Xiaxiang had taken her spot. Influenced by someone with bad intentions, she started spreading rumors and irresponsible words, which made the rumors grow even more. The person with bad intentions was never caught. When asked, the educated youth just smiled and said nothing. She seemed a bit mentally unwell. Wang Yuzhen was also worried. This young woman was married and had moved into their village. How should he handle this? Seeing the couple come to find him and blame him for everything, it was clear that the truth couldn't be hidden. He knew he had to report this to his superiors eventually. He wasn't worried and simply said that it was the daughter-in-law of the Ma family who had spoken. Before he could finish his sentence, the couple hurriedly left. Then, the scene of old Fu and his wife causing trouble at the Ma family's house played out in the third team. Later, members of the second household also got involved. Everyone around was watching eagerly. The situation was so lively and entertaining that it kept everyone interested for a long time. The team leader stepped in to mediate. The Ma family should apologize to old Fu's family and pay 50 yuan for the damages. At first, the Ma family didn't want to apologize, but if they refused, an Yingying might end up in jail. So, under pressure, they apologized and paid the money. However, old Fu's family also didn't want to accept this. They weren't short of money. Later, Fu Xiaya personally went to see an Yingying. She couldn't tell if an Yingying was truly crazy or just pretending. They had hoped for a dramatic scene of tearing apart the malicious woman, but in the end, they could only accept the situation and move on. She was a modest person and had no conflict with an Yingying. How could she possibly be jealous of her? Was it just because an Yingying got into university while she failed? She really couldn't understand the mind of a crazy person. She didn't know who else might be against her besides an Yingying. Could it be that annoying girl Zhonglia? After so long of investigation, they found no clues and had no evidence. In the end, they could only accept the plan proposed by the team leader. To avoid seeming too weak, they added one more condition. The Ma family should lock up an Yingying and not let her out, just in case her madness was fake or she might harm others. It was better to keep her confined. The Ma family hadn't even divided their land yet, and they hated an Yingying so much that they immediately locked her up. They kept pressuring her to reveal who had incited her, hoping that person would compensate for their losses. But no matter how much they asked, she only responded with a silly, smiling laugh, as if mocking their naivety. It made them so angry. Although an Yingying didn't face any real punishment, it was understandable. Fu Xiaya thought to herself, why bother arguing with a crazy person? Anyway, her reputation in the village was already cleared. She decided to focus on her own life and ignore everything else. During the celebration feast, Old Third paid for a grand banquet. The table was full of meat, as if to remove bad luck. Since there was plenty of meat, they let the daughter walk around the woods to find some. The villagers ate happily, looking healthy and satisfied, with greasy mouths and cheerful words. Old Third also told others that he used all the compensation money from Ma Dajia's family to buy meat for everyone to enjoy. He said it was to show his anger at their family and to remind everyone that his daughter's situation was a result of someone's sneaky tricks. People who came to the feast also saw Fu Xiaxa's appearance. They were amazed to see how beautiful she had become after not seeing her for a long time. They wondered how Old Third could have such a wonderful daughter. She was not only pretty, but also a college student. No wonder she didn't like the boys their family introduced. Jealousy made them feel distant. They could only shake their heads and hold their stomachs as they mumbled and went home. After the group was defeated, the whole country felt lighter. The New Year's atmosphere grew stronger. Whether it was this graduation celebration or the annual pig slaughter feast before the New Year, the villagers felt more free. Even their words became less cautious. They pasted couplets, set off firecrackers, and paid New Year's visits. Children happily exchanged greetings, and hosts gave them candies and snacks. During the New Year, children felt the richest and happiest. On the second day of the New Year, Old Fu's big house, second house, third house, and even Fu Qing's family, who had married out, all gathered in the old home. Dozens of people, big and small, filled the yard and rooms. Old Mr. and Mrs. Fu had white hair. Although Fu Xiaxia sometimes secretly added health pills to the food for her grandparents, making them healthier than others their age, they still couldn't stop aging naturally. The elderly happily watched their great-grandchildren run and play in the yard. Their smiles lasted longer than ever. Maybe it was because their family hadn't been so complete in many years. The old people longed most for a full family, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Fu Xiaxia also felt touched. It was as if the lonely days of her past life were just a fleeting dream. Relatives all praised Fu Xiaxia for being smart and beautiful, and for getting into university. It truly made the Fu family proud, and even the married daughters felt proud in their new homes. To make this rare gathering enjoyable, Fu Xiaxia happily smiled and chatted with her mother and relatives, showing no sign of impatience. Many relatives who didn't know her well kept praising her. During the meal, 5 tables were set up, and everyone sat happily, chatting and waiting to eat. The reason everyone could gather so completely was because the third brother, Fu Xiaoshi, was admitted to a rare and prestigious university, an achievement that brought honor to the family. Also, the entire third family was moving to Kyoto, which was a big event. Who is the third brother? He is considered the most carefree and least impressive in the Fu family. But over the years, since they split up, his life has been just as good as anyone else's. Even Fu Qingqing didn't dare say her brother's family was better off. Of course, some family members were happy, some envied, some jealous, and others felt upset. But Fu Xiaoshi paid no attention. When they split, he just wanted to live his own life and not be affected by others' opinions. Parents, older brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, come, let's have a drink. Did Jiang pour the wine? Fu Xiaoshi stood up with his cup. Our family is leaving here after the new year. The next time we meet, it will probably be next year during the new year. Come, let's toast. Old Mr. and Mrs. Fu knew they were leaving, and they had already felt sad. But they understood that the family was moving to a better life. Although a little sad, they knew their son was grown up and about to go his own way. The third brother also said he wanted to take them with him, but both parents felt too old to travel back and forth. They preferred to stay peacefully in their hometown. Once they settled down, they could visit for a few days. The whole family raised their glasses and drank together. Fu Xiaoshi picked up his cup again. Older brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, after I leave, you must take good care of our parents. If anything urgent happens, just send me a telegram. The message was clear. Don't bother the couple with trivial matters. They should enjoy their own life. The news that Old Third was going to Kyoto was already well known, but everyone still found it hard to believe. Old Third, you and your wife are going to Kyoto. Where will you stay? What will you eat? Even in the city, you need to buy everything, even a single scallion, said Wang Juhua. Although everyone knew about the plan, she still thought this couple was unreliable. She had stayed with her eldest son for a while and knew they spent money on everything. If they are like this in their small town, how much more money would a big city cost? Yes, sister-in-law. Look, my son's household registration is already moved out, and my daughters will be transferred to the city too, Kyoto's registration. So, it will just be us two. If there's nothing to do at home, we might as well go along and see how it is. Wherever we are, we're just living. Old Third happily shared his plans with everyone. Yes, going to Kyoto is great. I heard there are many tourist spots. When we go, I'll take photos and send them back to you. Once we settle down, my parents can also come and visit, Mao Xiaoyan said with a longing look, saying things that made others feel envious and jealous. Throughout the conversation, Fu Xiaoxiang didn't say much, only eating quietly. When she heard the couple's words, she quickly agreed, I'm a bit scared to live alone in Kyoto. I want my parents to go with me. There's not much to do at home, and it's good to go out and see new things. Fu Xiaoxiang pursed her lips and smiled at everyone, taking half of the responsibility herself, worried that the couple's boastful words might cause trouble. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Who didn't know Kyoto was a wonderful place? But who could afford to go? Everyone wished they could live like the couple, but that would just mean starving. Looking at what this family was saying, was it really good to be so boastful? Then, someone who thought they were superior and loved to show off stepped forward, showing no regard for others. Third uncle, you're just going to enjoy life. But what about grandpa and grandma? You're leaving them behind and walking away, Tang Xiaohua said, pretending to wipe her mouth with a handkerchief. Over the years, Fu Dajiang had done well, and Tang Xiaohua considered herself a lady of status. She often looked at people with a sneer. Her family was disliked by many, and she had no self-awareness. She loved to show off her husband's abilities in front of others. Everyone turned to look at her. Tang Xiaohua looked proud, not noticing that Fu Dajiang's face had turned as pale as a pile of dung. She still thought she was making a good point. Little did they know, everyone was thinking that it was a pity for such a good boy like Dajiang to be held back by Tang Xiaohua. She kept offending almost everyone in the family, without realizing it. Wang Juhua felt even more regretful. She had married Dajiang to a wife early on. It was fine before, but since they moved to the town, she seemed like a different person. She didn't know what she learned, but she had become quite difficult to deal with. Old Man Fu and second brother Fu wondered if they had already died. Old Man Fu's third son was also fed up with his silly niece-in-law. He wondered if his sister-in-law had been blind back then to marry such a wife. It seemed like Dajiang's life would stay the same. Don't say you just left without a word. If you're uneducated, don't use idioms carelessly. It makes you look stupid, Old Man Fu said sharply to Tang Xiaohua. It's not like we're not coming back. Our parents haven't even spoken yet, and it's not your place to boss us around. Before you speak, look at your parents' faces. A man should consider their feelings first, so you don't offend people without knowing. Old Man Fu finished speaking and was about to leave, but seeing Tang Xiaohua's fierce look, he wanted to reply again. Instead, he said, I think Dajiang's position hasn't changed over the years. It's all you're doing. Who knows who you've offended with your sharp tongue? He didn't like her bad temper. Let her talk. Let's see how she explains herself when she gets home.
Haha.
Dajiang had long been looked at with pity by everyone. Hearing his third uncle's words, he suddenly felt they made sense. His heart burned with emotion, but he kept a bit of reason, reminding himself that this was a family reunion dinner. He'd deal with everything when he got home. Of course, Wang Juhua also planned the same. It seemed Tang Xiaohua would have to stay at home for a while. She needed to be reformed properly, or she might cause more trouble in the future. All right, Old Third already discussed this with us privately. He was planning to take us both there, but we refused. Our relatives and friends are here, and we're used to it. Besides, we don't have many years left. We just want to live peacefully here, Grandma Fu said calmly. They had already done their part. Now they just wanted to live happily. Other matters could be left to the children and grandchildren. They would have their own happiness. Old Man Fu sat on a stool, ignoring the consequences Tang Xiaohua might face. He ate a few bites of food and said, Father and Mother, I'm actually a bit worried about you since I'm leaving. When he said that, the other two families looked at him, waiting for his explanation. What does he mean? Is he worried about their care? It was really upsetting. They also didn't think about who usually takes care of them the most. Then, everyone glared at Tang Xiaohua together. Poor Tang Xiaohua, this silly girl, still doesn't realize what she will face. She was standing there feeling unfair. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, she shrank back. What's wrong? She didn't say anything just now, so why are they paying so much attention to her? This is 300 yuan. You too, keep it. If you want to eat something, just ask others to buy it for you. Don't hold back your appetite. Eat more of what you like, said Fu Laosan, placing a stack of money in front of the elderly couple. He admitted he did it on purpose to make everyone see. Originally, he planned to give the money quietly, but since Tang Xiaohua caused trouble, Fu Laosan had to change his plan. He wanted others to see his gesture and his care for his parents. Could they treat their parents as well as he does? Seeing the money, everyone's bad mood eased a little. Smiles appeared on their faces. They promised to take good care of the elderly couple and told Fu Laosan not to worry about those unkind people. To make his parents happy, Fu Laosan also said generously, once our family settles down safely in Kyoto, anyone who wants to visit can stay with us. We can provide meals too. But I made it clear, visiting for a few days is fine, but I don't want anyone to stay long. You know my temper, right? As for some people, forget it. I don't welcome them. After saying that, Fu Laosan glanced carefully in Tang Xiaohua's direction. Tang Xiaohua was really angry and wanted to curse. She felt she was at odds with that family. Others heard this and thought, oh, that's good. They didn't mind Fu Laosan's blunt words. Even if they went, they couldn't stay permanently because they still had land to take care of at home. They couldn't leave completely. But if they had a chance to visit Kyoto, it would be nice. Apart from that small, insignificant incident, everyone else enjoyed the meal happily. They each imagined what it would be like to visit Kyoto. Seeing how sensible Fu Laosan was becoming made the elderly couple very happy. They used to worry about him, afraid he couldn't even afford to eat. But now, he had become someone everyone admired. Watching all the peace and happiness around them, the elderly couple felt they had a lively, joyful new year. Fu Xiaxia is very happy. Her biggest wish is for her family to stay healthy and live happily. Seeing these wrinkled, smiling faces, she realizes how fast time passes. She used to think growing up was very hard, but now she feels that growing up happens in just a moment. As a 17-year-old girl, she feels like her heart has become that of an old aunt. Her nieces and nephews still have pure, innocent smiles. Fu Xiaxia took out some candies she had hidden and shared them with the children. The children were so happy, they almost went crazy. Although their aunt sometimes seemed a bit strange and quiet, they had never seen candies like these before. Even the wrappers were in rare, beautiful colors. Everyone was so delighted. When the family left, almost everyone in the village came out to see them off. Some gave them joyful blessings, while others whispered jealous, sour comments. As the sound of the tractor's beep-beep faded away, everything else disappeared. The couple started joking and laughing again, and the sadness in Fu Xiaxia's heart also vanished. The family, with a big white dog and many bags, entered the train station. Fu Xiaxia had already said before, don't bring clothes or shoes, buy new ones after arriving. Just bring money, tickets, and bank books. They listened and didn't bring clothes, but someone had told them that even wild mountain goods in the city cost money, and they were quite expensive. So, the couple packed many things, mostly gifts from relatives. Usually, they are lazy and don't like trouble. Many people were surprised. The dog was a bit big, and some thought it was dangerous to bring it out, so they kept their distance. Her second brother, before leaving, repeatedly told them to take good care of the dog. The dog had been with her for a long time and was very smart. Xiao Qi even said it might develop intelligence someday. They didn't want to give the dog away. The couple was also reluctant because the dog had almost become part of their family. Fu Xiaxia asked her father to find out if the big dog could be shipped by train, and they would pay the cost themselves. The result was unexpected but actually possible, although the cost was more expensive than their train tickets. Fu Xiaxia didn't mind this at all, so Candy followed her to the station. Fu Xiaxia didn't care and told her parents to wait here. She went to buy some things, then left the train station. She saw the sign for a state-run restaurant and quickly bought all the buns and dishes like braised beef, asking the staff to pack everything up. She hurried away, leaving the restaurant staff stunned by her generosity. Fu Xiaxia found a place to leave a small part of her belongings outside, while the rest was stored in her space. She quickly entered the train station. She found the person in charge of luggage and paid the fee. After completing the paperwork, she squatted down and looked into Candy's eyes, saying, "Candy, be good and don't bite anyone. Stay somewhere else for now. When the train stops, we'll come to get you. Don't worry, we won't leave you behind." Candy understood and obediently followed the train staff to the luggage compartment. The family of 3 carried their bags to their train car. Fu Laosan managed to get a few high-priced soft sleeper tickets for his daughter, as he couldn't afford the hard sleeper. To avoid attracting thieves, Fu Laosan made his daughter wear a very worn-out big cotton coat so they wouldn't stand out in the crowd. Many people dressed like that. But once they entered the sleeper car, they stood out. Those who could afford sleeper tickets usually came from well-off families. Wearing such ragged clothes and sitting in a sleeper car drew strange looks from everyone in the carriage. Fortunately, none of the three cared about the strange looks. They carried their big and small bags and found their seats, 2 lower berths and 1 middle berth, which were quite good. Someone kindly warned them that this was a sleeper car, not a hard-seat carriage, to prevent them from getting lost. Fu Laosen smiled and said, "Yes, we bought sleeper tickets," then sat calmly on his bed. Fu Xiaxia took off her mother's wool hat, revealing her beautiful face. With her patched-up, worn-out cotton coat, the strong contrast made the carriage feel quite odd. Many people were watching them, wondering if they had taken someone else's seat. Suddenly, they were drawn to Fu Xiaxia's good looks, and many couldn't help but keep looking. Old Fu was unhappy. He asked, "What are you looking at?" "Sit here," and sat next to his daughter, blocking everyone's view. The journey to Kyoto was quite long, taking 3 days and 2 nights. Fu Xiaxia was anxious about the slow train. Old Fu took out a lunchbox wrapped in a thick coat and asked his daughter, "Little Ten, are you hungry? Dad will heat up some dumplings for you." These dumplings were carefully made at home, cooked, cooled, and brought along, filled with pure meat. Fu Xiaxia put down her book. The train had been running for a long time, and it was indeed time to eat. She said, "Okay, Dad, please heat up the dumplings." Then she rummaged through her luggage and took out the large meat buns, a portion of braised pork, and sliced beef they bought at the state-run restaurant before boarding, placing everything on the table. Mao Xiaoyan also took out a porcelain cup and went with old Fu to get hot water. Other passengers in the carriage also started eating their own packed meals and snacks, filling the space with various delicious smells. When the couple returned, they saw that Fu Xiaxia had already cleared the table and set everything up. The family enjoyed a good meal, finishing the beef and buns quietly. Mao Xiaoyan then took out a big bag of roasted sunflower seeds, and the 3 of them started snacking again. Seeing their hearty meal, the others in the carriage, who were also eating, could smell the tempting aroma of braised pork, meat buns, and sliced beef. They were drooling, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. At this moment, everyone realized they had misunderstood. These people ate better than they did, so of course they could afford to sit in the sleeper car. "Little Ten, are your brother and the others in Kyoto now?" Mao Xiaoyan was quite carefree and only just remembered that the twins might have been transferred near Kyoto. Usually, it was her daughter who wrote letters back, and she and her husband hadn't paid much attention. "Yes, my brothers are nearby, but they seem to be often on missions. Once we settle in, we'll write to them," Fu Xiaxia said while snacking on sunflower seeds, rolling her eyes. She added, "Mom and Dad, you should also be more concerned about my brothers. Right now, they're both single. Oh no, I mean both single men. Just do as you like. They are all in their 20s, so I don't worry much. After marriage, they all support their wives, whether they want to marry or not. Third brother, what do you think?" Mao Xiaoyan pursed her lips and pulled third brother to stand beside her. "That's right. Raising sons is so tiring. Your mother and I raised 2 kids in one go, which was very hard. We need to rest now. What the future holds depends on them. They're already 25. As for marriage, when they left, we told them to ask the leaders for help. It's been so long, but no news. Maybe the leaders are not helpful, or no one is interested in them." Third brother also teased his sons without holding back. The sound of sunflower seed shells cracking kept coming. Fu Xiaxiang thought to herself that her brothers were really unlucky. They grew up in a family that didn't care much about boys and often looked down on them. She just hoped their future wives would be kind to them. She mourned for them. Fu Ming and Fu Liang actually knew very well that their lives were better than most people in the village. So, they weren't dissatisfied. Besides, their parents' words were just talk. Every time they sent packages, it was always big and small parcels. Poor them didn't know that all those packages were prepared by Fu Xiaxiang on her own. The happy days of third brother and his wife made them forget about everything else. At this moment, the stewardess pushed a small cart to sell meals. Some people had already eaten, some hadn't brought food, but everyone was tempted by the family's food and bought some box meals to eat. Seeing that the cart also had cigarettes and alcohol, third brother casually asked the stewardess about the prices. He found out that although the items were a bit expensive, no tickets were needed. Third brother wanted to buy some to take away. Fu Xiaxiang also heard that no tickets were needed, so they could buy more. The alcohol was matai, which is said to become more valuable the longer it ages. They could drink some and also keep some as collectibles. The family discussed and decided to buy 10 packs of cigarettes and 10 bottles of alcohol. But unexpectedly, there was a limit. Each person could only buy 2 sets. That meant the 3 of them could only buy 6 packs of cigarettes and 6 bottles of alcohol. Old Man Fu and a man wearing casual clothes and a black wool hat sitting on the upper bunk, along with another middle-aged man dressed in rough black cloth who looked honest and simple, each took a handful of sunflower seeds to make friends. Then, in their names, they bought 4 packs of cigarettes and 4 bottles of alcohol. This completely surprised everyone in the train carriage. What kind of rich person are they? Why do they like to wear torn clothes that make people think they are poor? Their family's bold actions really shocked everyone. Old Man Fu and his family wanted to be low-key, but because they bought so much cigarettes and alcohol to save money, they forgot to hide it. This made them very noticeable in the carriage. Fu Xiaxia felt like she needed to go to the bathroom, so she went to wash up. Old Man Fu and Mao Xiaoyan didn't mind. They just watched, thinking it was no big deal. After all, no one could come over and steal from them. Suddenly, the noisy train carriage became quiet. Old Man Fu and Mao Xiaoyan, on their first train ride, didn't know what was happening. They looked outside and saw some curious heads peeking out, only to see a few soldiers checking outside another carriage. "Hey, what do you think the soldiers are checking?" Mao Xiaoyan asked curiously. "Who knows? Maybe spies or agents." Old Man Fu guessed randomly. With his limited knowledge, that was all he could think of. "Huh, you think spies and agents are everywhere?" Mao Xiaoyan knew her husband liked to guess wildly, so she didn't believe him. Old Man Fu didn't care either. He was just guessing. As they saw the soldiers about to check their carriage, they wondered where their daughter was. They sat back on the bed again. The 2 men who had borrowed their names to buy cigarettes and alcohol earlier also got off the train. They started talking with the couple. The man who had been wearing his hat since boarding looked up and glanced at the honest, middle-aged man. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The honest, middle-aged man snatched a bag that Old Man Fu valued a lot and ran out of the carriage. The other 3 people were stunned. Old Man Fu pinched himself, then hurried after him, shouting, "Stop the thief! Stop the thief!" Ma Xiaoyan quickly followed outside. The train became lively again, with many people coming out to see what was happening. Some heard the shouts about catching a thief and ran after him. Soon, people were coming and going, making the scene chaotic like a busy market. The couple never expected that the lively conversation they just had would suddenly turn into a theft. It was really surprising. The man looked very honest and simple, but he ran away very quickly. In no time, he was far ahead. If he had stolen something else, Fu Laosen wouldn't have paid attention. But the stolen bag contained all their family belongings, so they hated him very much. "Yuji, why is it all messed up again?" A tall, very handsome man, about 1.85 meters, just finished checking a train car. He strolled out, with narrow, charming eyes and a slight smile. If he weren't wearing a military uniform, he would look like a playboy. A man called Yuji, also about 1.8 meters tall, looked serious and cold. His appearance wasn't bad, but his aloof attitude made people overlook his looks. This situation disturbed their plans and was very bad for them. At this moment, inside an empty train car, a man wearing a hat carried a bag and walked out. He glanced subtly at the direction of the soldiers and quickly headed in the opposite way. The very handsome man was Xiezetian. Since he started practicing, his senses were different from normal people. He immediately sensed the subtle gaze. Relying on his instincts, he saw a man in a black wool hat skillfully weaving through the crowd. Xiezetian quickly realized something was wrong. He told the others to calm the crowd first, then chased after the man. Yu Ji and another burly man with dark skin, Zhou Wu, looked at each other. They guessed their leader had noticed something. They immediately followed his orders, telling the passengers to return to their seats. Fu Xiaxia felt that the smell on the train was hard to describe. After solving her personal problem, she carefully washed the exposed parts of her body with soap. She then listened quietly for a while, and everything outside seemed to return to normal, even more lively than before. She was sitting opposite the place where the thief had left. Because of the noisy train, she minimized all her senses to stay calm. So, she didn't hear the few calls from Old Third. When she came out, the situation had almost returned to normal. "Miss, if you're okay, please go back to your own carriage," Yuji said as he saw a pretty girl come out of the bathroom. He wasn't sure what the boss was doing now. Zhou was nearby, trying to persuade others to return to their seats. Some troublemakers saw the big man in uniform and quickly swallowed their dissatisfaction. Fu Xiaxia frowned, sensing something was wrong. The soldiers had come out. Was something big happening? But she didn't say anything. As a regular citizen, she just nodded obediently and went back to her bed. Inside the bed area, only a middle-aged man sat alone in Old Third's seat. The man had just seen everything that happened in the carriage. When he saw the girl return, he stood up to greet her. He didn't know what to say about her family's situation. Even if she knew, it wouldn't help much.
But
While the middle-aged man was hesitating, Fu Xiaxia thought he was shy about sitting. She kindly said it was okay and sat down. Then she asked, "Uncle, why is everyone gone? Where are my parents?" The middle-aged man looked hesitantly at the very pretty girl. He was worried she might also be in danger. Who knew if the thief had accomplices? "What's wrong, uncle? What's going on?" Fu Xiaxia felt that she just went to the bathroom normally, but suddenly everything changed. Seeing the hesitant look on the middle-aged man, she became nervous and worried. A middle-aged man saw the worried and anxious expression on the young girl and couldn't help but speak out. "Girl, the man on the upper bunk just stole your father's bag and ran away. Your parents went after him, but there's been no sign of them since." Seeing the girl across the aisle stand up quickly, as if to rush out, he hurriedly added, "But don't worry, some soldiers from the army are already helping to chase the thief. Just wait here." Fu Xiaxia listened to the man's words and didn't know what kind of expression to show her inner frustration. She remembered when her father told them to wear old, torn clothes. She had objected a little, but her parents quickly shut her up and scolded her. Her main point was, if they dressed in rags, no one would pay attention to them and no one would think they carried a lot of money, so they would be very safe. But now, someone who was talking nicely with her father had bitten her. Her father must be feeling very humiliated. He probably made a mistake, but after so long, there was still no news. She was a bit worried and decided to go see what was happening. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. I just want to ask those soldiers about the situation," Fu Xiaxia said, noticing the worry on the man's face. She turned and left the carriage to ease his concerns. Inside the carriage, the soldiers' figures were no longer visible. Fu Xiaxia relaxed her senses and followed the direction of the conversations among the other passengers. Fewer people were moving around in the carriage now, probably because of the soldiers' intimidating presence. Everyone was staying in their seats, not disturbing the soldiers' work. People were still very honest and respectful toward the soldiers who were defending the country. Fu Laosand was still chasing the thief who stole his bag. Damn, that guy could really run. They had already gone through several carriages, and there was a man in uniform helping to chase as well. The middle-aged man saw that he was about to catch up, so he threw the bag casually and ran alone. Qin Junyan quickly picked up the bag and handed it to Fu Laosan, who was panting heavily. "Friend, look, is this it? Are any items missing?" Yes, this is it." Fu Laosan checked and confirmed nothing was missing. Thank you, soldier. We really appreciate it." Qin Junyan also did not want to stay any longer. "All right, fellow townsmen. It's good that you're safe. I still need to catch that thief to prevent him from harming another local." After speaking, he continued to chase the thief. Actually, he also wanted to go back and help his boss, but as a soldier, he couldn't just watch the thief escape. It would be too shameful to betray the trust of the people. The nearby crowd, after hearing this, understood that the man had just been robbed by a thief and that the soldier had helped chase him back. They praised the country's most lovable and respected soldiers. When Mao Xiaoyan, exhausted and out of breath, arrived, the scene was peaceful and harmonious. As for Fu Xiaxia, she didn't realize she had taken a wrong turn. She had passed several train cars without seeing Fu Laosand and his wife. Just as she was about to keep going, she sensed someone on the roof of the train car. Listening carefully, she realized there was more than one person. She thought she was overthinking. She believed her father had chased someone onto the roof for money. She found the connection between train cars, climbed onto the roof, and peeked over the top. She saw a classic scene from a movie. 3 soldiers confronting a group of fierce-looking men in black. At first, she thought she didn't recognize anyone, but upon closer look, she realized that the man in casual clothes was actually her mother's bunkmate, the man who had borrowed a spot to buy cigarettes and alcohol. However, his hat had fallen off, revealing a face she hadn't seen clearly before. If it weren't for his clothes and the injured bag he carried, she might not have recognized him. He looked like an ordinary man, but his aura had changed. What is happening in this world? Her father's 2 acquaintances, one who stole his bag and another who seemed to be chased by the military. Are there too many bad people? Or are their eyes not good? Or is it just bad luck? When Xie Zetian was chasing that person, he wasn't entirely sure at first. But when he saw the man look back at him and then run quickly, he was certain. He immediately increased his speed and chased after him. The National Military Research Laboratory has been working on a technology for years. If they succeed, the country will develop greatly and gain influence internationally. However, at some point, this news was leaked. Since then, the laboratory has been closely watched by both domestic and foreign parties. After all, breakthroughs in communication technology and its applications can change battlefield situations instantly. Originally, military laboratory security was very tight, but spies are everywhere and hard to catch. They managed to bribe some staff members, and although that staff member has been detained, the technical information has already been leaked. Their task was to find the information and arrest anyone involved in the contact to prevent further leaks. They had set a trap, waiting for the target to fall into it. Unexpectedly, the spies got wind of it and boarded the train at the last minute. Because the train was crowded, they had no information about the spies or how many there were. So, they decided to wear military uniforms and use a tactic to scare the spies into revealing themselves. Surprisingly, it worked. Yu Ji and Zhou Wu finished their tasks and followed their leader's direction. They all ended up on the roof of the train, only to realize there were so many people involved. A fight was about to start, but no one expected a girl wearing a hat, scarf, and very tightly wrapped up to appear. Even more surprising, after she retreated, she came back and asked, "Are you guys acting out a hero versus villain story? When does it start?" Fu Xiaxia didn't want to get involved, but she couldn't ignore it when she saw that the people on the other side were quite capable. The 3 soldiers were outnumbered, and she wasn't sure if they could win. She couldn't just stand by and watch these soldiers defending the country get hurt right in front of her. She wondered how her parents were doing. They should be fine, especially with the soldiers helping out, so she didn't need to worry too much. Unfortunately, she still didn't know that the thief was working with these bad guys. A group of people in black clothes were very annoyed with the girl. It was such a serious situation, and they still wanted to joke around. Were they idiots? Couldn't they see what was happening? Although they didn't say it out loud, their contemptuous looks showed what they thought. Maybe they believed the girl was just a small fry and not worth their attention. The soldiers looked worried about her direction, afraid she might rush in without thinking, which would put them in a worse position. While the soldiers were distracted, those people moved. Fu Xiaxia saw a man she recognized go straight toward one of the soldiers. The others started fighting with different people. Suddenly, one person was coming toward her. Remembering the disdainful look they gave earlier, she frowned. What are they doing? Are they picking on the weak? Yu Ji and Zhou Wu both faced about 7 or 8 people. Yu Ji is a military doctor and is average in fighting skills, so he found it a bit difficult. Luckily, Zhou Wu, a big, strong man, helped by taking on most of the attackers. Zhou Wu is not only strong but also tall, about 1.87 meters. Standing there, he looked like a wall. He has a natural strength that's 2 or 3 times normal, but his hands are still quick and flexible. Although both soldiers were worried, they couldn't focus on the girl because there were so many enemies. They just hoped she would be smart and run away quickly. Meanwhile, over with Xiezetian, he was only fighting one person he had been chasing. After the fight, he realized this person was not simple. He was also a cultivator like him. It was hard to fight him, which explained why the other person's information was handled by him. Fu Xiaxia looked at the man walking toward her, who was smiling maliciously. She smiled slightly and slowly climbed down before he reached her. The man in black still thought she was sensible, but she wouldn't escape. She kept walking quickly forward and looked at the woman on the opposite train car waving at him, smiling brightly in the wind. No one expected that the woman wouldn't run in fear, but instead went to another car to provoke them. They thought she believed they couldn't cross over. A weak woman? Was she mocking him? The man in black instantly felt challenged. His anger surged, and he jumped onto the next train car with all his strength, planning to give her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. In front of everyone, the man in black jumped from the train car in a perfect parabola and landed far outside the train, in a place they couldn't see. He was probably close to dying. Besides the two fighting each other, no one saw what happened in that moment. The girl across the way still smiled brightly and waved at them. After dealing with the man in black, Fu Xiaxia was about to stand there and enjoy some snacks when she noticed that the soldier looked very handsome. Although he was dressed in a military uniform, he gave off the vibe of a noble young master. His fighting moves were smooth and flowing, and he was truly evenly matched with the other man. The other two people seemed to be having a harder time against those men. Fu Xiaxia thought for a moment, took out several walnuts from her pocket, and threw one at the two soldiers just as they were about to be hit. Slowly, the walnuts became fewer, but the fight was still ongoing. Fortunately, they were in a flat area, not inside a mountain cave, or it would have been much more difficult. As the train rumbled loudly, the atmosphere inside the carriage grew more intense. Thanks to Fu Xiaxia's earlier help, Yu Ji and Zhou felt much more relaxed. They noticed that each time an attack was aimed at them, it would miss slightly, as if the attack was off by a small margin. After a few times, they realized what was happening, but they still didn't understand why, which eased some of their pressure. The black-clad men were really surprised. During the fight, they kept feeling a strange force that caused their attacks to miss. Their arms and legs also started to ache inexplicably. Luckily, they had many people, so they didn't lose the fight. Their identities had now been exposed. If they were caught, they would face long years in prison. So, everyone fought desperately. At least if they won, they would have a way out. While Xiezetian was fighting the man, he also noticed the girl sitting on the top of the next carriage, watching with great interest, as if she understood everything. But when he saw the marks left by the walnuts, he confirmed his disbelief. Indeed, she understood everything. She was clearly an expert. But he also saw that she was helping their side, which made him feel a bit more at ease. The man saw this too. Xiezetian felt relieved, but he was worried. He had thought she was a fragile girl, but she turned out to be their biggest wild card. Suddenly, their winning situation became uncertain. He signaled to the black-clad men to go deal with the girl first, to test if she was really that hard to handle, or if her walnut-throwing skill was just a trick to fool them. The black-clad men received the order, and, before Yu Ji and Zhou could react, they headed straight for Fu Xiaxia. Meanwhile, Xiezetian had already been taken to another carriage. Fu Xiaxia saw the handsome man walk away and noticed many people in black approaching her to say hello. She stood up calmly. This time, she didn't make any moves when they rushed toward her. Instead, she waited until they all arrived before asking slowly, "Who are you? Are you against the soldiers?" The men in black didn't answer and started fighting her directly. Fu Xiaxia wanted to stretch her muscles, so she didn't fight back immediately, just kept dodging. Yu Ji and Zhou also came over. Hearing her question, the men in black didn't reply. Their operation was secret, so it looked like the girl was helping their side. But for her safety, they couldn't reveal anything. Zhou thought the girl was not very skilled at fighting, just dodging clumsily, so he ran forward to join the fight. Yuji stayed in place. Zhou Wu, who was big and strong, was actually a strategist. He knew the girl was very capable. Many experts were hidden among ordinary people, and they were lucky to meet one. When Fu Xiaxia saw the fight was almost over, she finally made her move. Under Yuji's watch, she and Zhou Wu worked together to defeat all the men in black. Seeing the injured men on the ground, unable to move, Yuji went to get some rope from the train conductor and tied everyone up. Although Fu Xiaxia didn't use all her strength, the fight was very satisfying. She wasn't worried about damaging her opponent. Beating them into submission made her feel very happy. The big man had a lot of strength, but he was also a reckless criminal, so they didn't let him easily win. After the fight, Zhou Wu learned more about the girl. She was not simple at all, much more impressive than him. Looking at Fu Xiaxia, he felt a strange sense of respect. "Miss, thank you for your help today. But our boss hasn't finished yet. We're going to check the situation. What do you think?" Yuji was a bit worried about Xiezetian. Their boss was so powerful that the fight was still ongoing, which showed the other side was also dangerous. Thinking about this, he felt anxious. "You're welcome. Helping others is what makes us happy. You guys go ahead. I need to go back." Fu Xiaxia never thought she would say such a boastful phrase one day. "Oh, it feels like that handsome military brother is about to win." Suddenly, a train horn sounded, signaling they were almost at the station. She wanted to say hello to him, but then remembered her parents were still on the train. It seemed she wouldn't get the chance. Without waiting for their reply, Fu Xiaxia hurriedly left. Yuji and Zhou Wu watched the girl quickly walk away, then realized they forgot to ask her name. But it was too late. The girl was already gone at a fast speed. The two hurried to help Xiezetian, who was limping and carrying a handbag. They felt a heavy weight in their hands. It seemed their boss had put in a lot of effort this time, and he would need some time to recover. They found the documents, but the person had escaped. Although they felt disappointed, they knew it was beyond their control. The fight was too intense for them to interfere, and they didn't expect the person to lead their boss to another carriage, probably to escape, when things looked suspicious. Zhou Wu carried the weak boss slowly back into the train car. Yuji gently protected the bag of documents, thinking about where Qin Junyan had gone. Why hadn't he come back yet? He also thought about the girl. He didn't know her name or see her face clearly. Only her big, sparkling eyes left a deep impression. Oh, and her torn cotton jacket. Xiezetian had already fallen asleep. After being attracted by that person, both of them hesitated and didn't use their full strength, but they still fought with their spiritual power. If they really talked about strength, Xiezetian's 7th level of qi cultivation was quite good, but he couldn't compare to the opponent's 8th level. The opponent was very experienced, clearly having spent a lot of resources. At first, Xiezetian's chances of winning seemed slim. But thanks to his powerful technique, he managed to barely win in the fight without using any magic tools. He recovered the documents, but the opponent escaped. He was also exhausted and couldn't hold on much longer. When he fainted, he remembered that little sister from years ago. Back then, after returning to the capital, he wanted to write to her, but the tense situation in the city stopped him. His grandfather explained the current situation to him. To avoid involving his family, they lost contact, as if they had never met before. Every time he felt like it was just a dream, the words, Qingfeng technique, would appear in his mind. Yes, such a powerful secret manual appearing in his hands seemed impossible. His parents said that recently, his younger brother had become much more obedient, but the old master dismissed this as nonsense. To the old man, this was what the Immortants called a special opportunity. When you encounter such a chance, you must not miss it. Later, he even found an excuse for the grandfather and grandson to move to a quiet place, so he could focus on practicing. Under his grandfather's supervision, he memorized the secret manual perfectly, reciting it backwards and forwards. Then his grandfather secretly hid the manual somewhere and he never saw it again. His grandfather originally wanted to take him to meet a master, but because the manual was hard to explain, they gave up. When he was young, a girl once said he had great talent, but no one knew that Xie Zetian was a person full of luck. If it were ancient times, he would be the one sitting on the throne of kings. So, he studied hard every day, practicing according to the manual. Surprisingly, he and Fu Xiaxia practiced the same way, and within half a year, he entered the inner door. Maybe it was because they moved to a good place or for some other reason, but Xie Zetian's progress was so fast it was like flying. Without any external help, he reached the 3rd level of Qi training. His grandfather was happy but couldn't tell anyone. Only they, the grandfather and grandson, knew about his practice. No one else was aware. That year, something big also happened, changing their original plans. Xie Zetian's childhood friend, who used to play well with him, went missing. It was said that several people secretly organized a hunting trip in the nearby mountains. Everyone returned safely except that boy. He disappeared without a trace. During that tense time, they couldn't openly search for him, or their whole family would be in danger. Only his parents, close relatives, and a few trusted friends went into the mountains to help look. Xie Zetian learned about this several days later. Young and reckless, he believed he still had some strength, so he secretly left a message for his grandfather. "I'm going to find A Hui." The old man's mood can't be described. This young guy still lacks experience and is too impulsive. If it were so easy to find him, we wouldn't have gone several days without news. It's likely that the situation is quite serious. Haven't others already given up searching? Xie Zetian doesn't know what his grandfather is thinking. He confidently walks in the mountains, imagining that he has found the kidnapped Qi Yonghui and that he will fight alone against all enemies, unbeatable. In reality, he was lucky enough to find his childhood friend, but the big fight against everyone didn't happen because they are in a different space. Besides the two of them, no one else exists there. He only managed to enter by accident. The remaining soul inside didn't expect anyone could come in, especially not a handsome young boy. To bring someone in, he used a lot of his energy, which is why he hasn't fully recovered yet. This is also why Qi Yonghui is still alive.
Ivy, wake up.
What's wrong? Xie Zetian looked at his muddy friend lying on the ground, almost thinking he was dead. Without caring about the mess, he knelt down and tried to help his friend up. Water, water. Qi Yonghui didn't wake up, but kept calling for water, probably because he had been unconscious for days and hadn't eaten anything. Hearing his friend's voice, Xie Zetian was relieved it was just a misunderstanding. He was glad he came and fed his friend some water. This kid has good talent. He even has spiritual energy, a creepy voice muttered to itself. The boy they chose was quite handsome, but not as good-looking as this one, and he had no spiritual root. It was obvious who to choose. Who's there? Come out. Xie Zetian was surprised to hear someone talking. He looked around but saw nothing. Where was the voice coming from? You're the one who delivered yourself to me. Looks like the old thief still favors me.
Even helps me too. The shadow kept laughing.
He was very happy. A low-level cultivator could save him a lot of effort. Who are you? Hiding your face and not showing yourself, Xie Zetian was anxious. He could hear the voice but couldn't see the person, yet he could tell who it was. Laughing loudly. Seeing how silly this young man looks, I will generously forgive his ignorance. Xie Zetian looked carefully and saw a dark, shadowy mass stopping not far in front of him, constantly changing shape. What are you, all black and shadowy? Xie Zetian felt a bad premonition. He still knew very little about this world. Haha, ignorant young man, I am quite powerful. I have a golden core stage of cultivation. Your Qi training stage is just trash to me. The shadow mocked Xie Zetian mercilessly. No one would be friendly to a dead person. The shadow didn't want to waste more words. It had almost recovered and decided to finish quickly. It turned into a small ball and quickly entered Xie Zetian's mind and consciousness. Poor Xie Zetian didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, he only felt his mind go blank, as if his brain was empty, and then he suddenly fainted. After entering his mind, the shadow thought this young man was just an ordinary cultivator. Feeling victorious, it began to take over the territory, trying to occupy Xie Zetian's body. Although Xie Zetian saw everything the shadow did to him, he was too weak to resist. He was anxious and confused, regretting that he hadn't prepared better. He only left a note and was overconfident about his strength. He didn't realize that there are many things in this world beyond his understanding. Being ignorant could cost him dearly, and this time, the price might be his life. Xie Zetian could feel death getting closer. It was like he was back at 10 years old, when he and his grandfather were being chased. That feeling of helplessness and defeat returned to him. His breath grew weaker and weaker. Just when he thought he would die at any moment, something unexpected happened. The Qingfeng technique suddenly activated on its own, protecting its master. It automatically drew all the spiritual energy from Xie Zetian, transforming it into countless small swords. These swords severely injured the shadow, shattering it into pieces, then turned into pure soul energy, merging into Xie Zetian's spirit and repairing his weakened aura. Xie Zetian felt very lucky to have escaped death. Just a moment ago, it was a close call, almost life or death. He realized that his spiritual energy transforming into a flying sword was incredibly powerful. Although he knew his secret manual was very valuable, he didn't realize that even in the cultivation world, that manual was highly sought after. When he woke up, he touched his still-beating heart. This was the second time he had come so close to death. The first time, a young girl saved him. This time, the technique she gave him saved his life. From then on, that girl's place in his heart was unshakable and could never be erased. Fu Xiaxia didn't know her actions would cause such consequences. In the past, she might have been happy about it. But after so many years, no one remembered who Xie Zetian was. He was long forgotten. Xie Zetian also gained some good from the trouble. He obtained a fragment of a memory from his soul and learned many things about the world he didn't know before. He found out that the residual soul's behavior was trying to take over his body, to kill his spirit and live on as him. He was very frightened, but was relieved that it hadn't succeeded. The consequences could have been terrible. His cultivation also improved because he absorbed that soul's power, reaching the 5th level of qi refining. He felt his soul had become stronger. But thinking about what had happened, he knew he would probably get a good scolding when he returned home. Oh well. Seeing that his friend hadn't woken up yet, he placed a water bottle and some dry food beside him and left a note, worried that he might wake up confused and run around. Then, Xie Zetian set out to find the important item related to the residual soul's memory. This space was actually just a fragment of space, small, empty, and vast. Xie Zetian took some time to confirm the location from his memory. It was probably where the residual soul had died. The residual soul only remembered being killed. It didn't know who had killed it. It was clear that the soul had committed many terrible, unforgivable deeds and was killed by someone. But even a villain's death was deserved, death with justice. Xie Zetian dug hard at that spot. The killer had stolen treasures and buried them hurriedly when dying. The burial was shallow. Soon, he uncovered a sandalwood box. Opening the box, he found a string of fire-colored glass beads, which looked a bit like Buddhist prayer beads. This bracelet has 12 beads, each clear and shiny. The craftsmanship is very fine, with smooth, round beads that look very charming. If this were a set of prayer beads, it would be quite rare, whether in color or material. Xie Zetian closed the lid again, put it into his bag, and quickly returned to his spot. He saw that his friend had already woken up and was sitting on the ground, eating and drinking happily. Tian, why are you here? Where are the others? Qianghui was eating a dry biscuit and almost choked. He quickly drank some water. He didn't realize that several days had already passed. So, Xie Zetian told him everything that had happened during these days. Of course, he didn't mention the details about the space, only saying it was a secret place he accidentally found, and that he saw his friend fainting there. Qianghui was stunned listening to this. He opened his mouth wide, and crumbs fell out. It took him a while to realize how silly he looked. He had been unconscious for days, but wasn't taken away by wild animals. That's incredible. No wonder he was so hungry, he could eat a whole cow. But he was very touched that his good friend came to find him when everyone else had given up. He almost wanted to cry. No, he had to hold back. He wasn't a little kid anymore. Tion, my good brother. Cheon-hui couldn't hold back and choked a little as he spoke, but he didn't know how to express his gratitude properly. No need to be so moved. Just work hard to earn money in the future and share some with me, he said, worried that his friend might start crying again. He had seen enough tears since they were kids. He didn't want to see more. Anyway, their family was in business, so he planned to find him something to do, to keep him from wandering around and disappearing again. He didn't know what to say. The brotherly bond was suddenly broken by this guy, making him feel both amused and helpless. But brothers don't need to thank each other. He'd keep it in his heart. After getting home covered in dirt, Xiezetian was scolded by his grandfather. He didn't resist and just took it. He knew he had been careless this time, almost risking his life. Being beaten up was a good lesson for him. Grandpa Xie saw the box on the table that his grandson had opened. He rolled his eyes at him. He was still angry, so he wasn't sure whether to be mad or to laugh. The last two people naturally accepted the master happily, or else they would have been taken away, and all their efforts would have been wasted. However, Xiezetian wasn't sure if it was because of his cultivation technique. Like Fu Xiaxia, unless he deliberately made a move, no one could tell he was not an ordinary person. As for the remaining soul, it's unclear how it could see through. Thanks to this magic treasure, Xiezetian's cultivation level advanced again, reaching the 7th level of qi refining.